and keep pointing my feet towards forgiveness.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome to the Stars of Team USA. I'm Savannah Sellers, and this is your guide to the must-know American athletes competing at the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics. From the slopes to the rink, we'll be showcasing incredible Olympians, both fresh faces and familiar favorites like Shaun White, Chloe Kim, Nathan Chen, and Mikaela Shiffrin. Team USA has more than 200 athletes competing in over a dozen sports. They range in age from 40 to 16, and they've already set a new Olympic record before the competitions even started. The most women competing for any nation in Winter Olympics history. Perhaps the brightest star of them all is Mikaela Shiffrin. She arrives in Beijing with 3 previous medals. She's one of alpine skiing's greatest athletes ever. But her journey to the 2022 Olympics wasn't always easy, as she told Hoda and Savannah on the Today Show.
There are a lot of cool things about you. One of them is you say that you are not defined by your success. I mean, I feel like you're a really grounded human being. Like, if you don't have a great day, so what? Like, you seem like you are secure in what you do. So when you're getting ready to go down and do one of your runs, like, what's kicking through your head at that moment?
I'm just trying to focus on my skiing as much as possible, because there are some athletes who are so driven just to win that just their motivation to win alone is what actually gets them to the finish line faster. But for me, it's always been about good skiing and like the turns that I make along the way. So I don't know, it's a little bit like that metaphorical. It's the journey, not the end destination. But it's true for me. That's how I've always had my best races, just skiing well.
And just in case people, you know, last they checked in with you, you were winning gold 5 years ago at the Olympics, and now here you are winning again in your most recent race. In between, you've had incredible challenges. You lost your father. You've dealt with anxiety and the stress of that, and then a pandemic to boot. How are you feeling, and how has that journey been for you?
Well, I guess it's been life, and I think everybody's dealing with something. We're all dealing with the pandemic, so that's one thing we all have in common. For me personally and my family, dealing with unexpected death of my dad was the most difficult thing I've ever survived. And that's, I mean, it's okay. Like, it's okay to talk about it. I think it's been, over the last couple of years, it's been important to talk about. And a lot of people actually seem to be able to relate to that on some level, because aside from the pandemic, everybody's dealing with something on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. And there's a lot of like loss and grief and sadness out there, but there's also a lot of strength and hope. And I think it's important for us to all be able to connect on the more positive side of it.
You really personify that.
You do. After your dad passed, did you think about whether or not you would ski again? Was that something that you thought about?
Yeah, I did. I wondered if it was really worth it. I mean, there's a really long time that I didn't really feel like it was worth it to care about anything. So it seemed like I'm not going to go ski race again, because the most fundamental thing of an athlete is that you have to care about your sport, and you have to care about doing well at your sport. And I just didn't. I just thought I don't care about actually really anything in life. So it's been a long process to get that motivation and that actually the feeling of caring back. And I don't know, a lot more good days than bad now, but it's still difficult.
It's not easy to talk about, but I'm so glad you did, because I want people to know what a triumph it is, what you just did last weekend, what you're setting out to do.
Thanks.
It's a triumph in every single way, just you being here.
You guys are going to make me cry.
No, but I just, you know, so you're also a huge, I just want to say before you go, I love that you're a huge fan of the Olympics, and I heard that, actually I heard we were in Tokyo, we heard you screaming for the athletes all the way back in the U.S. You're a huge fan. Do you watch, I heard you taped the Olympics and then would watch them later.
Yeah, we were taping everything, and then we had it going streaming on Peacock and like always in the background. And the gym I work out back home at the Westin is they always had it on in multiple TV screens. So
Yeah.
I'm doing my squats and I'm looking up and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. I'm like, one more rep.
Well, you can guarantee that they're going to be watching you doing the exact same thing. Michaela, we are cheering you on. Congratulations. So happy you're here with us.
Go get them.
This may be your last chance to catch one of Team USA's best-known stars at the Olympics. Snowboarder and three-time gold medalist Shaun White, who came on the scene in 2006 with the nickname the Flying Tomato, told my colleague Craig Melvin that his 5th Winter Olympics will probably be his last.
I haven't really said this too much, so it's going to feel weird coming out of my mouth, but this is, I think, my last run.
No matter what, this is it.
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Why?
You know, it's hard to talk about, you know, because my whole life I've kind of, you know, been looked at as somewhat, you know, superhuman because I do these things, and a lot of people have always come up to me and just like, I don't know how he does it, and I prided myself on being that, you know, individual, and man, realizing and admitting to myself and everyone else, you know, yeah, I'm human. It's taken a toll.
This may be Shaun's final Olympics, but he's still hoping to perform more of those superhuman feats before it's all over. He recently talked with our friends at the Today Show about how his training has changed in recent years.
What does Shaun White's training regimen look like today than it did when you first started, you know, with the Olympics?
Yeah, I mean, goodness, my first Olympics, I was 19. I'm 35 now. No, I think it's great. You know, honestly, I'm at a place in my career where I'm just so focused on what I need that you know, my practice is really regimented. I don't show up all day and, you know, mess around. I show up for that like power window of practice time, and I will be honest, I need a couple more days rest than I used to. I took a bad crash a couple days ago. You can check it out on my Instagram. That's how I got this nice fat lip. but you know, it's how it goes, and yeah.
I mean,
I'm excited about it.
I mean, since you brought it up, you know, 35 years old, and apparently in Olympic years, that is considered oldish. I mean, what does it feel like going up against guys now who are quite literally almost half your age?
You know, it was a trip. I think it was around the last Olympics. I remember hearing the announcers going on, dropping in the oldest competitor, Shaun White. I've been the youngest competitor, so that was a big change. I kind of wear it proudly now, though. You know, you got amazing athletes like Tom Brady, and you know, that are getting into their older years and still holding it down. So I'm feeling good about it. I like the inspiration from the others, and it's so exciting for me. I was kind of tripping out the other day just thinking about, you know, there's this magic moment when you make the team. You're like, wow, I get to be an Olympian again. Just to go is so incredible. So one step at a time, going to try to make the team, and then set the sights on China.
I love it. Shaun, you always make us smile.
Yeah.
I mean, every time we talk with you, you're just such a good guy.
And this is a guy, age truly is just a number, Shaun, because you make it, and you make us all proud. And as the oldest guy on this Olympic team here, I can tell you, you keep the young'uns on your toes, my friend.
Shaun White.
Right, that's the goal.
Chloe Kim is another champion snowboarder making her return this year. She won gold at the 2018 Winter Olympics, becoming a breakout star at just 17. Now she's ready to soar to new heights. Take a look.
My name is Chloe Kim. I'm a half-pipe snowboarder, and I'm from Torrance, California. Last time we spoke, I was 17 going into the Olympics. I'm 21 now. My priorities have shifted quite a bit, and I enjoy staying in bed all day. Like, I love to sleep.
Is there any snowboarding involved there?
Oh, yes, I still do that, which is why I'm here, yes.
A perfect 100 for Chloe Kim! Back-to-back 1080s. Chloe Kim reigns supreme in South Korea. She is the 2021 World Champion.
This is Reese, aka Reach, Peach, Little Butt, Big Butt, Wiggle Butt, Nub. She's my little Australian shepherd. She's so cute, and she's my bestie. She just turned 5. I baked her a cake. I found this recipe online. It was like a dog-friendly cake. I think it had like peanut butter, carrots, coconut oil, yogurt. We all tried it because we were curious. I mean, they're all real ingredients, but it was disgusting. It was so gross.
What kind of treats do you like to enjoy?
I love lemon bars. It's like my favorite thing, or pie. I love pie. Post-Olympics, I tweeted about like churros and ice cream, and I got home and I had boxes and boxes and boxes. Shout out to everyone that sent me ice cream. I felt like loved.
Now to the U.S. figure skating team, a sport which is among the most highly anticipated at every Winter Olympics, of course. In order to make the team, skaters fought back challenges both on and off the ice. NBC's Chanel Jones talked with this elite group right after they made the team.
Team USA. Reaching the pinnacle of their sport, ready to take the world stage. On the women's team, 16-year-old Alyssa Liu, America's standout female skater, testing positive for COVID in the middle of competition, still earning an Olympic spot.
It's seriously a dream come true, and I'm so happy and I'm so honored.
And 25-year-old Mariah Bell, making history the moment her skates hit the ice. She's the oldest U.S. women's Olympic figure skater to compete in nearly a century. And back on Team USA, 22-year-old Karen Chen. She competed in the 2018 games, but never medaled. And on the men's team, all eyes are on 22-year-old Nathan Chen. Chen, a heavy favorite in Pyeongchang, disappointed. Since then, he's come roaring back with a nearly 4-year winning streak since the last games, breaking his own scoring record and winning his 6th consecutive national title. Joining him at the Winter Games is 21-year-old Vincent Zhou and 27-year-old Jason Brown, both returning for their 2nd Olympics. Each athlete finding out their fate by a text with the link to this email.
We're all like glued to our phones waiting for that to come through.
And it's like, congratulations, you're on the 2022 Olympic team.
That message punching their tickets to Beijing.
You're making history, you're 25 years old. How do you wrap your mind around it?
It's absolutely just a number. If you have a dream and you're dedicated to it and you're working towards it, there doesn't have to be an expiration date. I feel like I'm not even in my prime. You know, I'm working to get there, and I'm really excited to be the first woman in so long to be going.
How does that feel for you when you've trained for years and years and you're able to meet the moment?
I wanted to be on the Olympic team so bad. I almost didn't want to think about it too much before I got here because it would like make me cry. I wanted it so bad.
Karen, you're also making history. First women's single skater to compete in back-to-back Olympics in 15 years. After the Pyeongchang Games, I know you took a break because of an injury and you almost considered retiring. How do you clear your mind knowing everything that you've been through?
I did think about stepping away from the sport, but for some reason, like under all of that stress, I guess, I had clarity, and I just realized how much I love skating.
All the figure skaters have been doing it since they were kids. It's amazing to feel that all your work is like culminating to this one moment. We've all worked really hard to be where we are, and so to have opportunities like this to show what we have been working on is pretty powerful.
What about when you go up for these jumps? What goes through your mind?
When it comes to competition, it's kind of like, just go for it, you know? And I think at that point, we just have to try to trust our body, trust our instincts to make the jump happen. It's definitely a lot more stressful to watch figure skating than it is to do it ourselves, you know,
Wait,
like when
really?
I'm watching.
Is that true?
Yeah,
it's harder
for
on
sure.
us watching you than for you guys?
For sure. I mean, of course we're stressed out, of course we're nervous, but at the end of the day, like when I'm watching like Mariah compete, it's so stressful. I'm like, my heart's like pounding. When I'm on the ice, I'm pretty calm, I'm pretty relaxed. Like I have confidence knowing what I'm doing.
Jason, I'll ask you, how did the pandemic affect your training? Well, how has it been?
It's been really difficult, to be completely honest. I'm just trying to be as adaptable as possible. Bob, swerve, and duck.
What about for you?
Somebody had like a barn in their backyard with a sheet of ice on it.
Really?
It was like the size of this room here.
Wow.
I was trying to skate on it. I was doing triple axels on this tiny piece of ice. It was pretty cool.
Through all the challenges, one thing is clear. These athletes love being on the ice.
I just love being out there. I love challenging myself.
When I'm doing a spin, it's like one of the best feelings in the world.
I just love the grind. I love the thrill of doing quads.
I'm like just the girl next door. There's nothing that, special or fancy. It's just like a matter of having a dream and, wanting to chase it. We were those little kids watching the TV, and now we get to be here. It's so cool.
Coming up, the stunning act of generosity from one teammate to another that is getting us all into the Olympic spirit.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to the stars of Team USA. Now, the Olympics are all about competition, but they also showcase great sportsmanship. When speed skater Erin Jackson slipped in her signature event, the 500-meter trials earlier this year, it looked like it would cost her the opportunity to go to the Olympics. But her teammate Brittany Bowe stepped in to help. She gave Jackson her spot in the 500-meter race, allowing Jackson to go to Beijing. The two spoke to the Today Show about this amazing act of friendship.
Joining us now, the very embodiment of the Olympic spirit, Brittany Bowe and Erin Jackson. Guys, this is such a beautiful story. We're talking about the sportsmanship aspect of it, and we want to get to that. But can I just talk about the friendship? This kind of thing does not happen, but it happened. So if you guys, Brittany, would you describe your friendship with Erin, and Erin, just quickly, your friendship with Brittany?
Yeah, I moved out to Salt Lake City to start my Olympic journey in 2010, and Erin came hot on the scene in 2018, but our friendship goes further than that. We both grew up in Ocala, Florida, both inline speed skaters, and very, very cool to find ourselves in this position today.
And Erin, for you?
I mean, I was much younger. Like, my memories of Brittany go back a bit further because I was the one looking up to her back when I was growing up in Ocala, Florida, seeing her, come back and skate on the team that I skated with. It was just amazing, and she was just an awesome mentor from day one.
I mean, Erin and Brittany, both of you, this sport,
It's incredible that the heights that you have reached, and also just the hair. I mean, I don't even know why they call it a slip, Erin. It was like the tiniest little wobble, and yet there's your Olympic dream disappearing right before your eyes. You must have been crushed. And can you explain how you felt in the moment that you realized that Brittany said, no, 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 my friend, you are #1 in the world. You belong at those Olympics.
Yeah, it was definitely a really stressful time, you know, because I was feeling great. I've been feeling great all season. And, you know, it all comes down to this one race. And yeah, so to have that happen, I was like, oh no, like what's going to happen now? I was really looking forward to, you know, hopefully having a good showing in Beijing. So yeah, when Brittany came to me and said, like, don't worry, like, we're going to figure out a way, it was just an amazing feeling to be like, okay, the team's got my back. She's an amazing team leader. And we both have individual goals, but we also have team goals. So it's just nice to, you know, for the world to see kind of what an amazing person she is, like what I've seen all these years. It's nice that it's that people can see it now.
What a great human being you guys both are. Brittany, did you know on the wobble, when you saw the wobble, did you already have in your head that you're like, you know what, if she doesn't get it, I'm giving up one of my spots?
So I was actually right there on the backstretch when that happened, and my heart sank when it happened because for us speed skaters, that wasn't a little bobble. That was actually a huge bobble that could have taken maybe up to a second to recover from in the course of the race. And I just remember yelling at Erin, get it back, just skate, skate. And, you know, after the race, you know, it was a very deflated atmosphere in that rink. And that evening I said, if it's, you know, if it comes down to me, if there's anything I can do to get you on the team, you have my place. And I still had some races left to go. I had one of my other marquee events, the 1500 meter, the next day. So I put it on the back burner a little bit, but you know, when I was done competing, that was the first thing that went back into my mind. And you know, I wanted to make that decision on Sunday before the team was announced because I couldn't see myself down there celebrating during the team announcement and popping champagne with the rest of the team without Erin being there.
Many athletes are thankful to be going to the Olympics as part of Team USA, but skier Colby Stevenson is grateful just to be alive. In 2016, he was badly hurt in a car accident and suffered a serious head injury. 6 years and one amazing journey later, he's in top form. Here's his story.
Are you good off the tee?
I was for the first half of the summer, and now my drives aren't that good.
Ooh, not bad. That looks pretty natural.
I'm not, it's not anything that really, you know, we get off the tee. I'm Colby Stevenson. I ski slope style. I'm from Park City, Utah. Yeah. So in 2016, I was driving back from Mount Hood, Oregon, and I fell asleep at the wheel and rolled a truck like 6 times and had a pretty severe head injury and broke a bunch of bones, and I'm very lucky to be standing here today. So I basically shattered the whole right side of my skull. Had to have a craniotomy where they like go in and piece it back together like a puzzle. Broke a couple vertebrae in my neck, jaw, eye socket, a few ribs. It was like 6 months of hell, basically. And then I was back skiing, and everything was somehow all right. After my accident is when I actually found what it takes to win in competition. It was because I shifted my focus from wanting to win to just being grateful for being able to travel and living this life. My first World Cup back after the accident was in Italy, and I remember it being at the top of my run and like closing my eyes and thinking of all my loved ones, opened my eyes, and then dropped in for my run and won the World Cup. And so if you can somehow do it out of love, then that's going to be your best shot.
When members of Team USA need to recharge, they head to the hills and lakes and forests. Yes, many athletes find the best place to reset is the same as where they compete.
Okay, let's see. Nature. Yeah, I feel like over the years, nature has kind of become a place where I can go and reset, whether I'm really stressed or dealing with an injury or have a lot on my plate.
You can get easily trapped indoors, especially as a skier, right? We spend a lot of our time on the hill and you just want to find time to unwind. Anytime I'm outside, I'm just happy.
I feel so free and disconnected from the hustle and bustle and fast-paced daily life. It's like just me and nature.
Other people want to go on hikes and just like move quickly the whole time. I'm more of like a leisurely hiker.
For me, the mountains are where I feel the most clarity that I have. When all the noise goes away, you kind of have to face yourself. You're only listening to the sounds that nature makes. And one of the things that you notice first actually is silence.
I love the feeling of flow, and I think nature definitely brings that to me.
When I reach the top, it just feels like elation and victory and freedom. I love that feeling.
Standing on top of a peak, I feel like a small thing in a big world, but I have a part to play.
I just love nature. I love all the animals, all the giant trees, and I hope that we can just be a little bit more gentle on Mama Earth.
We'll be right back with a look at some other Olympians you need to be watching.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back to the stars of Team USA. At 22, Nathan Chen is considered one of the best male figure skaters around. He's broken records and is a 3-time world champion. Now he's out to prove he can also shine at the Olympics. Take a look.
My name is Nathan Chen. I'm a figure skater and I am originally from Salt Lake City, Utah. I go to Yale University and I am majoring in statistics and data science. School also made me realize, there's a whole fun, happy side of life that doesn't necessarily have to revolve around grinding all the time, and you can have a little bit more fun and relax, and I think that's really good for our mental health and just being happy in general. I can play instruments, not like super proficiently. I know how to play guitar. I've played piano in the past.
If we brought out a guitar, would you mind playing a little bit for us?
Sure.
All right.
Music has definitely played a big role in my life. Obviously, as a skater, we're skating to music, so being able to be comfortable with music and truly enjoy it, I think, is key for figure skaters. Music has been really helpful in getting me in the right mindset and being able to calm me down and being able to just give me a sense of peace when I'm either preparing to compete or just at home and not really doing too much. It's nice to have in the background, just, it sets up a nice vibe.
Every Winter Olympics is full of exciting firsts, and 2022 is no exception. One person making history this time around is Abby Rock. This top athlete is the first Native American female to represent Team USA in ice hockey. NBC's Kathy Park has more.
Abby Rock is considered one of America's most decorated college hockey players. A standout at the University of Wisconsin, earning Rookie of the Year as a freshman, Player of the Year as a senior, plus a lengthy list of other prestigious honors. In February, she made her debut with the Professional Women's Hockey Players Association and instantly made a name for herself.
Well, we talked about Abby Rock. We talked about her being in the right place at the right time.
There's not many Indigenous players playing, especially in the United States, so a big piece for me is to try to show that you can do it, and we want to make hockey more diverse.
She was brought up with the rich traditions of the Wanapitei First Nation, an Indigenous group located in Northern Ontario. Her uncle is a chief.
My family back home, they obviously do a lot of the ceremonies and powwows, and my cousin's a dancer. And when I'm back in the Sioux, I've gone to powwows and things like that of not my own tribe, but the tribes there. Where I'm from, it's all around you.
Growing up in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, Rock was just a toddler when she broke in her first skates on a backyard rink made by her father, a former college hockey coach and now a pro scout with the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I just always wanted to be like my dad. I would go to the rink every day with him probably. I basically lived at the rink. People called me a rink rat. I think it was kind of in my blood, but it was a passion for me that I just really wanted to be a part of.
The ice became a proving ground for the aspiring hockey player. With so few opportunities for young girls starting off, she played mostly with the guys before college.
Growing up, I played with all guys hockey players. I was the only girl. We're all saying, we want to be in the NHL when we're older, and then get a couple years older and you're like, well, I can't be in the NHL, but I can be what those girls are.
Those girls were Olympians like Hillary Knight, now a fellow teammate.
You were quoted as saying that she's going to be one of the best hockey players in the world. Mm-hmm. What sets her apart?
You really have to have the hunger to be able to go out there every single day wanting to learn, and I see that in her. And so it's easy for me to just be like, yeah, like she's going to be great.
Joel Johnson, head coach for the women's hockey team, knew that fierce competitor in her teens, and now they're both hoping to go for gold.
She just has a unique ability to impact her teammates and an incredible impact on the game itself.
Rock making moves on and off the ice and getting ready to take on the world with Team USA.
Bobsledder Alana Myers-Taylor is a three-time Olympic medalist, now competing in her fourth Winter Games. Her husband is an alternate on the men's team, and their child is worth more than all the gold in the world. Take a look.
Yeah, I am Alana Myers-Taylor, and I am from Douglasville, Georgia, and I'm a bobsledder.
I am Nicholas Taylor. I'm from Hayward, California, and I'm a bobsledder.
And this is Nico Taylor. He is from Smyrna, Georgia, and he's a future bobsledder.
Is he a mama's boy or a daddy's boy?
Daddy's boy. I mean, I don't know. There's no competition.
Mommy's boy, for sure.
No competition, daddy's boy. Daddy's boy, for sure.
Yeah, so Nico was born with Down syndrome, and he was also born with profound bilateral hearing loss. We decided to get him cochlear implants. He's working on his hearing, and he's adapted very well to everything.
Very good, Nico.
You see your kid from a day in and day out basis, so sometimes you take for granted the little things, but the other day he said mama for the first time, and it was like the hugest thing ever, and we're still talking about it.
Nick, was that tough to hear?
Oh no, he said dad way earlier, so it was fine.
I think being pregnant, your body goes through a lot of changes and you embrace every one of them, at least I did. Getting back into sport, that was incredibly tough. Just not having your body work as you're used to it. It takes a lot of time to not only come to accept that, but you come to realize how you need to make changes going forward. I'm used to putting in the hours, and I'm used to training like I was 22. I'm gonna be 37 at these games. I need to be smarter with my body, but at the end of the day, I go home and look at my son and be like, it was all worth it. So any changes I'm now working through, it's 10 times over worth it.
Team USA's Ryan Cochran-Siegel has tough skis to fill. Not only did his mother, Barbara Ann Cochran, win gold at the 1972 Winter Games, she's also in the Ski and Snowboard Hall of Fame. Now it's Ryan's turn to follow in his family tradition.
Ryan Cochran-Siegel, alpine skiing, and I'm from Starksboro, Vermont.
We know you're pretty knowledgeable about maple syrup.
Yeah.
And we're gonna test that knowledge.
I put maple syrup on everything. Oh yeah, this is just the, store brand. That's not even maple syrup, I don't think. Whereas this, I mean, you can see like nice color, you know, see through it. And it just has like such a strong maple flavor. The very beginning, my grandparents had a lot of land in Richmond, Vermont. So my cousins started building a sugar bush, sugar house, the whole production. So my connection is I'm their labor, where I do all the hard work. I don't have tattoos, but I have a lot of scars, so that's kind of my own calling. My newest scar is this guy, fractured my neck. Kind of got twisted up head first. I was pretty fortunate to be still and relatively intact. There are definitely situations where you add risk, kind of recognizing how that balance is trying to always keep that in the forefront of the mind when partaking in a sport that can be so dangerous.
What is it about your sport that you love so much that makes you want to accept those risks?
I think it's finding that fluid state, being able to do something that hardly anyone else can do. It's freedom, and I get to be who I am just naturally, and that's what's so thrilling about it.
When we come back, Team USA brings us thrills and chills. Stay with us.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Welcome back to our special look at the stars of Team USA. You may not have heard of snowboarder Dusty Henriksen yet, but the California native is drawing comparisons to superstar Shaun White. Last year, Henriksen took home slopestyle gold at the X Games, the first U.S. athlete to claim that title since Shaun White did back in 2009. Now, both of them are heading to Beijing.
Yeah, I can try my best. That was best case scenario. I'm Dusty Henriksen. I am a snowboarder, and I'm from Big Bear Lakes, California. Yeah, duct tape wallets. I used to sell to just like make some gas money, whatever money I needed to just go anywhere or do anything. And I ended up with like hundreds. So then they're like, let's just sell them. So that's what we did.
Do you think you can make us a duct tape wallet?
I can make a card holder. Lay that down, stick another one on top of it, peel them up. This can be anything you want now. It's a huge part of our sport. We all kind of think differently and look at stuff differently just from how we've grown up and how we snowboard. There's not a lot more spins you can do these days because like, that's what everyone does is just see who can spin more. So it's like cool to see some people get creative and do something in a weird, different way. Then you're like, oh, there's a whole new world of possibilities right there. Very creative and fun in that aspect because stuff's always changing and avenues are always opening up for more possibilities.
There are a lot of words people use to describe Olympians. One of the most common is fearless, and rightfully so. Some are skiing down dangerous slopes at 80 miles per hour, while others are performing death-defying stunts over sheets of ice. So, given how courageous these athletes are, you might be wondering, what does scare them? And you might be surprised by the answer.
Well, when I was about 10 years old, I almost got killed by a moose. It charged at me, and when it was about, 4 or 5 feet away from me, I just dove off to the side, and luckily it didn't run back around and try to stop me again.
Do you have any fears?
Being trampled by moose, for sure.
I'm actually kind of scared of a lot of things.
We talking like, we getting real about like fears or?
Not a big fan of clowns.
Drowning or not being able to breathe, like those things, like just thinking about it stresses me out. And then also frogs.
Okay, I went to the Rainforest Cafe with my family one time when I was younger. And like the frog guy came up. And I was like, I don't think I like him very much. I don't know. I've developed kind of a fear. It's not like a crazy fear, but like if given the opportunity to meet a mascot, I'd probably decline.
Not a big fan of spiders.
What do you got there?
A pair of comfortable New Balance dad shoes, which look pretty sweet, by the way. Does that mean I became a dad?
Is it not true that this was one of your big fears?
Yeah, man, this is my future right here. I need a bigger size though. These are only 12s.
Not a big fan of, it's like general darkness. So that's fun.
What are you afraid of?
I'm afraid of sharks, but I also love sharks, which is the craziest thing. Like, I love being in the ocean. I volunteered at the Georgia Aquarium, so I literally volunteer to make food for sharks, but I'm terrified of them.
Something about the ocean freaks me out. I feel like I'm kind of a germaphobe almost, like in a weird way, but I just think about like how many people have gone to the bathroom in the ocean, how many animals have gone to the bathroom in the ocean.
So it's not sharks, it's...
Oh, no, it's also sharks. But that's in addition to everything else that I'm afraid of.
Everybody's scared of clowns. Are you not afraid of clowns? You better be afraid of clowns or I seriously question your
everything about you.
Sticking with thrills and chills now, Olympians Michaela Schifrin, Shaun White, and Nathan Chen teamed up with NBC Sports and Universal Pictures from our parent company, NBC Universal, to give us a little scare. Take a look at Michaela Schifrin with some prehistoric friends. Jurassic World Dominion arrives in theaters worldwide June 10th. Michaela Schifrin joined my colleagues at Today to talk about the making of that spot, as well as her final preps for the Beijing Winter Olympics.
Michaela, excellent acting. We are so proud of you. You know, Shaun White is doing this, Nathan Chen.
Yeah.
What did you think when they came to you and said, like, hey, you want to ski with dinosaurs?
Yeah, oh my gosh. I was like, yes, absolutely. Jurassic World is, I'm a big fan. So, yeah, I was kind of geeking out that whole day, and it gave me a whole new world of respect for what actors do on a daily basis, because I got, I got a full day's worth of shooting kind of taste of it. I was like, oh my gosh, this is not that easy. And trying to imagine a dinosaur, trying to imagine Blue there and being like, oh my gosh, I just...
Well, you were like a pro.
Great.
You're a pro. By the way, speaking of geeking out, we're geeking out because you're about to go to the Olympic Games again. It's a couple of weeks before we start. How are you feeling in this moment?
In this exact moment, I'm feeling not too bad. Yeah, no, it's a little bit ups and downs with the excitement, and then obviously there's always a little bit of nerves that play a role heading into the Olympics. And this Games, there's certainly a lot of logistics we have to figure out just getting there with the testing process and just COVID-related things. So it's a lot to think about, and it's kind of hard to even imagine being there and competing. So it's exciting, that's
Michaela,
for sure.
you had COVID last month. Walk us through that. Must have been torturous for you in the hotel room. You've got to isolate. It stops training. I know you got imaginative with some of your training in the room. What did you do, and what was that like?
Yeah, I had a couple little pieces of equipment. I had a kettlebell and one weight plate and some exercise bands, and I was trying to stay on top of it as much as possible. I had a bed frame, and I was able to do pull-ups on it, which was maybe a little overkill, but for whatever reason, pull-ups have been like a big thing of mine that I couldn't do a pull-up when I was 15 years old. I couldn't do one. So it's like, that's one of my big goals in my career. I want to be able to do pull-ups. So just staying on top of it. And,
man, you did it.
Well, and to show how good you are, after quarantine, you came out and broke a record. So, you were okay afterwards, right?
Well, yeah. I think the hardest part about it was basically having to be nearly sedentary, obviously not fully, but not being able to ski for 2 weeks during the season. I never take more than 2 to 3 days off max during the season. So having, essentially 2 weeks completely out of my ski boots off snow, that was the hardest thing to overcome. And coming back, we came right back into, one of the biggest bulks of the race season there. So Schladming, that race was just the end of that block of races. And I was just trying to get through Schladming so I could actually get to this point where we are now and train, get a really good chunk of training and try to catch up for what I lost when I was inside doing pull-ups on a bed frame.
If anyone can do it, it's you, Michaela. You're a veteran.
We believe.
You've been there before. It's all icing on the cake. We are cheering for you. And if you get scared or you want to go faster, just imagine there's big old Tyrannosaurus Rex
behind you,
chasing after you. And that'll get a little pep in your step.
That's what I'm going to be thinking in the start gate.
Here's another athlete to keep your eye on at the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing.
I think he's a little sticky. Wow, that's terrible. My name is Chris Mazder. I do singles and doubles luge. I live in Salt Lake City, Utah.
What do you got there?
A pair of comfortable New Balance dad shoes, which look pretty sweet, by the way. Does that mean I became a dad? My wife, Mara, we just had our first child in April, so we got Nikolai Mazder. We call him Nico for short. He's 5 months old, and he's starting to interact. He smiles all the time. He finally sleeps, so it's been a lot of fun.
Whoa!
Yeah, you did see me on Dancing with the Stars. Whitney is trying to teach me how to dance, turn these bricks into something that can tear up the dance floor. I mean, talk about terrifying. Like, cool, 10 million people are about to watch me, and the countdown's like 10, 9, and it's like, oh my God. So like way more butterflies. There's so many things to think about. Even when you're doing things, you just have to make sure your hands are like, I have these claw hands, probably just because I paddle, like, right, this is our sport. So I'll do things and then they'll be like, what is your hand doing? And I'm like, I don't know. I was only training for a couple days before those dances. Where with luge, I'm like, I've done this for 20 years, I got it. A little different mindset.
Chris Mazder has done it. That's a medal for Team USA.
We'll be right back with more stars of Team USA.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
I think my biggest challenge is trying to stay cool under the pressure, you know, once you get there. Not putting too much pressure on yourself and just enjoying it, while at the same time doing your best to do as well as you can.
I feel really honored and grateful to head over to China and represent the U.S. We have a great team all around us, and I think it's going to be a really good experience.
My parents actually made me a really sweet video, and it was kind of a tearjerker for me, but it was really sweet, and that's what I'm taking over to Beijing. It's just thinking about my mom and dad and my brother, and just trying to make it fun, and, you know, kind of like trying to not treat it like an Olympics, but just treat it like another day on the mountain.
Welcome back. There are so many amazing stars on Team USA that we simply don't have enough time to talk about them all. But we want to highlight just a few more in the time we have left. And helping us to do that is Brandon Scoop B. Robinson, reporter, host, and analyst for Bally Sports Network. Hi, Brandon. Thanks for joining us to talk through some of this. And my first question for you, I think this sounds like a fun one. So the Winter Olympics is known for unique sports, including one making its Olympic debut, the women's monobob. What stands out about this sport? How does one person do it all?
Well, I think it's pretty cool. First and foremost, there's 4 different events through the bobsledding. So you have the 2-man, the 2-woman, and then you have the 4-man. But then monobob, as you mentioned, is the new accentuating thing. I mean, where are we now? We're in 2022. Women have the right to monobob. So sledding down a hill, you have one woman going down a hill and basically competing just like the 4-man game is. And you got women leading the charge. So I like it. I think it's pretty dope.
Yeah, hey, women have not only the right, but the ability to monobob, and we are excited to watch all that. Now, another sport to watch at the Winter Olympics, especially for Team USA, is the biathlon. I understand we have some ground to make up here, right?
Surely we do. Men nor women have never placed by winning a medal. So you're seeing things come alive, and maybe this is the year. So you got a couple of people that you should be paying attention to. Number one, Jake Brown will be returning. But a rising star that I think that you all should be paying attention to is Deidre Irwin. Deidre Irwin is coming in, sliding and making it happen. So that's what you should be paying attention to in the biathlon.
Yeah, and Team USA, remember, they need our support, so let's all pay attention to the biathlon. Now let's talk some other teams. The U.S. men's hockey team is looking a little different for the Winter Olympics after the NHL's decision to not send players. What can we expect here? Who does make up this team?
Definitely disconcerting. One person that you should be paying attention to is Matty Beniers. He is the 2nd pick in the 2021 NHL draft. He plays in Seattle. He's somebody that you should be paying attention to. Listen, there's 200 Americans that are participating overall in the Winter Olympics, and you got this guy from Massachusetts that has it all. But really and truly, when you look at U.S. hockey, it's a mixture of people who have played overseas, college, and more. But Matty Beniers is somebody that you should be paying attention to.
All right, something to keep our eyes on. Now, Team USA is filled with, of course, some talented athletes, individuals. Let's talk about some of those with some interesting backstories, including one that's making some history with her name. Tell us about this.
Listen, it's winter, the coldest winter ever in some regions, and it's the Winter Olympics. Winter Vanecki. No one has ever participated in the Winter Olympics with the name Winter.
So I was born in the winter time, and it was my parents' favorite season.
So she's got definitely a name to uphold there. One thing that I find very interesting about her is that at age 6, she actually started a non-profit which benefits prostate cancer research. I'm digging it. What about you?
Oh, I am so digging it. And I have a feeling more people will be naming their babies Winter after we are inspired by winter at the Winter Olympics. Finally, Mame Baini will be another incredible athlete to watch, and her backstory is so inspiring. Tell us about her.
Savannah, Mame Baini is the truth.
Mame means mom in Ghana, and Afua means born on Friday, and Baini, I think, is just like my family's last name, and I love my last name, so this is like a message to my future husband. We're not changing my last name, we're keeping it, so.
Listen, she started out skating a bit slower, and then a coach actually told her, why don't you try speed skating? What's really interesting about her story, she's Ghana born, she moved to Northern Virginia, and she really cultivated her skills. Not only is she one of the fastest in the skates, but also more interesting, before she skates, she meditates. Meditation before really getting into the groove of skating, I like it.
Yeah, really. Killer combo right there. All right, Brandon, thank you so much. So much fun to talk to you.
You too, Savannah. Thanks.
To watch all these stars of Team USA, check out NBC and Peacock. Peacock is live streaming all NBC Universal coverage of the 2022 Winter Olympics with 20th. And while you're watching, impress your friends and family with all the fun facts you just learned here. That's our show. We hope you enjoyed this look at the stars of Team USA. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for watching.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Yasmin Vasuki. Joe Fryer is off this morning. Thanks for having me.
Of course, happy to have you with us. I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, a critical moment for world diplomacy in Eastern Europe. President Biden and U.S. allies in the middle of high-stakes talks to keep Russia from invading Ukraine. But officials warn the window of opportunity is closing.
Mr. Putin has enough military capability and enough options militarily before him that he could conduct a major military action any day now.
This as Ukraine demands answers from Russia over that massive buildup of Russian troops at the border. We have team coverage this morning. Reopened traffic from the U.S. into Canada moving once again after a week-long trucker protest shut down a major crossing, hitting the auto industry hard. We're at the border as the trucks get rolling again. Cleared to compete, breaking overnight a controversial decision for one of the Olympics' biggest events. 15-year-old Russian figure skater Kamila Valieva now allowed to skate in the individual competition after testing positive for a banned substance. Plus, history for Team USA as Erin Jackson becomes the first black woman to win a gold in speed skating. She will join us live on Morning News Now. And California Love, a star-studded Super Bowl with a Hollywood ending for the home team. This morning, the Los Angeles Rams waking up Super Bowl champions. And of course, the Super Bowl wasn't just about the game. We're talking about the halftime show, of course, featuring some of the greatest names in hip-hop. And I don't know about you, but I feel like the combination of the day after the Super Bowl and Valentine's Day, like this should be an official holiday or something.
Oh my God, the best ever. I mean, that halftime show, by the way, which I know we're going to get into throughout the show, was the best. I was sitting there explaining it to my 5-year-old how incredible it was. No, this is Dre. This is Snoop Dogg. He was an incredible rapper, now a producer. It was so cool.
So cool. The set was amazing. The dancers, everything.
And Mary J.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Beyond.
And her look. Oh my goodness.
Anyway.
All right, we'll get into that even more than we just did a little bit later. We begin, though, this morning with breaking news.
A crucial trade route between the U.S. and Canada is open again after police broke up a week-long protest over vaccine mandates overnight. Demonstrators had blocked the Ambassador Bridge, which links Detroit to Windsor, impacting nearly $400 million of trade a day. While this particular path has been cleared, the protests again against COVID restrictions and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau continue elsewhere in Canada as well.
NBC News correspondent Cal Perry has been following this story from Windsor, Ontario. Hi, Cal. Good morning. Good to see you. So the last time that we did see you, you were in front of a bridge with gridlock traffic. What are you seeing this morning? What was it like over the weekend as well?
Yeah, so we're about a mile away from the bridge. You can see it behind me. And as you guys said, traffic is open for the first time in a week. I have to say it's a little surprising, too, after what we saw yesterday, which was this back and forth cat and mouse game. And those were the words of the police chief here, this cat and mouse game taking place between protesters and law enforcement. Really, it was a small number of protesters that were able to grind everything to a halt. And so what has happened now is the road behind me, which runs from the bridge to a major interstate that connects Canada, the police have basically made a corridor. They've put these cement barricades on all of the sort of intersections running east to west. So if you're a trucker, you get on the interstate, you come onto this road, and the next stop is to the U.S. That's what they've done to try to secure this roadway and keep it open. The mayor of the city saying that the national nightmare, the national economic nightmare, is now over. Certainly that's the hope. it could be easy for protesters to come back on this road. That's why they've made the penalty 1 year in prison, $100,000 fine. They're hoping that will serve as a deterrent, guys.
Absolutely. Now, Cal, so we know that the Ambassador Bridge is open, but as Yasmin just mentioned, the demonstrations are still ongoing elsewhere in Canada, in the capital, Ottawa. What's the latest there?
Yeah, Savannah, this weekend it kind of turned into a festival-like atmosphere in Ottawa. A lot of children came, families came, but the government is calling it a quote-unquote siege. You have basically protesters that have rung the parliament. They've taken fencing down on some of the memorials. The veterans came to take fencing down on the Veterans Memorial to make it more accessible, and it has caused a political crisis really in this country and a discussion about policing in Canada. And what we saw here this week is only adding to that discussion. Are there enough resources? Does the Canadian government have what it needs to clear out that park in Ottawa? It seems clear that so far they just don't have the resources necessary to get that cleared, guys.
All right, Cal Perry, thank you so much.
All right, I want to get to the crisis now in Ukraine and what could be a defining week. Germany's chancellor is the latest leader to take a shot at diplomacy. He's in Kyiv to meet with Ukraine's President Zelensky before heading to Moscow on Tuesday for talks with Vladimir Putin. All of this after Ukraine requested a meeting with Russia within 48 hours to explain the buildup of troops on its border. And in Washington, officials sounding the alarm over a potential Russian invasion, with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan telling Face the Nation that it could be within days.
We have seen over the course of the past 10 days a dramatic acceleration in the buildup of Russian forces and the disposition of those forces in such a way that they could launch a military action essentially at any time. They could do so this coming week, but of course, it still awaits the go order. And so, therefore, we cannot predict the precise day or time that they may take action. We also are watching very carefully for the possibility that there is a pretext or a false flag operation to kick off the Russian action.
All right, let's get into this. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us from Kyiv this morning, and our White House correspondent Josh Letterman is in Washington. Good morning to you both. Aaron, let me start with you on this one. So the latest warning there from the United States, as we just heard, Russia calling it, though, quote-unquote, hysteria. Ukraine's president saying he has seen no proof of plans to attack imminently. What does Ukraine make of the warnings right now from the White House?
Well, we heard from President Zelensky on Saturday say that the Ukrainian intelligence is different, saying that his priority at this point is to stop people from panicking, to maintain a sense of calm here in Ukraine. And to that effect, during the course of the phone conversation he had with President Biden last night, according to the Ukrainian government readout of that call, he thanked the president for his ongoing support, also inviting the president to visit Kyiv, saying that that would go a long way to de-escalate the situation. Now, of course, a visit from President Biden seems unlikely at this point, given that the United States is in the process of withdrawing the majority of its diplomatic staff from its embassy here, along with a whole host of other countries. That, in combination with KLM, a major Dutch airliner, over the weekend announcing that it was suspending flights. Fitch this morning announcing that it was downgrading the outlook for Ukrainian state banks from positive to stable, all lending to this idea among Ukrainians I've been speaking to that they feel like they're the ones being sanctioned right now, that they're paying the highest price. That being said, walking around here, Kyiv, over the weekend and this morning, it seems to be pretty much business as usual. Ukrainians I'm talking to say that they are going about their daily lives while also preparing for the worst. We've spoken to several Ukrainians who say they have moved their children out of Kyiv into the western portion of the country that's seen as safer, but they plan to remain and defend their country in the event of a potential invasion. Yasmin.
Josh, let's talk about the phone calls over the weekend. Biden speaking with both Putin and Zelensky. What do we know?
Well, the president spoke with President Putin for more than an hour on Saturday while he was at Camp David, but there are no signs that that phone conversation led to the type of de-escalation, Yasmin, that the United States and its NATO allies have been seeking, with the White House saying after that call that it was professional and substantive, but there was no fundamental change to the underlying dynamic that has characterized this conflict for the last many weeks. And the U.S. coming out of that call with President Putin saying that a a military invasion by Russia could still happen at any time, that they are hoping that President Putin would take into account some of what he heard from President Biden, but officials being very candid about the fact that Russia may go ahead and invade anyway. There was also this conversation, a little bit shorter, that the president had with his Ukrainian counterpart, President Zelensky, yesterday, lasting about 50 minutes, where the president was able to fill in the Ukrainian president on what happened in that call with President Putin. Aaron mentioning the fact that he invited President Biden to come to Kyiv, but the White House also saying that in this call with Zelensky, the two agreed that they would respond swiftly and decisively to any Russian aggression. Now, the president this morning will be returning from Camp David, where he had both of those calls over the weekend. By all signs, the president will be focusing on this crisis as we enter the week. He currently has nothing on his schedule other than his classified intelligence briefing today, Yasmin.
Aaron, let's talk diplomacy here for a moment. We know Macron tried his hand at diplomacy last week. That didn't necessarily work. Germany's chancellor now trying his hand, meeting with Zelensky today, Putin tomorrow. He is new to the job, as we all know, and has been resistant to fully call out Moscow because of their oil dependency on the pipeline. What are the hopes that he can actually get something done?
You know, I think at this point, no one here is hopeful of a miracle, some sort of signed, sealed agreement that Russia will de-escalate the situation out of these meetings that he has, given the little progress that we've seen so far from the French president as well as the president of the United States. So I don't think anybody's expecting an explicit agreement out of this round of diplomacy. There is hope, though, to keep the talks going, to keep the diplomatic channels open. I think speaking to people here in the European Union, that is sort of the hope at this point. That being said, when the German chancellor comes here and arrives here in Kyiv and meets with President Zelensky, they have much to discuss. Ukrainian government officials have been very critical of Germany's response, specifically to the fact that they have declined to send lethal aid to Ukraine. German officials would make the point, though, that they've never sent lethal aid to Ukraine. Also, the topic of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, of course, will be most likely discussed in today's meetings. There's a press conference scheduled for later today. We can expect the German chancellor to be pressed on those points as well.
Josh, finally to you on this one. We know over the weekend the U.S. ordered the evacuation of the embassy there while American forces are arriving in Poland at this point. What is their main mission?
Well, their main mission is to make NATO allies feel better about what's taking place in the border with Ukraine, a non-NATO country. Although officials have also said those troops in Poland could help with Americans if they evacuate from Ukraine and enter Poland to then be processed, go through medical checks to be evacuated out of the region. Here's Pentagon spokesman John Kirby over the weekend explaining what those troops will do.
We did add just 3,000 to the remainder of the 82nd Airborne. We remember we had already deployed about 1,700 to Poland, so now 3,000 more of that airborne element will be going. They'll be going to deter any Russian aggression against Poland. They'll be going to reassure our Polish allies as well as NATO's eastern flank. And it remains an open question whether or not there'll be additional forces that need to either move inside Europe to the eastern flank or from the United States.
What they won't be doing, Yasmin, is going into Ukraine to fight Russian troops. The U.S. has made clear it does not want to get into that kind of situation. It will also not be sending in thousands of troops to evacuate Americans who decide to stay behind in Ukraine. The U.S. over the weekend repeating that message to American citizens in Ukraine to get out now on the next flight while there are still flights out of the country.
Yeah, reminding folks, the president saying in his interview with Lester Holt, we will not go to war over Ukraine. Aaron, Josh, thank you both so much. Appreciate it. All right, so here in the United States, more states are choosing to drop their mask mandates, while parents now have to wait even longer to get those young kids vaccinated against COVID. In the 10 states that you see here, masks are no longer required to go inside businesses, but they're still needed for public transportation. While that may sound like we're making some progress against this pandemic, we do have a setback in the vaccine world. Pfizer has now delayed its request for the FDA to authorize the COVID vaccine for children under 5. They say they're now waiting for more data on the effectiveness of a third dose for that age group. And that data may not be available until early April, moving the goalpost again for so many parents, myself included. Here to help us understand the latest in the pandemic is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, thanks for joining us on this. We appreciate it. The FDA urging Pfizer to apply for an EUA with data from a 2-dose regimen. At the last second, Pfizer delayed its application, saying they needed data from a 3rd dose. What went wrong here, and how confident are you the same things will not happen come April?
Yeah, this was disappointment heard all around the country, with millions of parents who were waiting, like you, for vaccines and had our hopes kind of, promised and then dashed. Couple of things. We still don't understand what the underlying data was that convinced the FDA to put a pause on this. And obviously that would be nice to know, but you can imagine, just given what has happened with so many pediatric cases of Omicron, especially in the last 4 weeks, you could imagine those first 2 doses just didn't hold up, and that you really do need that 3rd dose in order to get that ever desired effectiveness that we're seeking, effectiveness against hospitalizations, against disease. That's what you kind of read between the lines, but we just don't know, and it's too soon to tell. What this means for shifting the goalpost, you're right. April is their final kind of quote package data due date. But if the data keeps rolling in, which it will, and there is compelling data on that 3rd dose, then we could see action taken a little earlier. And the FDA did say that they were going to make sure that they did this in a speedy manner. So one would hope, but this sets us back weeks. And every week is precious, as people have been holding kids out of daycare, keeping them out of schools, and trying to have a normal life in the meantime.
So, hey, Dr. Patel, it's Savannah. So I'm wondering here something kind of about vaccine hesitancy and parents and kids, because we know that the rate for children that are already eligible for the vaccine is pretty low. And we saw some stats that parents of kids under 5, there's not a lot of interest at this point in getting that shot for kids. Then we all get this push notification on our phone that Pfizer's pulling that application. What do you want parents to know who are just sort of confused by all this? They're like, I wasn't really sure I wanted to get it in the first place. Now I heard they were applying for that, and now all of a sudden they're pulling the application. If a parent's worried, what would you say to them?
Yeah, so a couple of things. Pfizer didn't really pull or withdraw its application saying we give up. It was a pause. So this is still a rolling submission that Pfizer will submit data on, working with the agency. Second, we have data on the 5 to 11 group that this has been helping them, early data that shows that it has been helping in preventing some of those bad effects from you can get Omicron, but you don't get really sick from it. That's very early data that I think will just continue to be reinforced as time goes on. Third, safety. I think the most common concern about vaccines that I've encountered with parents is safety. We have not seen any significant safety signals in the 5 and up, and reassuredly, Pfizer did put out a statement back in December that their 6-month to 24 and even to their 4-year-old, basically under 5, it's been demonstrated to be safe. It's really about that effectiveness, and getting it right with 3 doses is what I think will happen, but we need to see.
Such an important distinction there, Dr. Patel, and we appreciate you bringing that up, really talking about the efficacy here, the best way to be effective with young children versus the safety, because it's not about safety. They know the vaccine is safe. Dr. Kavita Patel, we thank you. And if you have a question, by the way, for one of our doctors, let us know. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions. You can also let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
Now, in Los Angeles, it was all champagne and confetti last night as the Rams beat the Cincinnati Bengals to win the Super Bowl in front of their home crowd. It was the Rams' second championship, but its first since moving to L.A., capping off a thrilling season for the NFL. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Los Angeles, up super early for us there. Hey, Shaq, good morning. So this was, even for not very sporty person, as I admit quite frequently on this show, an exciting NFL season. I mean, many of those playoff games it was incredible. Did this finale live up to the hype?
No, that's a great point, Savannah, because so many of these games during the playoffs have come down to those final few seconds, and this was no exception. It was a game of twists and turns, lots of dramatic shifts in momentum, especially when the Cincinnati Bengals were able to capture that halftime lead that the Rams went into halftime with. You know, one thing that we saw was that final drive in the fourth quarter that really locked in this Rams lead. It came down to the MVP, Cooper Kupp, who was able to get that touchdown in the end zone there. And, you know, one thing that we're also seeing is that fans here in L.A. really were looking for this. This is what they were waiting for, and this is what they were watching for. And for many of them, they said it simply didn't disappoint.
Yeah, Shaq, I know you watched the game with some Rams fans there in LA, which sounds like a blast. What do they have to say about the victory and what it means for the city, especially for them having just moved there?
Yeah, I'll tell you, the biggest moment, of course, was that final drive. But I'll tell you, most of the people there really got excited with that halftime performance. I can't let this go without talking about that halftime show. Hip-hop greats, I hear you, Joe. The hip-hop greats really stealing the show. And that was when you heard the crowd really wake up and start paying attention to what was happening. But, of course, they were celebrating the win that they got in their home city. Listen to what they told me after that victory.
How does it feel? Oh, my God, we love LA. We're so happy. Go LA. What does this mean for the city? Oh, my God, so much. We have so much potential, so much to do. Okay, LA, get it together. We got so much to do. We're the champions. Did you expect that win? Did you expect the win to happen tonight? I expected that win. I thought that we wasn't going to win, but we won. It's LA, baby. LA Rams, baby. Yeah. The fact that this was a home, the fact that this is home, it was at SoFi right down the street. Does it make it even more special? It feels so surreal. I'm so proud of my city. I'm so proud of our team. Good job, Rams. Good job, Rams.
Savannah, in the moments after that interview, the fans there, they played "We Are the Champions" probably 5 consecutive times. They were excited. They were really having a good time. And look, they deserve it after that game that we saw.
Yeah, all right. And Shaq, if that was your night, we are doubly grateful that you're up and with us right now at 4:30 in the morning in LA. Thank you so much. Looks like fun.
You got it.
Now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather. Bill Cairns is with us. Hey, Bill.
So impressive. It doesn't even look tired. Like the rest of us are like, we were up late watching the game.
I wasn't, by the way. I went to bed at 9 and then got the alert. After halftime, I went to sleep.
I had people at mine, so it was hard to be like, you know what, leave, even though we've got this final drive. Could you imagine I kicked him out right before they did that drive?
That was great. So let me get to your Monday forecast. And also, he's wearing a jacket still, and it's still like in the 60s in LA. Well, the rest of us are like still stuck in winter. It was a pretty wild weekend in the Northeast and in the Great Lakes. We went from really warm Saturday to we had the snow on Sunday. We had a couple accidents. We had some problems in Michigan, especially with some snow that came down around Detroit and through southern Michigan. That's where the roads got very slippery in a hurry. It wasn't a lot of snow, but it was just enough to cause a pretty big backup. And if you've ever been in the snow and stuck on roads like this, that's not a fun scenario for anyone. So today, it's a little bit better. The only snowy areas are really from Boston down to the Cape. That's where we do still have a little bit of light snow coming down. That's the blue on the map. There's also some flurries out there in Maryland and near Pittsburgh. But the bigger story is just the cold. It's just, there's not many mornings left like this, thankfully. As we go through February, we really start to warm things up. But look at International Falls and Fargo. Wind chill is -25. Northern Vermont and northern Maine, -12, -17. New York's at 5, Pittsburgh 1, Chicago 6. So this is a true Arctic air mass. All the warmth that's been in the west, though, is going to start heading east, and that's going to warm everybody up. So LA 75 today, Oklahoma City 68 degrees. And as I mentioned, as we head towards tomorrow, that warm air starts to spread to the east, and eventually it'll make it to the East Coast by the end of this week. So for today, guys, this one's for you. Pick your favorite Valentine's Day city on here. One of my favorites, Sweetheart City, Wisconsin is a good one. Darling, Arizona. I mean, you can have you can pick any of these for your Valentine.
Sweetheart, Wisconsin. That's pretty cute. I got to say, I was very jealous, Bill Cairns, of watching The Rock last night with his short sleeves on while we are sitting
his
here.
Short sleeves, that must have been a custom shirt, by the way.
Oh, for sure.
It was like
with those biceps?
Away by that, yeah.
So, someone tweeted that he seemed bigger than the players with pads on.
Yes, it was crazy.
He is just so huge.
Great outfit, though. Great outfit. Love a color block.
Popping. It was like 3D biceps.
Yes. Exactly. I feel like you could hang on one of them.
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you, Bill. Good to see you.
Thanks, Bill. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day. Coming up, everybody, on Morning News Now, back on trial, the 3 men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery, returning to court to face federal hate crime charges.
Up next, we'll take you outside the courtroom with the latest after the break.
Good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hi there, welcome back. We are so excited to say that we are about to have someone on the show who has just made history, becoming the first Black woman to win a gold medal in speed skating for the USA. We are very lucky that Erin Jackson joins us now this morning to talk through her win after that's just happened. Erin, I believe we've got you. There we go. Congratulations and welcome to the show. I think I see a medal hanging around your neck. Can you show it to us? And how are you feeling? Yay.
How heavy is that thing?
Feeling great. It's pretty heavy. I think I just almost dropped it.
Has it sunk in yet?
Yeah, I think as I started hearing the announcers just announce the medals, I don't know, it was emotional.
Oh, I bet.
That is so exciting, Erin. Listen, you are the first Black woman to win an individual speed skating medal at the Olympics. How does it feel to make history in so many ways?
Yeah, it feels great. I just always try to be a good example whenever I can. And yeah, hopefully this is a good example for someone to see. Maybe hopefully inspire someone to get out there and maybe get some more people in these winter sports.
Oh, I love that. I love whenever we hear any of you Olympians talk about that, about getting more people into these sports, because I think it matters so much. I mean, people seeing someone who looks like them. And, yeah. Something else that was inspiring, by the way, and talk about a great example. One of the great displays of sportsmanship that we always love to see come out of the Olympics was when your teammate, Brittany Bowe, gave up her spot so you can compete. But then Team USA got an extra spot and she ended up back in the games. What did her decision mean to you? I mean, when you first heard that, what did you think? What did you say to her? And then what was it like competing against her after that?
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. She's just a really selfless teammate, just a really great person, a great friend. It's hard to imagine someone doing something like that for you, you know? So yeah, I was really grateful. Yeah, we shared a lot of emotional hugs. Yeah, after she for me, and just for it to come back around and for the USA to pick up another spot in that distance so that she could compete as well, it was just, you know, icing on the cake, just full circle there.
Erin, I feel like your trajectory is so incredible, so quick, right? You started out in inline skating, you switched to the ice literally in 2017, made it to the Olympics in 2018. I mean, who does that? Within 1 year, you became an Olympian, now the number one ranked speed skater in the world, right? So basically Superwoman.
I mean, it's amazing.
How did you transition so quickly?
I don't know. I mean, I think it had a lot to do with my coaching, you know, and the program out in Salt Lake City. I've got Coach Ryan Chimabukuro, and then I have just my amazing teammates. We're just out pushing each other every day, and I know that I wouldn't be here without them.
Oh, and Erin, quickly before we let you go, we have to ask, what's next? And we're asking you what maybe other people are this morning. Do you have your sights on 2026?
Oh, of course, yeah. Definitely looking at another Olympic cycle. I can't see myself stopping now.
Oh,
Take a break first, though. Take a rest, a nap, maybe.
Lucky for us, though, that we'll
Get
get
a
to watch
massage.
it. Erin, thank you
Thank you,
so
Erin.
much.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Thanks for talking to us.
Thank
so
you.
Exciting.
All right, the teenage Russian figure skater at the center of doping questions is going to be able to carry on competing in the Olympics. Some breaking news this morning.
Yeah, there's really actually two big pieces of news here. So first, an international body called the Court of Arbitration for Sport came to that decision that Kamila Valieva can continue to compete after it was reported that she had tested positive for a banned substance before the games. And that ruling comes just a day before the women's short program, where Valieva is favored to win gold. But here's the other piece of big news. In response to the court deciding she can compete, the International Olympic Committee decided that because the doping case is still unresolved, there will be no medal ceremonies at all with this athlete on the podium. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson on this developing story and all the other headlines out of Beijing this morning. Hey, Steve. So I think a really important thing for viewers to remember here is that Kamila Valieva is part of the group slated for gold in the team event that we already saw. USA slated for silver. So are all these other athletes, they just don't get a medal ceremony? What's the reaction been like to that? And then also just tell us about this ruling that she actually can compete here.
Well, in order to sort of set the stakes, I think it's important to remember how much of a phenom Valieva is. I mean, she is considered not only to win, the gold that she already won, but as you mentioned, further along in the event, and then she probably has enough fuel to win several more Olympics. She won her event by about a country mile. She's the first woman to ever land a quad at the Olympics, and she had so much more to go. Meanwhile, again, starting back before that ruling, she did test positive for a so-called illegal substance. Apparently, it was a heart medication, which is proven to enhance performance by way of enhancing stamina. That positive test came about Christmas. It was ruled by a Russian committee, essentially, that she should be suspended off that ruling. But then that suspension was appealed, and she was allowed to compete at the Olympics. The internal organization, the arbitrator that was sort of figuring out whether or not she could continue, after about 6 hours of deliberations last night, decided that she still could continue. But as you mentioned, no medals whatsoever. So yeah, we've heard from Johnny Weir, we've heard from Tara Lipinski, we've heard from the United States Olympic Committee. Nobody likes this. They're considering this a stain on the sport. But the arbitrator that did this said that she's basically a protected person because she's under the age of 16. So certain protections just kind of automatically kick in here, but still, obviously, a very controversial decision, and especially one that'll be paid attention to moving forward here.
Hey, Steve, it's Yasmin. Let's talk about also this new event debuting here at the Olympics, and a major accomplishment as well. I got to say, when I first heard about the monobob, I thought it was a haircut, but turns out it's not. It's a new sport. A major event for the. I was like, give me a monobob. Went to my hair. Give me a monobob. A huge sport, a big event for the American women, especially taking home gold and silver. Elena Myers-Taylor, actually, who won silver, became the oldest American woman to medal at the Winter Olympics. By the way, she's not that old.
Yeah, really.
Talk about that accomplishment and how it was almost derailed.
Yasmin, don't make me laugh so hard that I cry because the tears will freeze on my face. Yeah, Elena Myers-Taylor, I mean, look, if you guys remember, she was the one that we saw in her hotel room because she tested positive for COVID as soon as she got to Beijing, which was heartbreaking and has been for so many athletes. It essentially just ruins their Olympic dreams. And we saw her having to basically work out in her room and, eat meals that didn't look too great. And she's doing all this while all the expectations were on her. She gets through that, and then, yeah, obviously she wins the silver, along with Callie Humphreys, who wins the gold. And these two were just leagues better than I think the rest of the competition. And part of the reason is because of the monobob. It's a completely new event. It is, instead of like, a whole coordinated team pushing that thing down the ice, it's just one woman. So I think a few factors were at play here. One you already mentioned, which is sort of the veterancy of both of these athletes. Both of them have extreme experience and then multiple medals. And then two, upper body strength. I think we saw that really on display here. They were able to push through, keep their line solid, win gold and silver for Team USA. Big win.
All right, so much news there. Steve Patterson, go warm up. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Now, opening statements could begin as early as today in the federal hate crimes trial of the 3 men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery. Gregory McMichael, his son Travis McMichael, and William Roddy Bryan are charged with hate crimes and attempted kidnapping. The Department of Justice has alleged that the men confronted Arbery because of his race. The 3 men have pleaded not guilty. Last year, the men were convicted on state charges for the 2020 murder of 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery in Brunswick, Georgia, and they each received a life sentence. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has been following this case and joins us now from Atlanta. Hey, Blaine, good morning. So what's the latest on the jury selection process? What's that been like so far?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. This is officially day 6 of the jury selection process, and the judge has said that she expects to officially seat that jury today. But we know that it really has been an extensive process, and they've cast a very wide net. So consider this. It's taking place down in South Georgia. That's Brunswick, Georgia. But more than 43 counties and more than 1,000 people received summons for this. So we're talking about people who had to drive for potential jury duty from more than 4 hours away. That really casts a wide net, and it also decreases the likelihood that you'll have people who are familiar with either the defendants or the attorneys on either side in this case. But what's different about this, of course, Savannah, is that unlike what we saw in the state trial, the murder trial, race is really taking the forefront here. So a number of the questions from the judge over the past week actually spoke to that. She spent a week asking jurors, 1, whether they were familiar with the defendants, but 2, whether they had any sort of prior knowledge about the case, if they had watched the first trial, and what their views on race was, what racism looked like to them. So we saw a couple of instances where there were some people who said because of the role that race plays in this, they didn't think that they could be impartial. So a lot of very frank conversations. I think the other thing that's notable is that the makeup of this jury is going to be under a lot more scrutiny than what we saw before, Savannah.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I mean, Blaine, you're talking about it right here, that this is because of race. In this trial, prosecutors have to prove that the men targeted Arbery because he was black. What kind of evidence do they have to prove that to a jury? And what are the attorneys for the McMichaels and Bryan saying about this in response? What's their defense going to look like?
Well, one thing that that the prosecution has made clear is that they're going to bring forward they want to bring forward text message. They want to bring forward social media posts, Facebook posts, things that they say show that the 3 defendants had racial animus, that they were prejudiced against African Americans. And really what they're trying to prove is that they made an assumption about Ahmaud Arbery that day, the day that they saw him running, that they made an assumption that he was committing crimes in the neighborhood. And ultimately, that's what led them to follow him and ultimately led to his death. So those are some things that we are certainly going to see. Again, very different from what we saw in the state trial. That wasn't introduced. That wasn't a conversation at all. For the defense, though, it's of course going to be the burden of saying, you know what, if there are those things that are introduced, what does that have to do with that specific day? Savannah.
Blaine Alexander will be watching for this and checking back in with you. Thank you so much.
All right, let's look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is with us from Tehran. Hey, Ali, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Camilla, Duchess of Cornwall, has just tested positive for COVID-19 days after her husband, Prince Charles, contracted the virus. Camilla, who's 74 years old, got the virus despite being triple vaccinated. Clarence House says she'll continue to follow government guidelines. Camilla has caught the virus for the first time after Charles contracted it for a second time. She carried out engagements last Thursday, the day her husband tested positive. The couple are now self-isolating. Extreme weather and climate change is altering the planet as we look on. Spain and Portugal have been experiencing an extremely dry winter. In central Portugal, a sustained drought has revealed the ruins of a village that was totally submerged underwater when a large reservoir was created 70 years ago. The lack of rain in Spain has dredged up the skeleton of the old village of Arcedo, submerged 3 decades ago when a hydropower dam flooded the valley. Local residents remember the whole area being covered in vineyards and orange trees. Now they say that all they see is a cracked yellow bed of the reservoir with the carcass of a rusted car sitting on it. And finally, Barry Manilow has been deployed to break COVID protesters in New Zealand. Well, his music anyway. After a convoy of truck drivers drove to Parliament, the Speaker authorized the use of a sound system to blast out vaccine messages, some vintage Barry Manilow, and the highly annoying 90s hit, The Macarena, on a repeat loop. The move evidently borrowed from the Marines playbook in 1989 when they broke Panamanian Director General Noriega with heavy metal being played on a loop when he'd holed himself up in the Vatican Embassy in Panama City. And those are your headlines, and the question is, what music would drive you to despair?
I have to say, my
Fighting
friend,
words there. Annoying.
I rather like the Macarena when it comes on. I throw it out. Right? I still know those moves. Try to teach
I was going to say the Macarena would drive me crazy.
Yeah, we gathered that.
You and I should then not be in a dance together, Ali and Rizzi. Thank you for those headlines. We appreciate it, my friend.
Thanks, Ali.
All right, coming up, everybody, a fresh start. So-called divorce registries helping the newly single celebrate Valentine's Day.
Yeah, after the break, more on the service that's encouraging people to love themselves. That's next on Morning News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, everybody. So if you're looking for a last-minute Valentine's Day gift for that special someone, the Bronx Zoo has a solution for you. Name a roach after your Valentine. Why not? The program may sound more fit for a scorned lover, but the folks at the zoo say it is a gift designed to last. After all, chocolate and flowers are fleeting, but cockroaches, by the way, are forever. For $15, you can name one of the zoo's Madagascar hissing cockroaches and receive a certificate memorializing the name. Other roach products like socks, beanies, and a virtual cockroach meet and greet have already sold out for this year. They've sold out, Savannah. They've sold out.
Okay, we were just talking about how we both need gifts. Honestly,
that's what I'm doing.
I love something bizarre like that. I might do it.
Babe, got you a cockroach.
Alex would flip out.
Let's
He'd
go
be
visit
like,
your cockroach.
You're so bizarre and this is disgusting, but it's hysterical. All right, thanks, Yasmin. Now, Valentine's Day has traditionally been about couples celebrating their love, which can make it a tough time for people who are single or dealing with a breakup or divorce. Well, some new businesses are rewriting those notions and helping all people feel the love, even creating things like divorce registries. Take a look.
I get at least 1 to 2 women a day who message me privately and ask how to get out of a bad marriage.
Olivia and her sister Jenny launched Fresh Starts Registry in October 2021.
Divorce is a gift. It is a gift for both people to start again, to live a life that they deserve.
Having gone through long-term breakups themselves, Olivia and Jenny said they wanted to provide a one-stop shop to start again.
We have our product bundles based on budget, based on room. You can go, we vetted the products, we've read the reviews. You can send it to your family and friends. We give you a script to do that.
In addition to products, they offer access to different experts, their hype team, as they call it. Think divorce lawyers, real estate agents, fitness teachers, nutritionists, mortgage lenders, life coaches, and therapists.
It's free to access the resource, the experts, the bundles, the registry element. All of that is completely free for our users.
The site also shares tips on communicating, whether you're going through a divorce or wanting to help someone who is.
It's okay to say I'm proud of you for making a life decision. You don't need to say I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about.
We think every decision that you make should be celebrated.
For some, that includes celebrating being single, like Serena Kerrigan, who dubs herself the queen of being single. She told us she's thrilled to be part of the Registry for Me campaign.
To make a registry for everyone, but especially for singles, to put gifts that they might want. I think that's really important to just celebrate all kinds of milestones.
Liquor brand Absolute Vodka partnered with gift exchange platform Elfster this Valentine's season to offer this registry as a place where men and women can create their own wish list or create gift exchanges with their friends. Serena says it's especially important for women to celebrate themselves.
We need to remove the taboo and the shame away from divorce, or I can't even believe, being single is even a taboo.
Though these new kinds of registries are not exclusive to anyone, women could benefit more from them. A 2018 report in the National Library of Medicine says women face risk factors after divorce, including restricted earning capacities, insufficient child maintenance, disproportionate loss of income, and human capital deficits.
I think these sites are so cool because they're really providing not only this interesting way of building your life back together, but they're also giving out all these great financial resources that are really helping people.
Kristen's client base is largely women, and she says these non-traditional registries are another way to empower them to take control of their financial futures.
It's always been the men create and control the predominant amount of wealth, and they really think that that's going to flip by 2030.
In 2020, women controlled $10.9 trillion in financial assets owned by baby boomers. But by 2030, they're expected to control almost $30 trillion, according to a 2020 report by financial firm McKinsey & Company.
I think there's a lot of value, and I can't underestimate the resources that these types of services are providing.
Olivia and Jenny echo that support. They say everyone deserves help to create a positive space to build or rebuild their life.
We're celebrating people. We're celebrating change, because change is good.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, change is good.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, coming up, it was a family affair at the Super Bowl. Hip-hop royalty
Best ever.
taking center stage in this year's epic halftime show.
Up next, more on the performance that had 80s and 90s kids, i.e. me, on their feet. You're watching Morning News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
John White! And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
All right, everybody. So the Super Bowl between the Rams and the Bengals came down to the wire, giving fans an exciting finale to one of the best playoff series in recent memory.
But as always, the halftime show had a lot of people talking to, and this year's was huge. Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Kendrick Lamar, and Mary J. Blige stole the spotlight and brought some serious throwbacks for Gen X and millennials alike. Let's bring in NBC News Youth and Internet Culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt for more on the viral moments of this year's Super Bowl. Hey, Callan. So, of course, let's start with that halftime show. It's already being dubbed one of the greatest of all time. What made it just so special?
I mean, flat out, it was just an amazing performance. But I think something that's really important to note is like nostalgia is very in right now.
Yeah.
The 90s, early 2000s, that's what's in fashion right now. And so for millennials like myself, for Gen Xers, this was like throwing back to like our high school and middle school dances. It was amazing. And then for younger people, you know, they're really into this era too. So I think it had a little bit of something for everyone, and that just made it a hands down success.
I knew every single
same
word.
The dances is such a good point.
Everything. Eminem also at one point, Callan, took a knee, taking a page out of the Kaepernick book. There was a lot of talk, of course, and has been about a lack of diversity in the NFL, especially when it comes to the coaching staff.
Yeah.
How else did we see this controversy playing out during the Super Bowl?
Well, you know, this has been a huge topic of conversation, as you mentioned, among the coaching staff, among how the NFL uses black bodies to profit. You know, we saw Eminem taking that knee, which reportedly the NFL asked not to do. There's also a line that the NFL reportedly asked Dr. Dre not to say about not getting along with police officers. He said the line anyway. We saw a lot of defiance in the face of the NFL in regards to these issues around black body, black labor, black coaching staff, and equality. And, you know, I think people were really thrilled to see black excellence really on display during this halftime show. But they were also kind of conflicted because of these controversies around the NFL. And I think this was a cry for the NFL to do better when it comes to black representation and how they treat black labor.
And Callan, quickly before we let you go, let's talk about before the game even started, the star power there.
Oh, absolutely. We had Janae Aiko, who sang America the Beautiful. Then we had Mickey Guyton, who sang the national anthem. And then the stands were loaded with celebrities. This was in Los Angeles. We had Kanye West and his kids, who have been in the news a lot. We had Ben and Jennifer. It was just Kendall Jenner. Everyone was in the stands. Anyone was there. It was a star-studded night and so much fun to watch.
And once again, we got The Rock in clearly a custom T-shirt. All right, Callan Rosenblatt, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Thank you, Callan.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us. Hi, Bertha. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, ladies. So prices at the pump are moving higher. I won't have to tell you that if you drive. The average price of gas jumping 15 cents over the past 3 weeks to $3.55 a gallon. Analysts say the increase follows the rise in the cost of crude oil, which has been moving higher on those tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. Crude accounts for about 60% of the average retail cost of gas. And the U.S. has halted the imports of Mexican avocados after an American safety inspector in Mexico received a threat. The move coming on the eve of the Super Bowl, the biggest sales day of the year for Mexican avocado growers, but it didn't affect game day consumption as those avocados had already shipped. Because the U.S. also grows avocados, inspectors work in Mexico to ensure that experts don't carry diseases that could hurt U.S. crops. And a word of warning if you're visiting the metaverse. Insurance firm Aviva says it saw a 31% increase in claims involving VR headsets last year. The average claim for VR-related damages was about $880. Most of those incidents involved cracked TV screens. Aviva says it's already processed a number of claims so far this year. Coincidentally, Meta's Oculus topped the charts in the Apple App Store on Christmas Day, so that's a lot more clients that will probably be filing them if they're as clumsy as I am.
Cracked TV screens, huh?
If only you knew what was happening in those TV rooms at that time.
All right, Bertha,
thank you so much. All right, coming up, everybody, on Morning News Now, breaking barriers in more ways than one.
Yeah, we'll introduce you to one of fashion's biggest icons today and how he's using his identity to influence the industry after the break.
Hey
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
All right, this Black History Month, we want to take you inside the studio of one of fashion's present-day icons.
Yeah, you may have seen James Fleming's boundary-breaking designs on celebrities like Lil Nas X and Billie Eilish, and we've got a look at how he brings those designs to life. NBC's Maya Eaglin has more on the gender-bending artist and his influence on the fashion world.
This is our little slip up, which is supposed to be a little mixture of masculine and feminine identities.
James Fleming is redesigning what it means to be a style icon.
There is a element of nudity that plays into fashion.
Tearing through dated practices to create a brand fit for the modern consumer.
Gender just doesn't matter when it comes to clothes. I don't think it ever really should.
And with that inclusivity comes a whole lot of creativity.
Business in the front, party in the back.
Love that. Where body positivity meets sustainability. You'll find the founder of this genderless clothing line.
These were a bunch of tank tops that I bought from the Goodwill.
In the studio, this young artist's intentions are as thoughtful as his designs, using his love language of physical touch as inspiration.
I use materials or use little construction things that kind of make you feel like you're being touched or just like hugged. Like I use ribs that really hug your body, or like little things that you can just like feel the presence of clothes or a touch.
The LA-based queer and Black designer is blazing a new runway for himself. Following the loss of fashion icons Virgil Abloh and Andre Leon Talley, Fleming is continuing their legacy and creating a space that wasn't always accessible. 1 in 6 members of Gen Z identify as something other than heterosexual, and Fleming isn't going to leave them behind.
It was really important for me to make like a safe space of just like genderless or non-binary clothing that very much just speaks to your identity, and it gives room for anyone to feel comfortable to explore that, whether gay, straight, non-binary, black, white, brown, whatever, it doesn't matter, that it's like you can find something that fits into this world that you can express yourself in, and you don't have to, I mean, the fashion world is so kind of can box out so many people. And yeah, I just wanted to create a world that was welcoming to any and all kinds.
Already designing for stars like Lil Nas X on the cover of Time, Billie Eilish, and Lizzo. It's no secret that Fleming is one of the hottest young designers in the business. But he hasn't always gotten this much attention, even though he's been designing clothes since he was a kid.
I've done some pretty like recognizable things that had a pretty big spotlight on it that should have, I feel, taken me to the successes that 2020 did.
After the murder of George Floyd, Fleming noticed a sudden interest in his work.
All the lists I was on of like Black designers, and it was a weird like thing to kind of grapple because it was so much just like all attention out of nowhere that was like, at first it was like really nice, and then it got to feel a little crazy and a little like, yeah, performative. And but it did introduce me to a lot more audiences.
And while the attention has been good for business, there's still a lot of work to be done. Flemons points out that already disadvantaged Black designers have to fight even harder to earn a spot on the pages of glossy fashion magazines.
How many more 5-page editorials do we need about Gucci or Louis Vuitton or these luxury brands that like they have the capital, they have all of the eyes on them, like they have a consistent heartbeat, and there's so many struggling brands out there who could really propel from that kind of exposure.
While the world watches, Flemons prepares for his next launch, reimagining some of his childhood designs from the 2000s just in time for the Y2K resurgence in today's street style.
It's been really interesting, and it feels like the perfect timing to just go back and have a conversation with like
your younger self.
Exactly. And hopefully I can make him proud.
So neat to see, and really cool access that she's in there in the studio with him.
Such a groundbreaker.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
incredible and needed right now.
Thank you, Maya Eaglin, for that report.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now, everybody.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Yasmin Vestugian in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, everybody, any day now, a new warning from top U.S. intelligence officials on the crisis in Eastern Europe. A full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russian forces could come at any moment. Diplomatic efforts by multiple nations, including the United States, now in overdrive as leaders fear we've reached a critical week for negotiations. President Biden fresh off of a call with Ukraine's president promising swift and decisive action. As Germany's chancellor travels to the region today, we've got team coverage on the very latest this morning. A lingering virus. We are learning more this morning about COVID's effect on the body long after the cough and fever subside. Why you should be on the lookout for potential heart problems. Getting closer. Another high-stakes week for the president and his search for the next Supreme Court justice. White House officials confirming only a handful of candidates are now being considered, who they are, and reaction from Republicans on this latest shortlist. Plus, between the huddles, if you maybe missed last night's big game or if you simply want to relive some of the off-field highlights, we've got a morning after roundup of all of the ads making rounds on social media. What an incredible game. What an incredible halftime. We've talked a lot about this all hour, but wow.
And also the ads. I was impressed by them this year.
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of them were so funny, but so poignant to the times that we're living in as well.
Some of them were, I mean, actually very funny.
Always.
Good. And nice to see that.
They also cost a lot of money.
Yeah, so much of them were optimistic versus last year. Obviously times were a little bit different, but it was nice to see them return to having some humor and such.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, we're beginning this hour, everybody, in Ukraine, though, fresh calls from several nations, including the United States, urging their citizens to get out of the country amid fears of an imminent Russian invasion.
Yeah, Ukraine has demanded a meeting with Russia within 48 hours to discuss the buildup of forces on its borders. Some 100,000 troops have amassed along Ukraine's frontier, while military drills continue in Belarus. Germany is taking the lead with diplomatic efforts this morning. The chancellor is meeting with Ukraine's president before heading to Moscow for talks with Russia's Vladimir Putin. Speaking on CNN's State of the Union yesterday, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan warned an attack could happen at any moment.
We cannot perfectly predict the day, but we have now been saying for some time that we are in the window and an invasion could begin, a major military action could begin by Russia in Ukraine any day now. That includes this coming week before the end of the Olympics. Of course, it could take place after the end of the Olympics, or it is still possible, we believe, that Russia could choose the diplomatic path. But the way they have built up their forces, the way they have maneuvered things in place, makes it a distinct possibility that there will be major military action very soon.
NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is in eastern Ukraine, and NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is in Moscow. Thank you both for joining us. Richard, I will start with you. So we just heard there, of course, from Jake Sullivan what the U.S. is saying about an imminent invasion. But what's it like on the ground where you are? How does it feel? Are Ukrainians worried that this threat is actually imminent?
Generally, no. Generally, people are calm. Most people you speak to don't think it's going to happen. And that the time factor here does, however, play both ways. The more time that passes and the longer the Russian troops stay on the border, the more a segment of society believes this is all that it's going to be, that if Russia wanted to invade it, it would have already done it by now. And then other people believe, well, he wouldn't have done it this long and kept that many troops on three sides of the border unless it was profoundly serious. So some people are acting. This weekend here in Mariupol, we saw a group doing some first aid training, doing some basic weapons training. But in general, when you walk down the street, this country doesn't feel on war footing. Restaurants are full. People are going out on the streets. There's no sandbags out. So it does not feel like the Russians are about to invade. I'll tell you that.
Richard, really interesting and important reporting from the ground there. Matt, let me bring you in here. As we mentioned, Ukraine has given Russia this 48-hour deadline to explain its military buildup. I mean, what do we think about that? Are they likely to respond to that?
Well, Savannah, I'd say not very likely, just because this is already technically the second phase of this. Ukraine initiated these procedures on Friday. The 48-hour deadline then was yesterday. Russia said, essentially, what we do with our military on our territory is none of your business. And we heard very similar things this morning from Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, saying, when asked about this latest procedure, saying, well, the military is on our territory. And by the way, Ukraine is making similar-sized maneuvers on their territory. And I have to point out, we're starting to hear more of this kind of thing from Russian officials, from Russian state media. I want to point out something we heard yesterday by the editor-in-chief of Russia Today, Margarita Simonyan, on one of the premier talk shows on Russian state television. Let's take a listen to what she said.
Russia cannot, but stop the war. It can't. What should we wait for? For there to be concentration camps? For them to gas their own people? What are we waiting for? It has already started. It is going on. And it's even started to get worse.
So that's obviously very incendiary rhetoric, and I have to say it is not yet saturated throughout the Russian media. That's one of the things that we need to really watch carefully for now, because back in 2014, before in the lead up to Russia's annexation of Crimea, we heard a lot of things like that all over the Russian state-controlled media. It's starting to creep in now. It's not yet reached those levels, but I think that's kind of one of the final indicators of where this might be going, because that's basically how the Kremlin is going to need to sell this to the public.
Richard, let's bring you back in here. So over the weekend, Ukraine's ambassador to the UK told the BBC that his country was willing to be flexible on joining NATO if it meant avoiding war. Now, we remember, our viewers probably remember, that was part of this long list of demands from Russia. Now, he later backtracked on those comments, but is that something that could be discussed in this latest round that we discussed is happening with Germany, this latest round of diplomacy?
So there are two levels of diplomacy going on right now. There is the micro level where the two sides, with the help of Germany and France, are trying to implement an old peace deal. And the Ukraine and Russia have different opinions on what this peace deal should say and how it should be implemented. But this was a peace deal that stopped the fighting in early 2015, and when Russian-backed separatists carved off a piece of this country. And there has been an uneasy peace with occasional flare-ups in eastern Ukraine along the separatist area ever since. So that is one piece of diplomacy. By the way, that diplomacy diplomacy does not seem to be progressing very well. Then there is the macro diplomacy that has involved all the phone calls with President Putin and the shuttle visits by Macron and others to Moscow, and the phone calls between President Biden and President Putin about NATO expansion and Russia's general security concerns that NATO has expanded too close to its borders, that it's taken over Warsaw Pact countries, and that Ukraine shouldn't be part of NATO. Now, the Ukrainian ambassador to the UK stepped into this debate this morning on this weekend on a BBC radio interview, and he said, well, in order to avoid war, maybe we could consider not joining NATO, and then he quickly backtracked on that because it is such a fundamental demand from Russia, and the Ukrainian government stance has been that it won't negotiate on that, and the NATO position is that it won't negotiate on who it should allow and not allow to be part of the military alliance. So it may be on the table, but if it is, the Ukrainians quickly took it back off the table. So perhaps it is something that is being discussed in the background.
All right, Richard Engel and Matt Bodner, thank you both for your reporting.
All right, let's talk COVID, everybody. So doctors are warning that the coronavirus may in fact lead to long-term heart complications at least 1 year out from the initial infection. According to a new study published in Nature Medicine, COVID increased the risk of heart failure by, get this, 72%, heart attack by 63%, stroke over half, 52%. Experts saying the risk for complications, by the way, it's everywhere. So let's get into this. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards is joining us now with more. This is a fascinating study, and I think incredibly concerning for so many folks now that have tested positive for COVID throughout this pandemic. Walk us through this study, Erica, some of the biggest findings that you're seeing, and are there any groups that are particularly affected by this?
Hey, Yasmin, good morning. So this was a huge study, more than 150,000 COVID patients studied, compared with more than 10 million others who were not infected. In addition to those risks that you just outlined there, researchers also found, up to a year out, an increase in high blood pressure, erratic heart rhythms, even blood clots in the legs and lungs. Now, the study was done using VA records, which meant a lot of these patients were white men. However, when researchers dug a little bit deeper, they accounted for that. They found that those risks remained regardless of age, race, or even underlying health problems like obesity. Yasmin?
You already see the crunch in the healthcare system across the country, not only because of this pandemic, but because of our healthcare system in general and how it's built. You now hear about this study and the effects of that and how we could see long-term effects a year out, 2, 3, 4 years. How are we going to see this affecting the healthcare system in the long term?
Well, it's a huge concern considering we've already topped, 77 million cases in this country alone. And what's more, the pandemic itself also led to increases in heart problems. A lot of people were sedentary. They weren't seeing their doctor as regularly as they used to. Doctors are seeing marked increases in things like high blood pressure and out of control diabetes, regardless of infection with and without prior COVID-19. Yasmin?
So what can folks do to avoid developing this type of complication?
Yeah, so the best thing is really to get vaccinated. The people who were infected in this study were all infected before vaccines were available. And the doctors I've talked with, who've treated these heart problems following COVID-19 infection, the majority of those have been unvaccinated. Otherwise, get back into your routine health care with your primary care physician. And above all, listen to your body. If your COVID-19 recovery is stalling all of a sudden, or you develop sudden new symptoms, shortness of breath or chest pain, those are red flags that you need to call 911 immediately. Yasmin?
Really important story, really important study. Erica Edwards, thanks for talking us through it. We appreciate it.
Let's now bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, good to have you with us. Let's stay on the topic first of long COVID. So are heart issues that Yasmin was just discussing with Erica there something that you and other doctors have been seeing among people who've had the virus? And what other long COVID conditions have you come in contact with? How common are they?
Absolutely. Well, the long COVID, first of all, just to be very, very clear, there isn't still one agreed upon definition. We see a lot of patients in the office with a myriad of symptoms really affecting every organ system. I would say the most common symptoms that we're seeing are exhaustion, brain fog, musculoskeletal pain. But the involvement of the cardiovascular system has been something that we have noted now for quite some time, particularly this entity called dysautonomia. This is part of what's called the autonomic nervous system, which is meant to regulate heart rate, blood pressure, temperature regulation. And so those patients who have abnormalities in that particular entity really, really suffer from, really disabling chest pain and dizziness and lightheadedness. Erica's piece is so important because what she really is highlighting here is that not only are we seeing these potential cardiac risks in individuals who might have risk factors already and who spent time in the hospital, ICU. This is not unprecedented. We see that with other infections. But what makes this unique is that it can affect people. It's not discriminating. Young women can also experience this. So is this unique to COVID? We don't know the answer to that yet. But it really highlights the heterogeneity of what we're seeing post-COVID infection in this country.
Now, doctor, let's talk about the Pfizer vaccine for kids, another big headline that's been taken over the last few days. So Pfizer has delayed its FDA application for authorization of its vaccine for kids younger than 5. They want to look more at that possibility of a third dose. What kind of protection would 2 doses have offered younger kids, and why are they looking at this extra dose? And what do you just make of this sort of applying and then delaying the application, and any concerns there that has for parents potentially in terms of hesitancy?
Right. Well, this has been a big conversation. Really, I think the distinction here is what was going to happen for the sake of public health and what ended up happening, for the sake of maintaining scientific rigor. The whole point of this sort of fast-tracked look at the 2 doses was really at the height of the Omicron surge, when the FDA was really getting pleas from pediatricians as well as parents around the country. Can we please see whether or not these 2 doses, can we get them started so that by the time that third dose data comes and when we see that it works, that kids have already had the 2 dose, initiation series. But as the Omicron, surge subsided and this urgency kind of subsided along with it, and Pfizer got more data on the efficacy of the 2 shots, both groups, Pfizer and the FDA, said, you know what, let's do this the right way. Let's wait until we have all the data so that when we do grant the authorization, we understand exactly what we're doing. I mean, I'm not minimizing what happened. This was a huge issue, and I think the FDA and the CDC has been so transparent, and it really has needed to be so transparent. But with that has come an intense scrutiny of the process that I think most Americans, myself probably included, really aren't aware always of what goes into these decisions. And everything is just, being broadcast for the public to consume. It's a lot to take in.
Absolutely. And Dr. Azar, quickly before I let you go, I want to ask a question about masks as more states start to drop those mandates. Remind people, if you still want to be wearing a mask in a public place, which of course is always an option to you, what kind of protection do you have if no one around you is wearing a mask as these mandates drop?
Right. Well, some of really important work that's come out in the last several weeks really shows that, of course, the best protection, if we're talking about masks only, is when more people, the percentage of the people in an enclosed space are masked, your protection obviously goes up. But we know that if you are even the only one wearing a mask, but it is a high quality, well-fitted mask, and so I'm speaking to all the teachers and other, school staff who might be in a situation like this where young kids are not wearing masks, correctly, or the vaccination rates aren't that high, you can still feel very assured that you're getting very, very good protection. So wear your mask at all times if you're unsure or concerned about your own safety.
Okay, Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thank you so much. Great to see you. And now, if you have a question for one of our doctors, please do let us know. Email us. There it is on your screen. morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com. Our doctors are ready and able to answer them, and let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous. Now, major new developments are coming out of Beijing this morning. First, the Russian figure skater who tested positive for a banned substance has been cleared to compete by an international ruling body. That test came back in December, and Russia says she's tested negative twice since.
So here's the thing. If she finishes in the top 3, the International Olympic Committee Executive Board says there will not be a medal ceremony. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is joining us now. Got to say, Steve, this decision doesn't necessarily add up, especially because then they say if she finishes in the top 3, there's no medal ceremony, which could also hurt the other folks, the other people that have trained so hard to get here. Talk us through this.
Well, look, guys, this is more complicated than I could break down in 2 minutes in negative 15-degree weather. But I will say part of the reason why there are so many different moving parts is you've got multiple bodies, both independently and in Russia, and the IOC, which is its own independent organization. But suffice to say, the IOC says she's not going to win any ceremony, or at least have a ceremony about the medal that she does win, because it's essentially a protest vote. They can't do anything because they're a little bit hamstrung, because the ruling is not whether or not she violated anti-doping laws. The ruling is, can they uphold a suspension that was stemming from December, which is essentially that, yes, she did test positive for this heart medication, which, apparently enhances performance by way of enhancing stamina. A Russian body said that, yes, you are suspended because of that, but that decision was then appealed. What the IOC tried to do was reinstate that suspension in time for the Olympics, but based on a few things, namely timing, and secondly, the fact that she's under the age of 16, which makes her a protected person, led to them not really being able to do much except say, we're not going to give you a ceremony if you win another medal. That's where we're at. Obviously, it's far more complicated than that, and it's leading to a whole lot of controversy here at the Games, guys.
Yeah, so Steve, there's always been, not always, but for a long time, there's been controversy surrounding Russia and the Olympics. They're banned from competing as Russia because of a state-sponsored doping program. I think there's a lot of layers of frustration here for a lot of people because of that, because of course, this whole scandal is involving a child, someone in her early teens. What's the reaction been like so far to the fact that this means that there's no medal ceremony, even if you're on one of these other teams that's going to be on that podium?
Yeah, in case viewers are wondering why they see ROC instead of Russia, is exactly that. And it's one of those, again, something of a gesture from the IOC, because they can't simply say, well, Russia is not allowed to compete. So instead, we will give you the dishonor of not officially being at the Games, which is the same thing that would happen, say she wins another gold medal, she wouldn't have a medal ceremony. The reaction's been tough. You had Tara Lipinski, you have Johnny Weir, who we know are very opinionated about this. Very controversial. They said it's almost a stain on the sport, a stain on the event. A lot of people would just like to see her be banned from competing for the rest of the time that she's here. But again, their hands are tied. The IOC says she has to compete, and this is the best case scenario, is which, we just won't honor the fact that she wins. And she, make no mistake, is expected to win coming up.
Gotta say, I feel like this is not the last time we're going to be talking about this.
I think so too. It's just tough too when you think about the other young athletes who are dealing
train
with
so
this.
hard and want to be on that podium. Steve Patterson, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve. And we'll have more Olympics coming up in a little bit. Now let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now with a look ahead at this week's forecast. Bill, great to see you once again. Warm as heck on the West Coast. Really cold here. On the
really
East
cold
Coast.
this
I think my
morning.
Uber driver said it was about 19 degrees when I got in the car this morning.
Yeah, that's about right. It's going to be a roller coaster ride this week across the country, too. We're kind of getting into almost an early spring weather pattern where we're getting really warm bouts and then really cold bouts behind it and a storm in the middle. And that's what we're going to track this week. We actually have a kind of a classic coast-to-coast storm that's moving today into the Pacific Northwest. It's not that strong yet. There's not a lot of rain or snow with it, but a little bit, enough to, you'll have to drive in it as you go throughout I-5, especially as we go throughout this afternoon from Eugene to Medford and all the way up even towards the port Portland area. And then we'll track this system on Tuesday through the Rockies. Doesn't do a lot of harm there, just a little bit of snow, nothing big. But then by the time we get to Wednesday, the storm taps some of that moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico, and this is when the storm's going to start being problematic. It'll be warm ahead of the storm, and on the backside, it'll be cold. So we're going to have ice, snow, freezing rain, and possibly even severe weather with this storm. And the first area of concern, this isn't until Wednesday, and this will be probably Wednesday late in the day, but from Dallas to Little Rock to Shreveport, you're already being put in a slight risk 3 days out. That's usually a pretty good indication it's going to be a significant severe weather event. Right now, they're saying about 11 million people. So we'll watch this over the next 2 days to see how it tweaks. But if you have any late day plans Wednesday in this region, just know there could even be a possible tornadoes. And then the cold side of this storm is going to be snow. The early snow forecast takes the heavier amounts, areas in Colorado as you'd expect, but then through Kansas City, possibly St. Louis, and up to Chicago, and then towards Detroit and areas of Michigan, guys. So as you said, it's a cold Monday out there, especially in the Northeast. Lots of sunshine in the southern half of the country, but spring's on the way. Even areas in the Northeast today that are around single digits wind chill, it should be about 60 by Thursday or Friday.
How jarring was this weekend, by the way? Saturday was 50 degrees here in New York City. Sunday we had snow. Mother Nature just couldn't get it right this weekend.
Yeah, I saw a tweet with a picture of the forecast that said the vibes are unstable. Which
I mean, Saturday people were in shorts, just ready for spring. They were just ready.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right. It's a
Thank
little
you,
freaky.
Bill.
Thanks, Bill. See you soon. And coming up on Morning News Now, crunch time for President Biden as he whittles down his Supreme Court short list. We'll take a look at 3 of the possible candidates and how Congress is reacting.
Plus, Rudy Giuliani back in the headlines, now expected to testify before the January 6th committee as other key Trump allies refuse to do so. What he could bring to the investigation. Those stories coming up next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Welcome back. This morning, we're learning more about the search for the next Supreme Court justice.
So White House officials have confirmed 3 of the candidates on President Biden's shortlist. Personal interviews could begin as soon as this week. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has the details on this.
Mr. President! Today begins a critical phase of deliberation for President Biden and his chance to shape the highest court in the land. Personal interviews are expected as early as this week, after refining his short list, as the president explained to Lester Holt.
What I've done is I've taken about 4 people and done the deep dive on them, meaning this thorough background checks.
Officials confirm these 3 judges are under consideration. Ketanji Brown Jackson on the federal appeals circuit in D.C., Leandra Kruger, a justice of the California Supreme Court, and J. Michelle Childs, a federal district court judge in South Carolina, where prominent elected officials in both parties are pushing hard. They argue Judge Childs could be easily confirmed with more Republican votes.
That if you nominate Michelle Childs, she'll be in the liberal camp for sure, but she has a hell of a story, and she would be somebody, I think, that could bring the Senate together and probably get more than 60 votes. Anyone else would be problematic.
The White House was quick to defend Judge Brown Jackson when a retired black federal judge in Alabama criticized her rejection of a settlement in a class action case brought by black workers. The White House said, Judge Jackson is deeply qualified and has built an extraordinary record, adding, attacks will not inform his decision. Democratic senators on the Judiciary Committee urged the president to be thorough but swift.
He's going to be interviewing a number of people, but he also understands that we need to do it expeditiously as well.
And thank you to Kelly O'Donnell for that report.
Now, there are new developments this morning in the ongoing investigation into the attack on the Capitol. Trump ally and former attorney Rudy Giuliani is expected to testify before the House committee leading the investigation into the January 6th insurrection. During an appearance on Face the Nation, Representative Adam Kinzinger says that he fully expects the former New York City mayor to cooperate with its subpoena.
Our expectation is he is going to cooperate because that's the law, that's the requirement. Regardless of when we hear from Rudy or how long that interview is, we're getting a lot of information, and we're looking forward to wrapping this up at some point when that is right, showing it to the American people, but not rushing it.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now. Leanne, good morning. So despite what we just heard there of course is this long list of Trump allies like Steve Bannon, most recently Peter Navarro, who have refused to actually cooperate. Alex Jones was questioned by this committee, but repeatedly invoked his Fifth Amendment right. So tell us, do we actually expect to hear from Giuliani, and what kind of insight does the panel expect him to provide here? What could he shed light on?
Good morning, Savannah. So Rudy Giuliani could be critical to what the committee's trying to investigate. There were a lot of schemes going on from after Election Day up until January 6th to try to get election officials to overturn results in the states, to try to even seize voting machines, and to get Mike Pence to reject the Electoral College count on January 6th. And it's been reported that Rudy Giuliani has been a part of many of those schemes. And so the committee absolutely wants to talk to him. Well, what sort of cooperation and what level of cooperation and what that word cooperation actually means is still to be determined. He says that he's going to engage with the committee. Does that mean he's going to actually show up to be deposed? And if he does, will he invoke his Fifth Amendment rights? We aren't totally sure yet. This is just very beginning in the process, and so we'll see where this goes, but he definitely has information the committee wants.
Now, in addition to Giuliani, the panel actually issued subpoenas for 3 other Trump allies. Tell us who they are, what they hope to learn, and again, do we think that they'll cooperate?
Yeah, other people who were advising the former president in a legal way, including Jenna Ellis. And I was told by the committee last week that those 3 people, they had negotiated to move their date of deposition. So there is still a possibility that they might come to cooperate or speak with the committee. But it's really interesting because when former Mike Pence's chief of staff was on Meet the Press a week ago, and he referred to people advising the former president as snake oil salesmen and him getting really bad advice, the people he was talking about, Rudy Giuliani, Jenna Ellis, and those the rest of his legal clan, who was telling him to move forward with this. Savannah.
And Leanne, quickly before I let you go, Representative Kinzinger has said that the committee's in no rush, but if Republicans take the House in the midterms, it's expected they'll dissolve this committee that's investigating the attack, which could mean that time is running out. What's the panel saying about a timeline for wrapping this up?
Yeah, timing is a rush is very relative around here. There might be no rush, but they do have only until the end of the year, really, assuming that the Republicans take back control of Congress. Well, Adam Kinzinger gave some more insight. There were supposed to be public hearings in the spring. He says that might be spring, maybe pushed back to summer. So things are taking, even though this committee is moving very quickly, things are seeming to take a little bit longer than they had hoped. Savannah.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much.
Yep.
All right, turning again to the Winter Games, Team USA won gold and silver. Amazing.
Amazing.
In the Olympics' first ever monobob event.
That is right, and we're lucky to have one of those medalists with us. Kaylee Humphries, congratulations, wearing your gold medal around your neck. Yeah. Yay, we love to see it. This is your third gold medal, in fact, which makes you the most decorated woman in bobsled history. We haven't even touched the monobob and how crazy that is yet, which we'll ask you about in just a second, but how does this feel?
It feels amazing. It really does feel absolutely incredible. I feel so empowered as a female athlete, as an athlete for Team USA, to know that, this last 4 years has been a hard-fought battle, but it's all been worth it to be able to be in a brand new event, to advocate for something and greater opportunity for female athletes in sport, and to have the opportunity to compete and then be able to do it wearing the stars and stripes representing America. Not only am I proud and honored, it was so heartfelt. I feel super empowered.
The coolest thing as well was the fact that USA took gold and silver as well, with Elena Myers-Taylor also on the podium. What was that like for you to stand beside someone you've been training with the whole time?
Yeah, I think it really shows the strength of this program. The U.S. bobsled program has been on the podium at every single Olympics that women's bobsled has been in, and it really does. This is a true testament to not only our friendship and how we interact as teammates, but most importantly to our fellow teammates, our coaching staff, just everybody a part of bobsled. And it really was a very special moment. I've shared 4 Olympic podiums with Alana. This is the first time we did it both representing the United States. And it definitely took some work to get to this point, but I'm super proud of her and of our program. And it really was a team effort. And you saw that today coming 1-2.
Okay, Kaylee, we're about to ask you about the monobob in just a sec. But first, I want to ask about a little issue that a lot of viewers might not know that you had, which they actually might relate to, which is waiting for your passport to come. You represented Canada at previous Olympics, but now you're competing for Team USA. We understand there was some late drama lucky for us. There was some late drama surrounding your American passport, which you needed to compete in them. What was that like? How stressful? Were you worried it wouldn't come in time?
For that?
Yeah.
It is the most stressful. Anybody that is dealing with immigration as a whole, don't even get me started. It's something out of your control. And as an athlete who is very much in control, especially behind and in a bobsled as a driver, it was definitely challenging. There were a lot of sleepless nights. There were a lot of nights, honestly, when I didn't think it would come. And I was so fearful. And you do have to, I had to reside in the fact that I might not go to the games, and it might be due to politics and immigration and laws and just stuff outside of my control. I had to have belief in God and the system and that it would all work out in the right fashion. And it did. It came the last moments it could possibly come, December 20th. I'm in there and we made it happen. But it definitely, there were a lot of nights when I didn't think it would. And I had to study so hard for like 2 months for that civics exam too. And I know more now about history and geography in the U.S. than I could care to than most of my teammates, in all fairness. But it was a very stressful time. I won't lie. And it's been so uncertain for so long. It was a 4-year process that you don't know if it's going to come in time and if it's going to happen. And it's a lot of waiting and trusting of a system and of other people. And it was hard. But to know that it came in and we literally had to take it step by step to get here. And it taught me a lot. Getting here and being in Beijing and going through COVID and isolation and just a bunch of stuff to be in this position. A lot of immigration stuff taught me how to take it step by step and to look for the positives and find those perfect moments in each day instead of the entire process being being perfect. And so I was able to really rely on that in order to walk away victorious.
All of those trials and tribulations, and that is why this medal is just so much cooler, because of all that you have been through to actually get here. Can we just
also
talk
the sport,
and the sport? Can we talk quickly about this new event, monobob, and how different this was for you in training for it?
Yeah, how much harder is it?
It is a lot harder. I think people don't realize the sled itself and where we sit individually is right in the middle. So the sled itself acts kind of like a teeter-totter, a seesaw. So whenever you go in and you turn the sled, it wants to pick the back up or the front kind of goes. It's kind of like driving a truck with no weight in the back on a really slippery gravel road. It's extremely hard to drive. The ice here is really hard. The track is long. It's very technical, and it definitely is challenging. But I think that's what's cool, is exciting. It gives women another event. We now have 2 events to compete at a games, which matches what our men have always had, which is huge. And it will provide a lot more opportunities for some of the smaller nations as well. And most people won't know, monobobs all around the world are the exact same. So from Germans to Canadians to Americans, we all have the exact same sled from the same builder, which again takes equipment out of it. It's not a money-based issue, and it makes it very technical, driving and pushing skill alone.
Oh yeah, it was so interesting as I was watching to hear the announcer saying, the driver becomes the breaker because it's all the same person. It's craziness.
So nerve-wracking
too to watch. Thank you so much. Congratulations on gold. Just so exciting. We're so happy you're with Team USA, and you got that passport.
Yay, me too. Kaylee, thank you.
Thank you. Congrats.
All right, let's look at what else is making news around the world.
Ali Arouzi is back with us again from Tehran. Hey, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Yasmin. Inspired by the loud, horn-honking Freedom Convoy demonstrations in Canada, protesters in France rallying against the country's COVID vaccine pass made their way past police checkpoints in Paris, blocking roads and bringing traffic to a complete standstill around the Arc de Triomphe, which is the common entry point into central Paris. Police used tear gas to disperse protesters. Hong Kong's leader says that the 5th wave of COVID has dealt an onslaught of infections, which has overwhelmed capacity to deal with the virus as daily cases continue to surge. Daily infections have increased 13-fold in just 2 weeks. Authorities are scrambling to contain the virus and have asked for help from China to tackle the deepening outbreak. And finally, fans have been forming long queues at the 2022 Winter Games, lines stretching down the block and around the corner, but they're not there to see Chloe Kim, Erin Jackson or Nathan Chen. They're there for Bing Duen Duen, the official mascot of the Winter Olympics. Some people have camped overnight while other people have brought their own stools to sit on just for an opportunity to buy their own Bing Duen Duen. The mascot has become the must-have item for fans, many of whom are willing to pay well over the official price to get their hands on the toy panda. And those are your headlines this morning.
Ali, say Bing Duen Duen 10 times over. Let's see if you mess that one up.
That took a lot of concentration to get that out right a couple of times.
Thanks, Ali.
Thanks.
All right, coming up, everybody. If you're not so keen on who exactly won last night's big game, but you want to know which ads people are actually talking about this morning, stay tuned.
Yeah, we'll bring you all the biggest commercials you should know about up next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. LA Rams wide receiver Van Jefferson may be the biggest winner of Super Bowl 56. Right as the Rams clinched the win, Jefferson sprinted off the field to make it to the birth of his son. His wife had been rushed to the hospital mid-game as she went into labor. The pair says they haven't picked out a name for their son just yet. The Jeffersons have 2 older children together, including their 5-year-old daughter, Bella, who watched her dad from the stands at last night's game. Jefferson saw more play time after Odell Beckham Jr. was injured in the first half. He made 4 catches for 23 yards during Sunday's game. I'd call that a pretty memorable day for him for more reasons than one.
I would say that it's likely his wife went into labor because she was so excited to watch the game, and then she's like, I'm going to have a baby.
Yeah, okay, it's time.
It's time.
Yeah.
Come off the field and let's meet this new one. Thanks, Savannah.
Yep.
All right, so if you were at a Super Bowl party, but not that invested in the game, you may have been watching for the iconic commercials instead, from celebrity cameos, there are a lot of them, to electric cars galore. Let's take a look at some of the ads that had you talking between first downs. Adweek TV editor Jason Lynch joins us now with the biggest highlights. Jason, it's great to see you. Let's talk through some of this. There are a lot of commercials to cover, so let's start with the star power. It seemed like celebrities were almost in every single commercial. The Larry David commercial honestly stands out to me. The Jones commercial stands out to me as well. Tommy Lee Jones saying Jones to Leslie Jones. Which of those stood out to you?
There were several. First off, I think after a year last year where, at that point in the pandemic, everybody took a more kind of subdued approach to their marketing. This year, everybody felt go big, go bold. And the way to go big was to get as many celebs as possible. I think for me, Zendaya and the Squarespace ad was one a lot of people were talking about, certainly the Larry David one. You had Lindsay Lohan, you had Arnold Schwarzenegger for BMW, you had Paul Rudd and Seth Rogen for Lay's. It seemed like almost every ad there was a big celeb in it, which is not always the case for Super Bowl.
So I was thinking the entire time, how much do these ads cost, by the way, and how much were these celebs paid to actually be in the ads as well? And I'm going to think they're pretty high price tags for those sorts of things. 2 products, Jason, that stood out. Cryptocurrency, electric cars as well. Twitter was on fire after the Coinbase ad showed just a QR code.
Crazy.
Leading to, by the way, the crash of the company website. Did it surprise you to see these 2 products with so many commercials?
So I knew going in that there would be a lot of crypto ads because in the NFL regular season this year, we've seen a lot of crypto ads. I did not expect the Coinbase ad to be the most talked about ad of the game. And I will say, that QR code, on the screen for 60 seconds, there was a lot of people on my feed that said, oh, that's the biggest waste of money ever. But I will say that was the only ad of the whole game that my son, put up his cell phone. He scanned that code. 20 million other people did the same thing. The website crashed, as you said. So, really, these ads are about engagement, and that ad had more engagement probably than any other ad of the night.
Nostalgia, obviously, as we know, halftime, major nostalgia, major theme, obviously. Millennials are going to remember the E-Trade baby that made a comeback this year as well.
Yes.
What other commercials dug deep into our memories?
There were several. The T-Mobile had a Scrubs reunion with Zach Braff and Donald Faison. Right. Jim Carrey resurrected his cable guy character for Verizon. There was a Michelob Ultra ad that kind of paid homage to Big Lebowski, even with Steve Buscemi in there. And then you also had there was a commercial with Austin Powers that that reunited Mike Myers, Rob Lowe, Seth Green. So you had several. Again, I think for the same reason that we see so many TV series right now, being reboots and revivals. Nostalgia is just is a way to kind of cut through the clutter and to get people really to pay attention to your ad.
Jason Lynch, thank you so much for wrapping that up for us. We appreciate it.
Sure, absolutely.
And coming up, the problem with power. Millions of electric vehicles on the road here in the States, but one thing is slowing them down.
That's right, a lack of charging stations. Our own Aaron Gilchrist sat down with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg on a new Biden administration initiative looking to bring the juice. That is next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. So with gas prices up 40% from a year ago, a lot of people are turning to electric vehicles. But there's one major speed bump. Not enough public charging stations. Now that you may be about change, NBC News Now anchor Aaron Gilchrist sat down exclusively with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg to talk about electric vehicles. Aaron, talk us through this.
So essentially, Yasmin, the plan is to just pour a ton of money into building that structural foundation for the EV cars to be out there. Look, more than 1 million cars are going to hit the market, the car makers are telling us, over the next couple of years. And President Biden has said that he wants 50% of all the cars sold in this country to be electric vehicles in the next 8 years or so. And so he's sort of putting his money where his mouth is at this point. That bipartisan infrastructure bill that he signed last year contains a ton of money to make sure that people are able to get out there and actually power up. Electric cars are cruising down highways across the country. 489,000 of them sold in 2021, according to J.D. Power. Just over 3% of all cars bought last year. What's slowing EV down? Part of the problem is power.
That's exactly why we're making sure we have the backbone of a national charging network.
I sat down this weekend with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg just after the Biden administration announced a $5 billion 5-year investment to build electric vehicle charging stations across the nation.
Look, it's going to take a while to have a full-fledged national charging network. It'll take across this decade to get to that 500,000 charger goal that we have. But we've already got a lot of chargers out across the country. This is about accelerating that to keep up and get ahead of the increasing popularity of these EVs.
Buttigieg says to get the money, states will have to submit plans to build EV chargers along interstate highways and major roads, making it more convenient to drive electric and to reduce what EV drivers called range anxiety. People have some anxiety about, am I going to make it?
No matter where you're headed, even on one of those long drives, you know that you will not have a problem any more than you would worry about being able to find gas when you take a trip on the interstate highway system today.
There are roughly 47,000 public charging stations around the country, but not every car can charge at every station. This funding is supposed to address that too.
Buttigieg says the charging plans that states come up with will have to ensure whatever car make you drive, you'll have access to compatible chargers.
We're not going to dictate the format, but we are going to require that it happens in a way that benefits everybody. Well, these are taxpayer dollars, so it can't just be a blank check. We've got to make sure that they're being spent effectively.
We caught up with Buttigieg talking shop about electric cars with students at Heartland Community College in Normal, Illinois, home to a degree program training a new wave of EV builders and technicians. These are the guys who will help get more electric cars on the roads. And those cars are pretty pricey. The average cost for an electric car is more than $56,000, enough to leave many Americans out of the EV market. The auto industry is going all in on electric, planning to spend more than $515 billion on EVs in the next 5 to 10 years. Toyota, GM, Ford, and BMW already announcing massive investments to catch up to electric car leader Tesla.
We got to get that sticker price down. That's why we got to accelerate these things being produced on a widespread basis in the United States. And it's why we want more tax incentives to help buy down that upfront cost.
Now, to start building out this infrastructure, those 500,000 charging stations, states are going to have until August 1st to apply for a chunk of this money, the first round of money that will go out. And Yasmin, the secretary thinks that we'll start to see some of these charging stations up and running this year.
Here's hoping. Great interview, Aaron. Thank you so much for bringing it to us.
Yeah, fantastic.
Coming up, everybody, finding love in a hopeless place, like in the middle of a global pandemic.
We'll catch up with one couple from a popular quarantine dating show. They met when COVID was just starting out, so how are they doing now? Years later. Stick around.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back. It's Valentine's Day, and for some, it's a reminder of how difficult dating has been these past 2 years. But we do have a success story for you today. A lucky couple who fell in love on an Instagram dating show during a time of isolation. I heard how they're doing now.
So pre-pandemic, honestly, I was not focused on dating whatsoever.
Rewind to spring 2020, the early lockdown days. And you might remember this account, Love is Quarantine, a spoof on the Netflix dating show Love is Blind. Two Brooklyn roommates acted as quarantine cupids, matching strangers on totally blind dates.
I don't even know, like she's just so charismatic, so engaging.
So I just finished up my call with Justin, literally the funniest human I've ever encountered.
Allie and Justin starred in the 10th and last episode, both coerced into it by friends.
I think I want to match with Justin.
Definitely Allie. Fingers crossed, y'all. Hope for your boy.
You go on this kind of crazy Instagram dating show. That's how you meet. And then what happens?
FaceTimed every single day. We were texting all throughout that entire month. And then a surprise came.
So I ended up buying a plane ticket from LA to North Carolina. It was like $400, $500 for a flight. And I honestly prayed the night before and was like, if I'm supposed to meet this dude, I need something under $150. And the next day there was one for with tax, like $149.11.
Our first date was about a week long. Our second date was about a month long. Yeah. And and then the rest of the history from there.
Last year, Allie moved to North Carolina, and 11 months later,
that night we went to a photo shoot. I coach women in business, so I work with a lot of photographers. So we went out for a pretty standard shoot, and then he asked there. So it was amazing.
I mean, this has come out of COVID. What would you tell yourself back in 2019 or early 2020 before COVID hit?
I would say buckle up.
I would have told myself to just relax, because I think dating can be so stressful. It was so delightful with Justin and so easy, and that's possible.
And as for the guys behind the account, well, they are single.
I just texted Rance yesterday and I was like, are you dating anyone? We love him so much. Now, for the wedding, Allie and Justin are eloping with a twist, and they say that's all they will tell us.
What does
for
that
now.
mean with a twist?
So we'll have to stay tuned. I don't know.
Eloping, but on Instagram.
I don't know.
So
I'm
bringing all their
wondering
guests via Instagram.
Yeah, that's going to come into play somehow. Also, they are trying to work to set up Rance, who set them up now, which is very sweet.
They're literally the most adorable couple.
I know, they're so cute, right?
I love that
Isn't
she just
funny?
got up, moved to North Carolina, and now they're living this amazing life, getting married. But
I
the
know.
people that started the app still single.
I know. We got to find somebody for them.
Do you know if they
right?
got tested for COVID before they met?
I don't know, but the whole drama of her flying to the wrong airport, all this stuff,
Oh my
is
gosh.
hilarious. But it's a good thing it worked out.
It's a good thing. It's a great thing.
Good
that it worked
Valentine's
out.
story, right?
A great Valentine's story.
yeah.
If you're looking for love, everybody, hope is still out there.
You have
Just
already
log
given-
on to Instagram.
You've already given your kids Valentine's gifts this morning.
I did, and I loved it, and I watched them receive the gifts
So cute.
on my Nest app. I will say this, by the way, my husband
spying on my kids to the Nest app.
Speaking of Instagram, my husband actually DM'd me on Instagram to ask me out my first date.
Oh my gosh!
After we had met at a bar. Isn't
Love
that funny?
Love that.
So
Hey,
Instagram a part of my story too.
There we go.
Yeah.
I love it. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you at home, however you're celebrating. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I'm Yasmin Vasuki, and Joe Fryer is off this morning. Thanks for having me.
Of course, happy to have you with us. I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, a critical moment for world diplomacy in Eastern Europe. President Biden and U.S. allies in the middle of high-stakes talks to keep Russia from invading Ukraine. But officials warn the window of opportunity is closing.
Mr. Putin has enough military capability and enough options militarily before him that he could conduct a major military action any day now.
This as Ukraine demands answers from Russia over that massive buildup of Russian troops at the border. We have team coverage this morning. Reopened traffic from the U.S. into Canada moving once again after a week-long trucker protest shut down a major crossing, hitting the auto industry hard. We're at the border as the trucks get rolling again.
Cleared to compete, breaking overnight a controversial decision for one of the Olympics' biggest events. 15-year-old Russian figure skater Kamila Valieva now allowed to skate in the individual competition after testing positive for a banned substance. Plus, history for Team USA as Erin Jackson becomes the first black woman to win a gold in speed skating. She will join us live on Morning News Now. And California Love, a star-studded Super Bowl with a Hollywood ending for the home team. This morning, the Los Angeles Rams waking up Super Bowl champions. And of course, the Super Bowl wasn't just about the game. We're talking about the halftime show, of course, featuring some of the greatest names in hip-hop. And I don't know about you, but I feel like the combination of the day after the Super Bowl and Valentine's Day, like this should be an official holiday or something.
Oh my God, the best ever. I mean, that halftime show, by the way, which I know we're going to get into throughout the show, was the best. I was sitting there explaining it to my 5-year-old how incredible it was. No, this is Dre. This is Snoop Dogg. He was an incredible rapper, now a producer. It was so cool.
So cool. The set was amazing, the dancers, everything.
And Mary J.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Beyond.
And her look, oh my goodness.
Anyway.
All right, we'll get into that even more than we just did a little bit later. We begin, though, this morning with breaking news.
A crucial trade route between the U.S. and Canada is open again after police broke up a week-long protest over vaccine mandates overnight. Demonstrators had blocked the Ambassador Bridge, which links Detroit to Windsor, impacting nearly $400 million of trade a day. While this particular path has been cleared, the protests again against COVID restrictions and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau continue elsewhere in Canada as well.
NBC News correspondent Cal Perry has been following this story from Windsor, Ontario. Hi, Cal. Good morning. Good to see you. So the last time that we did see you, you were in front of a bridge with gridlock traffic. What are you seeing this morning? What was it like over the weekend as well?
Yeah, so we're about a mile away from the bridge. You can see it behind me. And as you guys said, traffic is open for the first time in a week. I have to say it's a little surprising, too, after what we saw yesterday, which was this back and forth cat and mouse game. And those were the words of the police chief here, this cat and mouse game taking place between protesters and law enforcement. Really, it was a small number of protesters that were able to grind everything to a halt. And so what has happened now is the road behind me, which runs from the bridge to a major interstate that connects Canada, the police have basically made a corridor. They've put these cement barricades on all of the sort of intersections running east to west. So if you're a trucker, you get on the interstate, you come onto this road, and the next stop is to the U.S. That's what they've done to try to secure this roadway and keep it open. The mayor of the city saying that the national nightmare, the national economic nightmare is now over. Certainly that's the hope. It could be easy for protesters to come back on this road. That's why they've made the penalty 1 year in prison, $100,000 fine. They're hoping that will serve as a deterrent, guys.
Absolutely. Now, Cal, so we know that the Ambassador Bridge is open, but as Yasmin just mentioned, the demonstrations are still ongoing elsewhere in Canada, in the capital, Ottawa. What's the latest there?
Yeah, Savannah, this weekend it kind of turned into a festival-like atmosphere in Ottawa. A lot of children came, families came, but the government is calling it a quote-unquote siege. You have basically protesters that have rung the parliament. They've taken fencing down on some of the memorials. The veterans came to take fencing down on the Veterans Memorial to make it more accessible, and it has caused a political crisis really in this country and a discussion about policing in Canada. And what we saw here this week is only adding to that discussion. Are there enough resources? Does the Canadian government have what it needs to clear out that park in Ottawa? It seems clear that so far they just don't have the resources necessary to get that cleared, guys.
All right, Cal Perry, thank you so much.
All right, I want to get to the crisis now in Ukraine and what could be a defining week. Germany's chancellor is the latest leader to take a shot at diplomacy. He's in Kyiv to meet with Ukraine's President Zelensky before heading to Moscow on Tuesday for talks with Vladimir Putin. All of this after Ukraine requested a meeting with Russia within 48 hours to explain the buildup of troops on its border. And in Washington, officials sounding the alarm over a potential Russian invasion, with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan telling Face the Nation that it could be within days.
We have seen over the course of the past 10 days a dramatic acceleration in the buildup of Russian forces and the disposition of those forces in such a way that they could launch a military action essentially at any time. They could do so this coming week, but of course, it still awaits the go order. And so, therefore, we cannot predict the precise day or time that they may take action. We also are watching very carefully for the possibility that there is a pretext or a false flag operation to kick off the Russian action.
All right, let's get into this. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us from Kyiv this morning, and our White House correspondent Josh Letterman is in Washington. Good morning to you both. Aaron, let me start with you on this one. So the latest warning there from the United States, as we just heard, Russia calling it, though, quote-unquote, hysteria. Ukraine's president saying he has seen no proof of plans to attack imminently. What does Ukraine make of the warnings right now from the White House?
Well, we heard from President Zelensky on Saturday say that the Ukrainian intelligence is different, saying that his priority at this point is to stop people from panicking, to maintain a sense of calm here in Ukraine. And to that effect, during the course of the phone conversation he had with President Biden last night, according to the Ukrainian government readout of that call, he thanked the president for his ongoing support, also inviting the president to visit Kyiv, saying that that would go a long way to de-escalate the situation. Now, of course, a visit from President Biden seems unlikely at this point, given that the United States is in the process of withdrawing the majority of its diplomatic staff from its embassy here, along with a whole host of other countries. That, in combination with KLM, a major Dutch airliner, over the weekend announcing that it was suspending flights. Fitch this morning announcing that it was downgrading the outlook for Ukrainian state banks from positive to stable, all lending to this idea among Ukrainians I've been speaking to that they feel like they're the ones being sanctioned right now, that they're paying the highest price. That being said, walking around here, Kyiv, over the weekend and this morning, it seems to be pretty much business as usual. Ukrainians I'm talking to say that they are going about their daily lives while also preparing for the worst. We've spoken to several Ukrainians who say they have moved their children out of Kyiv into the western portion of the country that's seen as safer, but they plan to remain and defend their country in the event of a potential invasion. Yasmin.
Josh, let's talk about the phone calls over the weekend. Biden speaking with both Putin and Zelensky. What do we know?
Well, the president spoke with President Putin for more than an hour on Saturday while he was at Camp David, but there are no signs that that phone conversation led to the type of de-escalation, Yasmin, that the United States and its NATO allies have been seeking, with the White House saying after that call that it was professional and substantive, but there was no fundamental change to the underlying dynamic that has characterized this conflict for the last many weeks. And the U.S. coming out of that call with President Putin saying that a military invasion by Russia could still happen at any time, that they are hoping that President Putin would take into account some of what he heard from President Biden, but officials being very candid about the fact that Russia may go ahead and invade anyway. There was also this conversation, a little bit shorter, that the president had with his Ukrainian counterpart, President Zelensky, yesterday, lasting about 50 minutes, where the president was able to fill in the Ukrainian president on what happened in that call with President Putin. Aaron mentioning the fact that he invited President Biden to come to Kyiv, but the White House also saying that in this call with Zelensky, the two agreed that they would respond swiftly and decisively to any Russian aggression. Now, the president this morning will be returning from Camp David, where he had both of those calls over the weekend. By all signs, the president will be focusing on this crisis as we enter the week. He currently has nothing on his schedule other than his classified intelligence briefing today, Yasmin.
Aaron, let's talk diplomacy here for a moment. We know Macron tried his hand at diplomacy last week. That didn't necessarily work. Germany's chancellor now trying his hand, meeting with Zelensky today, Putin tomorrow. He is new to the job, as we all know, and has been resistant to fully call out Moscow because of their oil dependency on the pipeline. What are the hopes that he can actually get something done?
You know, I think at this point, no one here is hopeful of a miracle, some sort of signed, sealed agreement that Russia will de-escalate the situation out of these meetings that he has, given the little progress that we've seen so far from the French president, as well as the president of the United States. So I don't think anybody's expecting an explicit agreement out of this round of diplomacy. There is hope, though, to keep the talks going, to keep the diplomatic channels open. I think speaking to people here in the European Union, that is sort of the hope at this point. That being said, when the German chancellor comes here and arrives here in Kyiv and meets with President Zelensky, they have much to discuss. Ukrainian government officials have been very critical of Germany's response, specifically to the fact that they have declined to send lethal aid to Ukraine. German officials would make the point, though, that they've never sent lethal aid to Ukraine. Also, the topic of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, of course, will be most likely discussed in today's meetings. There's there's a press conference scheduled for later today. We can expect the German chancellor to be pressed on those points as well.
Josh, finally to you on this one. We know over the weekend the U.S. ordered the evacuation of the embassy there while American forces are arriving in Poland at this point. What is their main mission?
Well, their main mission is to make NATO allies feel better about what's taking place in the border with Ukraine, a non-NATO country, although officials have also said those troops in Poland could help with Americans if they evacuate from Ukraine and enter Poland to then be processed, go through medical checks to be evacuated out of the region. Here's Pentagon spokesman John Kirby over the weekend explaining what those troops will do.
We did add just 3,000 to the remainder of the 82nd Airborne. We remember we had already deployed about 1,700 to Poland, so now 3,000 more of that airborne element will be going. They'll be going to deter any Russian aggression against Poland. They'll be going to reassure our Polish allies as well as NATO's eastern flank. And it remains an open question whether or not there'll be additional forces that need to either move inside Europe to the eastern flank or from the United States.
What they won't be doing, Yasmin, is going into Ukraine to fight Russian troops. The U.S. has made clear it does not want to get into that kind of situation. It will also not be sending in thousands of troops to evacuate Americans who decide to stay behind in Ukraine. The U.S. over the weekend repeating that message to American citizens in Ukraine to get out now on the next flight while there are still flights out of the country.
Yeah, reminding folks, the president saying in his interview with Lester Holt, we will not go to war over Ukraine. Aaron, Josh, thank you both so much. Appreciate it. All right, so here in the United States, more states are choosing to drop their mask mandates, while parents now have to wait even longer to get those young kids vaccinated against COVID. In the 10 states that you see here, masks are no longer required to go inside businesses, but they're still needed for public transportation. While that may sound like we're making some progress against this pandemic, we do have a setback in the vaccine world. Pfizer has now delayed its request for the FDA to authorize the COVID vaccine for children under 5. They say they're now waiting for more data on the effectiveness of a third dose for that age group. And that data may not be available until early April, moving the goalpost again for so many parents, myself included. Here to help us understand the latest in the pandemic is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, thanks for joining us on this. We appreciate it. The FDA urging Pfizer to apply for an EUA with data from a 2-dose regimen. At the last second, Pfizer delayed its application, saying they needed data from a third dose. What went wrong here, and how confident are you the same things will not happen come April?
Yeah, this was disappointment heard all around the country with millions of parents who were waiting, like you, for vaccines and had our hopes kind of, promised and then dashed. Couple of things. We still don't understand what the underlying data was that convinced the FDA to put a pause on this. And obviously that would be nice to know. But you can imagine, just given what has happened with so many pediatric cases of Omicron, especially in the last 4 weeks, you can imagine those first 2 doses just didn't hold up, and that you really do need that third dose in order to get that ever desired effectiveness that we're seeking, effectiveness against hospitalizations, against disease. That's what you kind of read between the lines, but we just don't know, and it's too soon to tell. What this means for shifting the goalpost, you're right. April is their final kind of quote package data due date. But if the data keeps rolling in, which it will, and there is compelling data on that third dose, then we could see action taken a little earlier. The FDA did say that they were going to make sure that they did this in a speedy manner. So one would hope, but this sets us back weeks. And every week is precious as people have been holding kids out of daycare, keeping them out of schools, and trying to have a normal life in the meantime.
So, hey, Dr. Patel, it's Savannah. So I'm wondering here something kind of about vaccine hesitancy and parents and kids, because we know that the rate for children that are already eligible for the vaccine is pretty low. And we saw some stats that parents of kids under 5, there's not a lot of interest at this point in getting that shot for kids. Then we all get this push notification on our phone that Pfizer's pulling that application. What do you want parents to know who are just sort of confused by all this? They're like, I wasn't really sure I wanted to get it in the first place. Now I heard they were applying for that, and now all of a sudden they're pulling the application. If a parent's worried, what would you say to them?
Yeah, so a couple of things. Pfizer didn't really pull or withdraw its application saying we give up. It was a pause. So this is still a rolling submission that Pfizer will submit data on working with the agency. Second, we have data on the 5 to 11 group that this has been helping them, early data that shows that it has been helping in preventing some of those bad effects from the you can get Omicron, but you don't get really sick from it. That's very early data that I think will just continue to be reinforced as time goes on. Third, safety. I think the most common concern about vaccines that I've encountered with parents is safety. We have not seen any significant safety signals in the 5 and up, and reassuredly, Pfizer did put out a statement back in December that their 6-month to 24 and even to their 4-year-old, basically under 5, it's been demonstrated to be safe. It's really about that effectiveness, and getting it right with 3 doses is what I think will happen, but we need to see.
Such an important distinction there, Dr. Bertelman. Appreciate you bringing that up. Really talking about the efficacy here, the best way to be effective with young children versus the safety, because it's not about safety. They know the vaccine is safe. Dr. Kavita Patel, we thank you. And if you have a question, by the way, for one of our doctors, let us know. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions. You can also let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
Now, in Los Angeles, it was all champagne and confetti last night as the Rams beat the Cincinnati Bengals to win the Super Bowl in front of their home crowd. It was the Rams' second championship, but its first since moving to L.A., capping off a thrilling season for the NFL. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Los Angeles, up super early for us there. Hey, Shaq, good morning. So this was, even for not very sporty person, as I admit quite frequently on this show, an exciting NFL season. I mean, many of those playoff games it was incredible. Did this finale live up to the hype?
No, that's a great point, Savannah, because so many of these games during the playoffs have come down to those final few seconds, and this was no exception. It was a game of twists and turns, lots of dramatic shifts in momentum, especially when the Cincinnati Bengals were able to capture that halftime lead that the Rams went into halftime with. You know, one thing that we saw was that final drive in the fourth quarter that really locked in this Rams lead. It came down to the MVP, Cooper Kupp, who was able to get that touchdown in the end zone there. And, you know, one thing that we're also seeing is that fans here in L.A. really were looking for this. This is what they were waiting for, and this is what they were watching for. And for many of them, they said it simply didn't disappoint.
Yeah, Shaq, I know you watched the game with some Rams fans there in L.A., which sounds like a blast. What do they have to say about the victory and what it means for the city, especially for them having just moved there?
Yeah, I'll tell you, the biggest moment, of course, was that final drive. But I'll tell you, most of the people there really got excited with that halftime performance. I can't let this go without talking about that halftime show. Hip-hop greats, I hear you, Joe. The hip-hop greats really stealing the show. And that was when you heard the crowd really wake up and start paying attention to what was happening. But, of course, they were celebrating the win that they got in their home city. Listen to what they told me after that victory.
How does it feel?
Oh, my God, we love LA. We're so happy. Go LA.
What does this mean for the city?
Oh, my God, so much. We have so much potential, so much to do. Okay, LA, get it together. We got so much to do. We're the champions.
Did you expect that win? Did you expect the win to happen tonight?
I expected that win. I thought that we wasn't going to win, but we won. It's LA, baby. LA Rams, baby. Yeah.
The fact that this was a home, the fact that this is home, it was at SoFi right down the street. Does it make it even more special?
It feels so surreal. I'm so proud of my city. I'm so proud of our team. Good job, Rams. Good job, Rams.
Savannah, in the moments after that interview, the fans there, they played "We Are the Champions" probably 5 consecutive times. They were excited. They were really having a good time. And look, they deserve it after that game that we saw.
Yeah, all right. And Shaq, if that was your night, we are doubly grateful that you're up and with us right now at 4:30 in the morning in LA. Thank you so much. Looks like fun.
You got it.
Now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather. Bill Cairns is with us. Hey, Bill.
So impressive. It doesn't even look tired. Like the rest of us are like, we were up late watching the game.
I wasn't, by the way. I went to bed at 9 and then got the alert as to after halftime, I went to sleep.
I had people at mine, so it was hard to be like, you know what, leave, even though we've got this final drive. Could you imagine I kicked him out right before they did that drive?
That would be great. So let me get to your Monday forecast. And also, he's wearing a jacket still, and it's still like in the 60s in L.A. While the rest of us are like still stuck in winter. It was a pretty wild weekend in the Northeast and in the the Great Lakes. So we went from really warm Saturday to we had the snow on Sunday. We had a couple accidents. We had some problems in Michigan, especially with some snow that came down around Detroit and through southern Michigan. That's where the roads got very slippery in a hurry. It wasn't a lot of snow, but it was just enough to cause a pretty big backup. And if you've ever been in the snow and stuck on roads like this, that's not a fun scenario for anyone. So today, it's a little bit better. The only snowy areas are really from Boston down to the Cape. That's where we do still have a little bit of light snow coming down. That's the blue on the map. There's also some flurries out there in Maryland and near Pittsburgh. But the bigger story is just the cold. It's just, there's not many mornings left like this, thankfully. As we go through February, we really start to warm things up. But look at International Falls and Fargo. Wind chill is -25. Northern Vermont and northern Maine, -12, -17. New York's at 5, Pittsburgh 1, Chicago 6. So this is a true Arctic air mass. All the warmth that's been in the west, though, is going to start heading east, and that's going to warm everybody up. So L.A. 75 today, Oklahoma City 68 degrees. And as I mentioned, as we head towards tomorrow, that warm air starts to spread to the east, and eventually it'll make it to the East Coast by the end of this week. So for today, guys, this one's for you. Pick your favorite Valentine's Day city on here. One of my favorites, Sweetheart City, Wisconsin is a good one. Darling, Arizona. I mean, you can pick any of these for your Valentine.
Sweetheart, Wisconsin. That's pretty cute. I got to say, I was very jealous, Bill Cairns, of watching The Rock last night with his short sleeves on while we are sitting
his
here.
Short sleeves, that must have been a custom shirt, by the way.
Oh, for sure.
It was like
with those biceps?
Away by that, yeah.
So, someone tweeted that he seemed bigger than the players with pads on.
Yes, it was crazy.
He is just so huge.
Great outfit, though. Great outfit. Love a color block.
Popping. It was like 3D biceps.
Yes. Exactly. I feel like you could hang on one of them.
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you, Bill. Good to see you.
Thanks, Bill. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day. Coming up, everybody, on Morning News Now, back on trial, the 3 men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery, returning to court to face federal hate crime charges.
Up next, we'll take you outside the courtroom with the latest after the break.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hi there, welcome back. We are so excited to say that we are about to have someone on the show who has just made history, becoming the first Black woman to win a gold medal in speed skating for the USA. We are very lucky that Erin Jackson joins us now this morning to talk through her win after that's just happened. Erin, I believe we've got you. There we go. Congratulations and welcome to the show. I think I see a medal hanging around your neck. Can you show it to us, and how are you feeling? Yay.
How heavy is that thing?
Feeling great. It's pretty heavy. I think I just almost dropped it.
Has it sunk in yet?
Yeah, I think as I started hearing the announcers just announce the medals, I don't know, it was emotional.
Oh, I bet.
That is so exciting, Erin. Listen, you are the first Black woman to win an individual speed skating medal at the Olympics. How does it feel to make history in so many ways?
Yeah, it feels great. I just always try to be a good example whenever I can. And yeah, hopefully this is a good example for someone to see. Maybe hopefully inspire someone to get out there and maybe get some more people in these winter sports.
Oh, I love that. I love whenever we hear any of you Olympians talk about that, about getting more people into these sports, because I think it matters so much. I mean, people seeing someone who looks like them. Yeah. Something else that was inspiring, by the way, and talk about a great example. One of the great displays of sportsmanship that we always love to see come out of the Olympics was when your teammate, Brittany Bowe, gave up her spot so you can compete. But then Team USA got an extra spot and she ended up back in the games. What did her decision mean to you? I mean, when you first heard that, what did you think? What did you say to her? And then what was it like competing against her after that?
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. She's just a really selfless teammate, just a really great person, a great friend. It's hard to imagine someone doing something like that for you, you know? So yeah, I was really grateful. Yeah, we shared a lot of emotional hugs. Yeah, after she for me, and just for it to come back around and for the USA to pick up another spot in that distance so that she could compete as well, it was just, icing on the cake, just full circle there.
Erin, I feel like your trajectory is so incredible, so quick, right? You started out in inline skating. You switched to the ice literally in 2017, made it to the Olympics in 2018. I mean, who does that? Within 1 year, you became an Olympian, now the number one ranked speed skater in the world, right? So basically Superwoman.
I mean, it's amazing.
How did you transition so quickly?
I don't know. I mean, I think it had a lot to do with my coaching, and the program out in Salt Lake City. I've got Coach Ryan Chimabukuro, and then I have just my amazing teammates. We're just out pushing each other every day, and I know that I wouldn't be here without them.
Oh, and Erin, quickly before we let you go, we have to ask, what's next? And we're asking you what maybe other people are this morning. Do you have your sights on 2026?
Oh, of course, yeah. Definitely looking at another Olympic cycle. I can't see myself stopping now.
Take a break first, though. Take a rest, a nap, maybe.
Lucky for us, though, that we'll get a massage. Erin, thank you.
Thank you,
so
Erin.
much.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Exciting.
All right, the teenage Russian figure skater at the center of doping questions is going to be able to carry on competing in the Olympics. And breaking news this morning.
Yeah, there's really actually two big pieces of news here. So first, an international body called the Court of Arbitration for Sport came to that decision that Kamila Valieva can continue to compete after it was reported that she had tested positive for a banned substance before the games. And that ruling comes just a day before the women's short program, where Valieva is favored to win gold. But here's the other piece of big news. In response to the court deciding she can compete, the International Olympic Committee decided that because the doping case is still unresolved, there will be no medal ceremonies at all with this athlete on the podium. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson on this developing story and all the other headlines out of Beijing this morning. Hey, Steve. So I think a really important thing for viewers to remember here is that Kamila Valieva is part of the group slated for gold in the team event that we already saw. USA slated for silver. So are all these other athletes, they just don't get a medal ceremony? What's the reaction been like to that? And then also just tell us about this ruling that she actually can compete here.
Well, in order to sort of set the stakes, I think it's important to remember how much of a phenom Valieva is. I mean, she is considered not only to win, the gold that she already won, but as you mentioned, further along in the event, and then she probably has enough fuel to win several more Olympics. She won her event by about a country mile. She's the first woman to ever land a quad at the Olympics, and she had so much more to go. Meanwhile, again, starting back before that ruling, she did test positive for a so-called illegal substance. Apparently, it was a heart medication, which is proven to enhance performance by way of enhancing stamina. That positive test came about Christmas. It was ruled by a Russian committee, essentially, that she should be suspended off that ruling. But then that suspension was appealed, and she was allowed to compete at the Olympics. The internal organization, that the arbitrator that was sort of figuring out whether or not she could continue, after about 6 hours of deliberations last night, decided that she still could continue. But as you mentioned, no medals whatsoever. So yeah, we've heard from Johnny Weir, we've heard from Tara Lipinski, we've heard from the United States Olympic Committee. Nobody likes this. They're considering this a stain on the sport. But the arbitrator that did this said that she's basically a protected person because she's under the age of 16. So certain protections just kind of automatically kick in here. But still, obviously, a very controversial decision, and especially one that'll be paid attention to moving forward here.
Hey, Steve, it's Yasmin. Let's talk about also this new event debuting here at the Olympics, and a major accomplishment as well. I got to say, when I first heard about the monobob, I thought it was a haircut, but turns out it's not. It's a new sport. A major event for the. I was like, give me a monobob. Went to my hair. Give me a monobob. A huge sport, a big event for the American women, especially taking home gold and silver. Elena Myers-Taylor, actually, who won silver, became the oldest American woman to medal at the Winter Olympics. By the way, she's not that old.
Yeah, really.
Talk about that accomplishment and how it was almost derailed.
Yasmin, don't make me laugh so hard that I cry because the tears will freeze on my face. Yeah, Elena Myers-Taylor, I mean, look, if you guys remember, she was the one that we saw in her hotel room because she tested positive for COVID as soon as she got to Beijing, which was heartbreaking and has been for so many athletes. It essentially just ruins their Olympic dreams. And we saw her having to basically work out in her room and, eat meals that didn't look too great. And she's doing all this while all the expectations were on her. She gets through that, and then, yeah, obviously she wins the silver, along with Callie Humphreys, who wins the gold. And these two were just leagues better than I think the rest of the competition. And part of the reason is because of the monobob. It's a completely new event. It is, instead of like, a whole coordinated team pushing that thing down the ice, it's just one woman. So I think a few factors were at play here. One you already mentioned, which is sort of the veterancy of both of these athletes. Both of them have extreme experience and then multiple medals. And then two, upper body strength. I think we saw that really on display here. They were able to push through, keep their line solid, win gold and silver for Team USA. Big win.
All right, so much news there. Steve Patterson, go warm up. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Now, opening statements could begin as early as today in the federal hate crimes trial of the three men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery. Gregory McMichael, his son Travis McMichael, and William Roddy Bryan are charged with hate crimes and attempted kidnapping. The Department of Justice has alleged that the men confronted Arbery because of his race. The three men have pleaded not guilty. Last year, the men were convicted on state charges for the 2020 murder of 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery in Brunswick, Georgia, and they each received a life sentence. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has been following this case and joins us now from Atlanta. Hey, Blaine, good morning. So what's the latest on the jury selection process? What's that been like so far?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. This is officially day 6 of the jury selection process, and the judge has said that she expects to officially seat that jury today. But we know that it really has been an extensive process, and they've cast a very wide net. So consider this. It's taking place down in South Georgia. That's Brunswick, Georgia. But more than 43 counties and more than 1,000 people received summons for this. So we're talking about people who had to drive for potential jury duty from more than 4 hours away. That really casts a wide net, and it also decreases the likelihood neighborhood that you'll have people who are familiar with either the defendants or the attorneys on either side in this case. But what's different about this, of course, Savannah, is that unlike what we saw in the state trial, the murder trial, race is really taking the forefront here. So a number of the questions from the judge over the past week actually spoke to that. She spent a week asking jurors, one, whether they were familiar with the defendants, but two, whether they had any sort of prior knowledge about the case, if they had watched the first trial, and what their views on race was, what racism looked like to them. So we saw a couple of instances where there were some people who said because of the role that race plays in this, they didn't think that they could be impartial. So a lot of very frank conversations. I think the other thing that's notable is that the makeup of this jury is going to be under a lot more scrutiny than what we saw before, Savannah.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I mean, Blaine, you're talking about it right here, that this is because of race. In this trial, prosecutors have to prove that the men targeted Arbery because he was black. What kind of evidence do they have to prove that to a jury? And what are the attorneys for the McMichaels and Bryan saying about this in response? What's their defense going to look like?
Well, one thing that that the prosecution has made clear is that they're going to bring forward they want to bring forward text message. They want to bring forward social media posts, Facebook posts, things that they say show that the three defendants had racial animus, that they were prejudiced against African Americans. And really what they're trying to prove is that they made an assumption about Ahmaud Arbery that day, the day that they saw him running, that they made an assumption that he was committing crimes in the neighborhood. And ultimately, that's what led them to follow him and ultimately led to his death. So those are some things that we are certainly going to see. Again, very different from what we saw in the state trial. That wasn't introduced. That wasn't a conversation at all. For the defense, though, it's of course going to be the burden of saying, you know what, if there are those things that are introduced, what does that have to do with that specific day? Savannah.
Blaine Alexander will be watching for this and checking back in with you. Thank you so much.
All right, let's look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is with us from Tehran. Hey, Ali, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Camilla, Duchess of Cornwall, has just tested positive for COVID-19 days after her husband, Prince Charles, contracted the virus. Camilla, who's 74 years old, got the virus despite being triple vaccinated. Clarence House says she'll continue to follow government guidelines. Camilla has caught the virus for the first time after Charles contracted it for a second time. She carried out engagements last Thursday, the day her husband tested positive. The couple are now self-isolating. Extreme weather and climate change is altering the planet as we look on. Spain and Portugal have been experiencing an extremely dry winter. In central Portugal, a sustained drought has revealed the ruins of a village that was totally submerged underwater when a large reservoir was created 70 years ago. The lack of rain in Spain has dredged up the skeleton of the old village of Arcedo, submerged 3 decades ago when a hydropower dam flooded the valley. Local residents remember the whole area being covered in vineyards and orange trees. Now they say that all they see is a cracked yellow bed of the reservoir with the carcass of a rusted car sitting on it. And finally, Barry Manilow has been deployed to break COVID protesters in New Zealand. Well, his music anyway. After a convoy of truck drivers drove to Parliament, the Speaker authorized the use of a sound system to blast out vaccine messages, some vintage Barry Manilow, and the highly annoying 90s hit, The Macarena, on a repeat loop. The move evidently borrowed from the Marines playbook in 1989 when they broke Panamanian Director General Noriega with heavy metal being played on a loop when he'd holed himself up in the Vatican Embassy in Panama City. And those are your headlines, and the question is, what music would drive you to despair?
I have to say, my
Fighting
friend,
words there. Annoying.
I rather like the Macarena when it comes on. I throw it out. Right? I still know those moves. Try to teach
I was going to say the Macarena would drive me crazy.
Yeah, we gathered that.
You and I should then not be at a dance together, Ali Arouzi. Thank you for those headlines. We appreciate it, my friend.
Thanks, Ali.
All right, coming up, everybody, a fresh start. So-called divorce registries helping the newly single celebrate Valentine's Day.
Yeah, after the break, more on the service that's encouraging people to love themselves. That's next on Morning News Now.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin! The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel
of her magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, everybody. So if you're looking for a last-minute Valentine's Day gift for that special someone, the Bronx Zoo has a solution for you. Name a roach after your Valentine. Why not? The program may sound more fit for a scorned lover, but the folks at the zoo say it is a gift designed to last. After all, chocolate and flowers are fleeting, but cockroaches, by the way, are forever. For $15, you can name one of the zoo's Madagascar hissing cockroaches and receive a certificate memorializing the name. Other roach products like socks, beanies, and a virtual cockroach meet and greet have already sold out for this year. They've sold out, Savannah. They've sold out.
Okay, we were just talking about how we both need gifts. Honestly,
that's what I'm doing.
I love something bizarre like that. I might do it.
Babe, got you a cockroach.
Alex would flip out.
Let's
He'd
go
be
visit
like,
your cockroach.
You're so bizarre and this is disgusting, but it's hysterical. All right, thanks, Yasmin. Now, Valentine's Day has traditionally been about couples celebrating their love, which can make it a tough time for people who are single or dealing with a breakup or divorce. Well, some new businesses are rewriting those notions and helping all people feel the love, even creating things like divorce registries. Take a look.
I get at least 1 to 2 women a day who message me privately and ask how to get out of a bad marriage.
Olivia and her sister Jenny launched Fresh Starts Registry in October 2021.
Divorce is a gift. It is a gift for both people to start again, to live a life that they deserve.
Having gone through long-term breakups themselves, Olivia and Jenny said they wanted to provide a one-stop shop to start again.
We have our product bundles based on budget, based on room. You can go, we vetted the products, we've read the reviews. You can send it to your family and friends. We give you a script to do that.
In addition to products, they offer access to different experts, their hype team, as they call it. Think divorce lawyers, real estate agents, fitness teachers, nutritionists, mortgage lenders, life coaches, and therapists.
It's free to access the resource, the experts, the bundles, the registry element. All of that is completely free for our users.
The site also shares tips on communicating, whether you're going through a divorce or wanting to help someone who is.
It's okay to say I'm proud of you for making a life decision. You don't need to say I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about.
We think every decision that you make should be celebrated.
For some, that includes celebrating being single, like Serena Kerrigan, who dubs herself the queen of being single. She told us she's thrilled to be part of the Registry for Me campaign.
To make a registry for everyone, but especially for singles, to put gifts that they might want. I think that's really important to just celebrate all kinds of milestones.
Liquor brand Absolute Vodka partnered with gift exchange platform Elfster this Valentine's season to offer this registry as a place where men and women can create their own wish list or create gift exchanges with their friends. Serena says it's especially important for women to celebrate themselves.
We need to remove the taboo and the shame away from divorce, or I can't even believe being single is even a taboo.
Though these new kinds of registries are not exclusive to anyone, women could benefit more from them. A 2018 report in the National Library of Medicine says women face risk factors after divorce, including restricted earning capacities, insufficient child maintenance, disproportionate loss of income, and human capital deficits.
I think these sites are so cool because they're really providing not only this interesting way of building your life back together, but they're also giving out all these great financial resources that are really helping people.
Kristen's client base is largely women, and she says these non-traditional registries are another way to empower them to take control of their financial futures.
It's always been the men create and control the predominant amount of wealth, and they really think that that's going to flip by 2030.
In 2020, women controlled $10.9 trillion in financial assets owned by baby boomers. But by 2030, they're expected to control almost $30 trillion, according to a 2020 report by financial firm McKinsey & Company.
I think there's a lot of value, and I can't underestimate the resources that these types of services are providing.
Olivia and Jenny echo that support. They say everyone deserves help to create a positive space to build or rebuild their life.
We're celebrating people. We're celebrating change, because change is good.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, change is good.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, coming up, it was a family affair at the Super Bowl. Hip-hop royalty
Best ever.
taking center stage in this year's epic halftime show.
Up next, more on the performance that had 80s and 90s kids, i.e. me, on their feet. You're watching Morning News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
All right, everybody. So the Super Bowl between the Rams and the Bengals came down to the wire, giving fans an exciting finale to one of the best playoff series in recent memory.
But as always, the halftime show had a lot of people talking to, and this year's was huge. Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Kendrick Lamar, and Mary J. Blige stole the spotlight and brought some serious throwbacks for Gen X and millennials alike. Let's bring in NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt for more on the viral moments of this year's Super Bowl. Hey, Callan. So, of course, let's start with that halftime show. It's already being dubbed one of the greatest of all time. What made it just so special?
I mean, flat out, it was just an amazing performance. But I think something that's really important to note is like nostalgia is very in right now. Yeah. The 90s, early 2000s, that's what's in fashion right now. And so for millennials like myself, for Gen Xers, this was like throwing back to like our high school and middle school dances. It was amazing. Exactly. And then for for younger people, they're really into this era too. So I think it had a little bit of something for everyone, and that just made it a hands down success.
Mm-hmm. I knew every single
same
word.
The dances is such a good point.
Everything. Eminem also at one point, Callan, took a knee, taking a page out of the Kaepernick book. There was a lot of talk, of course, and has been about a lack of diversity in the NFL, especially when it comes to the coaching staff. Yeah. How else did we see this controversy playing out during the Super Bowl?
Well, this has been a huge topic of conversation, as you mentioned, among the coaching staff, among how the NFL uses Black bodies to profit. We saw Eminem taking that knee, which reportedly the NFL asked not to do. There's also a line that the NFL reportedly asked Dr. Dre not to say about not getting along with police officers. He said the line anyway. We saw a lot of defiance in the face of the NFL in regards to these issues around Black body, Black labor, Black coaching staff, and equality. And, I think people were really thrilled to see Black excellence really on display during this halftime show. But they were also kind of conflicted because of these controversies around the NFL. And I think this was a cry for the NFL to do better when it comes to Black representation and how they treat Black labor.
And Callan, quickly before we let you go, let's talk about before the game even started, the star power there.
Oh, absolutely. We had Janae Aiko, who sang America the Beautiful. Then we had Mickey Guyton, who sang the national anthem. And then the stands were loaded with celebrities. This was in Los Angeles. We had Kanye West and his kids, who have been in the news a lot. We had Ben and Jennifer. It was just Kendall Jenner. Everyone was in the stands. Anyone who's anyone was there. It was a star-studded night and so much fun to watch.
And once again, we got The Rock in clearly a custom T-shirt. All right, Callan Rosenblatt, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Thank you, Callan.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us. Hi, Bertha. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, ladies. So prices at the pump are moving higher. I won't have to tell you that if you drive. The average price of gas jumping 15 cents over the past 3 weeks to $3.55 a gallon. Analysts say the increase follows the rise in the cost of crude oil, which has been moving higher on those tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. Crude accounts for about 60% of the average retail cost of gas. And the U.S. has halted the imports of Mexican avocados after an American safety inspector in Mexico received a threat. The move coming on the eve of the Super Bowl, the biggest sales day of the year for Mexican avocado growers, but it didn't affect game day consumption as those avocados had already shipped. Because the U.S. also grows avocados, inspectors work in Mexico to ensure that experts don't carry diseases that could hurt U.S. crops. And a word of warning if you're visiting the metaverse. Insurance firm Aviva says it saw a 31% increase in claims involving VR headsets last year. The average claim for VR-related damages was about $880. Most of those incidents involved cracked TV screens. Aviva says it's already processed a number of claims so far this year. Coincidentally, Meta's Oculus topped the charts in the Apple App Store on Christmas Day, so that's a lot more clients that will probably be filing them if they're as clumsy as I am.
Cracked TV screens, huh?
If only you knew what was happening in those TV rooms at that time.
All right, Bertha,
thank you so much. All right, coming up, everybody, on Morning News Now, breaking barriers in more ways than one.
Yeah, we'll introduce you to one of fashion's biggest icons today and how he's using his identity to influence the industry after the break.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, this Black History Month, we want to take you inside the studio of one of fashion's present-day icons.
Yeah, you may have seen James Fleming's boundary-breaking designs on celebrities like Lil Nas X and Billie Eilish, and we've got a look at how he brings those designs to life. NBC's Maya Eaglin has more on the gender-bending artist and his influence on the fashion world.
This is our little slip up, which is supposed to be a little mixture of masculine and feminine identities.
James Fleming is redesigning what it means to be a style icon.
There is a element of nudity that plays into fashion.
Tearing through dated practices to create a brand fit for the modern consumer.
Gender just doesn't matter when it comes to clothes. I don't think it ever really should.
And with that inclusivity comes a whole lot of creativity.
Business in the front, party in the back.
Love that. Where body positivity meets sustainability. You'll find the founder of this genderless clothing line.
These were a bunch of tank tops that I bought from the Goodwill.
In the studio, this young artist's intentions are as thoughtful as his designs, using his love language of physical touch as inspiration.
I use materials or use little construction things that kind of make you feel like you're being touched or just like hugged. Like I use ribs that really hug your body, or like little things that you can just like feel the presence of clothes or a touch.
The LA-based queer and Black designer is blazing a new runway for himself. Following the loss of fashion icons Virgil Abloh and Andre Leon Talley, Fleming is continuing their legacy and creating a space that wasn't always accessible. 1 in 6 members of Gen Z identify as something other than heterosexual, and Fleming isn't going to leave them behind.
It was really important for me to make like a safe space of just like genderless or non-binary clothing that very much just speaks to your identity, and it gives room for anyone to feel comfortable to explore that, whether gay, straight, non-binary, black, white, brown, whatever, it doesn't matter, that it's like you can find something that fits into this world that you can express yourself in, and you don't have to. I mean, the fashion world is so kind of can box out so many people, and yeah, I just wanted to create a world that was welcoming to any and all kinds.
Already designing for stars like Lil Nas X on the cover of Time, Billie Eilish, and Lizzo. It's no secret that Fleming is one of the hottest young designers in the business. But he hasn't always gotten this much attention, even though he's been designing clothes since he was a kid.
I've done some pretty like recognizable things that had a pretty big spotlight on it that should have, I feel, taken me to the successes that 2020 did.
After the murder of George Floyd, Fleming noticed a sudden interest in his work.
All the lists I was on of like Black designers, and it was a weird like thing to kind of grapple because it was so much just like all attention out of nowhere that was like, at first it was like really nice, and then it got to feel a little crazy and a little like, yeah, performative. And but it did introduce me to a lot more audiences.
And while the attention has been good for business, there's still a lot of work to be done. Fleming points out that already disadvantaged Black designers have to fight even harder to earn a spot on the pages of glossy fashion magazines.
How many more 5-page editorials do we need about Gucci or Louis Vuitton or these luxury brands that like they have the capital, they have all of the eyes on them, like they have a consistent heartbeat, and there's so many struggling brands out there who could really propel from that kind of exposure.
While the world watches, Flemmons prepares for his next launch, reimagining some of his childhood designs from the 2000s just in time for the Y2K resurgence in today's street style.
It's been really interesting, and it feels like the perfect timing to just go back and have a conversation with, like,
your younger self.
Exactly. Hopefully I can make him proud.
So neat to see, and really cool access that she's in there in the studio with him.
Such a groundbreaker.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
incredible and needed right now.
Thank you, Maya Eaglin, for that report.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now, everybody.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Yasmin Vasugian in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, everybody, any day now, a new warning from top U.S. intelligence officials on the crisis in Eastern Europe. A full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russian forces could come at any moment. Diplomatic efforts by multiple nations, including the United States, now in overdrive as leaders fear we've reached a critical week for negotiations. President Biden, fresh off of a call with Ukraine's president, promising swift and decisive action. As Germany's chancellor travels to the region today, we've got team coverage on the very latest this morning. A lingering virus. We are learning more this morning about COVID's effect on the body long after the cough and fever subside. Why you should be on the lookout for potential heart problems. Getting closer. Another high-stakes week for the president and his search for the next Supreme Court justice. White House officials confirming only a handful of candidates are now being considered. Who they are and reaction from Republicans on this latest shortlist. Plus, between the huddles, if you maybe missed last night's big game or if you simply want to relive some of the off-field highlights, we've got a morning after roundup of all of the ads making rounds on social media. What an incredible game. What an incredible halftime. We've talked a lot about this all hour, but wow.
And also the ads. I was impressed by them this year.
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of them were so funny, but so poignant to the times that we're living in as well.
Some of them were, I mean, actually very funny.
Always.
Good. And nice
they
to see that.
Cost a lot of money.
Yeah. So much of them were optimistic versus last year. Obviously times were a little bit different, but it was nice to see them return to having some humor and such.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. We're beginning this hour, everybody, in Ukraine, though, fresh calls from several nations, including the United States, urging their citizens to get out of the country amid fears of an imminent Russian invasion.
Yeah, Ukraine has demanded a meeting with Russia within 48 hours to discuss the buildup of forces on its borders. Some 100,000 troops have amassed along Ukraine's frontier, while military drills continue in Belarus. Germany is taking the lead with diplomatic efforts this morning. The chancellor is meeting with Ukraine's president before heading to Moscow for talks with Russia's Vladimir Putin. Speaking on CNN's State of the Union yesterday, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan warned an attack could happen at any moment.
We cannot perfectly predict the day, but we have now been saying for some time that we are in the window and an invasion could begin, a major military action could begin by Russia in Ukraine any day now. That includes this coming week before the end of the Olympics. Of course, it could take place after the end of the Olympics, or it is still possible, we believe, that Russia could choose the diplomatic path. But the way they have built up their forces, the way they have maneuvered things in place, makes it a distinct possibility that there will be major military action very soon.
NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is in eastern Ukraine, and NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is in Moscow. Thank you both for joining us. Richard, I will start with you. So we just heard there, of course, from Jake Sullivan what the U.S. is saying about an imminent invasion. But what's it like on the ground where you are? How does it feel? Are Ukrainians worried that this threat is actually imminent?
Generally, no. Generally, people are calm. Most people you speak to don't think it's going to happen. And that the time factor here does, however, play both ways. The more time that passes and the longer the Russian troops stay on the border, the more a segment of society believes this is all that it's going to be, that if Russia wanted to invade it, it would have already done it by now. And then other people believe, well, he wouldn't have done it this long and kept that many troops on 3 sides of the border unless it was profoundly serious. So some people are acting. This weekend here in Mariupol, we saw a group doing some first aid training, doing some basic weapons training. But in general, when you walk down the street, this country doesn't feel on war footing. Restaurants are full. People are going out on the streets. There's no sandbags out. So it does not feel like the Russians are about to invade. I'll tell you that.
Richard, really interesting and important reporting from the ground there. Matt, let me bring you in here. As we mentioned, Ukraine has given Russia this 48-hour deadline to explain its military buildup. I mean, what do we think about that? Are they likely to respond to that?
Well, Savannah, I'd say not very likely, just because this is already technically the second phase of this. Ukraine initiated these procedures on Friday. The 48-hour deadline then was yesterday. Russia said, essentially, what we do with our military on our territory is none of your business. And we heard very similar things this morning from Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, saying, when asked about this latest procedure, saying, well, the military is on our territory. And by the way, Ukraine is making similar-sized maneuvers on their territory. And I have to point out, we're starting to hear more of this kind of thing from Russian officials, from Russian state media. I want to point out something we heard yesterday by the editor-in-chief of Russia Today, Margarita Simonyan, on one of the premier talk shows on Russian state television. Let's take a listen to what she said.
Russia cannot, but stop the war. It can't. What should we wait for? For there to be concentration camps? For them to gas their own people? What are we waiting for? It has already started. It is going on. And it's even started to get worse.
So that's obviously very incendiary rhetoric, and I have to say it is not yet saturated throughout the Russian media. That's one of the things that we need to really watch carefully for now, because back in 2014, before in the lead up to Russia's annexation of Crimea, we heard a lot of things like that all over the Russian state-controlled media. It's starting to creep in now. It's not yet reached those levels, but I think that's kind of one of the final indicators of where this might be going, because that's basically how the Kremlin is going to need to sell this to the public.
Richard, let's bring you back in here. So over the weekend, Ukraine's ambassador to the UK told the BBC that his country was willing to be flexible on joining NATO if it meant avoiding war. Now, we remember, our viewers probably remember, that was part of this long list of demands from Russia. Now, he later backtracked on those comments, but is that something that could be discussed in this latest round that we discussed is happening with Germany, this latest round of diplomacy?
So there are 2 levels of diplomacy going on right now. There is the micro level where there's the 2 sides, with the help of Germany and France, are trying to implement an old peace deal. And the Ukraine and Russia have different opinions on what this peace deal should say and how it should be implemented. But this was a peace deal that stopped the fighting in early 2015, and when Russian-backed separatists carved off a piece of this country. And there has been an uneasy peace with occasional flare-ups in eastern Ukraine along the separatist area ever since. So that is one piece of diplomacy. By the way, that diplomacy does not seem to be progressing very well. Then there is the macro diplomacy that has involved all the phone calls with President Putin and the shuttle visits by Macron and others to Moscow, and the phone calls between President Biden and President Putin about NATO expansion and Russia's general security concerns that NATO has expanded too close to its borders, that it's taken over Warsaw Pact countries, and that Ukraine shouldn't be part of NATO. Now, the Ukrainian ambassador to the UK stepped into this debate this morning this weekend on a BBC radio interview, and he said, well, in order to avoid war, maybe we could consider not joining NATO, and then he quickly backtracked on that because it is such a fundamental demand from Russia, and the Ukrainian government stance has been that it won't negotiate on that, and the NATO position is that it won't negotiate on who it should allow and not allow to be part of the military alliance. So it may be on the table, but if it is, the Ukrainians quickly took it back off the table. So perhaps it is something that is being discussed in the background.
All right, Richard Engel and Matt Bodner, thank you both for your reporting.
All right, let's talk COVID, everybody. So doctors are warning that the coronavirus may in fact lead to long-term heart complications at least 1 year out from the initial infection. According to a new study published in Nature Medicine, COVID increased the risk of heart failure by, get this, 72%, heart attack by 63%, stroke over half, 52%. Experts saying the risk for complications, by the way, it's everywhere. So let's get into this. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards is joining us now with more. This is a fascinating study, and I think incredibly concerning for so many folks now that have tested positive for COVID throughout this pandemic. Walk us through this study, Erica, some of the biggest findings that you're seeing, and are there any groups that are particularly affected by this?
Hey, Yasmin, good morning. So this was a huge study, more than 150,000 COVID patients studied, compared with more than 10 million others who were not infected. In addition to those risks that you just outlined there, researchers also found, up to a year out, an increase in high blood pressure, erratic heart rhythms, even blood clots in the legs and lungs. Now, the study was done using VA records, which meant a lot of these patients were white men. However, when researchers dug a little bit deeper, they accounted for that. They found that those risks remained regardless of age, race, or even underlying health problems like obesity. Yasmin?
You already see the crunch in the healthcare system across the country, not only because of this pandemic, but because of our healthcare system in general and how it's built. You now hear about this study and the effects of that and how we could see long-term effects a year out, 2, 3, 4 years. How are we going to see this affecting the healthcare system in the long term?
Well, it's a huge concern considering we've already topped, 77 million cases in this country alone. And what's more, the pandemic itself also led to increases in heart problems. A lot of people were sedentary. They weren't seeing their doctor as regularly as they used to. Doctors are seeing marked increases in things like high blood pressure and out of control diabetes, regardless of infection, with and without prior COVID-19. Yasmin?
So what can folks do to avoid developing this type of complication?
Yeah, so the best thing is really to get vaccinated. The people who were infected in this study were all infected before vaccines were available. And the doctors I've talked with, who've treated these heart problems following COVID-19 infection, the majority of those have been unvaccinated. Otherwise, get back into your routine healthcare with your primary care physician. And above all, listen to your body. If your COVID-19 recovery is stalling all of a sudden, or you develop sudden new symptoms, shortness of breath or chest pain, those are red flags that you need to call 911 immediately. Yasmin?
Really important story, really important study. Erica Edwards, thanks for talking us through it. We appreciate it.
Let's now bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, good to have you with us. Let's stay on the topic first of long COVID. So are heart issues that Yasmin was just discussing with Erica there something that you and other doctors have been seeing among people who've had the virus? And what other long COVID conditions have you come in contact with? How common are they?
Absolutely. Well, the long COVID, first of all, just to be very, very clear, there isn't still one agreed upon definition. We see a lot of patients in the office with a myriad of symptoms really affecting every organ system. I would say the most common symptoms that we're seeing are exhaustion, brain fog, musculoskeletal pain. But the involvement of the cardiovascular system has been something that we have noted now for quite some time, particularly this entity called dysautonomia. This is part of what's called the autonomic nervous system, which is meant to regulate heart rate, blood pressure, temperature regulation. And so those patients who have abnormalities in that particular entity really, really suffer from, really disabling chest pain and dizziness and lightheadedness. Erica's piece is so important because what she really is highlighting here is that not only are we seeing these potential cardiac risks in individuals who might have risk factors already and who spent time in the hospital, ICU. This is not unprecedented. We see that with other infections. But what makes this unique is that it can affect people. It's not discriminating. Young women can also experience this. So is this unique to COVID? We don't know the answer to that yet. But it really just really highlights the heterogeneity of what we're seeing post-COVID infection in this country.
Now, doctor, let's talk about the Pfizer vaccine for kids, another big headline that's been taken over the last few days. So Pfizer has delayed its FDA application for authorization of its vaccine for kids younger than 5. They want to look more at that possibility of a third dose. What kind of protection would 2 doses have offered younger kids, and why are they looking at this extra dose? And what do you just make of this sort of applying and then delaying the application, and any concerns there that has for parents potentially in terms of hesitancy?
Right. Well, this has been a big conversation. Really, I think the distinction here is what was going to happen for the sake of public health and what ended up happening, for the sake of maintaining scientific rigor. The whole point of this sort of fast-tracked look at the 2 doses was really at the height of the Omicron surge, when the FDA was really getting pleas from pediatricians as well as parents around the country. Can we please see whether or not these 2 doses, can we get them started so that by the time that 3rd dose data comes and when we see that it works, that kids have already had the 2 dose, initiation series. But as the Omicron, surge subsided and this urgency kind of subsided along with it, and Pfizer got more data on the efficacy of the 2 shots, both groups, Pfizer and the FDA, said, you know what, let's do this the right way. Let's wait until we have all the data so that when we do grant the authorization, we understand exactly what we're doing. I mean, I'm not minimizing what happened. This was a huge issue, and I think the FDA and the CDC has been so transparent, and it really has needed to be so transparent. But with that has come an intense scrutiny of the process that I think most Americans, myself probably included, really aren't aware always of what goes into these decisions. And everything is just, being broadcast for the public to consume. It's a lot to take in.
Absolutely. And Dr. Azar, quickly before I let you go, I want to ask a question about masks as more states start to drop those mandates. Remind people, if you still want to be wearing a mask in a public place, which of course is always an option to you, what kind of protection do you have if no one around you is wearing a mask as these mandates drop?
Right. Well, some of really important work that's come out in the last several weeks really shows that, of course, the best protection, if we're talking about masks only, is when more people, the percentage of the people in an enclosed space are masked, your protection obviously goes up. But we know that if you are even the only one wearing a mask, but it is a high quality, well-fitted mask, and so I'm speaking to all the teachers and other, school staff who might be in a situation like this where young kids are not wearing masks, correctly, or the vaccination rates aren't that high, you can still feel very assured that you're getting very, very good protection. So wear your mask at all times if you're unsure or concerned about your own safety.
Okay, Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thank you so much. Great to see you. And now, if you have a question for one of our doctors, please do let us know. Email us. There it is on your screen. Morning News Now at NBCUNI.com. Our doctors are ready and able to answer them, and let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous. Now, major new developments are coming out of Beijing this morning. First, the Russian figure skater who tested positive for a banned substance has been cleared to compete by an international ruling body. That test came back in December, and Russia says she's tested negative twice since.
So here's the thing. If she finishes in the top 3, the International Olympic Committee Executive Board says there will not be a medal ceremony. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is joining us now. Got to say, Steve, this decision doesn't necessarily add up, especially because then they say if she finishes in the top 3, there's no medal ceremony, which could also hurt the other folks, the other people that have trained so hard to get here. Talk us through this.
Well, look, guys, this is more complicated than I could break down in 2 minutes in negative 15-degree weather. But I will say part of the reason why there are so many different moving parts is you've got multiple bodies, both independently and in Russia, and the IOC, which is its own independent organization. But suffice to say, the IOC says she's not going to win any ceremony, or at least have a ceremony about the medal that she does win, because it's essentially a protest vote. They can't do anything because they're a little bit hamstrung hamstrung because the ruling is not whether or not she violated anti-doping laws. The ruling is, can they uphold a suspension that was stemming from December, which is essentially that, yes, she did test positive for this heart medication, which, apparently enhances performance by way of enhancing stamina. A Russian body said that, yes, you are suspended because of that, but that decision was then appealed. What the IOC tried to do was reinstate that suspension in time for the Olympics, but based on a few things, namely timing, and secondly, the fact that she's under the age of 16, which makes her a protected person, led to them not really being able to do much except say, we're not going to give you a ceremony if you win another medal. That's where we're at. Obviously, it's far more complicated than that, and it's leading to a whole lot of controversy here at the Games, guys.
Yeah, so Steve, there's always been, not always, but for a long time, there's been controversy surrounding Russia and the Olympics. They're banned from competing as Russia because of a state-sponsored doping program. I think there's a lot of layers of frustration here for a lot of people because of that, because of course, this whole scandal is involving a child, someone in her early teens. What's the reaction been like so far to the fact that this means that there's no medal ceremony, even if you're on one of these other teams that's going to be on that podium?
Yeah, in case viewers are wondering why they see ROC instead of Russia, is exactly that. And it's one of those, again, something of a gesture from the IOC, because they can't simply say, well, Russia is not allowed to compete. So instead, we will give you the dishonor of not officially being at the Games, which is the same thing that would happen, say she wins another gold medal, she wouldn't have a medal ceremony. The reaction's been tough. You had Tara Lipinski, you have Johnny Weir, who we know are very opinionated about this. Very controversial. They said it's almost a stain on the sport, a stain on the event. A lot of people would just like to see her be banned from competing for the rest of the time that she's here. But again, their hands are tied. The IOC says she has to compete, and this is the best case scenario, is which, we just won't honor the fact that she wins. And she, make no mistake, is expected to win coming up.
Gotta say, I feel like this is not the last time we're going to be talking about this.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just tough too when you think about the other young athletes who
train so hard and want to be on that podium. Steve Patterson, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve. And we'll have more Olympics coming up in a little bit. Now let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now with a look ahead at this week's forecast. Bill, great to see you once again. Warm as heck on the West Coast. Really cold here.
Yeah,
on the
really
East
cold
Coast.
this morning.
I think my Uber driver said it was about 19 degrees when I got in the car this morning.
Yeah, that's about right. It's going to be a roller coaster ride this week across the country, too. We're kind of getting into almost an early spring weather pattern where we're getting really warm bouts and then really cold bouts behind it and a storm in the middle. And that's what we're going to track this week. We actually have a kind of a classic coast-to-coast storm that's moving today into the Pacific Northwest. It's not that strong yet. There's not a lot of rain or snow with it, but a little bit, enough to, you'll have to drive in it as you go throughout I-5, especially as we go throughout this afternoon from Eugene to Medford and all the way up even towards the Portland area. And then we'll track this system on Tuesday through the Rockies. Doesn't do a lot of harm there, just a little bit of snow, nothing big. But then by the time we get to Wednesday, the storm taps some of that moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico, and this is when the storm's going to start being problematic. It'll be warm ahead of the storm, and on the backside, it'll be cold. So we're going to have ice, snow, freezing rain, and possibly even severe weather with this storm. And the first area of concern, this isn't until Wednesday, and this will be probably Wednesday late in the day, but from Dallas to Little Rock to Shreveport, you're already being put in a slight risk 3 days out. That's usually a pretty good indication it's going to be a significant severe weather event. Right now, they're saying about 11 million people. So we'll watch this over the next 2 days to see how it tweaks. But if you have any late day plans Wednesday in this region, just know there could even be a possible tornadoes. And then the cold side of this storm is going to be snow. The early snow forecast takes the heavier amounts, areas in Colorado as you'd expect, but then through Kansas City, possibly St. Louis, and up to Chicago, and then towards Detroit and areas of Michigan, guys. So as you said, it's a cold Monday out there, especially in the Northeast. Lots of sunshine in the southern half of the country, but spring's on the way. Even areas in the Northeast today that are around single digits wind chill, it should be about 60 by Thursday or Friday.
How jarring was this weekend, by the way? Saturday was 50 degrees here in New York City. Sunday we had snow. Mother Nature just couldn't get it right this weekend.
Yeah, I saw a tweet with a picture of the forecast that said the vibes are unstable. Which
Saturday people were in shorts, just ready for spring. They were just ready.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right. It's a little freaky.
Bill.
Thanks, Bill. See you soon. And coming up on Morning News Now, crunch time for President Biden as he whittles down his Supreme Court short list. We'll take a look at 3 of the possible candidates and how Congress is reacting.
Plus, Rudy Giuliani back in the headlines, now expected to testify before the January 6th committee as other key Trump allies refuse to do so. What he could bring to the investigation. Those stories coming up next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman? Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. This morning, we're learning more about the search for the next Supreme Court justice.
So White House officials have confirmed 3 of the candidates on President Biden's shortlist. Personal interviews could begin as soon as this week. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has the details on this.
Mr. President! Today begins a critical phase of deliberation for President Biden and his chance to shape the highest court in the land. Personal interviews are expected as early as this week, after refining his short list, as the president explained to Lester Holt.
What I've done is I've taken about 4 people and done the deep dive on them, meaning this thorough background checks.
Officials confirm these 3 judges are under consideration. Ketanji Brown Jackson on the federal appeals circuit in D.C., Leandra Kruger, a justice of the California Supreme Court, and J. Michelle Childs, a federal district court judge in South Carolina, where prominent elected officials in both parties are pushing hard. They argue Judge Childs could be easily confirmed with more Republican votes.
That if you nominate Michelle Childs, she'll be in the liberal camp for sure, but she has a hell of a story, and she would be somebody, I think, that could bring the Senate together and probably get more than 60 votes. Anyone else would be problematic.
The White House was quick to defend Judge Brown Jackson when a retired black federal judge in Alabama criticized her rejection of a settlement in a class action case brought by black workers. The White House said, Judge Jackson is deeply qualified and has built an extraordinary record, adding, attacks will not inform his decision. Democratic senators on the Judiciary Committee urged the president to be thorough but swift.
He's going to be interviewing a number of people, but he also understands that we need to do it expeditiously as well.
And thank you to Kelly O'Donnell for that report.
Now, there are new developments this morning in the ongoing investigation into the attack on the Capitol. Trump ally and former attorney Rudy Giuliani is expected to testify before the House committee leading the investigation into the January 6th insurrection. During an appearance on Face the Nation, Representative Adam Kinzinger says that he fully expects the former New York City mayor to cooperate with its subpoena.
Our expectation is he is going to cooperate because that's the law, that's the requirement. Regardless of when we hear from Rudy or how long that interview is, we're getting a lot of information, and we're looking forward to wrapping this up at some point when that is right, showing it to the American people, but not rushing it.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now. Leanne, good morning. So despite what we just heard there of course is this long list of Trump allies like Steve Bannon, most recently Peter Navarro, who have refused to actually cooperate. Alex Jones was questioned by this committee, but repeatedly invoked his Fifth Amendment right. So tell us, do we actually expect to hear from Giuliani, and what kind of insight does the panel expect him to provide here? What could he shed light on?
Good morning, Savannah. So Rudy Giuliani could be critical to what the committee's trying to investigate. There were a lot of schemes going on from after Election Day up until January 6th to try to get election officials to overturn results in the states, to try to even seize voting machines, and to get Mike Pence to reject the Electoral College count on January 6th. And it's been reported that Rudy Giuliani has been a part of many of those schemes. And so the committee absolutely wants to talk to him. Well, what sort of cooperation and what level of cooperation and what that word cooperation actually means is still to be determined. He says that he's going to engage with the committee. Does that mean he's going to actually show up to be deposed? And if he does, will he invoke his Fifth Amendment rights? We aren't totally sure yet. This is just very beginning in the process, and so we'll see where this goes, but he definitely has information the committee wants.
Now, in addition to Giuliani, the panel actually issued subpoenas for 3 other Trump allies. Tell us who they are, what they hope to learn, and again, do we think that they'll cooperate?
Yeah, other people who were advising the former president in a legal way, including Jenna Ellis. And I was told by the committee last week that those 3 people, they had negotiated to move their date of deposition. So there is still a possibility that they might come to cooperate or speak with the committee. But it's really interesting because when former Mike Pence's chief of staff was on Meet the Press a week ago, and he referred to people advising the former president as snake oil salesmen and him getting really bad advice, the people he was talking about, Rudy Giuliani, Jenna Ellis, and the rest of his legal clan, who was telling him to move forward with this. Savannah.
And Leanne, quickly before I let you go, Representative Kinzinger has said that the committee's in no rush, but if Republicans take the House in the midterms, it's expected they'll dissolve this committee that's investigating the attack, which could mean that time is running out. What's the panel saying about a timeline for wrapping this up?
Yeah, timing is a rush is very relative around here. There might be no rush, but they do have only until the end of the year, really, assuming that the Republicans take back control of Congress. Well, Adam Kinzinger gave some more insight. There were supposed to be public hearings in the spring. He says that might be spring, maybe pushed back to summer. So things are taking, even though this committee is moving very quickly, things are seeming to take a little bit longer than they had hoped, Savannah.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much.
Yep.
All right, turning again to the Winter Games, Team USA won gold and silver. Amazing.
Amazing.
In the Olympics' first ever monobob event.
That is right, and we're lucky to have one of those medalists with us. Kaylee Humphries, congratulations, wearing your gold medal around your neck. Yeah. Yay, we love to see it. This is your 3rd gold medal, in fact, which makes you the most decorated woman in bobsled history. We haven't even touched the monobob and how crazy that is yet, which we'll ask you about in just a second, but how does this feel?
It feels amazing. It really does feel absolutely incredible. I feel so empowered as a female athlete, as an athlete for Team USA, to know that, this last 4 years has been a hard-fought battle, but it's all been worth it to be able to be in a brand new event, to advocate for something and greater opportunity for female athletes in sport, and to have the opportunity to compete and then be able to do it you know, wearing the stars and stripes representing America, it not only am I proud and honored, it was so heartfelt. I feel super empowered.
The coolest thing as well was the fact that USA took gold and silver as well, with Elena Myers-Taylor also on the podium. What was that like for you to stand beside someone you've been training with the whole time?
Yeah, I think it really shows the strength of this program. The U.S. bobsled program has been on the podium at every single Olympics that women's bobsled has been in, and it really does. This is a true testament to not only our friendship and how we interact as teammates, but most importantly to our fellow teammates, our coaching staff, just everybody a part of bobsled. And it really was a very special moment. I've shared 4 Olympic podiums with Alana. This is the first time we did it both representing the United States. And yeah, it definitely took some work to get to this point, but I'm super proud of her and of our program. And it really was a team effort. And you saw that today coming 1-2.
Okay, Kaylee, we're about to ask you about the monobob in just a sec. But first, I want to ask about a little issue that a lot of viewers might not know that you had, which they actually might relate to, which is waiting for your passport to come. You represented Canada at previous Olympics, but now you're competing for Team USA. We understand there was some late drama lucky for us. There was some late drama surrounding your American passport, which you needed to compete in them. What was that like? How stressful? Were you worried it wouldn't come in time?
For that?
Yeah.
It is the most stressful. Anybody that is dealing with immigration as a whole, don't even get me started. It's something out of your control. And as an athlete who is very much in control, especially behind and in a bobsled as a driver, it was definitely challenging. There were a lot of sleepless nights. There were a lot of nights, honestly, when I didn't think it would come. And I was so fearful. And you do have to, I had to reside in the fact that I might not go to the games, and it might be due to politics and immigration and laws and just stuff outside of my control. I had to have belief in God and the system and that it would all work out in the right fashion. And it did. It came the last moments it could possibly come, December 20th. I'm in there and we made it happen. But it definitely, you know, there were a lot of nights when I didn't think it would. And I had to study so hard for like 2 months for that civics exam too. And I know more now about history and geography in the U.S. than I could care to than most of my teammates, in all fairness. But it was a very stressful time. I won't lie. And it's been so uncertain for so long. It was a 4-year process that you don't know if it's going to come in time and if it's going to happen. And it's a lot of waiting and trusting of a system and of other people. And it was hard. But to know that it came in and we literally had to take it step by step to get here. And it taught me a lot. Getting here and being in Beijing and going through COVID and isolation and just a bunch of stuff to be in this position. A lot of immigration stuff taught me how to take it step by step and to look for the positives and find those perfect moments in each day instead of the entire process being, you know, being perfect. And so I was able to really rely on that in order to walk away victorious.
All of those trials and tribulations, and that is why this medal is just so much cooler, because of all that you have been through to actually get here. Can we just talk
the sport,
and the sport? Can we talk quickly about this new event, monobob, and how different this was for you in training for it?
Yeah, how much harder is it?
It is a lot harder. I think people don't realize the sled itself and where we sit individually is right in the middle. So the sled itself acts kind of like a teeter-totter, a seesaw. So whenever you go in and you turn the sled, it wants to pick the back up or the front kind of goes. It's kind of like driving a truck with no weight in the back on a really slippery gravel road. It's extremely hard to drive. The ice here is really hard. The track is long. It's very technical, and it definitely is challenging. But I think that's what's cool, is exciting. It gives women another event. We now have 2 events to compete at a games, which matches what our men have always had, which is huge. And it will provide a lot more opportunities for some of the smaller nations as well. And most people won't know, monobobs all around the world are the exact same. So from Germans to Canadians to Americans, we all have the exact same sled from the same builder, which again takes equipment out of it. It's not a money-based issue, and it makes it very technical, driving and pushing skill alone.
Oh, yeah, it was so interesting as I was watching to hear the announcer saying, you know, the driver becomes the breaker because it's all the same person. It's craziness.
So nerve-wracking, too, to watch.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on gold. Just so exciting. We're so happy you're with Team USA, and you got that pass.
Yay, me too. Kaylee, thank you.
Thank you. Congrats.
All right, let's look at what else is making news around the world.
Ali Arouzi is back with us again from Tehran. Hey, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Yasmin. Inspired by the loud, horn-honking Freedom Convoy demonstrations in Canada, protesters in France rallying against the country's COVID vaccine pass made their way past police checkpoints in Paris, blocking roads and bringing traffic to a complete standstill around the Arc de Triomphe, which is the common entry point into central Paris. Police used tear gas to disperse protesters. Hong Kong's leader says that the fifth wave of COVID has dealt an onslaught of infections, which has overwhelmed capacity to deal with the virus as daily cases continue to surge. Daily infections have increased 13-fold in just 2 weeks. Authorities are scrambling to contain the virus and have asked for help from China to tackle the deepening outbreak. And finally, fans have been forming long queues at the 2022 Winter Games, lines stretching down the block and around the corner, but they're not there to see Chloe Kim, Erin Jackson or Nathan Chen. They're there for Bing Duen Duen, the official mascot of the Winter Olympics. Some people have camped overnight while other people have brought their own stools to sit on just for an opportunity to buy their own Bing Duen Duen. The mascot has become the must-have item for fans, many of whom are willing to pay well over the official price to get their hands on the toy panda. And those are your headlines this morning.
Ali, say Bing Duen Duen 10 times over. Let's see if you mess that one up.
That took a lot of concentration to get that out right a couple of times.
Thanks, Ali.
Thanks.
All right, coming up, everybody. If you're not so keen on who exactly won last night's big game, but you want to know which ads people are actually talking about this morning, stay tuned.
Yeah, we'll bring you all the biggest commercials you should know about up next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. LA Rams wide receiver Van Jefferson may be the biggest winner of Super Bowl 56. Right as the Rams clinched the win, Jefferson sprinted off the field to make it to the birth of his son. His wife had been rushed to the hospital mid-game as she went into labor. The pair says they haven't picked out a name for their son just yet. The Jeffersons have 2 older children together, including their 5-year-old daughter, Bella, who watched her dad from the stands at last night's game. Jefferson saw more play time after Odell Beckham Jr. was injured in the first half. He made 4 catches for 23 yards during Sunday's game. I'd call that a pretty memorable day for him for more reasons than one.
I would say that it's likely his wife went into labor because she was so excited to watch the game, and then she's like, I'm going to have a baby.
Yeah, okay, it's time.
It's time.
Yeah.
Come off the field and let's meet this new one. Thanks, Savannah.
Yep.
All right, so if you were at a Super Bowl party, but not that invested in the game, you may have been watching for the iconic commercials instead, from celebrity cameos, there are a lot of them, to electric cars galore. Let's take a look at some of the ads that had you talking between first downs. Adweek TV editor Jason Lynch joins us now with the biggest highlights. Jason, it's great to see you. Let's talk through some of this. There are a lot of commercials to cover, so let's start with the star power. It seemed like celebrities were almost in every single commercial. The Larry David commercial honestly stands out to me. The Jones commercial stands out to me as well. Tommy Lee Jones saying Jones to Leslie Jones. Which of those stood out to you?
There were several. First off, I think after a year last year where, at that point in the pandemic, everybody took a more kind of subdued approach to their marketing. This year, everybody felt go big, go bold. And the way to go big was to get as many celebs as possible. I think for me, Zendaya and the Squarespace ad was one a lot of people were talking about, certainly the Larry David one. You had Lindsay Lohan, you had Arnold Schwarzenegger for BMW, you had Paul Rudd and Seth Rogen for Lay's. It seemed like almost every ad there was a big celeb in it, which is not always the case for Super Bowl.
So I was thinking the entire time, how much do these ads cost, by the way, and how much were these celebs paid to actually be in the ads as well? And I'm going to think they're pretty high price tags for those sorts of things. 2 products, Jason, that stood out. Cryptocurrency, electric cars as well. Twitter was on fire after the Coinbase ad showed just a QR code.
Crazy.
Leading to, by the way, the crash of the company website. Did it surprise you to see these 2 products with so many commercials?
So I knew going in that there would be a lot of crypto ads because in the NFL regular season this year, we've seen a lot of crypto ads. I did not expect the Coinbase ad to be the most talked about ad of the game. And I will say, that QR code, on the screen for 60 seconds, there was a lot of people on my feed that said, oh, that's the biggest waste of money ever. But I will say that was the only ad of the whole game that my son, put up his cell phone. He scanned that code. 20 million other people did the same thing. The website crashes, you said. So, really, these ads are about engagement, and that ad had more engagement probably than any other ad of the night.
Nostalgia, obviously, as we know, halftime, major nostalgia, major theme, obviously. Millennials are going to remember the E-Tray Baby that made a comeback this year as well.
Yes.
What other commercials dug deep into our memories?
There were several. The T-Mobile had a Scrubs reunion with Zach Braff and Donald Faison. Right. Jim Carrey resurrected his cable guy character for Verizon. There was a Michelob Ultra ad that kind of paid homage to Big Lebowski, even with Steve Buscemi in there. And then you also had there was a commercial with Austin Powers that that reunited Mike Myers, Rob Lowe, Seth Green. So you had several. Again, I think for the same reason that we see so many TV series right now, being reboots and revivals. Nostalgia is just is a way to kind of cut through the clutter and to get people really to pay attention to your ad.
Jason Lynch, thank you so much for wrapping that up for us. We appreciate it.
Sure, absolutely.
And coming up, the problem with power. Millions of electric vehicles on the road here in the States, but one thing is slowing them down.
That's right, a lack of charging stations. Our own Aaron Gilchrist sat down with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg on a new Biden administration initiative looking to bring the juice. That is next.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Just call when you need them most. Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hi, everybody. So with gas prices up 40% from a year ago, a lot of people are turning to electric vehicles. But there's one major speed bump. Not enough public charging stations. Now that you may be about change, NBC News Now anchor Aaron Gilchrist sat down exclusively with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg to talk about electric vehicles. Aaron, talk us through this.
So essentially, Yasmin, the plan is to just pour a ton of money into building that structural foundation for the EV cars to be out there. Look, more than 1 million cars are going to hit the market, the car makers are telling us, over the next couple of years. And President Biden has said that he wants 50% of all the cars sold in this country to be electric vehicles in the next 8 years or so. And so he's sort of putting his money where his mouth is at this point. That bipartisan infrastructure bill that he signed last year contains a ton of money to make sure that people are able to get out there and actually power up. Electric cars are cruising down highways across the country. 489,000 of them sold in 2021, according to J.D. Power. Just over 3% of all cars bought last year. What's slowing EV down? Part of the problem is power.
That's exactly why we're making sure we have the backbone of a national charging network.
I sat down this weekend with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg just after the Biden administration announced a $5 billion 5-year investment to build electric vehicle charging stations across the nation.
Look, it's going to take a while to have a full-fledged national charging network. It'll take across this decade to get to that 500,000 charger goal that we have. But we've already got a lot of chargers out across the country. This is about accelerating that to keep up and get ahead of the increasing popularity of these EVs.
Buttigieg says to get the money, states will have to submit plans to build EV chargers along interstate highways and major roads, making it more convenient to drive electric and to reduce what EV drivers called range anxiety. People have some anxiety about, am I going to make it?
No matter where you're headed, even on one of those long drives, you know that you will not have a problem any more than you would worry about being able to find gas when you take a trip on the interstate highway system today.
There are roughly 47,000 public charging stations around the country, but not every car can charge at every station. This funding is supposed to address that, too. Buttigieg says the charging plans that states come up with will have to ensure whatever car make you drive, you'll have access to compatible chargers.
We're not going to dictate the format, but we are going to require that it happens in a way that benefits everybody. These are taxpayer dollars, so it can't just be a blank check. We've got to make sure that they're being spent effectively.
We caught up with Buttigieg talking shop about electric cars with students at Heartland Community College in Normal, Illinois, home to a degree program training a new wave of EV builders and technicians. These are the guys who will help get more electric cars on the roads. And those cars are pretty pricey. The average cost for an electric car is more than $56,000, enough to leave many Americans out of the EV market. The auto industry is going all in on electric, planning to spend more than $515 billion on EVs in the next 5 to 10 years. Toyota, GM, Ford, and BMW already announcing massive investments to catch up to electric car leader Tesla.
We got to get that sticker price down. That's why we got to accelerate these things being produced on a widespread basis in the United States and it's why we want more tax incentives to help buy down that upfront cost.
Now, to start building out this infrastructure, those 500,000 charging stations, states are going to have until August 1st to apply for a chunk of this money, the first round of money that will go out. And Yasmin, the secretary thinks that we'll start to see some of these charging stations up and running this year.
Here's hoping. Great interview, Aaron. Thank you so much for bringing it to us.
Yeah, fantastic.
Coming up, everybody, finding love in a hopeless place, like in the middle of a global pandemic.
We'll catch up with one couple from a popular quarantine dating show. They met when COVID was just starting out, so how are they doing now? Years later. Stick around.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Welcome back. It's Valentine's Day, and for some, it's a reminder of how difficult dating has been these past 2 years. But we do have a success story for you today. A lucky couple who fell in love on an Instagram dating show during a time of isolation. I heard how they're doing now.
So pre-pandemic, honestly, I was not focused on dating whatsoever.
Rewind to spring 2020, the early lockdown days. And you might remember this account, Love is Quarantine, a spoof on the Netflix dating show Love is Blind. Two Brooklyn roommates acted as quarantine cupids, matching strangers on totally blind dates.
I don't even know, like she's just so charismatic, so engaging.
So I just finished up my call with Justin, literally the funniest human I've ever encountered.
Allie and Justin starred in the 10th and last episode, both coerced into it by friends.
I think I want to match with Justin.
Definitely Allie. Fingers crossed, y'all. Hope for your boy.
You go on this kind of crazy Instagram dating show. That's how you meet. And then what happens?
FaceTimed every single day. We were texting all throughout that entire month. And then a surprise came.
So I ended up buying a plane ticket from LA to North Carolina. It was like $400, $500 for a flight. And I honestly prayed the night before and was like, if I'm supposed to go, if I'm supposed to meet this dude, I need something under $150. And the next day there was one for with tax, like $149.11.
Our first date was about a week long. Our second date was about a month long. Yeah. And and then the rest of the history from there.
Last year, Allie moved to North Carolina, and 11 months later,
that night we went to a photo shoot. I coach women in business, so I work with a lot of photographers. So we went out for a pretty standard shoot, and then he asked there. So it was amazing.
I mean, this has come out of COVID. What would you tell yourself back in 2019 or early 2020 before COVID hit?
I would say buckle up.
I would have told myself to just relax. because I think dating can be so stressful. It was so delightful with Justin and so easy, and that's possible.
And as for the guys behind the account, well, they are single.
I just texted Rance yesterday and I was like, are you dating anyone? We love him so much.
Now, for the wedding, Allie and Justin are eloping with a twist, and they say that's all they will tell us.
What does
for
that
now.
mean with a twist?
So we'll have to stay tuned. I don't know.
Eloping, but like on Instagram,
I don't know.
so
I'm
bringing all their
wondering
guests via Instagram.
Yeah, that's going to come into play somehow. Also, they are trying to work to set up Rance, who set them up now, which is very sweet.
They're literally the most adorable couple.
I know, they're so cute, right?
I love that
Isn't
she just
funny?
got up, moved to North Carolina, and now they're living this amazing life, getting married. But the people that started the app still single.
I know. We got to find somebody for them.
Do you know if they
right?
got tested for COVID before they met?
I don't know, but the whole drama of her flying to the wrong airport, all this stuff is
gosh.
hilarious. But it's a good thing it worked out.
It's a good thing. It's a great thing.
Good Valentine's story, right?
A great Valentine's story.
Yeah.
If you're looking for love, everybody, hope is still out there.
You have
Just
already
log
given...
on to Instagram.
You've already given your kids Valentine's gifts this morning.
I did, and I loved it, and I watched them receive the gifts on my Nest app. I will say this, by the way, my husband
spying on my kids at the Nest app.
Speaking of Instagram, my husband actually DM'd me on Instagram to ask me out my first date.
Oh my gosh!
After we had met at a bar, isn't
Love
that funny?
Love that.
So
Hey,
Instagram a part of my story too.
There we go.
Yeah,
I love it. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you at home, however you're celebrating. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now, everybody.
On NBC News Now, free-flowing traffic moving once again at the border crossing between the U.S. and Canada. What brought the standoff to an end and the lingering impact it's having today?
Putin's next move, America issuing a stern warning to Russia as tensions at the Ukraine border reach their highest level yet. The diplomatic talks underway as the U.S. evacuates its embassy.
Questioning Giuliani, the January 6th committee says it fully expects the former New York City mayor and Trump ally to cooperate with the subpoena.
And the road ahead, our one-on-one conversation with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg on the Biden administration's push to go electric. I have some anxiety about, am I going to make it?
No matter where you're headed, even on one of those long drives, you know that you will not have a problem any more than you would worry about being able to find gas.
The White House plan to supercharge the number of places you can plug in.
Hi there, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with the positive signs in the fight against the pandemic. In the last 2 weeks, not a single state has seen a measurable increase in new confirmed COVID cases. The 7-day average is now at its lowest level since December, nearly 2 months ago.
That's right. And more good news on the pandemic front. The Ambassador Bridge has reopened for business, and that's the vital crossing at the U.S.-Canadian border that was shut down by protesters just over these vaccine mandates recently. Leading us off this hour, we have NBC News Now anchor Allison Morris and NBC News correspondent Cal Perry. Cal, first to you. You are standing at that bridge there in Windsor, Ontario, and of course things are moving there behind you, but there were some pretty intense moments over the weekend. How did this all happen?
Yeah, you know, there was this back and forth, what the police called this cat and mouse game between police and protesters, because it was just a few. It was a dozen or so protesters yesterday that were able to keep this bridge closed. As you mentioned, the road behind me now open, leading to the Ambassador Bridge, hoping to become once again the busiest land crossing in North America. But what has changed is along this road for 3 kilometers, and this road connects one of the busiest interstates in Canada with that bridge, they've basically made a corridor. They've put in all of these cement barricades. They've changed the whole way that this functions, and there are police stationed at every stoplight along the road. How long they can do this, I'm not sure. You know, that's the big question here. And whether or not protesters come back is another concern, because, again, what was proven was it didn't take many people to shut that bridge down, and it took a lot of work on behalf of the police, who, again, are having to stay out here in large numbers, Morgan.
I mean, and that's the point. It took such a small sort of critical mass to create such a big impact. I mean, what's the situation like in other parts of Canada? Are people worried that we could see this happen again and again?
Yeah, this is the national conversation that's happening here. CBC is reporting that the Prime Minister has put into effect a national emergency law. There is in Ottawa, you have hundreds, maybe thousands of protesters holed up outside of the government buildings there. They are not moving. The police, I think, it's pretty clear they feel overwhelmed. They feel outnumbered. You have problems growing along the U.S.-Canadian border west of where I am at other crossings. You have trucks blocking those crossings. And so police are constantly reacting to these protests as they kind of spread out around the country. It is, as my producer said, a game of whack-a-mole. And so you have the government now trying to arm themselves as best they can to deal with this moving forward as it only seems to spread more.
All right, NBC's Cal Perry for us there. Cal, thank you.
Now, that trucker blockade along the U.S.-Canadian border may be over, but we are far from finding out the long-term economic impact. Let's bring in NBC News Now anchor Allison Morris now. And Allison, we know that automakers were among the many industries that were hit hard by these protests and the impact that they had. Talk to us a little bit about the direct impact we're feeling here in the U.S. as a result of this.
Yeah, Aaron, we can just start with people who work in the auto industry, right? I mean, GM, Ford, Honda, Toyota, all confirming that they had to cut production shifts last week while this was going on. That means people went home with either no paycheck or incomplete paychecks. That's a big problem if you're an auto worker. The other thing you need to consider, why were they not bringing those people in? Because they simply did not have the supplies to produce the cars. Now, just anecdotally, we've all driven down those long stretches of highway, right, where you just see car dealer after car dealer after car dealer. In my hometown, there weren't a lot of cars on those lots until this fall. They were just starting to get inventory in. A disruption like this over the winter is definitely not going to help. And we saw just last week, right, inflation at a 40-year high. A big factor there, used car prices, new car prices, they have been exorbitant. Yeah. Disruptions like this are only going to make cars more expensive. If supply doesn't meet demand, we all know how that works. And that is not good news for February CPI numbers that, you know, inflation might go even higher because cars just aren't getting any cheaper.
Yeah, I've been looking for a used car with my niece, trying to find something for her to drive. It has not been fun the last couple of weeks here.
No.
You know, I do want to ask you, too, Allison, how does all this really factor into the supply chain delays that we're seeing across industries right now?
Sure. I mean, Aaron, the auto industry is just one area that's being impacted by this, or that was impacted while this was still going on. The Michigan Treasury Department says that some 10,000 commercial vehicles go back and forth on that one bridge every day. So if you're sitting here thinking, well, it was just one bridge, what's the big deal? They say some more than $300 million worth of parts and goods and supplies go back and forth on that bridge daily. Only $50 million worth of that goes to the auto industry. So this has affected industries across the U.S. We talk so much about the Fed trying to raise rates to curb inflation. Well, that's just one piece of the puzzle. If we still have supply chain hangups and issues manufacturing and making goods, and there's such a high demand for them, we're not going to see those prices come down as soon as we'd like.
All right, Allison Morris for us today. Allison, thank you. We'll see you at 3 o'clock Eastern.
See you then.
Now to Ukraine, where German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is meeting with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. The chancellor's arrival comes just as the Biden administration warns that a Russian invasion could come at any moment this week. Joining us now, NBC News correspondents Aaron McLaughlin from Ukraine and Josh Lederman here from Washington. Aaron, the two European leaders are expected to discuss essentially this Russian oil pipeline that goes directly into Germany. And Zelensky already called this a dangerous geopolitical weapon. So where do these discussions then go from here?
Yeah, well, the two just wrapped up a press conference, Morgan, and it doesn't appear as though Germany has moved on the two issues that matter most to Ukraine when it comes to the relationship with Germany, and that is lethal aid. Germany still declining to send lethal aid, non-lethal aid only, in accordance to its longstanding policy. The chancellor in that press conference pointing to the amount of money that Germany sends to Ukraine. And then the second issue being the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, as you mentioned. That is the pipeline that is currently not working at the moment. They haven't turned the on button yet, but it's a pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany directly, essentially bypassing Ukraine. If it switches on, Ukraine could potentially miss out on $1 billion worth of transit fees. But more than that, the Ukrainians see that as a potential geopolitical weapon, and it's very concerning to them. In that press conference, Chancellor Scholz refusing to be drawn on that as well. He said that he has organized a sanctions package with the West, other Western leaders, should Russia invade, but refused to say explicitly Nord Stream 2. President Biden, though, adamant that Nord Stream 2 will not go ahead in the event of a Russian invasion. So from the standpoint of what matters most to Ukraine in terms of those talks, it doesn't seem like it moved much, but I'm told that the purpose of the chancellor's visit to Kyiv, as well as Moscow tomorrow, is to keep that diplomatic channel open and avert war. Morgan.
And speaking of those diplomatic channels, Josh, we know that President Biden spoke to the Ukrainian president on Sunday. What came out of that call, especially from the Biden administration's perspective? What were they hoping would come from that call?
Well, part of this, Morgan, was an attempt to show that the Ukraine is still on the same page with the U.S. after some comments over the weekend from President Zelensky, who basically told the U.S. to knock it off when it comes to creating panic in Ukraine through all of this talk we've heard from senior U.S. officials about the likelihood of a major Russian military incursion. Zelensky had said as he was visiting and watching some troops who were doing exercises that basically they have different information than the U.S. and that we are actually helping Ukraine's enemies by talking up the prospect of a war. And so in this call between the president and Zelensky, lasting a little under an hour, the two countries agreed, according to the White House's description, to work swiftly and decisively to impose costs on Russia. They also are keeping that diplomatic option open to Russia if it wants to pursue it. And to that end, more diplomacy for President Biden today. He just got back a few minutes ago from Camp David, and in about an hour, he is scheduled to speak by phone with British Prime Minister Boris Johnson so that they can coordinate their response to this crisis. We're also aware that the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, is briefing lawmakers on the Hill, the leadership in the House and Senate today, as they are trying to figure out what they are going to do about sanctions as well, Morgan.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin for us there in Kyiv, Josh Lederman there in Washington, D.C. Thank you both so much for joining us.
Well, it looks like work is getting done on Capitol Hill. Lawmakers are passing a flurry of bipartisan bills. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now. Sahil, tell us about these bills that are being pushed through Congress right now.
Yeah, there's a sudden outbreak of bipartisanship that seemingly came out of nowhere, and it's happened mostly in the last week. That includes efforts to pass a major postal reform bill that would improve the finances of the post office and improve mail delivery, the Violence Against Women Act reauthorization. That's a 1994 law initially passed by a senator named Joe Biden. There's efforts to end arbitration, forced arbitration for victims alleging sexual misconduct, a U.S.-China competition bill that has passed both the House and the Senate that is headed to a conference committee before it goes to the president's desk, an appropriations deal that had languished for a long time. And then there are two more that are in the works right now, unclear where these will go, but attempts to ban lawmakers from trading stocks and election reform, a modest effort to prevent future candidates from stealing elections. These are all efforts that happened after Democrats tried and failed to end the filibuster, at least carve out the filibuster to pass their major voting rights efforts. Republicans say that's the reason that there's suddenly the space for this kind of cooperation. And Democrats say voters don't really care whether something is, an accomplishment is partisan or bipartisan. They just want things to get done, and Democrats are doing what they can in the limited majorities that they have to try to get things done.
Sahil, one of the other things that's been talked about a lot lately is banning stock trades by lawmakers. That's become a real theme there in Washington. It's also playing a role on the campaign trail, right?
It absolutely is. This is one of the new items that's being discussed all over the country on the campaign trail. You see vulnerable Democrats trying to get ahead of this issue, ahead of what's likely to be a tough election. That's Abigail Spanberger, you see on the screen there toward the right, one of the co-sponsors of a major bill in the House that would ban lawmakers from trading stocks. A little bit further on the left, you see Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona partnering with John Ossoff of Georgia to introduce a counterpart in the Senate that would ban stock trading. There are efforts by Republicans as well to try to get ahead of this after the devastating election election runoff in Georgia, where they lost 2 Senate seats in part when Democrats had accused those 2 Republican senators, David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, both millionaires, of profiting off their public service, including, particularly in the case of Perdue, through stock trade. So this is an issue that is not really a left or right issue. It's more an insider-outsider issue. It's a populist, elitist issue. And on the campaign trail, it's very popular to be on the side of banning stock trades. That is popular with Democrats, popular with Republicans, and as far as polls have shown, overwhelmingly popular with independents as well.
Hey, I want to ask you very quickly, Sahil, about the January 6th committee. It's been in contact with lawyers representing former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, Trump attorney as well. What are you hearing about that?
Well, Giuliani is under subpoena, and the official posture of the committee is that they expect him to cooperate, as they expect everyone who's under subpoena to cooperate, as is the law in this case. Now, whether he actually will, it depends on the meaning of the word cooperate. If he comes in and just pleads the Fifth Amendment on everything, is the committee going to view that as cooperation? There are a lot of ifs here, but the reality is Giuliani has been a loyal ally of former President Trump, and not many of them have broken to the point of providing significant cooperation with the January 6th committee. So the panel's decision there will be, once he comes in, what to do about it, whether they view it as cooperation. And I think we have some sound here from Adam Kinzinger, the Republican on the committee. Let's play that.
Our expectation is he is going to cooperate because that's the law, that's the requirement, same as if somebody's subpoenaed to court. There may be some changes in dates and moments here as, you know, lawyers do their back and forth, but we fully expect that in accordance with the law, we'll hear from Rudy.
And depending on what happens, what Giuliani says or does, it'll be up to the committee to decide whether it amounts to cooperation with a subpoena or whether they do what they've done with several others and refer him to the Justice Department for criminal contempt.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us today. Sahil, thank you.
Well, the City of Angels is celebrating today after the LA Rams clinched a historic Super Bowl win. In a thrilling clutch comeback, the Rams beat the Cincinnati Bengals 23-20, marking the Rams' first championship since relocating to Southern California back in 2016. Let's get right to it with NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster, who is outside the stadium there in Los Angeles. Shaq, look, this Super Bowl was, of course, the most watched sporting event of the year. What are the fans saying? I mean, how is LA feeling after this Hollywood ending, so to speak?
Oh, they were thrilled, and I'll say through much of the game, they were very nervous. We were watching the game with some LA Rams fans at Rock and Brews. It was an assignment, Morgan, I promise you. We were at a bar, but it was for work. But I'll tell you, they were really nervous throughout the game. And, you know, this is a game that saw many twists and turns. There was that unfortunate injury with Odell Beckham Jr. in the first half of the game that sidelined him. You saw the lead changes. You saw the Rams go into halftime seeming like they had control of the game, and then the Bengals came back right after and then held the lead for much of the second half before the Rams had that final fourth quarter drive. And when you saw that win, when you saw that defensive stop that really clinched the victory for the Rams, the location we were at just completely exploded. Listen to some of those conversations I had in that moment after.
How does it feel? Oh my God, we love LA. We're so happy. Go LA!
What does this mean for the city?
Oh my God, so much. We have so much potential, so much to do. Okay, LA, get it together. We got so much to do. We're the champions.
Did you expect that win? Did you expect the win to happen tonight?
I expected that win. I thought that we wasn't gonna win, but we won. It's LA, baby. LA Rams, baby. Yeah.
The fact that this was a home, it was at SoFi right down the street. Does it make it even more special?
It feels so surreal. I'm so proud of my city. I'm so proud of our team. Good job, Rams. Good job, Rams.
The only moment that compared to that, Morgan, was as we watched the halftime show, the hip-hop greats taking the stage for that halftime performance that so many people were into. The legends, exactly. Some people called it the Mount Rushmore of hip-hop. They really enjoyed that performance. And, you know, one thing...
Mount Rushmore?
That wasn't
Mount
my
Rushmore
phrase.
with some melanin. That's what I heard. I heard Mount Rushmore with some melanin, Shaq. Tell me what time it is. Tell us about Auntie Mary.
Exactly.
What did Auntie Mary have to say, Shaq? Let us know.
They're going to learn.
Well, yeah, well, look, I think they learned last night. And they learned that Auntie Mary still got it. Okay.
And they know now that it's
Oh, yeah.
Baby.
She owned the stage, Morgan. She owned the stage.
Yes, she did.
I will just say that after that moment, they ended they ended, and as we were leaving that bar, they played We Are the Champions about 5 times consecutively. So that's how LA fans are reacting to the Super Bowl, and they were all singing each one of the time. So that's how they're reacting to the Super Bowl. This is in their hometown, and they really had a good time in celebrating it.
I'm Kendrick Lamar. Y'all weren't ready. That's all right. Oh, I have a whole second question I'm supposed to ask you, Shaq. Bam! We saw massive crowds in downtown.
Oh, no, keep going.
Yo, Shaq, after the game, are city officials worried about all the possibility this could be a super spreader event?
Morgan, don't let me stop you. You can keep going. Keep singing that Mary over there.
So let me make a hard right turn.
Well, we will say, this is something that they knew. There's still the backdrop of the pandemic. So it wasn't just the game, but even all the events leading into the game. The NFL knew that crowds were going to be gathering. And that was the difference between this game and last year. They were expecting that, and they were encouraging it. So they had vaccination clinics. They had rapid testing available for free for fans. So you haven't heard that big concern that this will lead into any massive super spreader event because of the precautions that were in place in the stadium. For example, everyone had to have that proof of vaccination in addition to that negative COVID test. But one thing that we have been seeing is that hospitalizations have been going down. New cases have been going down. It will be something to watch if that ticks up or if it doesn't continue to fall at the rapid pace that it's been doing at this point.
Well, Shaq, I hope you have a happy Valentine's Day and that you're searching for a real love. Somebody makes your heart sing.
No more drama in my life, Morgan.
Oh, wow. You guys are...
Oh, you weren't ready for the high note.
Now we know what's the 411. I tell you. All right, Shaq for us in LA today. Nice work, my friend.
Thanks, Shaq. Well, coming up,
see you guys.
The controversial new ruling clearing the way for a Russian skating star to compete, and that's despite testing positive for a banned substance. Stay with us.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The 15-year-old Russian skater at the center of international controversy at the Beijing Winter Olympics will be back on the ice tomorrow.
That's right. Kamila Valieva was given the green light to compete in the women's singles event despite testing positive for a banned substance in December. We're going to go in depth on that decision in just a moment. But first, checking out the latest medal count, Norway leads the pack with 9 gold medals and 21 medals overall. The Russian Olympic Committee is second with 18 total medals, including 4 golds. The U.S. is currently in third with 16 total medals. Nearly half of them are gold. Someone who has been tracking it all for us very closely, our very own NBC News correspondent, Gadi Schwartz. Gadi, bring us up to speed first on this ice skating scandal. I mean, what kind of reaction is the decision to let her continue to skate getting?
Well, Morgan, there is so much absolute disbelief, not just because she's being allowed to compete tomorrow, but because there's going to be no medal ceremony if she is on the podium, not for team competition, not for any that she might win this week, which is basically like back when you're a kid and your mom tells you and all your brothers and sisters, you know what, everyone is grounded until we work this out, except for we're talking about the biggest stage in the world, and all the other athletes have been training for most of their lives for this moment. So here's a real quick recap on how we got here. Back on Christmas Day, Valieva took a test in Russia after competition. January 7th, Valieva competed in the Olympics. She landed 2 quads. She was the first woman to do it. ROC wins gold. Then she was provisionally suspended on February 8th after the test result finally came back positive. Then February 9th, she challenged the suspension. The Russian anti-doping agency lifted her ban on competition the same day. Then February 14th, this court of arbitration for sport decided that Valieva could compete in women's singles. And they say that they decided that because, one, she's a minor. There was a delay in getting that result back in a timely manner because of some sort of COVID backlog, so she didn't get a chance to mount a legal defense. And then they said because if she is later cleared and she was suspended, it would cause irreparable harm. But now the IOC is saying, as this case continues, no medals are going to be given out until further notice if Valieva places in the top 3. So the U.S. Olympic Committee, as you can imagine, they are saying that they are extremely disappointed by the message this decision sends. They say athletes have a right to know that they are competing on a level playing field. Unfortunately, today, that right is being denied. This appears to be another chapter in the systemic and pervasive disregard for clean sport by Russia. And the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency said for the 6th consecutive Olympic Games, Russia has hijacked the competition and stolen the moment from clean athletes and the public. As for when we could see a final resolution on this, guys, probably not until way after the Olympics are over.
Gotti, just to pivot here for a minute, it was also a history-making weekend for the U.S. 29-year-old Erin Jackson becoming the first black woman to win a speed skating medal. Can you tell us a little bit about her? I mean, what's been the reaction to her win?
Yeah, well, it's incredible to imagine that at first it was roller skates and then inline skating, and then Erin Jackson decided to try out speed skating in 2017. So 6 years later, she is the best in the world, which is a huge win for Team USA. It was also a huge bet by her teammate and friend Brittany Bowe, who gave Erin that spot because she knew she had the best chance at winning gold. And sure enough, she was right.
Wow. All right. And Gotti, Team USA's women's team is also making its mark on a new event at the Olympics. This big win was a little bit more special for veteran Olympian Alana Myers-Taylor. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened? Why is this such a big deal? Why is it historic?
Yeah, Alana Myers-Taylor is a Olympic champion. She is hands down a super mom. She just won silver, and geez, did she have a hard time getting there. Remember, she tested positive for COVID. She was supposed to be the flag bearer, had to isolate. She was training during isolation. We saw her in there just working out every single day. She was also breast pumping as well. She finally made it out. Boom, she gets right on that podium for her 2-year-old son. Here's what she told Al Roker for the Today Show this morning.
What are you going to tell little Nico when he's old enough about this moment?
I'm going to tell him that his mama fought like she's never fought before to go after her dream, to just do everything she could to bring this medal home for him.
And you can see how much that medal weighs there. I mean, talk about a super mom, talk about an inspiration.
Oh,
so fun to watch.
Oh, I love seeing the photo of her holding her son afterwards. Like, it was all for him. What a super mama. All right, Gotti Shores, thanks so much, Gotti.
Thanks.
Well, Florida has long been a closely watched swing state, and now election investigators are asking their own questions.
Still ahead, the voter registration dilemma that's raising some red flags in the Sunshine State. Stay with us.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, the FBI offering a $10,000 reward in its hunt for the so-called Route 91 bandit. Investigators say the man has robbed at least 11 banks across New England, each one off of Interstate 91. The FBI considers him armed and dangerous. He's threatened to use a gun in some of those robberies. A real mess on highways in and around Detroit after snow squalls led to a number of multi-car pileups. The first and largest one happened in the early afternoon, involving as many as 35 cars. It shut down Interstate 696 in both directions for a few hours. One driver had to go to the hospital with head injuries. And LeBron James is proving yet again that he is the king. He just surpassed Lakers legend Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the most points scored of all time across the regular season and the playoffs. LeBron overtook Kareem with a third-quarter three-pointer against the Golden State Warriors on Saturday. And get this, LeBron reached that milestone in 181 fewer games than Kareem.
Wow. Meanwhile, a political scandal in the Miami area may be making its way from door to door. A number of voters say their voter registrations were actually changed from Democrat to Republican without their knowledge, and this all happened right after canvassers visited their homes. NBC 6 South Florida reporter Cristian Benavides joins us now. Cristian, what is happening here?
Well, Morgan, this comes at a time that the Republican Party of Florida is reporting a record number of registered voters, surpassing Democrats for the first time in the state's history. And while in this case, the incident impacts about 100 voters in a public housing complex in Little Havana, mostly elderly residents, there are now reports of voters in other areas across Florida saying their voter registration was switched from being Democrats to Republican without their consent.
For Juan Salazar, a registered Democrat since the 80s, it was a gut punch. He says his party affiliation was switched to Republican without his consent after a group of canvassers visited his apartment complex back in November.
What you're doing is illegal. What you did is against the law, it's a felony.
And he's not the only one. According to records obtained by the Miami Herald, during a 4-month period, 103 residents of this public housing complex in Little Havana changed their voter registration, all from being registered Democrats to registered Republicans, the vast majority elderly and Spanish-only speakers.
Ni me avisaron, ni me lo notificaron.
They didn't let me know or notify me about the change, this woman said, claiming the canvassers knocked on her door and got her information by lying about their intentions, which was supposed to be making sure that she was registered to vote. She says instead, her party affiliation was switched.
Some people are knocking at their doors saying that they're updating their voter registration.
Democratic Florida State Senator Annette Taddeo, who's running for governor, says her constituents have been calling about these type of incidents, adding this would impact her bid for the governorship since Florida is a closed primary state. Her supporters would be unable to vote for her unless they're registered Democrats.
They did not know what they were doing were switching their party from lifelong Democrats to Republicans.
The Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office says they're looking into the matter, writing in a statement, "We're aware of recent reports relating to voter registration fraud and have been investigating these claims for several weeks now as we take these allegations very seriously." According to the victims, the canvassers identify themselves as members of the Republican Party of Florida. This picture, snapped by one of the victims, shows an ID with the initials RPOF. Rene Garcia is chair of the Miami-Dade County Republican Party.
I don't know what was told to them to sign those petitions, but the reality is that I know that the RPOF and the Miami-Dade GOP down here do everything by the book and everything legally.
Since reports came out of what happened in Little Havana, residents in other areas have also come out to say they too were duped. Once I saw it on the news, it caught my attention, this man says. He lives some 10 miles away in Hialeah. He said canvassers visited he and his wife too.
There's also nothing wrong with being a Republican or Democratic organization that seeks to register more Republicans and more Democrats.
Political analyst Mike Hernandez says this could ultimately lead to prosecution.
This is, if proven to be the case, the worst kind of voter fraud that we could have, or election integrity fraud that we could have, because you are taking elderly, mostly elderly voters, changing their party registration and doing so without their knowledge.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said the state prosecutor may look into it.
If they're changing to Republican and that's illicit, they need to be held accountable. If they're doing the opposite, they need to be held accountable.
That state senator that you heard from earlier in the piece says that people from outside of Miami have also reached out to her office saying a similar scenario may have played out near the Tampa area. The prosecutor's office there has said they will look into it as well. Morgan?
Yeah, it's especially hard to hear they're targeting Hispanohablantes, Spanish speakers, who perhaps can't even catch these things. So I'm glad that someone's checking in on it.
Many of them say that they didn't even realize that this was happening until they saw it on the news and checked their voter registration card.
And I'm glad there's resources that people can reach out to en español, también en inglés, in Spanish and English, to make sure that they can get the resources they need. Cristian, thank you for bringing us that story. Really, really important.
The 2022 midterms are quickly approaching, and this year is a first for Colorado's 8th congressional district. It's brand new thanks to redistricting. Colorado's 8th will officially exist as of January 2023 and will include parts of 3 counties located north of Denver. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is joining us now. Mark, the 8th district there is said to be a real toss-up this year. Walk us through that thinking.
Yeah, the reason why it's a toss-up, Aaron, is that Democrats really have a slight party registration advantage in this brand new congressional district. And also, when you look at the 2016 presidential vote, Donald Trump would have won the district by 2 percentage points in the 2016 election. Joe Biden would have won it by 5 in 2020. And when you look at the overall political environment that really favors Republicans right now with President Biden's low approval ratings, this is a toss-up, according to the nonpartisan Cook Political Report. And it's going to be one of the key toss-up competitive races that we're going to be following all through November.
So put that into a little more perspective for us then, if you can, Mark. How critical is winning this district for both Democrats and Republicans? Can either side afford to lose it?
Yeah, probably Democrats need to win it a little bit more, Aaron, right now, if they want to hold back, control the House of Representatives, which is looking like a very outside possibility and not a real great possibility for Democrats. And one of the big reasons why is that the totality of the redistricting maps that we've seen approved right now has really shrunk the entire competitive battleground map, where we're probably going to only have about 30 or 40 truly competitive congressional races across the country. And so Democrats who have a very slim and a very high, margin of error to be able to hold control of the House of Representatives, this is something they need to be able to win. These are the types of districts that Democrats need to be able to win, to be able to hold on to the House of Representatives.
So then what's the move, Mark? What are politicians on both sides here doing to help draw in some of these voters, these undecided voters in particular?
Well, Aaron, first we got to get to the primary that doesn't take place until June 28th. And that's relatively late on the primary calendar. We'll find out who the Democratic and Republican nominees are for this district, also as whether there are going to be any third party candidates as well that could end up playing spoiler in this race. But, clearly the Latino vote is going to be front and center in this district. Latinos make up nearly 40% of all voters. And because of some of the recent gains that we ended up seeing Republicans making with Latinos, Democrats are going to actually have to win these voters back, particularly in an environment where President Trump's approval rating right now is in the low 40s.
All right, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, thank you.
Democratic candidates sharpening their pitch to voters ahead of the midterms, trying to position themselves as defenders of U.S. elections and democracy itself. So just to give you a sense of what's at stake here, 6 states that President Biden narrowly won back in 2020, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, Nevada, Michigan, will all elect governors this year. To help us unpack what this could mean, NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now. Jane, why? Why did Democrats choose this particular angle as their political message? And really, is there any data that shows that voters are responding positively to this?
Morgan, this is a direct response to what we've seen Republicans advancing in state legislatures across the country. Efforts to make it harder to vote, harder to administer elections, harder to participate in elections. A number of restrictive laws being enacted across the country, sort of fueled by this stolen election lie. And Democrats have found themselves defending American elections, and they're seeing voters respond positively to it. So we're seeing it become elections and sort of election integrity if you're on the right, and democracy defense if you're on the left, become a top 3 election issue, something I have never seen in my many years of covering this issue, where sort of voting rights is becoming a ballot issue. But Democrats are really clinging to it and enjoying this position as democracy defenders. They were fighting President Donald Trump in some of these positions, some of these people in Arizona. Katie Hobbs was Secretary of State. She's now running for governor in Arizona. She was at the forefront of defending Arizona's election system back in 2020. And they're using that as their platform to run for higher office or to run for re-election this year.
How are Republicans reacting to this particular strategy, Jane?
Republicans have their own strategy in this way, where they're pushing for laws they say will make it harder to cheat and easier to vote. Despite the fact we know a lot of these laws do just make it harder to vote. And we know that voter fraud is not an issue that we have in a widespread way in American elections. But I also see them using voter suppression questions and claims and sort of likening them to Donald Trump's stolen election lies. So you see Brad Raffensperger, Secretary of State in Florida, sort of likening Donald Trump's claims to Stacey Abrams' issues about voter suppression and claims that these laws make it harder to vote, sort of almost muddying the water there. These are very different things. We should be clear. Saying the election was stolen and saying that making it harder to vote makes it harder to vote. Different things. But we're seeing them sort of push those all together and sort of muddy the waters there.
All right, NBC's Jane Tim for us. Jane, thank you.
Former President Donald Trump's approach to record keeping is raising alarms among historians and legal experts. They say his tendency to destroy documents is a threat to the public interest and could amount to a criminal act as well. NBC News senior political analyst John Allen joins us now. So, John, do we know specifically what the former president did to these White House documents?
It depends on the documents that we're talking about, Aaron. We know for sure from the National Archives that he had torn up some documents, and in fact the archives got some that were taped back together. We know that some documents made their way back to Mar-a-Lago when the former president left the White House in January of 2021. And then there was a report from the New York Times from Maggie Haberman, veteran journalist, that White House aides sometimes found printed paper stuffed into toilets and had believed at the time that the president had been trying to flush papers down the toilet.
So, John, what about consequences here then? I mean, is this just a, sort of wagging the finger kind of a thing, or is there something with more teeth that could happen as a result?
And Aaron, I should say that former President Trump has denied flushing papers down the toilet. But to your larger question about consequences, the president's documents, his recordings, they're governed by something called the Presidential Records Act, originally passed in 1978, amended in 2014. And what it basically says is the president and his aides have to keep copies of everything and turn them over to the National Archives. However, in talking to archivists and historians, what I found is there's no mechanism to enforce that law. There's no penalty for a president who doesn't abide by it. And so, as a question of consequences, former President Trump might be liable potentially under different laws, but the main law, Presidential Records Act, he is not open to any sort of criminal penalty there. And for the other laws, it would be a first use against a president. So I think we're a long way from that happening.
Is there any precedent for this sort of behavior at the White House in particular?
There's not really precedent, according to the sources that I spoke to, historians familiar with presidencies, archivists, and others. There's not really a precedent for a president, routinely destroying documents since the reform, since the Presidential Records Act that I spoke of a moment ago, which was enacted in response to Richard Nixon's scandals and Watergate. And missing tape he had an audio recording system. There were famous minutes of tape missing back then. But since then, presidents have largely abided by the Records Act. There have been some cases where there have been missing records occasionally, but this behavior of routinely tearing up documents that has been reported on for a couple of years and confirmed by the National Archives is really unusual.
All right, John Allen for us there in Washington today. John, thank you.
Take care.
He's helping lead the charge for electric vehicles.
Up next, I go one-on-one with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg about the major investment in innovation.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, with gas prices up 40% from a year ago, a lot of people are turning to electric vehicles. There's one major speed bump, though, not enough public charging stations. Well, that may be about to change now. The bipartisan infrastructure law is letting President Biden put his money where his mouth is, helping the environment and drivers. I sat down exclusively with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg to talk EVs. Electric cars are cruising down highways across the country. 489,000 of them sold in 2021, according to J.D. Power. Just over 3% of all cars bought last year. What's slowing EV down? Part of the problem is power.
That's exactly why we're making sure we have the backbone of a national charging network.
I sat down this weekend with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg just after the Biden administration announced a $5 billion five-year investment to build electric vehicle charging stations across the nation.
Look, it's going to take a while to have a full-fledged national charging network. It'll take across this decade to get to that 500,000 charger goal that we have. But we've already got a lot of chargers out across the country. This is about accelerating that to keep up and get ahead of the increasing popularity of these EVs.
Buttigieg says to get the money, states will have to submit plans to build EV chargers along interstate highways and major roads, making it more convenient to drive electric and to reduce what EV drivers called range anxiety. People have some anxiety about, am I going to make it?
No matter where you're headed, even on one of those long drives, you know that you will not have a problem any more than you would worry about being able to find gas when you take a trip on the interstate highway system today.
There are roughly 47,000 public charging stations around the country, but not every car can charge at every station. This funding is supposed to address that, too. Buttigieg says the charging plans that states come up with will have to ensure whatever car make you drive, you'll have access to compatible chargers.
We're not going to dictate the format, but we are going to require that it happens in a way that benefits everybody. Well, these are taxpayer dollars, so it can't just be a blank check. We've got to make sure that they're being spent effectively.
We caught up with Buttigieg talking shop about electric cars with students at Heartland Community College in Normal, Illinois, home to a degree program training a new wave of EV builders and technicians. These are the guys who will help get more electric cars on the roads. And those cars are pretty pricey. The average cost for an electric car is more than $56,000, enough to leave many Americans out of the EV market. The auto industry is going all in on electric, planning to spend more than $515 billion on EVs in the next 5 to 10 years. Toyota, GM, Ford, and BMW already announcing massive investments to catch up to electric car leader Tesla.
We got to get that sticker price down. That's why we got to accelerate these things being produced on a widespread basis in the United States. And it's why we want more tax incentives to help buy down that upfront cost.
Now, states will have until August 1st to apply for their shares of that first round of infrastructure dollars. Secretary Buttigieg expects to see new energy flowing this year.
One of the first space tourists is set to blast off once again. Billionaire Jarek Eisenman flew on the first private SpaceX flight into orbit last year and has purchased as many as 3 more missions. The new trips will raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and a few other organizations. Here's Tom Costello with his NBC News exclusive. We will bring you that story in just a moment after we solve those technical difficulties. So, coming up, off the streets and onto the gridiron.
After the break, the once-in-a-lifetime experience for a group of young football players in L.A. teaming up to stay away from gangs.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
It's been more than a decade since the LAPD formed the Watts Rams Pop Warner youth football team, trying to keep kids off the streets and away from gang violence.
Well, these young players are now part of an NFL kickoff campaign focusing on inclusivity and really getting to experience a unique experience of a lifetime thanks to the LA Rams. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff has that story.
Today, nothing else matters.
They opened the season alongside Aaron Donald as the stars of the NFL's kickoff campaign.
I got you back.
They finished it watching the same Aaron Donald seal the deal for their home team in a dramatic Super Bowl win. Started in 2011 by the LAPD as a way to engage the community, the Watts Rams bring over 100 Watts children ages 8 to 14 together playing football 4 days a week.
My name is Aaron Thompson. I'm a Los Angeles police officer, and I'm also head coach of the Watts Rams.
Coach Z has been policing in Watts for over 25 years. An area just 8.2 square miles, it has the highest concentration of gangs in all of LA.
Kids are forced to make hard decisions at 9, 10, 11.
Coach Z offers a different option for kids.
This program is about discipline, period.
Started with just 30 players, the team took off in 2017 when the LA Rams got involved, providing uniforms, player mentoring, a state-of-the-art field, and once-in-a-lifetime opportunities.
You're the star of a national television commercial.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
Feels amazing. I mean, I would have never thought this opportunity would have came my way. So, I mean, when I seen it, I was like, wow, it's crazy. It's amazing, really.
This year, as part of the NFL's We've Got Your Back campaign, the stakes were raised.
The NFL is going to give all of you the chance to earn your way to Super Bowl 56 at SoFi.
They ran with the opportunity, the team making it all the way to the championship, playing at SoFi Stadium. And then...
Just wanted to surprise y'all and let you know that I got probably about 19 tickets, something like that, for y'all to go to the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah. I'm shaking right now because, like, I'm right here with Odell, so, like...
I'm right here with you.
We caught up with them just as they were headed to the game.
5 months ago, I saw you guys. You guys saw yourself in an NFL commercial for the first time. Then the coach told you, if you earn your way to the Super Bowl, you guys can get on a bus like this and go do it. You guys got it.
Exactly, because, we made sure that our grades stayed where they were supposed to be. We just we stayed disciplined, and, we got them.
This is just an honor, a blessing, just to go to the Super Bowl.
We met the Watts Rams 5 months ago. Now they're headed to their once-in-a-lifetime experience, the Super Bowl. Bye, guys.
Then, with their brand new Super Bowl jerseys, they enjoyed the entire Super Bowl experience, including a storybook finish. A once-in-a-lifetime moment.
So I'm told it's Valentine's Day.
It is.
That's a thing that people care about,
I love it. I love it.
For some folks, it's a reminder of just how difficult dating has been these past 2 years.
But we have a success story. A lucky couple who fell in love on an Instagram dating show during a time of isolation. NBC News Now, Savannah Sellers caught up with them.
So pre-pandemic, honestly, I was not focused on dating whatsoever.
Rewind to spring 2020, the early lockdown days. And you might remember this account, Love is Quarantine, a spoof on the Netflix dating show Love is Blind. Two Brooklyn roommates acted as quarantine cupids, matching strangers on totally blind dates.
I don't even know, she's just so charismatic, so engaging.
So I just finished up my call with Justin, literally the funniest human I've ever encountered.
Allie and Justin starred in the 10th and last episode, both coerced into it by friends.
I think I want to match with Justin.
Definitely Allie. Fingers crossed, y'all. Hope for your boy.
You go on this kind of crazy Instagram dating show. That's how you meet. And then what happens?
FaceTimed every single day. We were texting all throughout that entire month. And then a surprise came.
So I ended up buying a plane ticket from LA to North Carolina. It was like $400, $500 for a flight. And I honestly prayed the night before and was like, if I'm supposed to go, if I'm supposed to meet this dude, I need something under $150. And the next day there was one for with tax, $149.11.
Our first date was about a week long. Our second date was about a month long. Yeah. And and then the rest of the history from there.
Last year, Allie moved to North Carolina, and 11 months later,
that night we went to a photo shoot. I coach women in business, so I work with a lot of photographers. So we went out for a pretty standard shoot, and then he asked there. So it was amazing.
I mean, this has come out of COVID. What would you tell yourself back in 2019 or early 2020 before COVID hit?
I would say buckle up.
I would have told myself to just relax, because I think dating can be so stressful. It was so delightful with Justin and so easy, and that's possible.
And as for the guys behind the account, well, they are single.
I just texted Rance yesterday and I was like, are you dating anyone? We love him so much.
On NBC News Now, long-term impact. COVID could pose a lasting risk to your heart if you're unvaccinated. Warning from doctors about this new surprising data.
The next justice, President Biden may be closing in on his choice for the Supreme Court. We'll tell you who might be on that short list and just how soon we could have his final decision.
Hollywood ending, a thrilling finish to Super Bowl 56 in the LA Rams beating the Cincinnati Bengals in a nail-biting comeback. How fans are celebrating the major victory.
And safe travels after a series of anti-Asian attacks right here in New York City. Volunteers are helping people step into safety. We'll tell you about the Buddy Walk system designed to help people get where they're going. Happy Monday, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with the fight against COVID, and the numbers clearly trending in the right direction. New case data over the last 3 months showing a distinct wave here. Cases are declining in every state.
Hospitalizations in New York State are at their lowest level since December 12th. In Wisconsin, new COVID cases are down 75% over the last 14 days. And one of California's largest colleges, UC Berkeley, will drop some indoor masking requirements in just 2 weeks.
COVID is also making headlines in the UK. Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall and Prince Charles's wife, has tested positive. The prince tested positive last week for a second time. Buckingham Palace saying the Duchess is isolating. We begin our coverage this hour with NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards and a new look at the long-term impacts of COVID. So, Erica, I understand there's some research that has specifically to do with heart health. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. Hey, good afternoon. This was a huge study. Researchers focused on more than 150,000 COVID-19 patients, compared their health outcomes to more than 10 million others, and they found significant elevated heart risks for up to a year after their infection. Look at this. Heart failure risks up 72%, heart attack up by 63%, stroke up by more than half. They also found elevated risks for high blood pressure and potentially deadly blood clots in legs and in the lungs. Now, the exact reason that this might be happening is still a little unclear, although it is well known that COVID-19 can cause these tiny microclots that can really impact any organ in the body. Aaron?
And Erica, are there any particular groups who dealt with heart issues more than others?
So this study focused on VA records, and most of the patients were white men. However, when researchers dug a little bit deeper, accounted for those factors, they found that those risks remained regardless of age, race, or even other underlying health conditions such as obesity. You know, the concern here really, Aaron, is that, what kind of impact is this going to have on our healthcare system moving forward? You mentioned that really promising decline, but we've already topped 77 million COVID cases in this country alone. Aaron?
It's a relative point that you really do have to keep in mind as you think about all this right now. Erica, how about people who've tested positive after being vaccinated? Does this research say anything about that group?
That's a great question. Actually, the answer is no. These people in this particular study were all infected before vaccines were available. Now, the doctors I've spoken with who have treated these heart problems following COVID-19 infection say that the majority of their patients, their sickest patients, are unvaccinated, and they do continue to recommend the vaccines, not only for their safety profile, for their likelihood of preventing COVID-19, but also perhaps these ongoing heart problems. Aaron?
All right, Erica Edwards for us today. Erica, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres. Dr. Torres, following up on Erica's reporting just now, can you give us your diagnosis? I mean, how serious or common is this potential link between COVID and heart health?
And Morgan, this is very serious, and what it does is it adds to the amount of information we have about long-term COVID and how COVID, if you remember, a lot of people initially said it's just a cold, it's just a flu, don't worry too much about it. Well, we're finding out that is not the case, particularly when it comes to the heart. And we're also finding out something we've known, but we know so even more now, is that it's not just a respiratory disease, but it also turns out to be a vascular disease. And the fact that these people, the amount of people that are having these long-term heart issues up to a year after getting COVID should be raising alarms across the country and across the world. There were a couple of other studies done, one in Germany that showed over 3/4 of the people who had COVID had some type of cardiac issues. A Swedish study showed increased rate of heart attacks and strokes. And so you can see here that this is affecting people, and it's affecting them regardless of how much COVID they got. In other words, was it severe or was it mild? And their pre-existing medical conditions. It didn't really seem to matter at this point. The issue here is, making sure you don't get COVID, protecting yourself if you do get COVID, that means vaccinations, and watching yourself up to a year later to make sure you don't get those heart complications, Morgan.
And Dr. John, just to take a quick look back, I mean, the big news late Friday was Pfizer pulling the application for their vaccine for kids under 5. The company saying it's out of abundance of caution, really hoping there will be more confidence when the shot is actually rolled out. But is it having the opposite effect for parents?
Morgan, unfortunately, I think there is a potential for it to have that. And I think communication needs to be one of the keys right now they work on between now and 2 months from now when Pfizer says they're going to submit the data. Both Pfizer, the FDA, the CDC need to work on that communication. And that's something that has been an issue throughout the pandemic and has caused a lot of concern and has caused a lot of confusion and a lot of misinformation. And so I think here the fact that they withdrew it should be looked at as, okay, they want to do more studies. They want to make sure it's safe and effective. And so they're not going to actually do anything until they understand that completely. And on top of it, they want to make sure that when children get it, that they're safe and that they're getting the protection they need. But unfortunately, they can also look at it from the other side of the spectrum, and parents could say, what are we doing here? Because we said we were going to submit it and then we're retracting it. So we just need to make sure that communication is out there, that communication is open, and that parents understand why they delayed it and how important it is for them to get the vaccine once it's time for them to get it, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Dr. John Torres for us. Dr. John, thank you.
Russia is ratcheting up its messaging on state television as tension at the Ukraine border reaches a boiling point. Ukrainian officials are now calling on the United States to tone down its aggressive warnings of impending conflict. Some in Ukraine say those warnings are playing right into the Russians' hands and creating more alarm. Joining us now, our NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Ukraine and Matt Bodner in Moscow for us today. Matt Bodner, I'll start with you this time. What's the latest we're hearing now from inside Russia, from Vladimir Putin and from the Kremlin?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, one of the things we're really looking out for in this critical week is the messaging on state media. The Russian government, if it does choose to go into Ukraine, has to sell the public. Now, more or less, the mainstream narrative continues to be that the problem really is us, what we're doing right here. We're hyping up the situation, but we are seeing an uptick in the kind of messaging that you would maybe anticipate would be used to convince the public that Russia needs to intervene to protect, for example, Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine. I want to point one out that we saw yesterday from the Russia Today editor-in-chief. Her name is Margarita Simonyan, and she had this to say. Let's take a listen.
Russia cannot, but stop the war. It can't. What should we wait for? For there to be concentration camps? For them to gas their own people? What are we waiting for? It has already started, it is going on, and it's even started to get worse.
So this is obviously some pretty incendiary rhetoric, but I point it out because Simonyan is an opinion leader. She's the head of one of the largest kind of state-owned propaganda outlets here in Russia. And what we're watching for very carefully is for that kind of narrative to overtake the hysteria narrative, the one that where we're the problem here. Another thing I want to point out just really briefly is what we're not hearing. It's really shocking to note that Russians are just simply not really being told what their military is up to. You know, they're not seeing the satellite photos, they're not watching the TikTok or analyzing the TikTok videos the way we are. And so it's really kind of easy for the state to spin these kind of narratives that there's hysteria or that Ukraine is actually the problem.
And Matt Bradley, there is this messaging now that seems to be coming out of the leadership there in Ukraine. Can you elaborate for us on these concerns that they have coming from the Ukrainian leadership now?
Yeah, well, it's a little bit like what my colleague Matt Bodner just said on his side of the border. Here in Ukraine, it's kind of similar. It's actually more noticeable for what's not being said. The Ukrainians are not anxious. They are not worried about an imminent invasion. And again, this goes from the presidential office all the way down to your average Joe in the street. And there is a lot of growing resentment at the bellicose language from Washington. And a lot of people here, even in government, are starting to believe or have already believed that line coming out of Moscow, that actually it's the West that is the aggressor, not in terms of troop movements, but in terms of rhetoric and in terms of media messaging. A lot of people here, including the president, have really blamed the Western media for continuing to beat the drums of war, so much so that they're sort of deafening and kind of drowning out the protests of average Ukrainians and Ukrainian government officials who say there is no imminent invasion. And one of the big disconnects here, one of the reasons why there's this cognitive dissonance, is because Ukrainians don't consider themselves to be in any unique danger. They consider themselves to have been in danger for the past 8 years. That's why there's such a misunderstanding here. Ukrainians feel as though this is a war that has been ongoing and that they are not necessarily facing any more of a threat than they were since the first time Russia invaded back in 2014. And that's something that is kind of getting lost in a lot of the messaging from Western capitals. Guys?
It is a nuanced point for sure. The rest of us are just paying a lot more attention, it seems, these days. Matt Bodner, Matt Bradley, both for us in Russia and Ukraine. Thank you.
Meanwhile, new details are emerging about President Biden's search for the next Supreme Court justice. The White House has now confirmed 3 of the candidates who are on the president's short list. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now. Josh, the big question, who are these 3 candidates?
You know, it's funny, Morgan, because just after we learned of Justice Breyer's retirement and this vacancy, there were 3 names that we and other news organizations almost immediately were reporting would likely be on Biden's list. Then the list grew to about a dozen candidates that President Biden was considering. And now that the president has focused on what we're calling this short list, we're back to the same 3 candidates, which just shows you how clearly they are positioned for this role, how they have the kind of resumes that immediately drew people to believe that they would likely be the most competitive picks for this opening. The first is Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who you can see on the screen there, who is currently on the appellate court here in D.C. In addition, the president also considering Leandra Kruger, who is on the California State Supreme Court, which would mean some diversity to the court in terms of not only having people that come from the federal bench, and then the president is also considering, according to our sources, J. Michelle Childs, who's a judge in South Carolina, who also has the distinction of getting some of the early support, or at least positive comments from Republicans, including Lindsey Graham, who said this about her over the weekend.
We'll wait and see what President Biden does, but I've told him and his team that if you nominate Michelle Childs, she'll be in the liberal camp for sure, but she has a hell of a story, and she would be somebody, I think, that could bring the Senate together and probably get more than 60 votes. Anyone else would be problematic.
The reality, though, is President Biden doesn't need 60 votes for his nominee. He only needs 50. White House officials tell us that while it is important for him to try to get Republican support, the president is more interested in picking someone whose service over potentially decades on the court will adhere to what the president is ultimately looking for in a sitting justice. Morgan?
And just briefly here, Josh, I mean, what does the timeline look like for the next steps in this process?
Well, we know that the president spent some time at Camp David over the weekend reviewing information that his aides have been pulling together on the folks who are on this short list. The FBI is also doing their part of this process in doing the background checks. And the White House has said that President Biden could start to meet with these candidates as early as this week, Morgan.
All right. NBC's Josh Letterman for us there. Josh, thank you. And LA Rams fans are on cloud 9 today after their team pulled out an exciting Super Bowl victory. The Rams bested the Cincinnati Bengals 23-20, sending the hometown crowd, well, look at it, into a frenzy. It was the first Super Bowl win for Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford in his 13-year NFL career, and this was the second title for the Rams franchise. Let's go ahead and start our Super Bowl coverage with NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster, who is live in Los Angeles. Shaq, you were just giving us the latest update on that epic halftime show. I would like to hear your reporting. There will be no hateration, no holleration in this dancery, but I would like to know, I just would like to know what those fans are telling you.
Sorry, Morgan. The singing, it's a little bit of a distraction. I don't know.
I'm back with you.
And the dancing. Look at that. All right. What song are you singing?
In this dance,
Shaq, why would you do
that? I know. Y'all should have signed me a record. I'm in the wrong profession, y'all. Let me get somebody that record deal.
No, you good.
Give me that record deal, Shaq. Sign me up, coach.
As I give this report, Morgan, I want you to practice no more drama, because that's what I want to hear on the tail end of my hit, since you're serenading me on both ends. But I'll tell you, we are hearing from Coach Sean McVay right now in the MVP Cooper Cup. And, you know, Sean McVay, his voice is cracked or is very hoarse right now. He said it's cruel for him to have to come up and give a press conference the morning after he won the Super Bowl. But one thing that you're hearing him talk about is his team's toughness. This was a Super Bowl game that really went back and forth all throughout. There were twists and turns. There was that injury to Odell Beckham Jr. in the first half of the game, and then there were leads and shifts in momentum. And, you know, one thing that you heard from fans is that they were nervous. They were nervous throughout the game because although the Rams seemed as if they had control for much of the first half, things really shifted, and they shifted quickly once the Bengals kind of took things over right after halftime. I want you to listen to what some fans had to say right after the big win, right after the Rams clinched the game.
Oh my God, it's like, when I watched the first Super Bowl, I was like, but when I got to go to the Super Bowl and I got to see them win at their home stadium, I was like, yes!
Oh, my feet were shaking, my hands were shaking, but when Donald came in with that sack, let's go, Donald!
Those were fans outside of the stadium right after that magnificent win. One thing we just heard from Cooper Kupp is that he said this couldn't have been written any better. If you talk about the story that he has, that personal story, and then the fact that this is in their hometown, they got to win in their home stadium. It's truly what dreams, in his words, dreams are made of.
You really always find the best sound bites, the best fans. It sounds like they were all saying, like, we gonna be all right. Be all right. That's where I felt like we were going.
Open the door and she will walk right through it.
Look, there's no more drama in my life. No more pain through the rain. That's what I'm trying to say. No more drama.
You win the trophy because you didn't lose yourself in doing these reports with us today. So appreciate you. Shaq
Now go
Brewster.
search for that real love on Valentine's Day.
Have a good one, guys.
Searching for a
Meet me
real
at camera
love.
one. You go ahead,
Okay,
Maureen.
all right. I'm going to be over here. I'll see you later, Shaq.
If you watched the Super Bowl this year, you likely saw quite a few ads for online sports books. Those are the websites and apps that allow people to gamble on the outcome of a game. Well, online sports betting is relatively new for a lot of the country right now, and some inside the industry are a bit concerned that the newness could become a problem. CNBC's Contessa Brewer joining us now to help us understand what's happening here. So, Contessa, why did sports betting become legal in so many states seemingly all of a sudden?
I mean, if you live in a place where it has just been legalized, you're seeing wall-to-wall advertising because the gambling companies are going in and they're trying to win market share, and they're doing that by advertising a lot. So let's take a step back. In 2018, when we had the Super Bowl, the only place where you could legally bet on it was in Nevada. Then the Supreme Court overturned a rule that had kept the states from legalizing it themselves. Now we have a total of 30 states plus the District of Columbia that have launched live sports betting. And, you know, you have in Louisiana and Puerto Rico the launch of sports betting right before this year's Super Bowl. So this year, 45 million more Americans were able legally to make a bet on sports than last year's Super Bowl. That's astonishing. 10 more states added here. And so if it seems like you're seeing Super Bowl ads everywhere, it's because you are. It's like a gold rush. These companies are going in, they're trying to stake their claim and not just win new customers, but win back customers who were playing in illegal offshore sites. Aaron.
So, Contessa, I mean, you just laid it out there for us. It sounds like this would be a win for these online sports books. Why are some of them so nervous?
Well, I think they're nervous for several reasons. Number one, you're already starting to hear the questions erupt about responsible gaming. In Europe, we know there's been a backlash, and now the regulators have cracked down. They prohibit the amount of advertising, the number of promotions, how much people can lose in ways that interfere with the bottom lines of the gambling companies. That's largely in response to how big, how fast gambling grew overseas. The operators here know it. They see those lessons, but at the same time, they're in a mad dash for the competitive reasons that we just talked about. And so they know that they have to walk a very thin line here. They believe in responsible gambling. The American Gaming Association has a Make a Plan, Bet Responsibly initiative. They have 20 members, and not just the gaming companies, but the sports leagues as well are coming in on this. They want to make sure that it doesn't become a problem. And by the way, on your mobile phone, it makes it far easier to be a responsible gambler because you can go in and you can set limits for yourself ahead of time.
Yeah. All right, CNBC's Contessa Brewer with us today. Contessa, thank you.
Sure.
Thousands of flights are scheduled, but after no one actually bought the tickets, they're still taking off empty.
Coming up, what's behind those so-called ghost flights and the push to end them?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
On the money this hour, stocks are down with investors on edge. They're waiting for any developments on the ongoing crisis in Ukraine. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. Dom, thanks for being with us. First off, just how much are these tensions over Ukraine really moving and affecting the markets right now?
So it's one of the biggest drivers, Morgan, to your point here. We still have those tensions with Ukraine, with Russia, but there's also another big one as well, and that's concern over what interest rate policy here in America will look like in the coming months and even years. What's more curious about the trading action today is that it's in some ways a reversal of the recent trends that we've been talking about for maybe weeks now. It's some of the more beaten up technology, the media stocks, names like Microsoft, Amazon, that are actually outperforming today. That hasn't been the case over the past several weeks. You've got computer chip makers and software companies also doing well. Meanwhile, the really important stocks of the market so far this year, energy-related ones, especially those in oil and gas, Morgan, are taking a bigger hit. So in many ways, very much Russia-Ukraine, very much Fed and interest rate focused, and that's what's driving the trading today.
And speaking of the trading, we also understand that a major NFT marketplace is suspending sales. So much in the NFT and meta world happening right now, especially financial news. What's going on there?
And if you watch the Super Bowl, right, so many ads for the metaverse and for crypto and everything else, Morgan. So this is a pretty notable suspension. It's because the marketplace that has imposed the halt on most of these non-fungible token or NFT transactions is the same one that got a lot of fame for auctioning off Twitter co-founder and former CEO Jack Dorsey's first ever tweet for millions of dollars in an NFT format. So the company is called Cent. It made the harsh move after it observed people transacting in these NFTs that were either fake or weren't actually owned by them. Now, remember, NFTs are like digital art, right? These non-fungible tokens are a type of crypto asset stored and recorded digitally somewhere on a blockchain. The problem right now is that there's a lot of money being made from people creating and trafficking in these NFTs. So there's a real incentive for fraud and other activity, including ripping off someone else's content or work product, passing it off as your own. So it's definitely, Morgan, a very big buyer beware situation when it comes to crypto and NFTs.
Oh, fascinating. All right, Dom Chu for us there. Dom, thank you.
Sure.
The skies above Europe may be full of airplanes, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have passengers. According to the environmental group Greenpeace, emissions from these so-called ghost flights are wreaking havoc on the climate. But airlines say they actually have no choice but to fly the planes even if no one is on board. NBC News meteorologist Catherine Prosiv joins us now to help us understand what's happening here. So, Catherine, can you explain these ghost flights for us? Why are these planes flying without passengers?
Yes, so planes without people, it's an interesting visual, and it's hard to wrap your head around because I know most of us have probably been on crowded airplanes. So why they're still flying despite being empty is because they have to maintain what's called use it or lose it slots. And what that means is airlines, they're given certain types of very valuable takeoff and landing positions, and they want to keep those. You know, they're good for all kinds of operations. They're good for revenue. Now, as long as they maintain a certain percent of their slots per year, they get grandfathered into the next year, and they want to keep those slots.
So what do we know about the environmental concerns that we're hearing about these flights?
So that's the real issue. The transportation industry is the one with the fastest growing amount of emissions. And airlines make up a huge percent of that, you know, when compared to rail and trains or on the roads. And when you look at the data that's coming out, they're projecting there will be 100,000 ghost flights over Europe during this winter period. You crunch the numbers with how much each flight, the carbon dioxide emitted by each flight, and it comes out to the equivalent of an annual amount released by 1.4 million vehicles. And for perspective, using U.S. cities, Chicago has just over 1 million registered vehicles and New York 2 million. So that's a lot of vehicles.
So when you put it in perspective like that, Catherine, I have to wonder where the airline industry stands on this problem. Do they want to end this practice of ghost flights?
Yes, they do. The individual airlines like Lufthansa, for example, they want to get rid of it. They know that flying empty airplanes just to maintain these slots, it's bad, not just economically, but most importantly, environmentally.
All right, NBC's Catherine Proser for us, enlightening to learn this is what's happening, and maybe we'll be coming to an end soon. Catherine, thanks.
Coming up, the man convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia now facing a hate crime trial.
Still ahead, what's happening in court today and what our legal expert is saying about the defendant's plea.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Making news right now, a suspect is in custody in connection with multiple stabbings in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Police say there were 11 stabbing victims at a total of 7 different crime scenes. All victims are recovering and said to be okay, but investigators believe the attacker was riding a BMX-style bike at each one of these crime scenes. A man is also in custody after investigators say he tried to open a door on an American Airlines flight mid-air. Newly released video here on your screen shows other passengers and flight crew members all holding that man down there, as you can see on the aisle. The plane was heading to D.C. from L.A. but had to make an emergency landing in Kansas City, all because of this incident. No word yet on what charges that man may face. The filmmaker behind some legendary comedies is being remembered today. Ivan Reitman died in his sleep on Saturday, and he produced National Lampoon's Animal House, among others. He also directed the 1984 classic Ghostbusters. Ivan Reitman was 75.
The hate crime trial of the men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery is underway right now in Georgia. Travis McMichael, Gregory McMichael, and William Bryan were all found guilty of murdering Arbery as he was jogging nearly 2 years ago. Joining us now, our NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander in Georgia and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos as well. Blaine, I'll start with you. Set the scene for us if you can. What's happening inside the courtroom today?
Well, Aaron, right now, court is in recess, taking a lunch break, but it should be back in session in about 10 minutes or so, and that's when we will see the opening statements begin. So the trial will officially be underway starting today. Now, we do know that the jury has officially been seated. We're talking about 12 jurors, 4 alternates, and we're told that the trial, according to the judge, should last anywhere between 7 and 12 days. But what, of course, is notable about this, remember, we already saw the state trial. We already know that all 3 men have been convicted of the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. All 3 are facing life in prison, 2 without the possibility of parole. But what's different here and what's really notable is that race is now going to be at the forefront of these proceedings. The prosecution now has the burden of trying to talk about really the mindset of these 3 men who were on trial. So they're going to proving that they expressed racist views. They're going to likely try and present text messages, social media posts, Facebook posts that give some insight into their thoughts on African Americans. And that's going to be something that we see a lot during this trial.
Danny, I want to bring you in here. These defendants had pleaded guilty to the charges that they're facing here. Why would they change their pleas? How unprecedented is this?
It's uncommon, but it is within the rules. A judge can reject a plea agreement for any number of reasons if he thinks it's not in the public interest, if he thinks it's too lenient. And in this case, within that category of the public interest is whether or not the victim's family has had the opportunity or a voice in the matter, whether they've been kept up to date under the Victims' Rights Act. That may have been why the judge ultimately rejected it. And once that happens, a defendant is allowed to withdraw his guilty plea and proceed to trial, or go back to the drawing board with prosecutors and see if there's some other deal that's palatable to the defendant.
Blaine, Danny mentioned the victims' families in this case. Have we heard anything from the Arbery family as of late?
Well, we do know that his father, Marcus Arbery, is in court this morning. I've been speaking back and forth, texting back and forth with Ahmaud Arbery's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, and she says that she will likely be there later this afternoon. This is something that, of course, is an emotional process. When you talk about going through a trial, they've already sat through it once. You're talking about graphic evidence that kind of speaks to their son's final moments. But she says that she's willing to do it again if that means getting justice for her son. I do want to speak to, though, how much of a precedent this will likely set. Of course, you know, you remember that this was one of 3 very high-profile deaths back in 2020 that sparked those nationwide protests for racial injustice, against racial injustice. This is the first time that we're going to see race really come to the forefront when it comes to court proceedings. And that's another reason that this is being watched so closely. Aaron.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us in Georgia, Danny Savalas, NBC News legal analyst. Thank you both.
A former ICU doctor in an Ohio hospital is now facing murder charges in the deaths of 14 of his patients. According to prosecutors, William Hustle ordered excessive doses of opioids for patients who were near death. NBCNews.com staff writer Eric Ortiz joins us now. Eric, what are prosecutors saying happened here, and are we expecting to hear from any of the patients' families?
Hi, Morgan. So prosecutors allege 14 patients were murdered after Dr. Husel ordered high doses of the opioid painkiller fentanyl while these patients were being treated in the ICU. Medical experts say the typical dose is about 50 to 100 micrograms of fentanyl. And in most of these cases, these patients were given 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl. So prosecutors in Franklin County, Ohio, they're going to have to prove to the jury that not only did Husel know the amount was potentially deadly, but he ordered it with the intent to commit murder. Obviously a high bar because his defense says he was basically providing comfort care. So, you know, and Ohio law also says that doctors who treat patients in good faith shouldn't be held liable for what happens. So that's essentially what the jury will have to decide. Was this doctor acting in good faith, or was his intent to commit murder?
And Eric, I mean, what type of punishment could Hustle face if, in fact, he is found guilty?
Yeah, if he's found guilty on even one count of murder, it carries a life sentence. Now, something that the defense has challenged is that prosecutors can also present to the jury reckless homicide, which would mean the doctor basically knowingly engaged in behavior that could result in death, but it was not his intent to kill. So if the jury were to find him guilty of reckless homicide, it's a lesser felony. It only carries up to 5 years in prison, so potentially way less prison time.
All right, NBC's Eric Ortiz for us there. Eric, thank you.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is taking on his own party in a fight over redistricting. DeSantis is hoping to boost GOP candidates across the map, but most state lawmakers, even those in the GOP, want to keep things the same. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim has been following this story for us. She joins us now. So, Jane, why aren't DeSantis and the rest of the GOP there in Florida in agreement on this?
You know, DeSantis is proposing a really aggressive gerrymander, but his state lawmakers, the state Republicans, are pushing maps that largely keep the political status quo the same. Now, Republicans in Florida have done really well over the last decade, so they may be feeling pretty good about how they've fared on the political status quo maps, as I said. But Governor DeSantis appears to be wanting to break up the CD5, Congressional District 5 up north, which is a district that's represented by Black Democrat Raphael Lawson, and it's one of the areas where in Florida, Black voters really have a strong say. They're advantaged in that district. They're close to a majority of the voters in terms of demographics. But this is the reason this comes to a head is that Florida has protections against gerrymandering in their state constitution. Fair district amendments, what they're called. And the state lawmakers who spent much of the last decade in court defending previous gerrymanders, they seem pretty loath to go back to court and fight about them again. So they're trying to push maps that they say respect these fair district amendments and will withstand any court challenge that they might be subject to. Governor DeSantis, of course, wasn't the one defending the maps the last decade, so he seems to really want to find that Republican advantage. He's pushing for maps that would get Republicans 2 more seats. That's a big deal in the closely divided House of Representatives in D.C.
Have you thought about sort of consequences here? What would be the consequences if the DeSantis map is approved?
You know, I think you're sure to see a court challenge just based on this fight alone. This is all playing out in the public eye, which means it's all going to play out in a court record. If the 50th congressional district is split, I think you're likely to see advocates sue and say that it was designed to diminish Black voters' political power in the state of Florida. There's other parts of the map that they may also take issue with. But I think that the question really is, if there were more fair maps that maybe the state Senate or the state House proposed, why were they not chosen? There's definite intent here when you're talking about choosing. If you have 3 different maps and one of them is really strongly advantaging Republicans and the other ones aren't, they're going to ask, why'd you choose that one?
Right. All right, Jane Tim with us today. Jane, thank you.
Democrats are getting a little bit creative ahead of this year's midterms, and they've launched a matchmaking service, but it's not for romance, it's for business. NBC News reporter Ben Camisar joins us now. Ben, exactly who are Democrats trying to match up here?
Yeah, we're not talking about Tinder here. This is a new group.
No Tinder
my colleague Alex. No, I mean, not maybe, but not what we're talking about right now. So this is this group called DigiDems. My colleague Alex Seitzwald at NBC reported on this. It's a Democratic group that matches tech workers on the Democratic side with campaigns that are looking for new talent. Obviously, the tech space is exploding in just about everything, and that includes campaigns too. So this group wants to make sure that Democrats are armed with the best and the brightest ahead of the midterm elections.
And I mean, why are Democrats specifically looking out to reach out to tech workers? I mean, what skills are they hoping that these workers are going to bring to their campaigns? And frankly, are Republicans doing something similar?
Yeah, I mean, there's a wide variety in how campaigns are run. You know, so you've got these some older candidates are kind of hesitant to get with the times on things, you know, digital organizing, test message banking, social media strategies, things like that are become really, really useful on the campaign side, both on the Republican side and on the Democratic side. So this is one of the tools that Democrats are using to try and bring those best practices and the best talent to their side. I'm not aware of a formal group on the Republican side that's doing something like this, but certainly Republican campaigns have been paying a lot of attention to tech. They've been putting a ton of money into data. And you also have folks like tech executive Peter Thiel, who's been spending millions of dollars to get his candidates, his preferred candidates through Republican primaries.
All right, Ben Camisar for us there. Ben, thank you.
A deadly explosion rocks France.
Coming up next, what we know about the victims, including a newborn baby. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
At least 7 people, including a newborn baby, are dead after a fire and explosion in the south of France. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now. Claudio, what do we know about just how this explosion happened? And really, what can you tell us about the victims?
Hey, Morgan. Well, what we know so far is that about 1:30 in the morning, an explosion rocked the ground floor of a building in a small seaside town in the south of France, sending a fire raging through that building and also 2 buildings next to it. Now, it was 1:30 in the morning, so because of the speed of that fire and because of the explosion, it left no chance to many of the people who were sleeping at that time there to escape. Now, the Interior Minister from France visited the scene today and said that they opened an investigation into whether this was either criminal or accidental, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Claudio Lavanga for us there. Claudio, thank you for the update.
A man stoned to death in Pakistan, and Pope Francis prays for peace in Ukraine. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Pakistan, where a mob stoned a man to death Saturday night. He was seen burning Islam's holy book, the Quran, which sparked the attack. The man was in his 50s, and evidence suggests he had mental disabilities. A government official says more than 60 people involved in the lynching have been arrested. India, where some schools reopened today after a controversial court ruling last week. The decision sparked protests because it bans students from wearing any religious clothing to class, seeming to target India's Muslim minority and barring women from being able to wear hijabs.
We want that the rights given to us in the Constitution not be removed. Our independence should not be snatched away.
And Vatican City, where Pope Francis led a prayer on Sunday asking God for peace in Ukraine. This comes against the backdrop of rising tensions between Russia and Ukraine as the world anticipates a Russian invasion of the neighboring country any day. The Pope called the situation in Ukraine, quote, worrying. And that's the world now.
It was another violent weekend on New York City subways. A man was slashed on a platform.
But if you are traveling alone and worried about safety, help is on the way. After the break, the Buddy Walks designed to help people get where they're going.
morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
New York City police investigating another deadly attack against a member of the Asian American community.
35-year-old Christina Yuna Lee was killed inside her apartment early Sunday morning. Her death is causing a resurgence of fear that even more Asians and Asian Americans could become targets of hate crimes. But one group is stepping in to try to help keep people safe, and we mean that literally, stepping in. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez.
I was standing behind those poles that everybody stands behind, but then I felt a hand reach into my pocket. When I put my hand in, I felt a hand grab back, and this man grabbed my hand and wouldn't let go.
Alexis Lee was attacked at a subway stop in New York City on January 8th. It was the second time she was attacked at a subway station in 2 months.
So you were here, what time was it?
It was around 12:30 in the afternoon, broad daylight. At one point, I yelled loud enough that bystanders were able to hear me, and during the process of them ripping him off of me, my jacket pocket had ripped.
Like many major cities across the U.S., New York City has seen a spike in crime recently. In January 2022, the city saw a 38.5% increase in overall major crimes from the same time last year.
I'm sick of this happening over and over again to people who look like me, to people who've been in the same communities as me.
Last month, 40-year-old Michelle Go was fatally shoved in front of a New York City subway car.
This was a senseless, absolutely senseless act of violence.
While violent crimes are affecting people of all backgrounds, incidents targeting Asians rose by 361% in 2021, according to the New York City Police Department's hate crime review panel in December.
The unfortunate thing is there were no cops at the station, even though, it's one of the main stops on the ACE line.
SafeWalks NYC is a grassroots organization created to combat what they say is an apparent lack of NYPD action and visibility.
We are our presence. Keeping each other safe doesn't take much effort. Just being our presence makes a big difference.
Peter Carey is the founder of SafeWalks NYC, a volunteer-run organization that provides New Yorkers with a companion to and from public transit or public areas whenever they feel unsafe. He decided to start the effort about a year ago, following reports of attacks against women at a subway station near him in Brooklyn.
After the third or fourth report and seeing the picture of the lady who'd been beat up real bad and not hearing of any solutions or anything being done about it, I just jumped on my bike and rode to the subway station.
Today, SafeWalks responds to requests 7 days a week in all of New York City. So far, Peter says volunteers have assisted on over 1,000 walks.
But whenever there's an attack anywhere in the city, we see a spike in SafeWalks requests.
Over 2,000 people have signed up to help with SafeWalks. Tiffany and Doy are 2 of 200 SafeWalks volunteers that made the cut.
So when someone meets the requester, obviously they're wearing their vest so that they can be easily identified. There's 2 or 3 of them that you actually meet with the requester. They show a lot of gratitude because, they feel unsafe and they feel like they have nowhere else to turn to.
As long as people know that we're here, they know that they can request a SafeWalks. It really matters to them. Yes, maybe most of them might not, but as long as they have an option to feel safer in New York City, then it definitely helps.
And while SafeWalks continues to provide assistance to all New Yorkers, Peter and Alexis say the city is all talk and no walk.
We're on the streets every single day and nothing changes. We're not seeing anything different. I just hope that, they will actually begin serving the communities.
It's amazing that people within our community are stepping up to start these grassroots organizations to make people feel safer in the city. But it also saddens me because this is the job that the city has to do for its own community.
In a statement to NBC News, the NYPD says since January 6th, there have been over 70,000 subway inspections. Additionally, they claimed to deploy over 1,000 extra officers into the transit system every day to, quote, keep New Yorkers safe.
I just wish the NYPD did a lot more than they're currently doing.
And Isa Gutierrez joins us now. Isa, how can people in New York City request one of these SafeWalks?
Hey, Aaron, they can go to safewalks.com. That's SAFEWALX.com. Once they get there, they click the tab that says Request a Safe Walk. Now, a request form will pop up and ask for some basic information, when and where you need the walk, some contact information. That request document comes in English, Chinese, or Spanish. Now, Peter told us that they try to answer every single request. Up until now, they've responded to every single one and gotten someone the buddy that they need for their walk. Aaron?
All right, it's a great program there. Isa Gutierrez for us today. Isa, thanks.
One of the first space tourists is set to blast off once again. Billionaire Jared Isaacman, who flew on the first private SpaceX flight into orbit last year, has purchased as many as 3 more missions. So the new trips will raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and a few other organizations. NBC's Tom Costello has this exclusive.
Jared Isaacman, the 39-year-old billionaire who founded Shift 4 Payments and led the Inspiration 4 crew last year, well, he's back teaming up with Elon Musk and paying for 3 more flights to push further into space, planning to fly closer to the moon than any spaceship since Apollo, and it only gets bigger from there.
Sunrise at Elon Musk's starbase near Brownsville, Texas, with a massive 400-foot rocket on the pad. This is Starship, built to carry astronauts and cargo to the moon and eventually Mars. And this morning, an NBC News broadcast exclusive, as SpaceX announces the first commander will be Jared Isaacman.
Godspeed, Inspiration 4.
The billionaire who paid for and commanded last September's all-civilian Inspiration 4 multi-day trip around the Earth, now leading a new mission program dubbed Polaris. The first mission, however, will be in the same type of SpaceX rocket and ship that his Inspiration 4 crew rode, but with some big differences.
We're going to go farther into space than humans have gone since we've last walked on the moon.
And looking through the window, we can see the entire perimeter of the Earth, which is so beautiful.
Last year's Inspiration 4 mission was part fundraiser for St. Jude Children's Hospital, raising a staggering $240 million. Now, Isaacman is taking that fundraiser global and paying for 3 more trips, planning to use the SpaceX new Starlink satellite network to connect people anywhere in the world with St. Jude.
You foresee a day in which a family in sub-Saharan Africa, for example, that doesn't have the access to medicine that we have in the States, might be able to link up with a specialist at St. Jude.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And we also really believe in St. Jude's, too, which is no child should die in the dawn of life.
Joining Isaacman on Polaris Dawn later this year, veteran Air Force fighter pilot Scott Poteet, SpaceX operations engineer Sarah Gillis, and engineer Anna Menon, serving as the onboard medical officer. 2 of them will perform the first ever commercial astronaut spacewalk.
Are you nervous about actually being on one of these flights?
You know, I think it's natural to have some butterflies, but I deeply have faith in the SpaceX team.
You know, we're going to be prepared. We're going to start training here pretty soon. There's inherent risk in anything we do.
I'm so excited to just see what it's like, see what the environment is like.
Meanwhile, SpaceX founder Elon Musk says his mega rocket Starship is all about saving humanity and finding a second home on Mars.
I mean, to be frank, civilization is feeling a little fragile these days.
Starship's first unmanned orbital test flight could come within months.
So that's the mega rocket Starship. Jared Isaacman and his Polaris crew are expected to fly on an existing SpaceX ship in November or December. Jared says he'd be interested in being part of a future lunar mission, but that's a ways down the road. Guys, back to you.
Well, finally this hour, if you're still looking for a last-minute Valentine's Day gift for that someone special, the Bronx Zoo has a solution for you. You can name a roach after your Valentine.
You did hear that correctly. He did say a roach.
End your relationship.
The program may sound more fit for a scorned lover, but the folks at the zoo say it's a gift designed to last. I mean, after all, chocolate, flowers, they're fleeting, but cockroaches, God bless them, they are forever. Forever, ever. For $15, you can name one of the zoo's Madagascar hissing cockroaches. That really upped the ante, didn't it? And receive a certificate memorializing the name. Other roach products like, well, socks, beanies, wow, virtual cockroach meet and greet. Did you know you could do a virtual? Look, this pandemic is opening new doors to the things you can do. You could do a virtual cockroach meet and greet. They've already sold out this year.
Some doors need to close.
Look, if David gives me a cockroach for our first married Valentine's Day, he can tend that cockroach back.
It's gonna be
Send
a
it right back where it came from. Hissing cockroach. Woo. My word. Well, anyways, thank you for joining us this hour. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Happy Monday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
On NBC News Now, free-flowing traffic moving once again at the border crossing between the U.S. and Canada. What brought the standoff to an end and the lingering impact it's having today?
Putin's next move, America issuing a stern warning to Russia as tensions at the Ukraine border reach their highest level yet. The diplomatic talks underway as the U.S. evacuates its embassy.
Questioning Giuliani, the January 6th committee says it fully expects the former New York City mayor and Trump ally to cooperate with the subpoena.
And the road ahead, our one-on-one conversation with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg on the Biden administration's push to go electric. Some anxiety about, am I going to make it?
No matter where you're headed, even on one of those long drives, you know that you will not have a problem any more than you would worry about being able to find gas.
The White House plan to supercharge the number of places you can plug in.
Hi there, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm Morgan Bradford. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with the positive signs in the fight against the pandemic. In the last 2 weeks, not a single state has seen a measurable increase in new confirmed COVID cases. The 7-day average is now at its lowest level since December, nearly 2 months ago.
That's right. And more good news on the pandemic front. The Ambassador Bridge has reopened for business, and that's the vital crossing at the U.S.-Canadian border that was shut down by protesters just over these vaccine mandates recently. Leading us off this hour, we have NBC News Now anchor Allison Morris and NBC News correspondent Cal Perry. Cal, first to you. You are standing at that bridge there in Windsor, Ontario, and of course things are moving there behind you, but there were some pretty intense moments over the weekend. How did this all happen?
Yeah, you know, there was this back and forth, what the police called this cat and mouse game between police and protesters, because it was just a few. It was a dozen or so protesters yesterday that were able to keep this bridge closed. As you mentioned, the road behind me now open, leading to the Ambassador Bridge, hoping to become once again the busiest land crossing in North America. But what has changed is along this road for 3 kilometers, and this road connects one of the busiest interstates in Canada with that bridge, they've basically made a corridor. They've put in all of these cement barricades. They've changed the whole way that this functions, and there are police stationed at every stoplight along the road. How long they can do this, I'm not sure. You know, that's the big question here. And whether or not protesters come back is another concern, because, again, what was proven was it didn't take many people to shut that bridge down, and it took a lot of work on behalf of the police, who, again, are having to stay out here in large numbers, Morgan.
I mean, and that's the point. It took such a small sort of critical mass to create such a big impact. I mean, what's the situation like in other parts of Canada? Are people worried that we could see this happen again and again?
Yeah, this is the national conversation that's happening here. CBC is reporting that the Prime Minister has put into effect a national emergency law. There is in Ottawa, you have hundreds, maybe thousands of protesters holed up outside of the government buildings there. They are not moving. The police, I think, it's pretty clear they feel overwhelmed. They feel outnumbered. You have problems growing along the U.S.-Canadian border west of where I am at other crossings. You have trucks blocking those crossings. And so police are constantly reacting to these protests as they kind of spread out around the country. It is, as my producer said, a game of whack-a-mole. And so you have the government now trying to arm themselves as best they can to deal with this moving forward, as it only seems to spread more.
All right, NBC's Cal Perry for us there. Cal, thank you.
Now, that trucker blockade along the U.S.-Canadian border may be over, but we are far from finding out the long-term economic impact. Let's bring in NBC News Now anchor Allison Morris now. And Allison, we know that automakers were among the many industries that were hit hard by these protests and the impact that they had. Talk to us a little bit about the direct impact we're feeling here in the U.S. as a result of this.
Yeah, Aaron, we can just start with people who work in the auto industry, right? I mean, GM, Ford, Honda, Toyota, all confirming that they had to cut production shifts last week while this was going on. That means people went home with either no paycheck or incomplete paychecks. That's a big problem if you're an auto worker. The other thing you need to consider, why were they not bringing those people in? Because they simply did not have the supplies to produce the cars. Now, just anecdotally, we've all driven down those long stretches of highway, right, where you just see car dealer after car dealer after car dealer. In my hometown, there weren't a lot of cars on those lots until this fall. They were just starting to get inventory in. A disruption like this over the winter is definitely not going to help. And we saw just last week, right, inflation at a 40-year high. A big factor there, used car prices, new car prices, they have been exorbitant. Yeah. Disruptions like this are only going to make cars more expensive. If supply doesn't meet demand, we all know how that works. And that is not good news for February CPI numbers, that, you know, inflation might go even higher because cars just aren't getting any cheaper.
Yeah, I've been looking for a used car with my niece, trying to find something for her to drive. It has not been fun the last couple of weeks here.
No.
You know, I do want to ask you, too, Allison, how does all this really factor into the supply chain delays that we're seeing across industries right now?
Sure. I mean, Aaron, the auto industry is just one area that's being impacted by this, or that was impacted while this was still going on. The Michigan Treasury Department says that some 10,000 commercial vehicles go back and forth on that one bridge every day. So if you're sitting here thinking, well, it was just one bridge, what's the big deal? They say some more than $300 million worth of parts and goods and supplies go back and forth on that bridge daily. Only $50 million worth of that goes to the auto industry. So this has affected industries across the U.S. We talk so much about the Fed trying to raise rates to curb inflation. Well, that's just one piece of the puzzle. If we still have supply chain hangups and issues manufacturing and making goods, and there's such a high demand for them, we're not going to see those prices come down as soon as we'd like.
All right, Allison Moore is for us today. Allison, thank you. We'll see you at 3 o'clock Eastern.
See you then.
Now to Ukraine, where German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is meeting with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. The chancellor's arrival comes just as the Biden administration warns that a Russian invasion could come at any moment this week. Joining us now, NBC News correspondents Aaron McLaughlin from Ukraine and Josh Lederman here from Washington. Aaron, the two European leaders are expected to discuss essentially this Russian oil pipeline that goes directly into Germany. And Zelensky already called this a dangerous geopolitical weapon. So where do these discussions then go from here?
Yeah, well, the two just wrapped up a press conference, Morgan, and it doesn't appear as though Germany has moved on the two issues that matter most to Ukraine when it comes to the relationship with Germany, and that is lethal aid. Germany still declining to send lethal aid, non-lethal aid only, in accordance to its longstanding policy. The chancellor in that press conference pointing to the amount of money that Germany sends to Ukraine. And then the second issue being the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, as you mentioned. That is the pipeline that is currently not working at the moment. They haven't turned the on button yet, but it's a pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany directly, essentially bypassing Ukraine. If it switches on, Ukraine could potentially miss out on $1 billion worth of transit fees. But more than that, the Ukrainians see that as a potential geopolitical weapon, and it's very concerning to them. In that press conference, Chancellor Scholz refusing to be drawn on that as well. He said that he has organized a sanctions package with the West, other Western leaders, should Russia invade, but refused to say explicitly Nord Stream 2. President Biden, though, adamant that Nord Stream 2 will not go ahead in the event of a Russian invasion. So from the standpoint of what matters most to Ukraine in terms of those talks, it doesn't seem like it moved much, but I'm told that the purpose of the chancellor's visit to Kyiv, as well as Moscow tomorrow, is to keep that diplomatic channel open and avert war, Morgan.
And speaking of those diplomatic channels, Josh, we know that President Biden spoke to the Ukrainian president on Sunday. What came out of that call, especially from the Biden administration's perspective? What were they hoping would come from that call?
Well, part of this, Morgan, was an attempt to show that the Ukraine is still on the same page with the U.S. after some comments over the weekend from President Zelensky, who basically told the U.S. to knock it off when it comes to creating panic in Ukraine through all of this talk we've heard from senior U.S. officials about the likelihood of a major Russian military incursion. Zelensky had said as he was visiting and watching some troops who were doing exercises that basically they have different information than the U.S. and that we are actually helping Ukraine's enemies by talking up the prospect of a war. And so in this call between the president and Zelensky, lasting a little under an hour, the two countries agreed, according to the White House's description, to work swiftly and decisively to impose costs on Russia. They also are keeping that diplomatic option open to Russia if it wants to pursue it. And to that end, more diplomacy for President Biden today. He just got back a few minutes ago from Camp David, and in about an hour, he is scheduled to speak by phone with British Prime Minister Boris Johnson so that they can coordinate their response to this crisis. We're also aware that the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, is briefing lawmakers on the Hill, the leadership in the House and Senate today, as they are trying to figure out what they are going to do about sanctions as well, Morgan.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin for us there in Kyiv, Josh Lederman there in Washington, D.C. Thank you both so much for joining us.
Well, it looks like work is getting done on Capitol Hill. Lawmakers are passing a flurry of bipartisan bills. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now. Sahil, tell us about these bills that are being pushed through Congress right now.
Yeah, there's a sudden outbreak of bipartisanship that seemingly came out of nowhere, and it's happened mostly in the last week. That includes efforts to pass a major postal reform bill that would improve the finances of the post office and improve mail delivery, the Violence Against Women Act reauthorization. That's a 1994 law initially passed by a senator named Joe Biden. There's efforts to end arbitration, forced arbitration for victims alleging sexual misconduct, a U.S.-China competition bill that has passed both the House and the Senate that is headed to a conference committee before it goes to the president's desk, an appropriations deal that had languished for a long time. And then there are two more that are in the works right now, unclear where these will go, but attempts to ban lawmakers from trading stocks and election reform, a modest effort to prevent future candidates from stealing elections. These are all efforts that happened after Democrats tried and failed to end the filibuster, at least carve out the filibuster to pass their major voting rights efforts. Republicans say that's the reason that there's suddenly the space for this kind of cooperation. And Democrats say voters don't really care whether something is, an accomplishment is partisan or bipartisan. They just want things to get done, and Democrats are doing what they can in the limited majorities that they have to try to get things done.
So one of the other things that's been talked about a lot lately is banning stock trades by lawmakers. That's become a real theme there in Washington. It's also playing a role on the campaign trail, right?
It absolutely is. This is one of the new items that's being discussed all over the country on the campaign trail. You see vulnerable Democrats trying to get ahead of this issue, ahead of what's likely to be a tough election. That's Abigail Spanberger, you see on the screen there toward the right, one of the co-sponsors of a major bill in the House that would ban lawmakers from trading stocks. A little bit further on the left, you see Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona partnering with John Ossoff of Georgia to introduce a counterpart in the Senate that would ban stock trading. There are efforts by Republicans as well to try to get ahead of this after the devastating election runoff in Georgia, where they lost 2 Senate seats in part when Democrats had accused those 2 Republican senators, David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, both millionaires, of profiting off their public service, including, particularly in the case of Perdue, through stock trade. So this is an issue that is not really a left or right issue. It's more an insider-outsider issue. It's a populist, elitist issue. And on the campaign trail, it's very popular to be on the side of banning stock trades. That is popular with Democrats, popular with Republicans, and as far as polls have shown, overwhelmingly popular with independents as well.
Hey, I want to ask you very quickly, Sahil, about the January 6th committee. It's been in contact with lawyers representing former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, Trump attorney as well. What are you hearing about that?
Well, Giuliani is under subpoena, and the official posture of the committee is that they expect him to cooperate, as they expect everyone who's under subpoena to cooperate, as is the law in this case. Now, whether he actually will, it depends on the meaning of the word cooperate. If he comes in and just pleads the Fifth Amendment on everything, is the committee going to view that as cooperation? There are a lot of ifs here, but the reality is Giuliani has been a loyal ally of former President Trump, and not many of them have broken to the point of providing significant cooperation with the January 6th committee. So the panel's decision there will be, once he comes in, what to do about it, whether they view it as cooperation. And I think we have some sound here from Adam Kinzinger, the Republican on the committee. Let's play that.
Our expectation is he is going to cooperate because that's the law, that's the requirement, same as if somebody's subpoenaed to court. There may be some changes in dates and moments here as lawyers do their back and forth, but we fully expect that in accordance with the law, we'll hear from Rudy.
And depending on what happens, what Giuliani says or does, it'll be up to the committee to decide whether it amounts to cooperation with a subpoena or whether they do what they've done with several others and refer him to the Justice Department for criminal contempt.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us today. Sahil, thank you.
Well, the City of Angels is celebrating today after the LA Rams clinched a historic Super Bowl win. In a thrilling clutch comeback, the Rams beat the Cincinnati Bengals 23-20, marking the Rams' first championship since relocating to Southern California back in 2016. Let's get right to it with NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster, who is outside the stadium there in Los Angeles. Shaq, look, this Super Bowl was, of course, the most watched sporting event of the year. What are the fans saying? I mean, how is LA feeling after this Hollywood ending, so to speak?
Oh, they were thrilled, and I'll say through much of the game, they were very nervous. We were watching the game with some LA Rams fans at Rock and Brews. It was an assignment, Morgan, I promise you. We were at a bar, but it was for work. But I'll tell you, they were really nervous throughout the game. And, you know, this is a game that saw many twists and turns. There was that unfortunate injury with Odell Beckham Jr. in the first half of the game that sidelined him. You saw the lead changes. You saw the Rams go into halftime seeming like they had control of the game, and then the Bengals came back right after and then held the lead for much of the second half before the Rams had that final fourth quarter drive. And when you saw that win, when you saw that defensive stop that really clinched the victory for the Rams, the location we were at just completely exploded. Listen to some of those conversations I had in that moment after.
How does it feel? Oh my God, we love LA. We're so happy. Go LA! What does this mean for the city? Oh my God, so much. We have so much potential, so much to do. Okay, LA, get it together. We got so much to do. We're the champions. Did you expect that win? Did you expect the win to happen tonight? I expected that win. I thought that we wasn't gonna win, but we won. It's LA, baby. LA Rams, baby. Yeah. The fact that this was a home, it was at SoFi right down the street. Does it make it even more special? It feels so surreal. I'm so proud of my city. I'm so proud of our team. Good job, Rams. Good job, Rams.
The only moment that compared to that, Morgan, was as we watched the halftime show, the hip-hop greats taking the stage for that halftime performance that so many people were into. The legends, exactly. Some people called it the Mount Rushmore of hip-hop. They really enjoyed that performance. And, you know, one thing...
Mount Rushmore?
That wasn't my phrase.
Mount Rushmore with some melanin. That's what I heard. I heard Mount Rushmore with some melanin, Shaq. Tell me what time it is. Tell us about Auntie Mary.
Exactly.
What did Auntie Mary have to say, Shaq? Let us know.
They're going to learn.
Well, yeah, look, they learned, I think they learned last night. And they learned that Auntie Mary still got it. Okay.
And they know now, did it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Baby.
She owned the stage, Morgan. She owned the stage.
Yes, she did.
I will just say that after that moment, they ended, and as we were leaving that bar, they played We Are the Champions about 5 times consecutively. So that's how LA fans are reacting to the Super Bowl, and they were all singing each one of the time. So that's how they're reacting to the Super Bowl. This is in their hometown, and they really had a good time in celebrating it.
I'm Kendrick Lamar. Y'all weren't ready. That's all right. Oh, I have a whole second question I'm supposed to ask you, Shaq. Bam! We saw massive crowds in downtown.
Oh, no, keep going.
Yo, Shaq, after the game, are city officials worried about all the possibility this could be a super spreader event?
Morgan, don't let me stop you. You can keep going. Keep singing that Mary over there.
So let me make a hard right turn.
You know. Well, we will say, you know, this is something that they knew. There's still the backdrop of the pandemic. So it wasn't just the game, but even all the events leading into the game, the NFL knew that crowds were going to be gathering. And that was the difference between this game and last year. They were expecting that, and they were encouraging it. So they had vaccination clinics. They had rapid testing available for free for fans. So you haven't heard that big concern that this will lead into any massive super spreader event because of the precautions that were in place in the stadium. For example, everyone had to have that proof of vaccination in addition to that negative COVID test. But one thing that we have been seeing is that hospitalizations have been going down. New cases have been going down. It will be something to watch if that ticks up or if it doesn't continue to fall at the rapid pace that it's been doing at this point.
Well, Shaq, I hope you have a happy Valentine's Day and that you're searching for a real love. Somebody makes your heart sing.
No more drama in my life, Morgan.
Oh, wow. You guys are...
Oh, you weren't ready for the high note.
Now we know what's the 411. I tell you. All right, Shaq for us in LA today. Nice work, my friend.
Thanks, Shaq. Well, coming up,
see you guys.
The controversial new ruling clearing the way for a Russian skating star to compete, and that's despite testing positive for a banned substance. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The 15-year-old Russian skater at the center of international controversy at the Beijing Winter Olympics will be back on the ice tomorrow.
That's right. Kamila Valieva was given the green light to compete in the women's singles event despite testing positive for a banned substance in December. We're going to go in depth on that decision in just a moment. But first, checking out the latest medal count. Norway leads the pack with 9 gold medals and 21 medals overall. The Russian Olympic Committee is second with 18 total medals, including 4 golds. The U.S. is currently in third with 16 total medals. Nearly half of them are gold. Someone who has been tracking it all for us very closely, our very own NBC News correspondent, Gadi Schwartz. Gadi, bring us up to speed first on this ice skating scandal. I mean, what kind of reaction is the decision to let her continue to skate getting?
Well, Morgan, there is so much absolute disbelief, not just because she's being allowed to compete tomorrow, but because there's going to be no medal ceremony if she is on the podium, not for team competition, not for any that she might win this week, which is basically like back when you're a kid and your mom tells you and all your brothers and sisters, you know what, everyone is grounded until we work this out, except for we're talking about the biggest stage in the world, and all the other athletes have been training for most of their lives for this moment. So here's a real quick recap on how we got here. Back on Christmas Day, Valieva took a test in Russia after competition. January 7th, Valieva competed in the Olympics. She landed 2 quads. She was the first woman to do it. ROC wins gold. Then she was provisionally suspended on February 8th after the test result finally came back positive. Then February 9th, she challenged the suspension. The Russian anti-doping agency lifted her ban on competition the same day. Then February 14th, this Court of Arbitration for Sport decided that Valieva could compete in women's singles. And they say that they decided that because, one, she's a minor. There was a delay in getting that result back in a timely manner because of some sort of COVID backlog, so she didn't get a chance to mount a legal defense. And then they said because if she is later cleared and she was suspended, it would cause irreparable harm. But now the IOC is saying, as this case continues, no medals are going to be given out until further notice if Valieva places in the top 3. So the U.S. Olympic Committee, as you can imagine, they are saying that they are extremely disappointed by the message this decision sends. They say athletes have a right to know that they are competing on a level playing field. Unfortunately, today that right is being denied. This appears to be another chapter in the systemic and pervasive disregard for clean sport by Russia. And the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency said for the 6th consecutive Olympic Games, Russia has hijacked the competition and stolen the moment from clean athletes and the public. As for when we could see a final resolution on this, guys, probably not until way after the Olympics are over.
Gotti, just to pivot here for a minute, it was also a history-making weekend for the U.S. 29-year-old Erin Jackson becoming the first black woman to win a speed skating medal. Can you tell us a little bit about her? I mean, what's been the reaction to her win?
Yeah, well, it's incredible to imagine that at first it was roller skates and then inline skating, and then Erin Jackson decided to try out speed skating in 2017. So 6 years later, she is the best in the world, which is a huge win for Team USA. It was also a huge bet by her teammate and friend Brittany Bowe, who gave Erin that spot because she knew she had the best chance at winning gold. And sure enough, she was right.
Wow. All right. And Gotti, Team USA's women's team is also making its mark on a new event at the Olympics. This big win was a little bit more special for veteran Olympian Alana Myers-Taylor. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened? Why is this such a big deal? Why is it historic?
Yeah, Alana Myers-Taylor is a Olympic champion. She is hands down a super mom. She just won silver, and geez, did she have a hard time getting there. Remember, she tested positive for COVID. She was supposed to be the flag bearer, had to isolate. She was training during isolation. We saw her in there just working out every single day. She was also breast pumping as well. She finally made it out. Boom, she gets right on that podium for her 2-year-old son. Here's what she told Al Roker for the Today Show this morning.
What are you going to tell little Nico when he's old enough about this moment?
I'm going to tell him that his mama fought like she's never fought before to go after her dream, to just do everything she could to bring this medal home for him.
And you can see how much that medal weighs there. I mean, talk about a super mom, talk about an inspiration.
Oh,
so fun to watch.
Oh, I love seeing the photo of her holding her son afterwards. Like, it was all for him. What a super mama. All right, Gotti Shores, thanks so much, Gotti.
Thanks.
Well, Florida has long been a closely watched swing state, and now election investigators are asking their own questions.
Still ahead, the voter registration dilemma that's raising some red flags in the Sunshine State. Stay with us.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, the FBI offering a $10,000 reward in its hunt for the so-called Route 91 bandit. Investigators say the man has robbed at least 11 banks across New England, each one off of Interstate 91. The FBI considers him armed and dangerous. He's threatened to use a gun in some of those robberies. A real mess on highways in and around Detroit after snow squalls led to a number of multi-car pileups. The first and largest one happened in the early afternoon, involving as many as 35 cars. It shut down Interstate 696 in both directions for a few hours. One driver had to go to the hospital with head injuries. And LeBron James is proving yet again that he is the king. He just surpassed Lakers legend Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the most points scored of all time across the regular season and the playoffs. LeBron overtook Kareem with a third-quarter three-pointer against the Golden State Warriors on Saturday. And get this, LeBron reached that milestone in 181 fewer games than Kareem.
Wow. Meanwhile, a political scandal in the Miami area may be making its way from door to door. A number of voters say their voter registrations were actually changed from Democrat to Republican without their knowledge, and this all happened right after canvassers visited their homes. NBC 6 South Florida reporter Cristian Benavides joins us now. Cristian, what is happening here?
Well, Morgan, this comes at a time that the Republican Party of Florida is reporting a record number of registered voters, surpassing Democrats for the first time in the state's history. And while in this case, the incident impacts about 100 voters in a public housing complex in Little Havana, mostly elderly residents, there are now reports of voters in other areas across Florida saying their voter registration was switched from being Democrats to Republican without their consent.
For Juan Salazar, a registered Democrat since the 80s, it was a gut punch. He says his party affiliation was switched to Republican without his consent after a group of canvassers visited his apartment complex back in November.
What you're doing is illegal. What you did is against the law, it's a felony.
And he's not the only one. According to records obtained by the Miami Herald, during a 4-month period, 103 residents of this public housing complex in Little Havana changed their voter registration, all from being registered Democrats to registered Republicans, the vast majority elderly and Spanish-only speakers.
Ni me avisaron, ni me lo notificaron.
They didn't let me know or notify me about the change, this woman said, claiming the canvassers knocked on her door and got her information by lying about their intentions, which was supposed to be making sure that she was registered to vote. She says instead, her party affiliation was switched.
Some people are knocking at their door saying that they're updating their voter registration.
Democratic Florida State Senator Annette Taddeo, who's running for governor, says her constituents have been calling about these type of incidents, adding this would impact her bid for the governorship since Florida is a closed primary state. Her supporters would be unable to vote for her unless they're registered Democrats.
They did not know what they were doing were switching their party from lifelong Democrats to Republican.
The Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office says they're looking into the matter. Writing in a statement, we're aware of recent reports relating to voter registration fraud and have been investigating these claims for several weeks now as we take these allegations very seriously. According to the victims, the canvassers identify themselves as members of the Republican Party of Florida. This picture, snapped by one of the victims, shows an ID with the initials RPOF. Rene Garcia is chair of the Miami-Dade County Republican Party.
I don't know what was told to them to sign those petitions, but the reality is that I know that the RPOF and the Miami-Dade GOP down here do everything by the book and everything legally.
Since reports came out of what happened in Little Havana, residents in other areas have also come out to say they too were duped. Once I saw it on the news, it caught my attention, this man says. He lives some 10 miles away in Hialeah. He said canvassers visited he and his wife too.
There's also nothing wrong with being a Republican or Democratic organization that seeks to register more Republicans and more Democrats.
Political analyst Mike Hernandez says this could ultimately lead to prosecution.
This is, if proven to be the case, the worst kind of voter fraud that we could have, or election integrity fraud that we could have, because you are taking elderly, mostly elderly voters, changing their party registration and doing so without their knowledge.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said the state prosecutor may look into it.
If they're changing to Republican and that's illicit, they need to be held accountable. If they're doing the opposite, they need to be held accountable.
That state senator that you heard from earlier in the piece says that people from outside of Miami have also reached out to her office saying a similar scenario may have played out near the Tampa area. The prosecutor's office there has said they will look into it as well. Morgan?
Yeah, it's especially hard to hear they're targeting Hispanohablantes, Spanish speakers, who perhaps can't even catch these things. So I'm glad that someone's checking in on it.
Many of them say that they didn't even realize that this was happening until they saw it on the news and checked their voter registration card.
And I'm glad there's resources that people can reach out to en español, también en inglés, in Spanish and English, to make sure that they can get the resources they need. Cristian, thank you for bringing us that story. Really, really important.
The 2022 midterms are quickly approaching, and this year is a first for Colorado's 8th congressional district. It's brand new thanks to redistricting. Colorado's 8th will officially exist as of January 2023 and will include parts of 3 counties located north of Denver. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is joining us now. Mark, the 8th district there is said to be a real toss-up this year. Walk us through that thinking.
Yeah, the reason why it's a toss-up, Aaron, is that Democrats really have a slight party registration advantage in this brand new congressional district. And also, when you look at the 2016 presidential vote, Donald Trump would have won the district by 2 percentage points in the 2016 election. Joe Biden would have won it by 5 in 2020. And when you look at the overall political environment that really favors Republicans right now with President Biden's low approval ratings, this is a toss-up, according to the nonpartisan Cook Political Report. And it's going to be one of the key toss-up competitive races that we're going to be following all through November.
So put that into a little more perspective for us then, if you can, Mark. How critical is winning this district for both Democrats and Republicans? Can either side afford to lose it?
Yeah, probably Democrats need to win it a little bit more, Aaron, right now, if they want to hold back, control the House of Representatives, which is looking like a very outside possibility and not a real great possibility for Democrats. And one of the big reasons why is that the totality of the redistricting maps that we've seen approved right now has really shrunk the entire competitive battleground map, where we're probably going to only have about 30 or 40 truly competitive congressional races across the country. And so Democrats who have a very slim and a very high, margin of error to be able to hold control of the House of Representatives, this is something they need to be able to win. These are the types of districts that Democrats need to be able to win, to be able to hold on to the House of Representatives.
So then what's the move, Mark? What are politicians on both sides here doing to help draw in some of these voters, these undecided voters in particular?
Well, Aaron, first we got to get to the primary that doesn't take place until June 28th. And that's relatively late on the primary calendar. We'll find out who the Democratic and Republican nominees are for this district, also as whether there are going to be any third party candidates as well that could end up playing spoiler in this race. But, clearly the Latino vote is going to be front and center in this district. Latinos make up nearly 40% of all voters. And because of some of the recent gains that we ended up seeing Republicans making with Latinos, Democrats are going to actually have to win these voters back, particularly in an environment where President Trump's approval rating right now is in the low 40s.
All right, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, thank you.
Democratic candidates sharpening their pitch to voters ahead of the midterms, trying to position themselves as defenders of U.S. elections and democracy itself. So just to give you a sense of what's at stake here, 6 states that President Biden narrowly won back in 2020, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, Nevada, Michigan, will all elect governors this year. To help us unpack what this could mean, NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now. Jane, why? Why did Democrats choose this particular angle as their political message? And really, is there any data that shows that voters are responding positively to this?
Morgan, this is a direct response to what we've seen Republicans advancing in state legislatures across the country. Efforts to make it harder to vote, harder to administer elections, harder to participate in elections. a number of restrictive laws being enacted across the country, sort of fueled by this stolen election lie. And Democrats have found themselves defending American elections, and they're seeing voters respond positively to it. So we're seeing it become elections and sort of election integrity if you're on the right, and democracy defense if you're on the left, become a top 3 election issue, something I have never seen in my many years of covering this issue, where sort of voting rights is becoming a ballot issue. But Democrats are really clinging to it and enjoying this position as democracy defenders. They were fighting President Donald Trump in some of these positions, some of these people in Arizona. Katie Hobbs was Secretary of State. She's now running for governor in Arizona. She was at the forefront of defending Arizona's election system back in 2020. And they're using that as their platform to run for higher office or to run for re-election this year.
How are Republicans reacting to this particular strategy, Jane?
You know, Republicans have their own strategy in this way, where they're pushing for laws they say will make it harder to cheat and easier to vote. Despite the fact we know a lot of these laws do just make it harder to vote. And we know that voter fraud is not an issue that we have in a widespread way in American elections. But I also see them using voter suppression questions and claims and sort of likening them to Donald Trump's stolen election lies. So you see Brad Raffensperger, Secretary of State in Florida, sort of likening Donald Trump's claims to Stacey Abrams' issues about voter suppression and claims that these laws make it harder to vote, sort of almost muddying the water there. These are very different things. We should be clear. Saying the election was stolen and saying that making it harder to vote makes it harder to vote. Different things. But we're seeing them sort of push those all together and sort of muddy the waters there.
All right, NBC's Jane Tim for us. Jane, thank you.
Former President Donald Trump's approach to record keeping is raising alarms among historians and legal experts. They say his tendency to destroy documents is a threat to the public interest and could amount to a criminal act as well. NBC News senior political analyst John Allen joins us now. So, John, do we know specifically what the former president did to these White House documents?
It depends on the documents that we're talking about, Aaron. We know for sure from the National Archives that he had torn up some documents, and in fact, the archives got some that were taped back together. We know that some documents made their way back to Mar-a-Lago when the former president left the White House in January of 2021. And then there was a report from the New York Times from Maggie Haberman, veteran journalist, that White House aides sometimes found printed paper stuffed into toilets and had believed at the time that the president had been trying to flush papers down the toilet.
So, John, what about consequences here then? I mean, is this just a, sort of wagging the finger kind of a thing, or is there something with more teeth that could happen as a result?
And Aaron, I should say that former President Trump has denied flushing papers down the toilet. But to your larger question about consequences, the president's documents, his recordings, they're governed by something called the Presidential Records Act, originally passed in 1978, amended in 2014. And what it basically says is the president and his aides have to keep copies of everything and turn them over to the National Archives. However, in talking to archivists and historians, what I found is there's no mechanism to enforce that law. There's no penalty for a president who doesn't abide by it. And so, as a question of consequences, former President Trump might be liable potentially under different laws, but the main law, Presidential Records Act, he is not open to any sort of criminal penalty there. And for the other laws, it would be a first use against a president. So I think we're a long way from that happening.
Is there any precedent for this sort of behavior at the White House in particular?
There's not really precedent, according to the sources that I spoke to, historians familiar with presidencies, archivists, and others. There's not really a precedent for a president, routinely destroying documents since the reform, since the Presidential Records Act that I spoke of a moment ago, which was enacted in response to Richard Nixon's scandals and Watergate. And missing tape he had an audio recording system. There were famous minutes of tape missing back then. But since then, presidents have largely abided by the Records Act. There have been some cases where there have been missing records occasionally, but this behavior of routinely tearing up documents that has been reported on for a couple of years and confirmed by the National Archives is really unusual.
All right, John Allen for us there in Washington today. John, thank you.
Take care.
He's helping lead the charge for electric vehicles.
Up next, I go one-on-one with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg about the major investment in innovation.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin.
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
Shaun White!
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, with gas prices up 40% from a year ago, a lot of people are turning to electric vehicles. There's one major speed bump, though, not enough public charging stations. Well, that may be about to change now. The bipartisan infrastructure law is letting President Biden put his money where his mouth is, helping the environment and drivers. I sat down exclusively with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg to talk EVs. Electric cars are cruising down highways across the country. 489,000 of them sold in 2021, according to J.D. Power. Just over 3% of all cars bought last year. What's slowing EV down? Part of the problem is power.
That's exactly why we're making sure we have the backbone of a national charging network.
I sat down this weekend with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg just after the Biden administration announced a $5 billion five-year investment to build electric vehicle charging stations across the nation.
Look, it's going to take a while to have a full-fledged national charging network. It'll take across this decade to get to that 500,000 charger goal that we have. But we've already got a lot of chargers out across the country. This is about accelerating that to keep up and get ahead of the increasing popularity of these EVs.
Buttigieg says to get the money, states will have to submit plans to build EV chargers along interstate highways and major roads, making it more convenient to drive electric and to reduce what EV drivers called range anxiety. People have some anxiety about, am I going to make it?
No matter where you're headed, even on one of those long drives, you know that you will not have a problem any more than you would worry about being able to find gas when you take a trip on the interstate highway system today.
There are roughly 47,000 public charging stations around the country, but not every car can charge at every station. This funding is supposed to address that, too. Buttigieg says the charging plans that states come up with will have to ensure whatever car make you drive, you'll have access to compatible chargers.
We're not going to dictate the format, but we are going to require that it happens in a way that benefits everybody. These are taxpayer dollars, so it can't just be a blank check. We've got to make sure that they're being spent effectively.
We caught up with Buttigieg talking shop about electric cars with students at Heartland Community College in Normal, Illinois, home to a degree program training a new wave of EV builders and technicians. These are the guys who will help get more electric cars on the roads. And those cars are pretty pricey. The average cost for an electric car is more than $56,000, enough to leave many Americans out of the EV market. The auto industry is going all in on electric, planning to spend more than $515 billion on EVs in the next 5 to 10 years. Toyota, GM, Ford, and BMW already announcing massive investments to catch up to electric car leader Tesla.
We got to get that sticker price down. That's why we got to accelerate these things being produced on a widespread basis in the United States. And it's why we want more tax incentives to help buy down that upfront cost.
Now, states will have until August 1st to apply for their shares of that first round of infrastructure dollars. Secretary Buttigieg expects to see new energy flowing this year.
One of the first space tourists is set to blast off once again. Billionaire Jarek Eisenman flew on the first private SpaceX flight into orbit last year and has purchased as many as 3 more missions. The new trips will raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and a few other organizations.
After the break, the once-in-a-lifetime experience for a group of young football players in L.A. teaming up to stay away from gangs.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It's been more than a decade since the LAPD formed the Watts Rams Pop Warner youth football team, trying to keep kids off the streets and away from gang violence.
Well, these young players are now part of an NFL kickoff campaign focusing on inclusivity and really getting to experience a unique experience of a lifetime thanks to the LA Rams. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff has that story.
Today, nothing else matters.
They opened the season alongside Aaron Donald as the stars of the NFL's kickoff campaign.
I got your back.
They finished it watching the same Aaron Donald seal the deal for their home team in a dramatic Super Bowl win. Started in 2011 by the LAPD as a way to engage the community, the Watts Rams bring over 100 Watts children ages 8 to 14 together playing football 4 days a week.
My name is Aaron Thompson. I'm a Los Angeles police officer, and I'm also head coach of the Watts Rams.
Coach Z has been policing in Watts for over 25 years. An area just 8.2 square miles, it has the highest concentration of gangs in all of LA.
Kids are forced to make hard decisions at 9, 10, 11.
Coach Z offers a different option for kids.
This program is about discipline, period.
Started with just 30 players, the team took off in 2017 when the LA Rams got involved, providing uniforms, player mentoring, a state-of-the-art field, and once-in-a-lifetime opportunities.
You're the star of a national television commercial.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
Feels amazing. I mean, I would have never thought this opportunity would have came my way. So, I mean, when I seen it, I was like, wow, it's crazy. It's amazing, really.
This year, as part of the NFL's We've Got Your Back campaign, the stakes were raised.
The NFL is going to give all of you the chance to earn your way to Super Bowl 56 at SoFi.
They ran with the opportunity, the team making it all the way to the championship, playing at SoFi Stadium. And then...
Just wanted to surprise y'all and let you know that I got probably about 19 tickets, something like that, for y'all to go to the Super Bowl. Oh, yeah.
I'm shaking right now because, like, I'm right here with Odell, so, like...
I'm right here with you.
We caught up with them just as they were headed to the game.
5 months ago, I saw you guys. You guys saw yourself in an NFL commercial for the first time. Then the coach told you, if you earn your way to the Super Bowl, you guys can get on a bus like this and go do it. You guys got it.
Exactly, because, you know, we made sure that our grades stayed where they were supposed to be. We just we stayed disciplined, and, I mean, we got them.
You know, like, this is just an honor, a blessing, just to go to the Super Bowl.
We met the Watts Rams 5 months ago. Now they're headed to their once-in-a-lifetime experience, the Super Bowl. Bye, guys.
Then, with their brand new Super Bowl jerseys, they enjoyed the entire Super Bowl experience, including a storybook finish, a once-in-a-lifetime moment.
So I'm told it's Valentine's Day.
It is.
That's the thing that people care about, you know.
I love it. I love it.
For some folks, it's a reminder of just how difficult dating has been these past 2 years.
But we have a success story. A lucky couple who fell in love on an Instagram dating show during a time of isolation. NBC News Now, Savannah Sellers caught up with them.
So pre-pandemic, honestly, I was not focused on dating whatsoever.
Rewind to spring 2020, the early lockdown days. And you might remember this account, Love is Quarantine, a spoof on the Netflix dating show Love is Blind. Two Brooklyn roommates acted as quarantine cupids, matching strangers on totally blind dates.
I don't even know, like, she's just so charismatic, so engaging.
So I just finished up my call with Justin, literally the funniest human I've ever encountered.
Allie and Justin starred in the 10th and last episode, both coerced into it by friends.
I think I want to match with Justin.
Definitely Allie. Fingers crossed, y'all. Hope for your boy.
You go on this kind of crazy Instagram dating show. That's how you meet. And then what happens?
FaceTimed every single day. We were texting all throughout that entire month. And then a surprise came.
So I ended up buying a plane ticket from LA to North Carolina. It was like $400, $500 for a flight. And I honestly prayed the night before and was like, if I'm supposed to go, if I'm supposed to meet this dude, I need something under $150. And the next day there was one for with tax, like $149.11.
Our first date was about a week long. Our second date was about a month long. Yeah. And and then the rest of the history from there.
Last year, Allie moved to North Carolina, and 11 months later,
that night we went to a photo shoot. I coach women in business, so I work with a lot of photographers. So we went out for a pretty standard shoot, and then he asked there. So it was amazing.
I mean, this has come out of COVID. What would you tell yourself back in 2019 or early 2020 before COVID hit?
I would say buckle up.
I would have told myself to just relax. because I think dating can be so stressful. It was so delightful with Justin and so easy, and that's possible.
And as for the guys behind the account, well, they are single.
I just texted Rance yesterday and I was like, are you dating anyone? We love him so much.
On NBC News Now, long-term impact. COVID could pose a lasting risk to your heart if you're unvaccinated. Warning from doctors about this new surprising data.
The next justice, President Biden may be closing in on his choice for the Supreme Court. We'll tell you who might be on that short list and just how soon we could have his final decision.
Hollywood ending, a thrilling finish to Super Bowl 56 in the LA Rams beating the Cincinnati Bengals in a nail-biting comeback. How fans are celebrating the major victory.
And safe travels after a series of anti-Asian attacks right here in New York City. Volunteers are helping people step into safety. We'll tell you about the Buddy Walk system designed to help people get where they're going. Happy Monday, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with the fight against COVID, and the numbers clearly trending in the right direction. New case data over the last 3 months showing a distinct wave here. Cases are declining in every state.
Hospitalizations in New York State are at their lowest level since December 12th. In Wisconsin, new COVID cases are down 75% over the last 14 days. And one of California's largest colleges, UC Berkeley, will drop some indoor masking requirements in just 2 weeks.
COVID is also making headlines in the UK. Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall and Prince Charles's wife, has tested positive. The prince tested positive last week for a second time. Buckingham Palace saying the Duchess is isolating. We begin our coverage this hour with NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards and a new look at the long-term impacts of COVID. So, Erica, I understand there's some research that has specifically to do with heart health. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. Hey, good afternoon. This was a huge study. Researchers focused on more than 150,000 COVID-19 patients, compared their health outcomes to more than 10 million others, and they found significant elevated heart risks for up to a year after their infection. Look at this. Heart failure risks up 72%, heart attack up by 63%, stroke up by more than half. They also found elevated risks for high blood pressure and potentially deadly blood clots in legs and in the lungs. Now, the exact reason that this might be happening is still a little unclear, although it is well known that COVID-19 can cause sort of these tiny microclots that can really impact any organ in the body. Aaron?
And Erica, are there any particular groups who dealt with heart issues more than others?
So this study focused on VA records, and most of the patients were white men. However, when researchers dug a little bit deeper, accounted for those factors, they found that those risks remained regardless of age, race, or even other underlying health conditions such as obesity. You know, the concern here really, Aaron, is that, what kind of impact is this going to have on our healthcare system moving forward? You mentioned that really promising decline, but we've already topped 77 million COVID cases in this country alone. Aaron?
It's a relative point that you really do have to keep in mind as you think about all this right now. Erica, how about people who've tested positive after being vaccinated? Does this research say anything about that group?
That's a great question. Actually, the answer is no. These people in this particular study were all infected before vaccines were available. Now, the doctors I've spoken with who have treated these heart problems following COVID-19 infection say that the majority of their patients, their sickest patients, are unvaccinated, and they do continue to recommend the vaccines, not only for their safety profile, for their likelihood of preventing COVID-19, but also perhaps these ongoing heart problems. Aaron?
All right, Erica Edwards for us today. Erica, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres. Dr. Torres, following up on Erica's reporting just now, can you give us your diagnosis? I mean, how serious or common is this potential link between COVID and heart health?
And Morgan, this is very serious, and what it does is it adds to the amount of information we have about long-term COVID and how COVID, if you remember, a lot of people initially said it's just a cold, it's just a flu, don't worry too much about it. Well, we're finding out that is not the case, particularly when it comes to the heart. And we're also finding out something we've known, but we know so even more now, is that it's not just a respiratory disease, but it also turns out to be a vascular disease. And the fact that these people, the amount of people that are having these long-term heart issues up to a year after getting COVID should be raising alarms across the country and across the world. There were a couple of other studies done, one in Germany that showed over 3/4 of the people who had COVID had some type of cardiac issues. A Swedish study showed increased rate of heart attacks and strokes. And so you can see here that this is affecting people, and it's affecting them regardless of how much COVID they got. In other words, was it severe or was it mild? And their pre-existing medical conditions. It didn't really seem to matter at this point. The issue here is, making sure you don't get COVID, protecting yourself if you do get COVID, that means vaccinations, and watching yourself up to a year later to make sure you don't get those heart complications, Morgan.
And Dr. John, just to take a quick look back, I mean, the big news late Friday was Pfizer pulling the application for their vaccine for kids under 5. The company saying it's out of abundance of caution, really hoping there will be more confidence when the shot is actually rolled out. But is it having the opposite effect for parents?
Morgan, unfortunately, I think there is a potential for it to have that. And I think communication needs to be one of the keys right now they work on between now and 2 months from now when Pfizer says they're going to submit the data. Both Pfizer, the FDA, the CDC need to work on that communication. And that's something that has been an issue throughout the pandemic and has caused a lot of concern and has caused a lot of confusion and a lot of misinformation. And so I think here the fact that they withdrew it should be looked at as, okay, they want to do more studies. They want to make sure it's safe and effective. And so they're not going to actually do anything until they understand that completely. And on top of it, they want to make sure that when children get it, that they're safe and that they're getting the protection they need. But unfortunately, they can also look at it from the other side of the spectrum, and parents could say, what are we doing here? Because we said we were going to submit it and then we're retracting it. So we just need to make sure that communication is out there, that communication is open, and that parents understand why they delayed it and how important it is for them to get the vaccine once it's time for them to get it, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Dr. John Torres for us. Dr. John, thank you.
Russia is ratcheting up its messaging on state television as tension at the Ukraine border reaches a boiling point. Ukrainian officials are now calling on the United States to tone down its aggressive warnings of impending conflict. Some in Ukraine say those warnings are playing right into the Russians' hands and creating more alarm. Joining us now, our NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Ukraine and Matt Bodner in Moscow for us today. Matt Bodner, I'll start with you this time. What's the latest we're hearing now from inside Russia, from Vladimir Putin and from the Kremlin?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, one of the things we're really looking out for in this critical week is the messaging on state media. The Russian government, if it does choose to go into Ukraine, has to sell the public. Now, more or less, the mainstream narrative continues to be that the problem really is us, what we're doing right here. We're hyping up the situation, but we are seeing an uptick in the kind of messaging that you would maybe anticipate would be used to convince the public that Russia needs to intervene to protect, for example, Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine. I want to point one out that we saw yesterday from the Russia Today editor-in-chief. Her name is Margarita Simonyan, and she had this to say. Let's take a listen.
Russia cannot, but stop the war. It can't. What should we wait for? For there to be concentration camps? For them to gas their own people? What are we waiting for? It has already started, it is going on, and it's even started to get worse.
So this is obviously some pretty incendiary rhetoric, but I point it out because Simonyan is an opinion leader. She's the head of one of the largest kind of state-owned propaganda outlets here in Russia. And what we're watching for very carefully is for that kind of narrative to overtake the hysteria narrative, the one that where we're the problem here. Another thing I want to point out just really briefly is what we're not hearing. It's really shocking to note that Russians are just simply not really being told what their military is up to. They're not seeing the satellite photos, they're not watching the TikTok or analyzing the TikTok videos the way we are. And so it's really kind of easy for the state to spin these kind of narratives that there's hysteria or that Ukraine is actually the problem.
And Matt Bradley, there is this messaging now that seems to be coming out of the leadership there in Ukraine. Can you elaborate for us on these concerns that they have coming from the Ukrainian leadership now?
Yeah, well, it's a little bit like what my colleague Matt Bodner just said on his side of the border. Here in Ukraine, it's kind of similar. It's actually more noticeable for what's not being said. Ukrainians are not anxious. They are not worried about an imminent invasion. And again, this goes from the presidential office all the way down to your average Joe in the street. And there is a lot of growing resentment at the bellicose language from Washington. And a lot of people here, even in government, are starting to believe or have already believed that line coming out of Moscow, that actually it's the West that is the aggressor, not in terms of troop movements, but in terms of rhetoric and in terms of media messaging. A lot of people here, including the president, have really blamed the Western media for continuing to beat the drums of war, so much so that they're sort of deafening and kind of drowning out the protests of average Ukrainians and Ukrainian government officials who say there is no imminent invasion. And one of the big disconnects here, one of the reasons why there's this cognitive dissonance, is because Ukrainians don't consider themselves to be in any unique danger. They consider themselves to have been in danger for the past 8 years. That's why there's such a misunderstanding here. Ukrainians feel as though this is a war that has been ongoing and that they are not necessarily facing any more of a threat than they were since the first time Russia invaded back in 2014. And that's something that is kind of getting lost in a lot of the messaging from Western capitals. Guys?
It is a nuanced point for sure. The rest of us are just paying a lot more attention, it seems, these days. Matt Bodner, Matt Bradley, both for us in Russia and Ukraine. Thank you.
Meanwhile, new details are emerging about President Biden's search for the next Supreme Court justice. The White House has now confirmed 3 of the candidates who are on the president's short list. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now. Josh, the big question, who are these 3 candidates?
You know, it's funny, Morgan, because just after we learned of Justice Breyer's retirement and this vacancy, there were 3 names that we and other news organizations almost immediately were reporting would likely be on Biden's list. Then the list grew to about a dozen candidates that President Biden was considering. And now that the president has focused on what we're calling this short list, we're back to the same 3 candidates, which just shows you how clearly they are positioned for this role, how they have the kind of resumes that immediately drew people to believe that they would likely be the most competitive picks for this opening. The first is Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who you can see on the screen there, who is currently on the appellate court here in D.C. In addition, the president also considering Leandra Kruger, who is on the California State Supreme Court, which would mean some diversity to the court in terms of not only having people that come from the federal bench, and then the president is also considering, according to our sources, J. Michelle Childs, who's a judge in South Carolina, who also has the distinction of getting some of the early support, or at least positive comments, from Republicans, including Lindsey Graham, who said this about her over the weekend.
We'll wait and see what President Biden does, but I've told him and his team that if you nominate Michelle Childs, she'll be in the liberal camp for sure, but she has a hell of a story, and she would be somebody, I think, that could bring the Senate together and probably get more than 60 votes. Anyone else would be problematic.
The reality, though, is President Biden doesn't need 60 votes for his nominee. He only needs 50. White House officials tell us that while it is important for him to try to get Republican support, the president is more interested in picking someone whose service over potentially decades on the court will adhere to what the president is ultimately looking for in a sitting justice. Morgan?
And just briefly here, Josh, I mean, what does the timeline look like for the next steps in this process?
Well, we know that the president spent some time at Camp David over the weekend reviewing information that his aides have been pulling together on the folks who are on this short list. The FBI is also doing their part of this process in doing the background checks. And the White House has said that President Biden could start to meet with these candidates as early as this week, Morgan.
All right. NBC's Josh Letterman for us there. Josh, thank you. And LA Rams fans are on cloud 9 today after their team pulled out an exciting Super Bowl victory. The Rams bested the Cincinnati Bengals 23-20, sending the hometown crowd, well, look at it, into a frenzy. It was the first Super Bowl win for Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford in his 13-year NFL career, and this was the second title for the Rams franchise. Let's go ahead and start our Super Bowl coverage with NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster, who is live in Los Angeles. Shaq, you were just giving us us the latest update on that epic halftime show. I would like to hear your reporting. There will be no hateration, no holleration in this dancery. But I would like to know, I just would like to know what those fans are telling you.
Sorry, Morgan. The singing, it's a little bit of a distraction. I don't know.
I'm back with you.
And the dancing. Look at that. All right. What song are you singing to?
In this dance,
Shaq, why would you do
that? I know. Y'all should have signed me a record. I'm in the wrong profession, y'all. Look, let me get somebody that record deal.
No, you good.
Give me that record deal, Shaq. Sign me up, Coach.
As I give this report, Morgan, I want you to practice no more drama, because that's what I want to hear on the tail end of my hit, since you're serenading me on both ends. But I'll tell you, we are hearing from Coach Sean McVay right now and the MVP Cooper Kupp. And, you know, Sean McVay, his voice is cracked or is very hoarse right now. He said it's cruel for him to have to come up and give a press conference the morning after he won the Super Bowl. But one thing that you're hearing him talk about is his team's toughness. This was a Super Bowl game that really went back and forth all throughout. There were twists and turns. There was that injury to Odell Beckham Jr. in the first half of the game, and then there were leads and shifts in momentum. And, you know, one thing that you heard from fans is that they were nervous. They were nervous throughout the game because although the Rams seemed as if they had control for much of the first half, things really shifted, and they shifted quickly once the Bengals kind of took things over right after halftime. I want you to listen to what some fans had to say right after the big win, right after the Rams clinched the game.
Oh my God, it's like, when I watched the first Super Bowl, I was like, but when I got to go to the Super Bowl and I got to see them win at their home stadium, I was like, yes!
Oh, my feet were shaking, my hands were shaking, but when Donald came in with that sack, let's go, Donald!
Those were fans outside of the stadium right after that magnificent win. One thing we just heard from Cooper Kupp is that he said this couldn't have been written any better. If you talk about the story that he has, that personal story, and then the fact that this is in their hometown, they got to win in their home stadium. It's truly what dreams, in his words, dreams are made of.
Do you really always find the best sound bites, the best fans? It sounds like they were all saying, like, we gonna be all right. Be all right? That's where I felt like we were going.
Open the door and she will walk right through it.
Look, there's no more drama in my life. No more pain through the rain. That's what I'm trying to say. No more drama.
You win the trophy because you didn't lose yourself in doing these reports with us today. So appreciate you.
Now go search for that real love on Valentine's Day.
Have a good one,
guys. Searching for a
Meet me at camera one. You go ahead,
Okay,
Morgan.
all right. I'm going to be over here. I'll see you later, Shaq.
If you watched the Super Bowl this year, you likely saw quite a few ads for online sports books. Those are the websites and apps that allow people to gamble on the outcome of a game. Well, online sports betting is relatively new for a lot of the country right now, and some inside the industry are a bit concerned that the newness could become a problem. CNBC's Contessa Brewer joining us now to help us understand what's happening here. So, Contessa, why did sports betting become legal in so many states seemingly all of a sudden?
I mean, if you live in a place where it has just been legalized, you're seeing wall-to-wall advertising because the gambling companies are going in and they're trying to win market share, and they're doing that by advertising a lot. So let's take a step back. In 2018, when we had the Super Bowl, the only place where you could legally bet on it was in Nevada. Then the Supreme Court overturned a rule that had kept the states from legalizing it themselves. Now we have a total of 30 states plus the District of Columbia that have launched live sports betting. And, you know, you have in Louisiana and Puerto Rico the launch of sports betting right before this year's Super Bowl. So this year, 45 million more Americans were able legally to make a bet on sports than last year's Super Bowl. That's astonishing. 10 more states added here. And so if it seems like you're seeing Super Bowl ads everywhere, it's because you are. It's like a gold rush. These companies are going in, they're trying to stake their claim and not just win new customers, but win back customers who were playing in illegal offshore sites. Aaron.
So, Contessa, I mean, you just laid it out there for us. It sounds like this would be a win for these online sports books. Why are some of them so nervous?
Well, I think they're nervous for several reasons. Number one, you're already starting to hear the questions erupt about responsible gaming. In Europe, we know there's been a backlash, and now the regulators have cracked down. They prohibit the amount of advertising, the number of promotions, how much people can lose in ways that interfere with the bottom lines of the gambling companies. That's largely in response to how big, how fast gambling grew overseas. The operators here know it. They see those lessons, but at the same time, they're in a mad dash for the competitive reasons that we just talked about. And so they know that they have to walk a very thin line here. They believe in responsible gambling. The American Gaming Association has a Make a Plan, Bet Responsibly initiative. They have 20 members, and not just the gaming companies, but the sports leagues as well are coming in on this. They want to make sure that it doesn't become a problem. And by the way, on your mobile phone, it makes it far easier to be a responsible gambler because you can go in and you can set limits for yourself ahead of time.
Yeah. All right, CNBC's Contessa Brewer with us today. Contessa, thank you.
Sure.
Thousands of flights are scheduled, but after no one actually bought the tickets, they're still taking off empty.
Coming up, what's behind those so-called ghost flights and the push to end them?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
On the money this hour, stocks are down with investors on edge. They're waiting for any developments on the ongoing crisis in Ukraine. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. Dom, thanks for being with us. First off, just how much are these tensions over Ukraine really moving and affecting the markets right now?
So it's one of the biggest drivers, Morgan, to your point here. We still have those tensions with Ukraine, with Russia, but there's also another big one as well, and that's concern over what interest rate policy here in America will look like in the coming months and even years. What's more curious about the trading action today is that it's in some ways a reversal of the recent trends that we've been talking about for maybe weeks now. It's some of the more beaten up technology, the media stocks, names like Microsoft, Amazon, that are actually outperforming today. That hasn't been the case over the past several weeks. You've got computer chip makers and software companies also doing well. Meanwhile, the really important stocks of the market so far this year, energy-related ones, especially those in oil and gas, Morgan, are taking a bigger hit. So in many ways, very much Russia, Ukraine, very much Fed and interest rate focused, and that's what's driving the trading today.
And speaking of the trading, we also understand that a major NFT marketplace is suspending sales. So much in the NFT and meta world happening right now, especially financial news. What's going on there?
And if you watch the Super Bowl, right, so many ads for the metaverse and for crypto and everything else, Morgan. So this is a pretty notable suspension. It's because the marketplace that has imposed the halt on most of these non-fungible token or NFT transactions is the same one that got a lot of fame for auctioning off Twitter co-founder and former CEO Jack Dorsey's first ever tweet for millions of dollars in an NFT format. So the company is called Cent. It made the harsh move after it observed people transacting in these NFTs that were either fake or weren't actually owned by them. Now, remember, NFTs are like digital art, right? These non-fungible tokens are a type of crypto asset stored and recorded digitally somewhere on a blockchain. The problem right now is that there's a lot of money being made from people creating and trafficking these NFTs. So there's a real incentive for fraud and other activity, including ripping off someone else's content or work product, passing it off as your own. So it's definitely, Morgan, a very big buyer beware situation when it comes to crypto and NFTs.
Oh, fascinating. All right, Dom Chu for us there. Dom, thank you.
Sure.
The skies above Europe may be full of airplanes, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have passengers. According to the environmental group Greenpeace, emissions from these so-called ghost flights are wreaking havoc on the climate. But airlines say they actually have no choice but to fly the planes even if no one is on board. NBC News meteorologist Catherine Prosiv joins us now to help us understand what's happening here. So, Catherine, can you explain these ghost flights for us? Why are these planes flying without passengers?
Yes, so planes without people, it's an interesting visual, and it's hard to wrap your head around because I know most of us have probably been on crowded airplanes. So why they're still flying despite being empty is because they have to maintain what's called use it or lose it slots. And what that means is airlines, they're given certain types of very valuable takeoff and landing positions, and they want to keep those. You know, they're good for all kinds of operations. They're good for revenue. Now, as long as they maintain a certain percent of their slots per year, they get grandfathered into the next year, and they want to keep those slots.
So what do we know about the environmental concerns that we're hearing about these flights?
So that's the real issue. The transportation industry is the one with the fastest growing amount of emissions. And airlines make up a huge percent of that, you know, when compared to rail and trains or on the roads. And when you look at the data that's coming out, they're projecting there will be 100,000 ghost flights over Europe during this winter period. You crunch the numbers with how much each flight, the carbon dioxide emitted by each flight, and it comes out to the equivalent of an annual amount released by 1.4 million vehicles. And for perspective, using U.S. cities, Chicago has just over 1 million registered vehicles and New York 2 million. So that's a lot of vehicles.
So when you put it in perspective like that, Catherine, I have to wonder where the airline industry stands on this problem. Do they want to end this practice of ghost flights?
Yes, they do. The individual airlines like Lufthansa, for example, they want to get rid of it. They know that flying empty airplanes just to maintain these slots, it's bad, not just economically, but most importantly, environmentally.
All right, NBC's Catherine Prosiv for us, enlightening to learn this is what's happening, and maybe we'll be coming to an end soon. Catherine, thanks.
Coming up, the man convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia now facing a hate crime trial.
Still ahead, what's happening in court today and what our legal expert is saying about the defendant's plea.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast. It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, a suspect is in custody in connection with multiple stabbings in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Police say there were 11 stabbing victims at a total of 7 different crime scenes. All victims are recovering and said to be okay, but investigators believe the attacker was riding a BMX-style bike at each one of these crime scenes. A man is also in custody after investigators say he tried to open a door on an American Airlines flight mid-air. Newly released video here on your screen shows other passengers and flight crew members all holding that man down there, as you can see on the aisle. The plane was heading to D.C. from L.A. but had to make an emergency landing in Kansas City, all because of this incident. No word yet on what charges that man may face. The filmmaker behind some legendary comedies is being remembered today. Ivan Reitman died in his sleep on Saturday, and he produced National Lampoon's Animal House, among others. He also directed the 1984 classic Ghostbusters. Ivan Reitman was 75.
The hate crime trial of the men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery is underway right now in Georgia. Travis McMichael, Gregory McMichael, and William Bryan were all found guilty of murdering Arbery as he was jogging nearly 2 years ago. Joining us now are NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander in Georgia and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos as well. Blaine, I'll start with you. Set the scene for us if you can. What's happening inside the courtroom today?
Well, Aaron, right now, court is in recess, taking a lunch break, but it should be back in session in about 10 minutes or so, and that's when we will see the opening statements begin. So the trial will officially be underway starting today. Now, we do know that the jury has officially been seated. We're talking about 12 jurors, 4 alternates, and we're told that the trial, according to the judge, should last anywhere between 7 and 12 days. But what, of course, is notable about this, remember, we already saw the state trial. We already know that all 3 men have been convicted of the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. All 3 are facing life in prison, 2 without the possibility of parole. But what's different here and what's really notable is that race is now going to be at the forefront of these proceedings. The prosecution now has the burden of trying to talk about really the mindset of these 3 men who were on trial. So they're going to be proving that they expressed racist views. They're going to likely try and present text messages, social media posts, Facebook posts that give some insight into their thoughts on African Americans. And that's going to be something that we see a lot during this trial.
Danny, I want to bring you in here. These defendants had pleaded guilty to the charges that they're facing here. Why would they change their pleas? How unprecedented is this?
It's uncommon, but it is within the rules. A judge can reject a plea agreement for any number of reasons if he thinks it's not in the public interest, if he thinks it's too lenient. And in this case, within that category of the public interest is whether or not the victim's family has had the opportunity or a voice in the matter, whether they've been kept up to date under the Victims' Rights Act. That may have been why the judge ultimately rejected it. And once that happens, a defendant is allowed to withdraw his guilty plea and proceed to trial, or go back to the drawing board with prosecutors and see if there's some other deal that's palatable to the defendant.
Blaine, Danny mentioned the victims' families in this case. Have we heard anything from the Arbery family as of late?
Well, we do know that his father, Marcus Arbery, is in court this morning. I've been speaking back and forth, texting back and forth with Ahmaud Arbery's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, and she says that she will likely be there later this afternoon. This is something that, of course, is an emotional process. When you talk about going through a trial, they've already sat through it once. You're talking about graphic evidence that kind of speaks to their son's final moments. But she says that she's willing to do it again if that means getting justice for her son. I do want to speak to, though, how much of a precedent this will likely set. Of course, you know, you remember that this was one of 3 very high-profile deaths back in 2020 that sparked those nationwide protests for racial injustice, against racial injustice. This is the first time that we're going to see race really come to the forefront when it comes to court proceedings. And that's another reason that this is being watched so closely. Aaron.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us in Georgia, Danny Savalas, NBC News legal analyst. Thank you both.
A former ICU doctor in an Ohio hospital is now facing murder charges in the deaths of 14 of his patients. According to prosecutors, William Hustle ordered excessive doses of opioids for patients who were near death. NBCNews.com staff writer Eric Ortiz joins us now. Eric, what are prosecutors saying happened here, and are we expecting to hear from any of the patients' families?
Hi, Morgan. So prosecutors allege 14 patients were murdered after Dr. Husel ordered high doses of the opioid painkiller fentanyl while these patients were being treated in the ICU. Medical experts say the typical dose is about 50 to 100 micrograms of fentanyl. And in most of these cases, these patients were given 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl. So prosecutors in Franklin County, Ohio, they're going to have to prove to the jury that not only did Husel know the amount was potentially deadly, but he ordered it with the intent to commit murder. Obviously a high bar because his defense says he was basically providing comfort care. So, you know, and Ohio law also says that doctors who treat patients in good faith shouldn't be held liable for what happens. So that's essentially what the jury will have to decide. Was this doctor acting in good faith, or was his intent to commit murder?
And Eric, I mean, what type of punishment could Hustle face if, in fact, he is found guilty?
Yeah, if he's found guilty on even one count of murder, it carries a life sentence. Now, something that the defense has challenged is that prosecutors can also present to the jury reckless homicide, which would mean the doctor basically knowingly engaged in behavior that could result in death, but it was not his intent to kill. So if the jury were to find him guilty of reckless homicide, it's a lesser felony. It only carries up to 5 years in prison, so potentially way less prison time.
All right, NBC's Eric Ortiz for us there. Eric, thank you.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is taking on his own party in a fight over redistricting. DeSantis is hoping to boost GOP candidates across the map, but most state lawmakers, even those in the GOP, want to keep things the same. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim has been following this story for us. She joins us now. So, Jane, why aren't DeSantis and the rest of the GOP there in Florida in agreement on this?
You know, DeSantis is proposing a really aggressive gerrymander, but his state lawmakers, the state Republicans, are pushing maps that largely keep the political status quo the same. Now, Republicans in Florida have done really well over the last decade, so they may be feeling pretty good about how they've fared on the political status quo maps, as I said. But Governor DeSantis appears to be wanting to break up the CD5, Congressional District 5 up north, which is a district that's represented by Black Democrat Raquel Watson. And it's one of the areas where in Florida, Black voters really have a strong say. They're advantaged in that district. They're close to a majority of the voters in terms of demographics. But this is the reason this comes to a head is that Florida has protections against gerrymandering in their state constitution. Their district amendments, what they're called. And the state lawmakers who spent much of the last decade in court defending previous gerrymanders, they seem pretty loath to go back to court and fight about them again. So they're trying to push maps that they say respect these fair district amendments and will withstand any court challenge that they might be subject to. Governor DeSantis, of course, wasn't the one defending the maps the last decade, so he seems to really want to find that Republican advantage. He's pushing for maps that would get Republicans 2 more seats. That's a big deal in the closely divided House of Representatives in D.C.
Have you thought about sort of consequences here? What would be the consequences if the DeSantis map is approved?
I think you're sure to see a court challenge just based on this fight alone. This is all playing out in the public eye, which means it's all going to play out in a court record. If the 5th congressional district is split, I think you're likely to see advocates sue and say that it was designed to diminish Black voters' political power in the state of Florida. There's other parts of the map that they may also take issue with. But I think that the question really is, if there were more fair maps that maybe the state Senate or the state House proposed, why were they not chosen? There's definite intent here when you're talking about choosing. If you have 3 different maps and one of them is really strongly advantaging Republicans and the other ones aren't, they're going to ask, why'd you choose that one?
Right. All right, Jane Tim with us today. Jane, thank you.
Democrats are getting a little bit creative ahead of this year's midterms, and they've launched a matchmaking service, but it's not for romance, it's for business. NBC News reporter Ben Camisar joins us now. Ben, exactly who are Democrats trying to match up here?
Yeah, we're not talking about Tinder here. This is a new group.
No Tinder
my colleague Alex. No, I mean, not maybe, but not what we're talking about right now. So this is this group called DigiDems. My colleague Alex Seitzwald at NBC reported on this. It's a Democratic group that matches tech workers on the Democratic side with campaigns that are looking for new talent. Obviously, the tech space is exploding in just about everything, and that includes campaigns too. So this group wants to make sure that Democrats are armed with the best and the brightest ahead of the midterm elections.
And I mean, why are Democrats specifically looking out to reach out to tech workers? I mean, what skills are they hoping that these workers are going to bring to their campaigns? And frankly, are Republicans doing something similar?
Yeah, I mean, there's a wide variety in how campaigns are run. So you've got these some older candidates are kind of hesitant to get with the times on things, digital organizing, test message, banking, social media strategies, things like that are become really, really useful on the campaign side, both on the Republican side and on the Democratic side. So this is one of the tools that Democrats are using to try and bring those best practices and the best talent to their side. I'm not aware of a formal group on the Republican side that's doing something like this, but certainly Republican campaigns have been paying a lot of attention to tech. They've been putting a ton of money into data. And you also have folks like tech executive Peter Thiel, who's been spending millions of dollars to get his candidates, his preferred candidates through Republican primaries.
All right. Ben Camisar for us there. Ben, thank you.
A deadly explosion rocks France.
Coming up next, what we know about the victims, including a newborn baby. Stay with us.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
At least 7 people, including a newborn baby, are dead after a fire and explosion in the south of France. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now. Claudio, what do we know about just how this explosion happened? And really, what can you tell us about the victims?
Hey, Morgan. Well, what we know so far is that about 1:30 in the morning, an explosion rocked the ground floor of a building in a small seaside town in the south of France, sending a fire raging through that building and also 2 buildings next to it. Now, it was 1:30 in the morning, so because of the speed of that fire and because of the explosion, it left no chance to many of the people who were sleeping at that time there to escape. Now, the Interior Minister from France visited the scene today and said that they opened an investigation into whether this was either criminal or accidental, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Claudio Lavanga for us there. Claudio, thank you for the update.
A man stoned to death in Pakistan, and Pope Francis prays for peace in Ukraine. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Pakistan, where a mob stoned a man to death Saturday night. He was seen burning Islam's holy book, the Quran, which sparked the attack. The man was in his 50s, and evidence suggests he had mental disabilities. A government official says more than 60 people involved in the lynching have been arrested. India, where some schools reopened today after a controversial court ruling last week. The decision sparked protests because it bans students from wearing any religious clothing to class, seeming to target India's Muslim minority and barring women from being able to wear hijabs.
We want that the rights given to us in the Constitution not be removed. Our independence should not be snatched away.
And Vatican City, where Pope Francis led a prayer on Sunday asking God for peace in Ukraine. This comes against the backdrop of rising tensions between Russia and Ukraine as the world anticipates a Russian invasion of the neighboring country any day. The Pope called the situation in Ukraine, quote, worrying. And that's the world now.
It was another violent weekend on New York City subways. A man was slashed on a platform.
But if you are traveling alone and worried about safety, help is on the way. After the break, the Buddy Walks designed to help people get where they're going.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world.
because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
New York City police investigating another deadly attack against a member of the Asian American community.
35-year-old Christina Yuna Lee was killed inside her apartment early Sunday morning. Her death is causing a resurgence of fear that even more Asians and Asian Americans could become targets of hate crimes. But one group is stepping in to try to help keep people safe, and we mean that literally, stepping in. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez.
I was standing behind those poles that everybody stands behind, but then I felt a hand reach into my pocket. When I put my hand in, I felt a hand grab back, and this man grabbed my hand and wouldn't let go.
Alexis Lee was attacked at a subway stop in New York City on January 8th. It was the second time she was attacked at a subway station in 2 months.
So you were here, what time was it?
It was around 12:30 in the afternoon, broad daylight. At one point, I yelled loud enough that bystanders were able to hear me, and during the process of them ripping him off of me, my jacket pocket had ripped.
Like many major cities across the U.S., New York City has seen a spike in crime recently. In January 2022, the city saw a 38.5% increase in overall major crimes from the same time last year.
I'm sick of this happening over and over again to people who look like me, to people who've been in the same communities as me.
Last month, 40-year-old Michelle Go was fatally shoved in front of a New York City subway car.
This was a senseless, absolutely senseless act of violence.
While violent crimes are affecting people of all backgrounds, incidents targeting Asians rose by 361% in 2021, according to the New York City Police Department's Hate Crime Review Panel in December.
The unfortunate thing is there were no cops at the station, even though, it's one of the main stops on the ACE line.
SafeWalks NYC is a grassroots organization created to combat what they say is an apparent lack of NYPD action and visibility.
We are our presence. Keeping each other safe doesn't take much effort. Just being our presence makes a big difference.
Peter Kara is the founder of SafeWalks NYC, a volunteer-run organization that provides New Yorkers with a companion to and from public transit or public areas whenever they feel unsafe. He decided to start the effort about a year ago, following reports of attacks against women at a subway station near him in Brooklyn.
After the third or fourth report and seeing the picture of the lady who'd been beat up real bad and not hearing of any solutions or anything being done about it, I just jumped on my bike and rode to the subway station.
Today, SafeWalks responds to requests 7 days a week in all of New York City. So far, Peter says volunteers have assisted on over 1,000 walks.
But whenever there's an attack anywhere in the city, we see a spike in SafeWalks requests.
Over 2,000 people have signed up to help with SafeWalks. Tiffany and Doy are 2 of 200 SafeWalks volunteers that made the cut.
So when someone meets the requester, obviously they're wearing their vest so that they can be easily identified. There's 2 or 3 of them that you actually meet with the requester.
they show a lot of gratitude because, you know, they feel unsafe and they feel like they have nowhere else to turn to.
As long as people know that we're here, they know that they can request a safe box, it really matters to them. Yes, maybe most of them might not, but as long as they have an option to feel safer in New York City, then it definitely helps.
And while SafeWalks continues to provide assistance to all New Yorkers, Peter and Alexis say the city is all talk and no walk.
We're on the streets every single day and nothing changes. Like, we're not seeing anything different. I just hope that, you know, they will actually begin serving the communities.
It's amazing that people within our community are stepping up to start these grassroots organizations to make people feel safer in the city. But it also saddens me because this is the job that the city has to do for its own community.
In a statement to NBC News, the NYPD says since January 6th, there have been over 70,000 subway inspections. Additionally, they claimed to deploy over 1,000 extra officers into the transit system every day to, quote, keep New Yorkers safe.
I just wish the NYPD did a lot more than they're currently doing.
And Isa Gutierrez joins us now. Isa, how can people in New York City request one of these safe walks?
Hey, Aaron, they can go to safewalks.com. That's SAFEWALX.com. Once they get there, they click the tab that says Request a Safe Walk. Now, a request form will pop up and ask for some basic information, when and where you need the walk, some contact information. That request document comes in English, Chinese, or Spanish. Now, Peter told us that they try to answer every single request. Up until now, they've responded to every single one and gotten someone the buddy that they need for their walk. Aaron?
All right, it's a great program there. Isa Gutierrez for us today. Isa, thanks.
One of the first space tourists is set to blast off once again. Billionaire Jared Isaacman, who flew on the first private SpaceX flight into orbit last year, has purchased as many as 3 more missions. So the new trips will raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and a few other organizations. NBC's Tom Costello has this exclusive.
Jared Isaacman, the 39-year-old billionaire who founded Shift4 Payments and led the Inspiration 4 crew last year, well, he's back teaming up with Elon Musk and paying for 3 more flights to push further into space, planning to fly closer to the moon than any spaceship since Apollo, and it only gets bigger from there.
Sunrise at Elon Musk's starbase near Brownsville, Texas, with a massive 400-foot rocket on the pad. This is Starship, built to carry astronauts and cargo to the moon and eventually Mars. And this morning, an NBC News broadcast exclusive, as SpaceX announces the first commander will be Jared Isaacman. The billionaire who paid for and commanded last September's all-civilian Inspiration 4 multi-day trip around the Earth, now leading a new mission program dubbed Polaris. The first mission, however, will be in the same type of SpaceX rocket and ship that his Inspiration 4 crew rode, but with some big differences.
We're going to go farther into space than humans have gone since we've last walked on the moon.
And looking through the window, we can see the entire perimeter of the Earth, which is so beautiful.
Last year's Inspiration 4 mission was part fundraiser for St. Jude Children's Hospital, raising a staggering $240 million. Now, Isaacman is taking that fundraiser global and paying for 3 more trips, planning to use the SpaceX new Starlink satellite network to connect people anywhere in the world with St. Jude.
You foresee a day in which a family in sub-Saharan Africa, for example, that doesn't have the access to medicine that we have in the States, might be able to link up with a specialist at St. Jude.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And we also really believe in St. Jude's, too, which is no child should die in the dawn of life.
Joining Isaacman on Polaris Dawn later this year, veteran Air Force fighter pilot Scott Poteet, SpaceX operations engineer Sarah Gillis, and engineer Anna Menon, serving as the onboard medical officer. 2 of them will perform the first ever commercial astronaut spacewalk.
Are you nervous about actually being on one of these flights?
You know, I think it's natural to have some butterflies, but I deeply have faith in the SpaceX team.
You know, we're going to be prepared. We're going to start training here pretty soon. There's inherent risk in anything we do.
I'm
so excited to just see what it's like, see what the environment is like.
Meanwhile, SpaceX founder Elon Musk says his mega rocket Starship is all about saving humanity and finding a second home on Mars.
I mean, to be frank, civilization is feeling a little fragile these days.
Starship's first unmanned orbital test flight could come within months.
So that's the mega rocket Starship. Jared Isaacman and his Polaris crew are expected to fly on an existing SpaceX ship in November or December. Jared says he'd be interested in being part of a future lunar mission, but that's a ways down the road. Guys, back to you.
Well, finally this hour, if you're still looking for a last-minute Valentine's Day gift for that someone special, the Bronx Zoo has a solution for you. You can name a roach after your Valentine.
You did hear that correctly. He did say a roach.
End your relationship.
The program may sound more fit for a scorned lover, but the folks at the zoo say it's a gift designed to last. I mean, after all, chocolate, flowers, they're fleeting, but cockroaches, God bless them, they are forever. Forever, ever. For $15, you can name one of the zoo's Madagascar hissing cockroaches. That really upped the ante, didn't it? And receive a certificate memorializing the name. Other roach products like, well, socks, beanies, wow, virtual cockroach meet and greet. Did you know you could do a virtual? Look, this pandemic is opening new doors to the things you can do. You could do a virtual cockroach meet and greet. They've already sold out this year.
Some doors need to close.
Look, if David gives me a cockroach for our first married Valentine's Day, he can tend that cockroach back.
It's gonna be
Send
a
it right back where it came from. Hissing cockroach. Woo, my word. Well, anyways, thank you for joining us this hour. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Happy Monday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Morris, who are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Russia is ready to attack. That's coming from the president of Ukraine. Why he thinks Vladimir Putin is making a move on Wednesday. Keep on competing. A Russian figure skater allowed in this week's short program in Beijing. But will her failed drug test keep her off the podium? Gotti Schwartz here with the latest. And whose house? The Rams' house. Los Angeles coming from behind to win Super Bowl 56 on their home turf. We're breaking down everything from the winning pass to the halftime show. We are starting with breaking news on the crisis in Ukraine. President Vladimir Zelensky now saying Russia could attack as soon as Wednesday. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Dnipro, Ukraine. Matt, President Zelensky saying in a Facebook post that February 16th, that's this Wednesday, will be the day of the attack. What do you know about that timeline?
Okay, I got to tell you, Allison, this has actually been a major point of contention and a major topic of discussion that we've been having here with our colleagues who speak Ukrainian. There is something lost in translation here. When he said that this was going to be on February 16th, he was told this, and actually the entire world was told this, through anonymous sources reported in an Associated Press article, not today, not yesterday, but several days ago. So this is not news. This is something that he is saying, and actually this comedian turned president is saying this with a bit of sardonic, jest, with some irony. It is not him parroting a line that February 16th is going to be the date of the invasion. He's actually referring to media reports. And that's why he's calling this the Day of Unity. He says elsewhere in his speech that we've been told this before. In many ways, this does, though, represent a major shift in tone from President Zelensky, who up until now has been really pouring a lot of cold water on all of these reports, the increasingly alarmist reports coming out of Washington and other Western capitals saying that there will be an imminent invasion. But he is still calling for calm. And he is still saying, and he is still, in a way, ridiculing some of these intelligence assessments, even if he is telling Ukrainians to stand strong in the face of fear. Allison?
All right. So, Matt, let's just be really clear on this, because I think so many people heard the snippets, thought he was putting a deadline down on Wednesday. How should our viewers understand what we just heard from President Zelensky?
Yeah. Our viewers, I think, should understand this not as President Zelensky's deadline, not as President Zelensky's date. This is a date that has been told to President Zelensky, and one that he probably would like to not believe. But he is saying this with a bit of jest, with a bit of mockery. Remember, this is a comedian. This is an actor. This is a man who has, up until now, not really believed these intelligence assessments. He's believed them. He's been appreciative of them on a certain level. But he sees the alarming specificity of them as something that we should be skeptical of, that Ukrainians should be skeptical of. And I got to tell you, Allison, and I've been telling this to everybody time and time again, this government, this public, they are tired of being told when to expect their own destruction. That is something that is their frustration has been, betrayed over and over again. And this speech, while it's hard to determine that when you see the written translation into English, it's very important to note that this is not necessarily President Zelensky saying that the invasion will come on February 16th. He doesn't know that. A lot of the other American officials who have been all over the Sunday talk shows yesterday do not know that. They have been distancing themselves from these assessments. They've been saying with great alarm that an attack will come very soon. But this Wednesday date, and Allison, maybe the Russians will invade on Wednesday. I don't know. But I think a lot of these people don't know either. And that's something that we really have to keep in mind. There needs to be humility in this conversation.
Well, Matt, that's why we are so grateful to have you on the ground there to let us know what you are seeing and hearing firsthand. I want to bring in NBC News Chief Washington Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, the Pentagon is briefing reporters right now. I'm looking at my phone here, and I see that it is still going on. What has Press Secretary John Kirby been saying?
He's basically been saying what we all know, that we're waiting to see what Vladimir Putin will do. What officials have said, and I interviewed John Kirby just an hour and a half or so ago, saying that we don't know what decision he has made, but that he has many options. He is still escalating. He's not de-escalating. Kirby told me that de facto there is a naval blockade because the naval exercises that he is doing right now in the Black Sea with landing ships that could land troops give him all kinds of flexibility. He could control the air. He could take out air defenses. He could start small. He could start with sporadic cyber outages. He could start by with a false flag operation somewhere in the Russian-speaking parts of Ukraine that at least Russian forces already control, Russian militias already control. But they don't know what he is going to do. That it could happen at any moment. Clearly, a lot of intelligence came in just in the last couple of days, because the whole tone of the U.S. briefings changed on Friday. And that's when Jake Sullivan came out, John Kirby came out, Lester Holt did the interview with the President of the United States, making it very clear that Americans should get out, that U.S. troops will not go in to rescue them. On Saturday at 8 a.m., we had a background briefing from the State Department, called very suddenly to tell us that they were going to start relocating most of the U.S. embassy, other than critical people who would stay behind in Kyiv, to Lviv, which is on the western side of Ukraine, very, very near the Polish border. So they would have an exit strategy if they needed to get out. And that's where consular activities, visas, activities critical to people could still be taking place, but others would be relocated to nearby countries. Well, what happened just within the last hour is that the State Department put out a statement in Secretary Blinken's name saying that they are relocating the embassy temporarily. So by taking these measures temporarily, they are urging any remaining U.S. citizens to leave the country immediately. And they're saying, we have a core team that remains in Ukraine. We are in the process of moving that remaining core team from Kyiv to Lviv. So that means that there is no longer going to be a U.S. embassy in Kyiv for all intents and purposes, and this is a step that they did not want to take, but it's clearly that they see something even more urgent. And what most likely it is the intelligence that we're all reading from briefings, that people are saying that this attack, in some form, we don't know how large, from Vladimir Putin could come as early as Wednesday. So they're removing the people to this Western city where they would have an exit strategy and leaving, as I understand it, from people who've been briefed on the Hill, perhaps leaving Ukrainians in charge of guarding the embassy building. That means that they have burned documents, they have taken other secure documents, they've emptied the embassy out, and they must have been doing this for a number of days to protect the paperwork and the equipment, and that most likely the Marines will also be gone, the Marines that guard every U.S. embassy. I'm not sure what would be happening to the local employees of the embassy. They were, of course, left behind in Afghanistan to a great deal of consternation. And so there would still be local hires who run every U.S. embassy. But most people, including some of those local hires, would be moved to Lviv.
Andrea, you mentioned all of the different conversations that have been happening, even just the conversations President Biden's been having over the weekend with President Zelensky, with Vladimir Putin. I understand President Biden also spoke with Boris Johnson. He's been talking with our NATO allies. What can you tell us about those particular conversations?
Well, from the conversations that he had, and the most important, of course, was with President Putin on Saturday. From that conversation, from the readouts that we had from both the Russians and the Americans, there was no meeting of minds at all on the core issue that has been the issue since early January, when Vladimir Putin proposed a new treaty that would redesign Europe. And I think we just lost all of our lights. If we could bring the lights back up here in our
Let
Washington
there be light,
bureau.
and there is.
See the power that I have. In any case, we believe, at least, that there's no meeting of minds at all on the core disagreement of whether or not Vladimir Putin can decide what another sovereign country can do, whether another country can join the EU, can eventually join NATO, even though Ukraine is years and years away from even qualifying to join NATO, but it is theoretically possible. And this government in Ukraine and its predecessor governments since the revolution have basically been aligning with the West rather than aligning with Moscow, except, of course, for some of those parts of Ukraine that were taken by Russia in Russia-leaning parts of Ukraine, the Donbass and Crimea, which he already took in 2014. So as some people would say, this is the third invasion of Ukraine by Vladimir Putin if it takes place, and it could happen very, very suddenly. That's what John Kirby was saying. It could happen at any moment. The air attacks, taking out air defenses, cyber attacks, moving in those launch ships from the sea. They now have Ukraine surrounded on all sides, land and sea. And so this could move very, very quickly. They could be in Kyiv within 48 hours. And that's why the U.S. Embassy is now, quote, temporarily, according to Secretary Blinken, relocated to a Western city where they could be better defended and could get across to Poland, a NATO country. You're also going to see that Secretary Austin is going to NATO on Wednesday. There's going to be a meeting in Brussels of the NATO defense ministers. And at that point, there could be a meeting of what is called the North Atlantic Council, known commonly as the NAC. And it is that organization of NATO which would decide whether to call in the NATO response force, which would trigger 8,500 or some portion of the 8,500 standby U.S. troops that will be joining that rapid defense force, as the president ordered some 2 weeks ago. They've been standing by to move very, very quickly, and they would be leaving for Europe for NATO positions. Already we've seen U.S. troops moving from Italy and Germany into Poland and Lithuania and the countries bordering Russia, much closer to Russia, to protect our NATO allies. But we do not have a treaty application to protect Ukraine. We've been pouring some $700 million of arms into Ukraine this year alone under President Biden. But that is defensive in nature, and we would not be sending U.S. troops into Ukraine.
Andrea Mitchell in Washington, Matt Bradley in Ukraine. Thank you both for helping us to understand what is going on there. Appreciate you both very much today.
You bet.
All right, we are going to continue talking about Russia, but a very different topic here. Russian figure skater Kamila Valieva cleared to compete in the Beijing Olympics. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz joining me now. So, Gadi, give us the full quadruple axel, triple toe loop here. What is going on?
Oh, Allison, let's just put it this way. It is a lot of spinning. It is leaving everybody very dizzy, extremely frustrated. Most of the Olympic community thought for sure Kamila Valieva would be definitely out of competition at the very least, even though that test was taken before the Olympics started. If you remember, track star Sha'Carri Richardson couldn't compete because she had a little bit of weed in her system when she took a test before Tokyo. But this last-minute hearing for Kamila Valieva, for some reason, court arbitrators decided she'd be allowed to keep competing. They cited three reasons in part. One, that she's a minor and therefore a protected person. And under the rules, it's still kind of nebulous and unclear how some of the anti-doping rules apply to protected people. Two, she didn't get her result back in time. She took it in December. We know that she took it on Christmas Day. And those results didn't come back in time for her to mount a strong legal defense. It was delayed because of COVID backlogs at the lab. That's what the arbitrator said. And then three, barring her from competition would create irreparable harm if she was later cleared. So instead, Kamila Valieva will be hitting the ice tomorrow. The Russian team tweeting out their support with a smile heart emoji. You can imagine what that feels like for the athletes that are watching this play out and are being told that they're not going to get a medal ceremony if she does get on the podium. But she is, Allison, expected to win gold as the only woman to ever hit 2 quads in Olympic competition. Allison?
Unbelievable. All right, so let's talk about what happens when she competes in the short program tomorrow. As you mentioned, she's the favorite to win, but if she places in the top 3, she won't be on the podium. Like, what do we have a real understanding of what this is going to look like if she does get a medal?
Yeah, if she places in the top 3, nobody gets a medal for now. So the IOC has basically said that because this is all pending, they are going to suspend not just the medal ceremony for that, but the medal ceremony for the team event. This is one of the biggest marquee events of the Olympics. And because of this cloud that's hanging over and they don't have a resolution anytime in the foreseeable future, they are saying no one is getting a medal until we figure it out. It's almost like, you know, when you're a kid and somebody gets in trouble in your kindergarten class and the teacher says, hold on, okay, no one is getting recess until we sort this out. That's what this is like, except for you're dealing with Olympians who have been training their entire lives, dreaming of this moment that they can get on a podium, and now they're being told that that is not going to happen until well after the Olympics. Allison?
Yeah, Gadi, when I was a kid in school and that happened at recess, that stunk. I can't imagine being an Olympian, working your whole life for this and hearing, you might not have a medal ceremony after all of your hard work. What are other skaters saying about this? What are you hearing from the skating community? They must be ticked, to say the least.
Yeah. Absolutely, and we're starting to hear from Olympians, former Olympians. Actually, there was one former Olympian and now coach Adam Rippon is one of the many in the skating community dropping some bombs on Twitter right now. Some of them are not suitable for TV, but there is one that is where he says, if we can pull it up, if they are truly worried about the irreparable harm, set her up with proper counseling to deal with the incredibly sad situation she finds herself in and send her home. The irreparable harm that is being done to the entire Olympic Games. She should not be allowed to compete. Those are sentiments that are being felt throughout the community. You got the Olympic Committee, the U.S. Olympic Committee, saying this appears to be another chapter in the systemic and pervasive disregard for clean sports by Russia. The U.S. Anti-Doping Agency says that for the 6th consecutive Olympic Games, Russia has hijacked the competition and stolen the moment from clean athletes and the public. So, again, the IOC's temporary solution to all this, no one's getting medals in any event where Valieva is competing, basically until further notice. Allison?
Gadi, an Olympic bummer today. My heart really goes out to all of those athletes, but excited to see them perform. And maybe they'll knock her off the podium and they won't have to worry about it. We'll see, right? On any given day, we'll see what happens. Gotti, thank you so much.
Sure.
All right, let's bring in sports attorney Howard Jacobs. Howard, I got to ask, what do you make of the Court of Arbitration for Sports ruling that Valieva can skate?
I mean, it's very surprising, to be honest, to me. These provisional suspensions are put in place to keep an athlete who has a pending doping case from affecting the results. And it's very rare to have a provisional suspension set aside in any case. And to have an athlete who has a pending doping case be allowed to continue to participate in the Olympic Games, I can't think of another situation where that's ever happened.
So Olympic officials still haven't said whether she committed a doping offense. What goes into an investigation like that? How long can it take? I mean, we know it won't be resolved by the short skate, but are we talking weeks, months? I mean, when could we actually get an answer here?
Yeah, so there's a couple steps in the process. I mean, it's almost certain that there is a doping offense because she's tested positive. Presumably the B sample has confirmed that. And so I mean, I can say with almost 100% certainty that there will be a doping offense here. And so the question is, what is the appropriate sanction? And the issue of what the appropriate sanction is in this circumstance appears like it's going to take quite a while to resolve it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's months. It could be 6 months before we know what suspension she gets, and then as a consequence of that, what it does to all of the medals, both in the team event that's already happened as well as the women's individual event that's about to happen.
All right, so forgive me for being a dope here, pun intended, but I just don't get it. If you're saying, and you're an expert here, and if we're hearing all around that there will likely be a doping offense here, why are they letting her skate?
I really don't understand why they're letting her skate, to be honest. I mean, it's so unusual. This all should have been handled well before the Olympics. She provided the sample on December 25th. It should have been tested within days, if not weeks, and they should have had the results. And all of this should have been resolved well before the Olympics, precisely so that this doesn't happen. It's remarkable.
1984 Olympic figure skating champ Scott Hamilton calling this situation a clown show, saying we could see asterisks next to the medal winners' names. Here he is on the Today Show.
So it is an absolute mess. I feel badly for, everyone involved. I feel bad for Team USA and the team event because obviously it affects them. And then you look into the individual event and, is this an asterisk? Games? Is this going to be, she did, and then this happened? It's just, they need to make a decision, and they need to make it now. And they just seem to be like running into each other. It's a clown show.
Howard, what kind of precedent does this set for future competition, Olympic or otherwise, that they've handled it this way?
Yeah, I think it will make a lot of athletes say, well, I should just challenge my provisional suspension if there's an Olympics coming up, and I'll compete, and maybe I'll get to keep the medal afterwards. And it seems like what they're trying to set up here now, I mean, I'm guessing a little bit, but it seems like what they're trying to set up is to say, if she wins the gold medal, which obviously she's a favorite to do that, she still has to perform. But if she tested negative in the team event, and then let's say she tests negative again in the individual event, then the Russians will say, oh, well, if you're going to suspend her, you should do it going forward, but you shouldn't take her medals away because she was clean at the Olympics. So not only did the delay in notification get her into the Olympics, but then my guess is they're going to then use that delay as a further argument to say she should keep whatever medals she's won. And that's a horrible situation for the Olympic movement. And the whole situation is terrible for all of the athletes that are competing.
Yeah. Well, one athlete in particular raising some questions. U.S. track and field star Sha'Carri Richardson asking why Valieva can skate, but Richardson had to sit out when she tested positive for marijuana. Richardson has said she used marijuana to cope with her mother's death. Here's what she tweeted in response to USA Today article. Can we get a solid answer on the difference of her situation and mine? My mother died and I can't run and was also favored to place top 3. The only difference I see is I'm a black young lady. 2 senators right now are asking the U.S. anti-doping agency to reconsider the policies that led to Richardson's suspension. Do you see any recourse for her here?
Yeah, I don't know what recourse she would have. I mean, obviously her Olympics have passed, but you know that what it does show is that in her case, the process worked as it was supposed to, right? She tested positive. That sample was analyzed quickly, and it was all resolved in a matter of days. And that's what should have happened here. And somebody has to answer for the fact that it hasn't. I've yet to hear the real explanation for why this was delayed. And I'll be very interested to see if there's any punishment of the people that were responsible for the delay, because the athletes always get punished, right? But the people on the other side make these mistakes, they never get punished. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, we rarely even know who they are, but we all remember the athletes' names who either didn't get their medals or weren't allowed to compete. Howard, we've all been wondering about this one. Thank you for scratching your head along with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, is Rudy Giuliani ready to play ball with the January 6th committee? What they're saying about his participation next.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, and
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
It is time to go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Maya, what is up?
Hey, Allison, we start in Albuquerque, where police say they've arrested a man accused of stabbing 11 people Sunday. Officials say the suspect has not been identified yet, and all of the victims are in stable condition. Famed Ghostbuster director and film producer Ivan Reitman has died at the age of 75. His family tells the Associated Press that he died peacefully in his sleep over the weekend at his home in California. NFL running back Adrian Peterson arrested at LAX Sunday after an apparent domestic violence incident with his wife, according to authorities. He was later released after posting $50,000 bond. Britain's tax watchdog seizing NFTs for the first time as part of a fraud case worth about $1.9 million. The suspects were allegedly trying to claim back more tax than what they were owed using stolen identities and false invoices. And the White House is all decked out for Valentine's Day. First Lady Jill Biden enlisted the help of local second graders to design artwork that's hanging in the East Wing. Allison, back to you.
Love it, Maya. Thank you. The City of Angels is the city of champions today. The Los Angeles Rams winning Super Bowl 56, beating the Cincinnati Bengals 23-20 at SoFi Stadium. It is the second year in a row a team has won the Lombardi Trophy at home. The famous Hollywood sign will read Rams House through Wednesday. There will also be a Super Bowl parade that day. Axios sports reporter Jeff Tracy here now to recap the big game. All right, Jeff, let's start with Matthew Stafford's game-winning drive that ended with a touchdown pass to Super Bowl MVP Cooper Kupp. Chris Collinsworth called it one of the greatest drives in Super Bowl history on NBC last night. What's your take on the Rams comeback?
I mean, yeah, greatest drive, definitely. I think I saw a stat that maybe it's the longest go-ahead drive in the second half of a Super Bowl. One of those cherry-pick stats was still pretty impressive. 15 plays, 79 yards, and Stafford just remained calm under pressure. He threw 2 picks during the game, but when they needed him, he knew what to do, and really that just meant going to Cooper Kupp. Sometimes football is as simple as having the best player on the field, and they just kept going back to him. He had that huge rush on 4th and 1, 4 catches, the touchdown. He was completely unstoppable. And the Rams were favored. It didn't necessarily look pretty the whole game, but they got it done.
Yeah, they sure did. And we know there are a million sayings about it, but all that matters is the score at the end of the game, not how you got there.
Definitely. I don't think any of them care.
No, they don't care.
No.
Aaron Donald basically took over the game in the second half, sacking Joe Burrow on the last play to seal the win. There are some reports that Donald may retire. The Rams general manager isn't buying that talk, though. Are you?
I'm not in his head, but I certainly don't want to buy it. I don't want to see the 30-year-old Donald, go out in his prime, which Lord knows how long his prime is going to last, because it's been already about 8 years that he's just been the best player in the league, certainly defensively and maybe just overall. He was incredible last night. 2 sacks, that game-sealing play. They had absolutely no answer for him. And poor Joe Burrow, 7 more sacks, tying the Super Bowl record, 19 sacks in the postseason, by far the NFL record. And obviously Aaron Donald and, co-partner in crime, Von Miller, were a big part of that. I hope Donald sticks around.
You bring up Burrow, all those stats about the sacks. What did they say? 70 sacks this season. I was doing the math in my head, and I was like, how do you get to the Super Bowl with your quarterback in one piece if you let him get sacked that much?
It's unbelievable. And not only your quarterback in one piece, a quarterback who a year ago tore his ACL. And it's just, it's incredible. Everything about this Bengals season, they have absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. That doesn't mean they can't be disappointed. And I'm sure that they and Houday Nation are very disappointed because, they were not supposed to be there this soon. And there's no guarantee that just because they have this great young team that they'll get back there. And you got to cash in when you have that chance. And they weren't quite able to get it done. But they had a great season, played a good game. And, sometimes the better team really does just win. And I think that's what happened last night.
Yeah, I want to ask you more about the Bengals in a second, but I still have one more question about the Rams. Their all-in strategy clearly paid off this year, but they don't have a first-round draft pick. They also don't have a ton of salary cap space. Does that matter at all today? Probably not today, but what does their offseason look like?
Yeah, certainly doesn't matter today because the reason you go all in, the reason you give away draft picks, bring in stars is to win a ring, and it worked. So, they had that $5 billion stadium a year ago, 2 years ago. Now they have the ring. They're feeling very good right now. As you say, offseason may be a different story, but this is a team that has a ton of money. And while working through NFL cap systems is unbelievably complex, and I couldn't begin to explain it, there are ways to be flexible, move some stuff around, and I'm certain that they are losing some big names in free agency, notably Miller and Odell, and I'm sure that they will go out and get some more people. Maybe their biggest offseason priority at this point is convincing Donald that he's better stick around.
Yeah, that may be the key move there. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about the Bengals. I feel so bad talking about the losing team, but they did have one of the most unbelievable runs in playoff history. Burrow saying that he wants to celebrate this season and let the loss fuel them. I mean, nothing fuels you more than losing, right? Being there on that field while that ticker tape comes down and not being the winner. What do the Bengals need to do to get back to the Super Bowl next year, aside from trying to make sure Burrow doesn't get sacked quite so much?
Right. I mean, I think that really is the biggest thing. They had the chance to take a game-breaking offensive lineman in last draft. They didn't take him. Instead, they took Jamar Chase, which they're absolutely not going to regret because he had one of the great rookie seasons we've ever seen. But that really is, number 1, 2, and 3 priority for them. They have all these great skill position players, Burrow and Chase and the other receivers, and Joe Mixon. He had a relatively quiet game, but he's a really good running back. They have those guys. They need to protect Burrow, and fortunately, whether they get somebody in the draft, try a couple, dart throws in the draft for somebody on the offensive line. Or speaking of money, the Rams have been spending like crazy, spending draft picks, spending money. The Bengals did this all sort of, the quote right way. They trusted the process, and they were really bad for a few years. And now they are really good, young, and cheap. They have the 3rd most space in the cap in the league. So people are going to want to come and play with this team that just had such a good season. There's the stars to be surrounded by veterans around the league that might cost a little more money, but they have that money, and I'm sure that ownership will have no problem spending it now that they've seen what they can do on a shoestring budget.
Look, as a Steelers fan, I can't imagine if the Bengals were even better than this, but okay, it's totally possible. Jeff, thank you so much for previewing the game with us last week and coming back to wrap it up. We're so happy to have you. And now we move on to the saddest thing, which is football season is over. What on earth do we do on Sundays?
If you figure it out, let me know.
I'll give you a call.
Thanks.
Well, this was also the Super Bowl of gambling. Millions of people betting on the big game. And if you weren't placing wagers on your phone, you probably saw at least one sports betting commercial, if not several. CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer joins me now. Contessa, one estimate said Americans would bet $7.6 billion on Sunday. Tell us more about the gambling surge this year.
That's enormous, isn't it? We're still waiting for these 10 states plus since last year. 10 additional states have legalized and launched sports gambling in the District of Columbia. In total, more than 30 states. So they're crunching the numbers. We're waiting on them to come out with the final tally of how much Americans wagered on this game. But we know from the initial stats, they're way up. For instance, GeoComply is the company that provides this sort of fencing technology to the gaming operators. And it says from Friday through the end of Super Bowl, they had more than 80 million geolocation transactions. That's a 2.26 increment above last year's Super Bowl. Incredible. And what about these unique accounts, people going online to access legal sports books? That's a 95% increase from what we saw in the last Super Bowl. It's really remarkable. But again, the operators aren't giving me a sense of how much they took in bets. They jealously guard that for competitive reasons. So we wait on the state numbers to figure out how much Americans wagered.
As you've said, sports betting only legal in 30 states. What concerns do some of the sports books have as this expands nationwide?
Well, and you're starting to see it on your social media feeds, maybe in conversations with your neighbors. The question is coming up about gambling addiction, about young people being exposed to gambling before they're legally able to get there, and what this might do. The American Gaming Association has a very aggressive, responsible gaming initiative that's joined by some 20 partners, and they're not all gambling companies. A lot of the sports leagues have joined in this as well. And I just want to point out that if you're betting on your mobile phone and you have a problem gambling, the mobile phone makes it easier to set your own parameters. So you can go in and you say, I'm not allowed to gamble more than once a day, once a week, once a month, and I'm not allowed to bet more than this, or I'm not allowed to lose more than this much money. So this is all built into these platforms that you have on the phone. What we saw in Europe, Allison, is a huge backlash to a more mature gambling market. They also had gambling advertising everywhere. And what happened in the backlash was that regulators cracked down, and now they're far more limited in the amount of advertising that they can put on the air, the hours that they can put it on, the amount of money that they can allow people to lose. The regulators have taken back more control.
I hate to be a negative Nelly here, but Contessa, some bettors may not realize the IRS will take some of their winnings. What do people need to know about reporting their bets?
Well, it's like, hello, if you make money, you know you owe the tax man. The tax man cometh.
Always.
Here's what happens. If you're lucky enough to win more than $600 or 300 times the amount you originally wagered, the gambling platform is legally bound to send you a tax form to fill out and to report it to the IRS. If you make less than that, I mean, you know, I may have made $2 yesterday on the Super Bowl. Technically, that is still income that should be reported to the IRS. So I'm not your tax advisor, but it seems to be the $600 mark is the one that you really got to pay attention to.
Contessa, I'm so embarrassed. I didn't even remember to get myself in a box pool this year. I think this is the first time ever that I've been involved in none of that. So I have nothing to report to the IRS because I just didn't even play. What a bummer. I gotta work on that next year.
You don't need a box pool. You don't need a box pool because you're already in a box. There you go.
I'm in a box. Contessa Brewer, it's been really fun talking about sports betting with you throughout the season. Thank you so much.
See you in March Madness.
Oh, yes, for sure. Rudy Giuliani in touch with the January 6th committee, and they expect him to fully cooperate with the subpoena they issued last month.
Our expectation is he is going to cooperate because that's the law, that's the requirement. Regardless of when we hear from Rudy or how long that interview is, we're getting a lot of information, and we're looking forward to wrapping this up at some point when that is right, showing it to the American people, but not rushing it.
NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins me now. Sahil, we heard from Kinzinger there. The New York Times also reporting Mr. Giuliani, through his lawyer, has signaled to the committee that he plans to take a less confrontational stance towards its requests than some other members of Mr. Trump's inner circle who are fighting the committee's subpoenas or have otherwise refused to cooperate. What else is the committee saying about Giuliani?
They still expect him to show up and answer their questions. He is under a lawful subpoena, and the committee gave a statement to NBC News. Let's put it up here on the screen, where they say his appearance was rescheduled at his request, of course, referring to Rudy Giuliani here. He remains under subpoena, and the Select Committee expects him to cooperate fully. We will see if that ultimately pans out, Allison.
So does the committee really think Giuliani's going to hand over everything and answer all of their questions, or deep down, do they have slightly more reasonable expectations here?
It's hard to say. I mean, Rudy Giuliani is quite a wild card. He has been a loyal ally of Donald Trump. He was one of the he was out there making a host of wild conspiracy theory claims about a stolen election, which lack evidence. But it's also unclear that Rudy Giuliani has the appetite for a lengthy court battle over a subpoena here. He is already under investigation. His his space was raided by the FBI last summer.
Yeah.
And it's also possible that Giuliani could partially cooperate, show up and try to comply with a subpoena. But the committee is going to have to make a decision based on what he does, whether or not he is in compliance with the subpoena. And at this point, they're still holding out hope that they'll get valuable information from Mr. Giuliani.
Yeah, look, we know he likes to talk. Let's see if he does it with this committee in particular. I have to ask you about another Trump ally, John Eastman. He issued a court filing today over emails the January 6th panel is trying to get its hands on. What can you tell us there?
The court filing suggests, based on John Eastman's lawyer, that he is trying to shield 10,000 pages of documents from the committee. I just want to make sure I'm getting this correct here. He has handed over 8,000 pages and has reviewed all together about 46,000. So there's a lot of information here that Eastman has access to, some of which he's willing to provide the committee, some of which he's not. And now the ball appears to be in the committee's court in terms of deciding whether to accept that, whether to ask more questions, and whether to challenge his withholding of certain documents. Allison.
All right, Sahil, thank you. There is something unusual going down in the Sunshine State. Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is at odds with the GOP-controlled state legislature, and it's all over congressional redistricting. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins me now. So, Jane, the state legislature okayed a new map. Governor DeSantis is challenging it. Why? And what does that map look like?
Yeah, the Florida State Senate has their own map. The Florida State House has their own map. But they're both very different from Governor Ron DeSantis's map. He wants to aggressively gerrymander the state, whereas state lawmakers are pretty okay with the political status quo. They've advanced maps that look pretty similar to the current maps. And the bone of contention between these different maps is this 5th congressional district you see on the screen. This is a district that advantages Black voters. It's nearly a majority of Black voters, and it currently elects a Black Democrat, Raquel Lawson. And Governor DeSantis wants to chop it up. He wants to slice it into several different Republican districts, eliminating that Democratic seat. The state Senate, they know that the state constitution has some prohibitions on certain kinds of gerrymandering, and they want to stay out of court. They're trying to draw maps that will keep them out of court. They spent much of the last decade defending an attempted gerrymander back in 2010, 2011, that cycle. So I think that they want to have a different map. But Governor DeSantis, he wants to make a win for the Republicans.
All right, so let's talk about how DeSantis's political ambitions play here.
Yeah, well, Governor DeSantis is, of course, widely considered to be someone thinking about a 2024 run. We can't help but note that these congressional maps will be on the books for whoever takes the White House in 2020 and 25. So he's, of course, got that eyes, and he's got a lot of pressure from the right to draw maps that are benefit Republicans. There's a whole lot of pressure coming from Trump allies, urging him to draw maps that would benefit Republicans and put Trump allies in Congress in Washington.
All right, Jane Tim, you've gone from our friendly fact checker to the queen of redistricting. Thank you so much for always being with us, whatever the topic.
Here for your wonkiest issues, Allison.
Thanks, Jane. Coming up, trial number 2. Ahmaud Arbery's killer's back in court for federal hate crimes. The new evidence prosecutors could bring forward next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin! The excitement is in the air. The United States
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Opening statements starting this afternoon in the federal hate crimes trial for the 3 men who killed Ahmaud Arbery. Jurors will decide if those men chased and shot Arbery because he was black. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta. Blaine, federal prosecutors started laying out their case against Travis McMichael, his father Gregory, and their neighbor William Roddy Bryan. What can you tell us about their opening statements, and how is the defense expected to counter them?
Well, Allison, the prosecution made it very clear that she is going to focus a lot on race, and she kind of laid out exactly how she's going to do that. It didn't take very long for her to give a preview of the evidence that she expects to introduce here, and she said that it's going to come in the form of text messages, in the form of social media posts. You know, for weeks, we've been talking about the fact that race is going to be a central issue here, something that we didn't see in the state trial. Well, the prosecution has basically said that she's going to make the case that all 3 men, Gregory and Travis McMichael, along with William Roddy Bryan, at some point used racial slurs to refer to black people, using words that I won't repeat here, and also in some form wished harm or ill will upon black people, among other things that she's going to introduce. She even says that there's a witness that heard one of the 3 defendants go on what she calls a rant, a several-minute-long rant about how black people are nothing but trouble. She says all of that points to the fact that she says they all made certain assumptions about Ahmaud Arbery when they saw him running down the street down in Brunswick, Georgia in February of 2020, and that's what ultimately led them to give chase and to kill him that day. Allison.
So, Blaine, what new evidence, if any, could the prosecution introduce in this trial that's different from what we saw in the state trial?
Anything that has to do with race, because that's not something that we saw in the straight state trial at all. The biggest difference here is that the question isn't whether or not they did this. It's not a murder trial, as even the defense said. So we're not, putting in evidence to say, hey, did they chase him or not? Did they, fire the shotgun blasts or not? The question is now going to be about the motive, about their mindset when they actually did those things. That's what they're going to be arguing against. So, the defense says, yes, they did, go through and actually chase him that day. 3 different opening statements from 3 different defense attorneys, but they all have the kind of common underscoring fact that they say that they did chase him, but it was not because he was a black man. Allison.
All right, Blaine Alexander in Atlanta. Thank you.
Yep.
Coming up, crackdown on the Canadian border, how police cleared out the protesters on a key bridge between the U.S. and Canada. Next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey, everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A major roadway between the U.S. and Canada back open. Police making a series of arrests over the weekend to clear a blockade on the Ambassador Bridge put up by protesters upset with COVID vaccine mandates. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is in Windsor, Canada.
1 week after the Ambassador Bridge, the busiest commercial land crossing in North America, was shut and blockaded, and it has reopened. You can see the road behind me is open to commercial traffic. This is a 3-kilometer road that connects one of the busiest interstates in Canada with that bridge, and they've opened it with some modifications. There are cement barriers that line almost this entire route, which is not necessarily sustainable when you look at the neighborhoods on the east side and on the west side of this road. It has caused a great deal of disruptions, as the protest did as well. Now, west of here, on the border between Alberta and Montana, another incident. Protesters arrested there, at least 11 people arrested by the Canadian Mounted Police. They are reporting to us that they found an arsenal of weapons, 11 long guns, as well as a great deal of ammunition, including large capacity magazines. All of this a way to explain why the Canadian Prime Minister is enacting an emergency law that has never been enacted before. These scattered protests around the country are certainly taxing the resources of the officials and the police here. It is something of growing concern.
Coming up, this Valentine's Day isn't just for couples. The gift registry is for singles toasting to fresh starts. Next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? Wedding registries, baby registries, you've shopped them before, but how about a divorce registry? NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers spoke with some women starting new lives and creating one-stop shops to celebrate them.
I get at least 1 to 2 women a day who message me privately and ask how to get out of a bad marriage.
Olivia and her sister Jenny launched Fresh Starts Registry in October 2021.
Divorce is a gift. It is a gift for both people to start again, to live a life that they deserve.
Having gone through long-term breakups themselves, Olivia and Jenny said they wanted to provide a one-stop shop to start again.
We have our product bundles based on budget, based on room. You can go, we vetted the products, we've read the reviews. You can send it to your family and friends. We give you a script to do that.
In addition to products, they offer access to different experts, their hype team, as they call it. Think divorce lawyers, real estate agents, fitness teachers, nutritionists, mortgage lenders, life coaches, and therapists.
It's free to access the resource, the experts, the bundles, the registry element. All of that is completely free for our users.
The site also shares tips on communicating, whether you're going through a divorce or wanting to help someone who is.
It's okay to say I'm proud of you for making a life decision. You don't need to say I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about.
We think every decision that you make should be celebrated.
For some, that includes celebrating being single, like Serena Kerrigan, who dubs herself the queen of being single. She told us she's thrilled to be part of the Registry for Me campaign.
To make a registry for everyone, but especially for singles, to put gifts that they might want. I think that's really important to just celebrate all kinds of milestones.
Liquor brand Absolute Vodka partnered with gift exchange platform Elfster this Valentine's season to offer this registry as a place where men and women can create their own wish list or create gift exchanges with their friends. Serena says it's especially important for women to celebrate themselves.
We need to remove the taboo and the shame away from divorce, or I can't even believe, being single is even a taboo.
Though these new kinds of registries are not exclusive to anyone, women could benefit more from them. A 2018 report in the National Library of Medicine says women face risk factors after divorce, including restricted earning capacities, insufficient child maintenance, disproportionate loss of income, and human capital deficits.
I think these sites are so cool because they're really providing not only this interesting way of building your life back together, but they're also giving out all these great financial resources that are really helping people.
Kristen's client base is largely women, and she says these non-traditional registries are another way to empower them to take control of their financial futures.
It's always been the men create and control the predominant amount of wealth, and they really think that that's going to flip by 2030.
In 2020, women controlled $10.9 trillion in financial assets owned by baby boomers. But by 2030, they're expected to control almost $30 trillion, according to a 2020 report by financial firm McKinsey & Company.
I think there's a lot of value, and I can't underestimate the resources that these types of services are providing.
Olivia and Jenny echo that support. They say everyone deserves help to create a positive space to build or rebuild their life.
We're celebrating people. We're celebrating change, because change is good.
You are looking at the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street done for the day, and it has been an interesting one. The Dow has been really down and then not so down, and it's finishing off about 172 points lower. We're going to take a look at what is making stocks crazy today and preview your week ahead coming up in this next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. COVID and your heart. There's some concerning new data on the increased risk for heart problems post-COVID, who's at risk and for how long. Power to the people. The White House pumping billions into electric vehicle charging stations. Aaron Gilchrist talks exclusively with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who's driving the plan. Plus, the Super Bowl ad war. Who came out on top and why some people are calling Sunday's game the Crypto Bowl. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards is here with me now to talk about the potential impacts that COVID could have on your heart. It's based on a new study. So, Erica, this study says that COVID can raise the possibility of an irregular heartbeat up to a year after an acute infection. This is according to a study published in the journal Nature Medicine. What else did that study find?
Yeah. Hey, Allison. Good afternoon. This was a large study based on data from 150,000 COVID patients compared to 10 million others. Check it out. They found risk for heart issues up to a year after infection, raised possibility of heart rhythm irregularities, potentially deadly blood clots in legs and lungs. The risk for heart failure was up by 72% over the next year. The risk of heart attack up 63%, and the risk of stroke was raised by more than half. Now, it's also important to note, Allison, that these people were infected before vaccines were available. And doctors say one of the best ways, if not the best way, to protect against not only COVID, but potential heart problems that may come after it is to get the vaccine. Allison?
So, Erica, who is most at risk here? Who needs to be the most particularly concerned?
Yeah, so this study was based on VA health records, and most of the participants were white men. However, when researchers dug a little bit deeper and accounted for that, they found that the risk was everywhere. They wrote in the journal, the risks were evident regardless of age, race, sex, and other cardiovascular risk factors, including obesity, hypertension, diabetes, chronic kidney disease, and hyperlipidemia. That's high fats in the blood. They were also evident in people without any cardiovascular disease before exposure to COVID-19. Certainly, Allison, that's sort of a warning for any of us who've been infected.
Erica, you talked to a woman, Michelle Wilson. She recovered from COVID after getting the virus back in November of 2020. Could you tell us about her case? What happened to her?
Yeah, so she was 63 years old back in November 2020 when she was infected. She had a relatively mild case. Within a few weeks, she was feeling much better. She was ready to go back to work as a nurse in St. Louis. She was ready to re-engage with her active lifestyle. But she woke up one morning just with crushing chest pain, a really wildly erratic beating heart. Now, fortunately, she was not having a heart attack or anything emergent right then. But, now she's left with high blood pressure, and doctors are monitoring her for any indication that she might develop heart failure. Other than her age, Allison, she had no other underlying risks for heart disease.
So just to be clear, what are some of the signs people should be looking out for? What should they be aware of here?
Yeah, it really comes down to listening to your body. Doctors tell me that if you are recovering from COVID-19 and your recovery stalls or stops, that's a red flag. Or if you develop any sudden new worrisome symptoms, that chest pain, shortness of breath, those are flashing lights, warning signs to call 911. Allison.
All right, Erica, thank you so much for those important warnings. Across the pond, Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall, testing positive for COVID today, just days after her husband, Prince Charles, did too. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea.
Another senior member of the royal family has now tested positive for coronavirus. Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall, the wife of Prince Charles, tested positive today, according to her household, and is now self-isolating. Now, Prince Charles tested positive for coronavirus last Thursday. At the time, Camilla was continuing with her royal engagements. She was asked about whether or not she was tested and said thankfully she was negative on Thursday, but of course that now has changed today. Those members of the public who she came into contact with last week are being contacted, according to her spokespeople, just out of an abundance of caution. The rules in England say that if you're in close contact with someone who tests positive, like a spouse, like a child, you do not have to self-isolate as long as you're negative and you're double vaxxed, which both Camilla and Prince Charles are. Both have been double vaccinated and boosted. But the question now becomes, once again, has the Queen been exposed to the virus? Queen Elizabeth, 95 years old. She'll be 96 in April. She had those issues with her health last year in October, where she was told to rest, essentially work from home. She was put on light desk duty, for lack of a better term. And now the question, has she been exposed to the virus? Prince Charles reportedly was in contact with her 48 hours before he tested positive last week. Buckingham Palace so far hasn't said anything, citing privacy concerns. They have only said that she has no symptoms of coronavirus, but said that they will not be issuing a running commentary on this. In fact, they haven't even said whether she's been tested, let alone whether she's tested positive or negative.
Russian skater Kamila Valieva getting the go-ahead to keep competing in Beijing, but her doping case is still unresolved. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz is covering all things Olympic for us. So, Gadi, I spoke to a sports attorney last hour who told me he has no doubt this will be a doping offense. It's just a matter of what that particular offense is. Now, we know Valieva will skate in the short program tomorrow. How are Olympic officials explaining their decision? Because even this attorney said, I don't get it.
Yeah, Allison, and at this point, it's also a matter of how long this is going to take, because now this has become somewhat of a slap in the face to pretty much everyone except Russia, and we still have so many unanswered questions on this. Namely, one of the most unanswered questions so far is, why did 15-year-old Kamila Valieva have that substance in her system before the Olympics? But we do have some answers and some explanations on why the Court of Arbitration decided to let her continue skating, at least. Number one, Kamila Valieva, they say, is a minor and a protected person, and that the rules on anti-doping before the Olympics, when she tested positive, are still somewhat vague. Two, they said that the test results that showed that banned substance in her system were delayed in getting back because of COVID backlogs, so she didn't have a lot of time to mount a legal defense. She didn't have time for due process, they said. And then three, they said she would suffer irreparable harm if she was later cleared. But you saw that tweet from Coach Adam Rippon, who said that when you're talking about irreparable harm, if they're truly worried about irreparable harm, they should set her up with proper counseling to deal with the incredibly sad situation she finds herself in and send her home. He said the irreparable harm that will be done is to the entire Olympic Games. He said she should not be allowed to compete. Meanwhile, the IOC is saying, in addition to putting off the medal ceremonies until all of this can eventually be settled, they are now calling for 25 figure skaters to qualify instead of 24, just in case Kamila Valieva is stripped of her title down the road. So again, medal ceremony being put off, 25 figure skaters instead of 24, just in case she's stripped of her medal. But as for now, tomorrow she is set to take the ice, and tomorrow she's also set to be the favorite to win gold. I mean, she's the only one that has hit that double quad in Olympic competition. Allison?
Whew. Figure skating is always exciting in the Olympics, Gotti. There's no question about that. But wow, is there a whole lot of extra drama this year. So I have to ask you about something going on the ice that isn't quite so dramatic, but is pretty exciting. The U.S. men's hockey team wrapping up group play with a perfect 3-0 record. What's next for them?
Yeah, a 3-0 record. And I mean, this is a team that a lot of people didn't put a lot of stock into because it was missing all the NHL players. There was some NHL drama with COVID protocols and COVID testing. So no NHL players are playing for Team USA that are active right now. So they threw together a team of mostly college players. And get this, Allison, they only had 10 days together before the Olympic Games. They only practiced 9 times together. They had 1 scrimmage. And since then, they have beaten China 8-0. They smoked Canada. They came back from behind. They beat Germany 3-2, which now has them in the top seed position going into the knockout round. And so far, they have a ton of momentum. They've got a bye before that game. So for a team that many people discounted right out of the gate, they are doing pretty good. Allison?
Yeah, pretty good is an understatement. I'm into another miracle of ice. I'm a hockey fan, and I have faith, Gotti.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, here we go.
Would love to see it. Thanks, Gotti.
Sure.
U.S. speed skater Erin Jackson winning gold, gliding right into the Olympic history books. She is the first black woman to win a speed skating medal. Telling Today's Show co-anchor Craig Melvin she is not done yet.
Are we going to see you in Italy?
Yeah, I don't think I can be done yet. I mean, I'm just starting to figure things out. It's only been like a year and a half of things feeling good on the ice, so I want at least 4 more.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton shows us how Jackson got her start training in rollerblades.
Erin Jackson has her own Olympic tradition.
Here's the home straightaway.
Shocking the world at trials.
Coming to the arena today, she had no chance to be on the Olympic team.
In 2018, she became the first ever black woman to qualify for Team USA in long track, just 4 months after she first tried speed skating.
That first day that you actually stepped out and started trying this on the ice, were you already good?
No. No, there's like a video of me like taking my first steps on the ice and I'm just like Bambi. But I just came to every ice session available, basically. Like I was even out there with like the young kids, like the kids coming up to my knees just doing beginner classes, so.
When Erin was a kid, she competed in beauty pageants, starting at just 10 months old. The Florida native quickly learned she liked bringing home big trophies.
I was like, well, now I want to do something I want to do. Like, I just wanted to go fast.
She found inline skating. Her mother, Rita, her biggest cheerleader, until she passed while Erin was in high school.
She would drive me to all the events and getting up at like 4 in the morning to go to races, paying for all my equipment, she and my dad.
Erin's dad, Tracy, uprooted his life in Florida to live with her in Salt Lake City.
This was the right choice?
This was the right choice.
The last couple years for your daughter have been a whirlwind. Are you proud of her?
I'm very proud of her. She's my world.
She's also one of the best in the world. This year, Erin became the first black woman to win a World Cup race.
This year, she's better than she's ever been.
Going into last month's Olympic trials, she was the heavy favorite in the 500 meters. No reason to expect any surprises this time around. Until...
Oh, big slip for Erin Jackson. That's going to cost her. Erin Jackson will miss out on the games.
Then yet another twist. Her teammate, Brittany Bowe, gave her spot to Erin.
It's bigger than just me. It's Team USA. She's earned it and she deserves it.
Giving Erin a shot to make history again. No black woman on Team USA has ever won an Olympic speed skating medal.
It'll be my first time in a position where people are actually looking at me to like possibly do something. And, you know, hopefully I can live up to that.
Coming up, back to work at the White House when President Biden could meet with his Supreme Court contenders as he keeps a close eye on the situation in Ukraine.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Maya, what's up?
Hey, Allison, we start with a flight, an American Airlines flight from LA to DC, diverted to Kansas City yesterday due to an unruly passenger. Crew members and passengers were able to subdue the person on board who had been behaving erratically. A Florida medical examiner releasing Brian Laundrie's final autopsy results months after the remains of his former girlfriend, Gabby Petito, were found. The report says Laundrie died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Scientists and government officials met today to finalize a major UN report on global warming. This latest update will detail how climate change has already affected us and what to expect in the future. Comedian Trevor Noah will headline the White House Correspondents Association dinner this April. The event is returning for the first time since the start of the COVID pandemic. And Venice kicking off its carnival celebrations over the weekend with a parade of boats lit up by colored lights on the Grand Canal. This year's parade was announced last minute to avoid drawing big crowds. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. President Biden's back at the White House reviewing his Supreme Court shortlist at Camp David this weekend and also dealing with the crisis in Ukraine. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in D.C. So, Mike, let's start with SCOTUS. The president could start interviewing contenders this week. What's the White House saying about the search this afternoon?
Yeah, Allison, we know the president did have a busy weekend while he was at Camp David over the weekend. That included, according to a White House official, reading up on some of the materials his team has prepared for them about some of the finalists. Now, you'll remember he talked to Lester Holt, and he said that there were about 4 of these potential candidates that he was really doing a deep dive on. Our reporting is that we're really talking about basically just 3 at this point. That's Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. She's on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. We have Leandra Kruger. She's on the California Supreme Court. And then Michelle Childs, who's a district judge in South Carolina, who's been nominated to join Jackson on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. That nomination, though, was put on hold when the Supreme Court seat opened, and we know she's the favorite of Jim Clyburn, the congressman from South Carolina, and sort of has big sway with the administration. Now, we know, Allison, as the White House is also telling us, the interviews can begin as soon as this week. The president's also still making some phone calls to Democrats and Republicans in the Senate to get their input. But when the president made it clear he was going to make this decision by the end of February, that means he has 14 days left from today. And so we are heading into that pivot point now where we are talking about interviews and final deliberations.
Mike, today is also sadly the 4th anniversary of the Parkland school shooting that killed 17 people. I can't believe that was 4 years ago. President Biden telling Congress today that it is time to act on gun control. What else is in his message for lawmakers today? What else is he saying?
Yeah, the president released a statement on this somber anniversary, and I'll read you part of what the president had to say. He said, "We can never bring back those who were lost, but we can come together to fulfill the first responsibility of our government and our democracy, and that's to keep each other safe. For Parkland, for all that we've lost, and for all those left behind, it's time to uphold that solemn obligation." Now, it's interesting. We've seen some of these groups that have been sort of galvanized by that tragedy. We remember the march we saw here in Washington, the March for Our Lives. They've been really putting the pressure on the president to deliver on some of the promises that he made them, in some cases personally. It was 4 years ago that the president was out of office. He was meeting with some of these victims and their families, their classmates on Capitol Hill. This was, again, when he was not the vice president anymore, still hadn't even announced his campaign. He talked about doing everything he could for them, and some of these advocates are saying they really want to see more from him. Maybe not just legislation, but things that he can do administratively, like, remember, appointing a director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. He had nominated one last year. That nominee had to withdraw because there wasn't the support to confirm him. They want to see him put a new name up now as well.
Mike, we have to talk Ukraine today. President Biden spoke with UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson this afternoon. How did that call go? And what else is the administration saying about its diplomatic talks with Russia over the weekend?
Yeah, the White House saying that this call with the UK Prime Minister was really much of the sort we've been seeing of his other calls with allies at this point, trying to find a path forward here, talk about their respective conversations. Remember, the president obviously spoke to Vladimir Putin over the weekend, so he's sharing some of that conversation with Johnson, making sure that they're also aligned on the potential sanctions that would be imposed if Russia were to invade Ukraine. All of this is part of a flurry of diplomacy. We have the German chancellor meeting with Putin Putin tomorrow. The White House insisting that a diplomatic path remains viable. But let's listen to what the State Department spokesperson Ned Price had to say about where things stand today.
It remains unclear to us whether Russia is interested in pursuing a diplomatic path as opposed to the use of force. We remain committed to keeping the prospect of de-escalation through diplomacy alive. We will remain committed to doing that for as long as we can. But Russia must de-escalate and engage in genuine dialogue and diplomacy.
And also a significant move by the State Department today. The Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, announcing that the U.S. obviously had already announced plans to evacuate non-essential personnel from our embassy in Kyiv. Today, saying they were going to be moving the rest of our embassy operations out of Kyiv entirely to the city of Lviv. That's about 300 miles to the west, just a few miles from the border with Poland. The Secretary of State saying that that move was required because of what they've seen in terms of alarming buildup of Russian troops on the border. So we're clearly at a critical point.
Yeah, clearly we are. Mike, it was an interesting day today, though. Ukrainian President Zelensky is now walking back statements he made on Facebook that Russia would attack on Wednesday. He also invited President Biden, we know, to visit during their call over the weekend. What are you hearing from the White House about all of this?
Yeah. Talk about lost in translation. We know that Zelensky is a former comedian. That was, we talked about Trevor Noah headlining the White House Correspondents Association dinner. Zelensky was sort of the Trevor Noah of Ukraine in a similar vein, doing political comedy. So he has been obviously throughout this process downplaying the imminent nature of a threat to his country, even as the U.S. and others have been saying it is very imminent, not down to the minute they're talking about potentially invasions happening. So one of the interesting things that came up when Zelensky and Biden spoke yesterday was, according to the readout from the Ukrainian side, an invitation for President Biden to visit him in Ukraine as soon as possible. The White House hasn't yet commented on that publicly, but obviously behind the scenes, we're hearing from officials just how unlikely that is, especially because when you consider the bare minimum of any visit of a president to another country, you're talking about involving their embassy staff in that visit. And as I just said, we've moved all of our embassy staff out of Ukraine. So I wouldn't expect to see any presidential trips to Ukraine anytime soon.
Yeah, seems highly unlikely. And Mike, now you have me wondering what our country would be like if Trevor Noah were president.
I was going to say we could do worse, but maybe I shouldn't.
Mike Memoli, always great to see you. Thanks, my friend. Ukraine's crisis with Russia threatening to boil over as Russian troops continue to advance toward the Ukrainian border, and diplomacy doesn't exactly seem to be working. But why is this happening right now? NBC Nightly News Saturday anchor Jose Diaz-Balart explains.
For years, Vladimir Putin has complained the U.S. and West have lied to Russia and have forced him to take action. You promised us in the 1990s that NATO would not move an inch to the east, he said just weeks ago. You cheated us shamelessly. Michael McFaul is the former U.S. ambassador to Russia.
Putin has said the West, the United States, is provoking us, provoking me.
That's ridiculous. Let's be clear. Nobody's provoking Putin.
This was how Europe was aligned at the peak of the Cold War, split between willing NATO allies in blue to the west, and in red, countries that the Soviet Union used brutal force to keep in line with them. But when the Soviet Union fell, these Eastern European countries, now free, aligned with the U.S. and NATO. Russia's sphere of influence and its geographic buffer against NATO now shrunk considerably. 5 NATO countries even border Russia, and many now host U.S. military bases. And Ukraine? It sits here, almost alone between Russia and the West.
Too many people are believing that this is somehow about NATO expansion when it's really about an unprovoked military invasion should Putin decide to go in.
Many are wondering why Ukraine and why now?
Well, why now? I think because President Putin has been obsessed with bringing Ukraine back into subjugation to Russia. Putin believes that the Slavic nation, of which he considers Russians and Ukrainians to be part of a single nation, was unfairly and incorrectly broken up during the collapse of the Soviet Union, 1991.
A full-scale invasion would likely be the biggest conflict in Europe since World War II. And it could likely destabilize international markets. On Friday, as tensions rose, the S&P 500 plunged nearly 2%. That's a drop of $2,500 for the average American's 401k. And with Russia, a huge provider of oil to the world, gas prices are likely to go higher. They've already hit their highest level in 8 years.
I think the mistake we make in the West sometimes is we think that Putin's some kind of rational actor calculating the cost-benefit analysis of invasion, when in fact he's thinking about his place in the history books 50 years from now.
A senator threatening to hold up a bill to reform the U.S. Postal Service, even though it has bipartisan support. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joining me now. So, Sahil, that senator is Republican Rick Scott of Florida. Why is he trying to slow this bill down?
We don't know the answer to that. NBC has reached out to Rick Scott, and his office has not explained why he is putting a hold on this postal reform bill, which passed the House recently by an overwhelming vote of 342 to 92. The Senate was expecting to pass it this week, but of course, the way the Senate works, you need unanimous consent to do anything quickly. This was hopefully, Senator Schumer, the majority leader, had hoped would come on the floor quickly, and they would be able to pass it before they need to pass that stopgap bill to keep the government funded and prevent a shutdown on February 18th, which is in just a few days. And if Rick Scott maintains his opposition, they may not be able to do that this week.
Sahil, what are you hearing from the Democrats on this one?
Disappointment, frustration. Senator Chuck Schumer spoke about this on the floor a little bit ago. Let's play what he had to say.
Members from both sides worked very, very hard to put this bill together. It commands strong bipartisan support, and we should move forward with it as soon as we can. Let's move forward on this proposal. At the end of the day, it's about making sure the post office can fulfill its obligations to its workers and to the American people.
Now, lawmakers believe this postal reform bill could save up to $50 billion. It would include a host of changes, including the way retirement benefits work. It would put postal service employees in Medicare, which would save the government significant amounts of money, and it would create systems online where Americans can track their mail, all in an attempt to streamline mail delivery, which has had quite a few snags over the last few years during the pandemic, Allison.
Sahil, you also have some news on Democratic Senator Ben Ray Lujan of New Mexico. He had a stroke last month. How's he doing today?
He seems to be doing quite a bit better. Senator Lujan put out a video on Twitter surrounded by a couple of doctors. He looked good. He sounded good. He said he's on the road to recovery. He said he feels good and that he will be back to the Senate in just a few short weeks. Now, of course, that's good news for his friends and his family. He suffered a stroke that is a very serious, it appeared to be a very serious situation, but he seems to be on the road to recovery, and it's, of course, good news for Democrats in the Senate as well, who are now at 49 votes, one vote short of that 50th vote that they often need to conduct business without Republicans. Lujan said he'll be back soon, and also mentioned specifically that he'll be back in time to vote on a Supreme Court nomination. That is one of the big pieces of business coming up in the next few weeks and months. As long as Democrats have their 50 votes together, they don't need any Republican support to confirm a new Supreme Court justice to replace the retiring Stephen Breyer. But of course, as we know, the White House and Democratic leaders, they want this to be a bipartisan vote. They believe that'll be good for the Senate and for the Supreme Court. Allison.
Sahil, above all, so glad to hear the senator is on the mend. Thank you. The Biden administration investing billions of dollars in electric vehicle charging stations, but it's no easy task getting a fully powered network like that up and running. NBC News Now anchor Aaron Gilchrist sat down exclusively with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg to hear how he plans to get over the speed bumps here.
Allison, the plan here is to pour money into this effort to build up the EV infrastructure. President Biden has said that he wants to see car sales be 50% electric vehicles within the next 8 years. And so this infrastructure bill he signed last year is helping him to put his money where his mouth is. They're building out the infrastructure so people can actually power up their cars. Electric cars are cruising down highways across the country, 489,000 of them sold in 2021, according to J.D. Power, just over 3% of all cars bought last year. What's slowing EV down? Part of the problem is power.
That's exactly why we're making sure we have the backbone of a national charging network.
I sat down this weekend with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg just after the Biden administration announced a $5 billion 5-year investment to build electric vehicle charging stations across the nation.
Look, it's going to take a while to have a full-fledged national charging network. It'll take across this decade to get to that 500,000 charger goal that we have. But we've already got a lot of chargers out across the country. This is about accelerating that to keep up and get ahead of the increasing popularity of these EVs.
Buttigieg says to get the money, states will have to submit plans to build EV chargers along interstate highways and major roads, making it more convenient to drive electric and to reduce what EV drivers call range anxiety. People have some anxiety about, am I going to make it?
No matter where you're headed, even on one of those long drives, you know that you will not have a problem any more than you would worry about being able to find gas when you take a trip on the interstate highway system today.
There are roughly 47,000 public charging stations around the country, but not every car can charge at every station. This funding is supposed to address that, too. Buttigieg says the charging plans that states come up with will have to ensure whatever car make you drive, you'll have access to compatible chargers.
We're not going to dictate the format, but we are going to require that it happens in a way that benefits everybody. Well, these are taxpayer dollars, so it can't just be a blank check. We've got to make sure that they're being spent effectively.
We caught up with Buttigieg talking shop about electric cars with students at Heartland Community College in Normal, Illinois, home to a degree program training a new wave of EV builders and technicians. These are the guys who will help get more electric cars on the roads. And those cars are pretty pricey. The average cost for an electric car is more than $56,000, enough to leave many Americans out of the EV market. The auto industry is going all in on electric, planning to spend more than $515 billion on EVs in the next 5 to 10 years. Toyota, GM, Ford, and BMW already announcing massive investments to catch up to electric car leader Tesla.
We got to get that sticker price down. That's why we got to accelerate these things being produced on a widespread basis in the United States. And it's why we want more tax incentives to help buy down that upfront cost.
Now, states are going to have up until August 1st to apply for this first batch of federal money to build up their EV infrastructure. And the Secretary, Allison, he says that he expects that we'll see some of these charging stations in use this year.
Coming up, an Austin Powers reunion, a Lindsay Lohan comeback. We'll review some of this year's best Super Bowl commercials next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
It's time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Stocks in the red today, but not for Valentine's Day. They were worried about Russia and the Fed, the Dow closing 171 points lower. Plus, Walmart is ditching its mask mandate for fully vaccinated workers, and we've got some fresh data on prices out this week. CNBC Squawk on the Street co-anchor Morgan Brennan joining me now. So, Morgan, let's start with Wall Street. What happened on the markets today? It looked like they might pop back into positive territory, but they couldn't pull it off.
They could not pull it off. You're right, Allison. So it's really these rising tensions around Russia, Ukraine, compounding what is already seen as skittish sentiment. Investors, for the most part, tend to look past geopolitical issues until they can't. So if you see Russia invade Ukraine in coming days, that's going to become front and center for the markets. Right now, it's really more of a contributing factor to an investment narrative that is largely being dictated by the Fed, by inflation, by what the future impact of both of those two factors could have on future earnings for companies. That said, there are areas where geopolitics are playing out in the markets. For example, aerospace and defense stocks. We've been seeing movement there over the last couple of days. Also, oil and energy markets, as you see U.S. crude oil move closer to $100 a barrel, which again feeds back into this inflation dynamic and thus the Fed and what monetary tightening could look like and the impact that could have on markets as well. So all the major averages closing lower today.
All right, let's talk about inflation and all these issues. There's more key inflation data coming this week. We've got January's producer price index out tomorrow. What are you watching for there?
All right, so this is, short answer, more inflation. You got climate costs that are continuing to hit in this particular case with this particular read, businesses and, well, producers. So this is seen as a forward indicator because PPI measures price increases before they actually reach consumers. Tomorrow's expected to be another hot inflation reading after we saw that consumer price index reading last week that reached a fresh 40-year high. That being said, here's the nuance here. You have expectations of a 9% increase. That's pretty fiery, but it would actually represent a moderation from the wholesale price gains we saw in December that logged the fastest jump on record. So perhaps some signs that we're seeing some easing. We'll have to see.
Inflation so bad that a 9% increase is an improvement. That's unbelievable, but it is where we are. So let's talk about what the Fed's going to do here. St. Louis Federal Reserve President James Bullard on CNBC today saying it's time for the Fed to pick up the pace. Here he is talking to Steve Leisman.
We need to front load more of our planned removal of accommodation than we would have previously. We've been surprised to the upside on inflation. This is a lot of inflation in the U.S.
So what's the latest thinking on the appropriate number of hikes this year and the size of those hikes?
Oh, that's what every investor is trying to parse through and decipher right now. So the comments from President Bullard are really watched very closely, in large part because he has a direct vote this year on those rate increases, what they could actually look like. At least for now, though, his stance, which is to hike more aggressively, tighten monetary policy more aggressively, more quickly, is not seen as widely held by other Fed officials. But again, a lot of this is going to hinge on the data we get in coming days and coming weeks, including, of course, that PPI inflation reading that we get tomorrow. That being said, right now, the market's pricing in about 5 interest rate increases this year, and the very real possibility that the first rate increase that we see in March could be as high as 50 basis points, or about 0.5%. That being said, depending on who you speak to, this is all over the map. Goldman Sachs, for example, expects we could actually see 7 interest rate increases this year. But it's all, at the end of the day, going to depend on the data and also how the economy holds up in the midst of this.
Yeah, I saw that Goldman forecast, and I thought, do they even have 7 meetings to hike all those rates? Like, it just seems like so much. But it certainly, when you talk about those inflation numbers, half a point sounds like it might be more reasonable and realistic. We get January retail sales numbers on Wednesday. Why should we care about those?
We should care about those because the consumer here in the U.S. accounts for about 70% of U.S. GDP. So again, you want to know how the economy is holding up, especially as you do start to see tighter monetary policy. You do see these hot inflation numbers. Take a look at something like retail sales, which is seen as a key economic indicator for the consumer, the confidence of the consumer, and those consumers going out and spending. We actually saw a decrease in retail sales in December, despite the holidays, large part due to Omicron and the spread of that variant and the fact that more people started to go back inside and kind of lock down, also did a lot of their holiday spending earlier. The expectation here this week is that we're actually going to see an increase in sales, and you really want to see where people are putting their money to work and how inflation is affecting the way they're putting their money to work. So that's what we get with that data point.
All right, sticking with the retail theme, Walmart saying its fully vaccinated workers don't need to wear masks anymore unless local or state rules require it. That's a big move for one of the biggest retailers in the country. Tell us more.
That is a very, you said it all right there. So fully vaccinated workers no longer needing to wear masks unless the local or state rules apply. Unvaccinated workers still going to have to. COVID-19 sick leave is being done away with at Walmart too. Largest private U.S. employer, 1.6 million jobs that it creates. So this is a notable shift, and it's one that other businesses and the rest of corporate America is going to watch very closely. And of course, it comes on the heels of a flurry of governors and local officials beginning to scrap mask mandates and ease restrictions. And of course, Amazon just a couple of days ago also moving to ease some of its own mask mandates or requirements for its vaccinated workers too.
All right, from the markets to mask mandates, Morgan, you hit all of it. Thank you so much for being with us today to preview the week.
Thanks, Allison.
Super Bowl ads even more expensive this year. A highly coveted 30-second spot cost as much as $7 million. That's up from the $5.6 million average last year. So which were your favorites and what companies dominated the airwaves? CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Boorstin here with the highlights. So, Julia, we're going to pimp ourselves here. We were pretty geeked at News Now. We got our very first commercial, Super Bowl commercial that is, in the first half. So we had to show it because we were so excited. Any other newcomers besides us this year, or on the flip side, big names that you would typically see who decided they were going to sit the big game out?
Well, look, I would say in terms of the newcomers, there were two main themes that felt very new. The first one was crypto. There were 4 crypto advertisers in the Super Bowl, the first time there have been any crypto advertisers in the Super Bowl. And the second was electronic vehicles. There were a number of EV ads, both from the traditional automakers. I really thought that BMW's electronic vehicle ad starring Arnold Schwarzenegger as Zeus was really, really funny. But then also Polestar, which is a new EV maker. They had their first entry into the Super Bowl, and they were kind of poking fun at some of the other automakers.
Yeah, I love that you brought up Schwarzenegger. My husband missed it and was like, wait a minute, I heard that ad was here. I didn't see it. We got to find it online. Nostalgia was also a really big theme yesterday in addition to crypto. Could you talk to us about some of the old faces that we saw yet again last night?
Absolutely. Remember The Sopranos? And speaking of electronic vehicle makers, there was a Chevy ad starring the daughter character from The Sopranos, Jamie Lynn Sigler, and it was talking about the next generation, and it showed her basically doing the opening sequence from The Sopranos. So that was very much a callback. There was also an ad starring Lindsay Lohan. There was one starring Dr. Evil from those old Austin Powers movies. So I think a lot of hearkening back to a simpler, happier time pre-pandemic.
Oh, for sure. Usually there is some sort of controversy the morning after the Super Bowl about some ad. Anything miss the mark or have people fired up today?
Well, look, I don't think there are any disastrous ads. Sometimes there are ads that feel totally inappropriate or like they were just wrong. And how could anyone do an ad like that for the Super Bowl? The one ad that everyone's talking about, and I don't think it's because they made a mistake, I think it was probably because they did something right, is this is an ad for Coinbase. And so what they did is instead of spending millions of dollars to produce an ad and hiring all sorts of movie stars to star in it, they just put up a QR code. And there was an old QR code, old-fashioned looking QR code bouncing around the screen. What was really interesting is so many people opened up their phones and pointed at that QR code that the website actually could not sustain all that traffic. And for a number of people, it wasn't working. So maybe that's a sign that it was just too popular, but that's the one that everyone's talking about this morning.
Yeah, that is an effective campaign if you get that many people that it crashes your website. Julia, I got so many texts from friends going, what is this Coinbase ad? I don't get it. But it looks like it was a unique strategy that may have worked.
Indeed, and I just think it's so fascinating when you look at all those big movie stars out there, big name stars like LeBron James, who also was in a cryptocurrency ad, and then you have Coinbase going very basic and using this new technology of QR codes to get people to go to their website. It absolutely worked, and the fact that the website was down for a little bit, I'm sure did not ultimately hurt it after all the attention it got for that sort of mysterious ad.
Yeah, for sure. Julia, great to have you on talking about the Super Bowl with us today. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Coming up, renewed calls to protect Asians and Asian Americans after another violent incident in New York City over the weekend. That's next.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The NYPD investigating the murder of an Asian American woman over the weekend. 35-year-old Christina Yuna Lee was killed inside her apartment early Sunday morning. Police say they've arrested and charged a suspect with murder and burglary. Her death reigniting concerns that more Asians and Asian Americans could be the targets of hate crimes. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez.
Allison, community members here tell me that this tragedy has put fear back at the forefront for them. Many of them no longer even feel safe taking the subway. But one group here in the city is trying to help.
I was standing behind those poles that everybody stands behind, but then I felt a hand reach into my pocket. When I put my hand in, I felt a hand grab back, and this man grabbed my hand and wouldn't let go.
Alexis Lee was attacked at a subway stop in New York City on January 8th. It was the second time she was attacked at a subway station in 2 months. So you were here, what time was it?
It was around 12:30 in the afternoon, broad daylight. At one point, I yelled loud enough that bystanders were able to hear me, and during the process of them ripping him off of me, my jacket pocket had ripped.
Like many major cities across the U.S., New York City has seen a spike in crime recently. In January 2022, the city saw a 38.5% increase in overall major crimes from the same time last year.
I'm sick of this happening over and over again to people who look like me, to people who've been in the same communities as me.
Last month, 40-year-old Michelle Go was fatally shoved in front of a New York City subway car.
This was a senseless, absolutely senseless act of violence.
While violent crimes are affecting people of all backgrounds, incidents targeting Asians rose by 361% in 2021, according to the New York City Police Department's Hate Crime Review Panel in December.
The unfortunate thing is there were no cops at the station, even though, it's one of the main stops on the ACE line.
Safe Walks NYC is a grassroots organization created to combat what they say is an apparent lack of NYPD action and visibility.
We are our presence. Keeping each other safe doesn't take much effort. Just being our presence makes a big difference.
Peter Carey is the founder of Safe Walks NYC, a volunteer-run organization that provides New Yorkers with a companion to and from public transit or public areas whenever they feel unsafe. He decided to start the effort about a year ago, following reports of attacks against women at a subway station near him in Brooklyn.
After the third or fourth report and seeing the picture of the lady who'd been beat up real bad and not hearing of any solutions or anything being done about it, I just jumped on my bike and rode to the subway station.
Today, Safe Walks responds to requests 7 days a week in all of New York City. So far, Peter says volunteers have assisted on over 1,000 walks.
But whenever there's an attack anywhere in the city, we see a spike in Safe Walks requests.
Over 2,000 people have signed up to help with Safe Walks. Tiffany and Doy are 2 of 200 Safe Walks volunteers that made the cut.
So when someone meets the requester, obviously they're wearing their vest so that they can be easily identified. There's 2 or 3 of them that you actually meet with the requester. They show a lot of gratitude because, they feel unsafe and they feel like they have nowhere else to turn to.
As long as people know that we're here, they know that they can request a Safe Box, it really matters to them. Yes, maybe most of them might not, but as long as they have an option to feel safer in New York City, then it definitely helps.
And while Safe Walks continues to provide assistance to all New Yorkers, Peter and Alexis say the city is all talk and no walk.
We're on the streets every single day and nothing changes. Like, we're not seeing anything different. I just hope that, they will actually begin serving the communities.
It's amazing that people within our community are stepping up to start these grassroots organizations to make people feel safer in the city. But it also saddens me because this is the job that the city has to do for its own community.
In a statement to NBC News, the NYPD says since January 6th, there have been over 70,000 subway inspections. Additionally, they claimed to deploy over 1,000 extra officers into the transit system every day to, quote, keep New Yorkers safe.
I just wish the NYPD did a lot more than they're currently doing.
Now, to request a Safe Walk, New Yorkers can visit safewalks.com. That's SAFEWALX.com. There, you click the tab that says Request a Safe Walk, and you'll be given a request form that'll ask you basic information, where you want your walk, the time, the day, also some contact info. That request form does come in English, Spanish, and Chinese, and Peter, the founder, says that they do not deny requests for walks.
Coming up, love in lockdown, an Instagram account playing Cupid, matching 2 strangers during the pandemic. They're still a couple, and they have a special announcement next.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment, your moment.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Valentine's Day can be a pretty good reminder of just how hard dating's been during the pandemic, but we've got a happy ending for you. A couple who met on the Instagram dating show Love in Quarantine are getting married. Love is Quarantine, rather. NBC News Now host Savannah Sellers caught up with them.
So pre-pandemic, honestly, I was not focused on dating whatsoever.
Rewind to spring 2020, the early lockdown days. And you might remember this account, Love is Quarantine, a spoof on the Netflix dating show Love is Blind. Two Brooklyn roommates acted as quarantine cupids, matching strangers on totally blind dates.
I don't even know, like she's just so charismatic, so engaging.
So I just finished up my call with Justin, literally the funniest human I've ever encountered.
Allie and Justin starred in the 10th and last episode, both coerced into it by friends.
I think I want to match with Justin.
Definitely Allie. Fingers crossed, y'all. Hope for your boy.
You go on this kind of crazy Instagram dating show. That's how you meet. And then what happens?
FaceTimed every single day. We were texting all throughout that entire month. And then a surprise came.
So I ended up buying a plane ticket from LA to North Carolina. It was like $400, $500 for a flight. And I honestly prayed the night before and was like, if I'm supposed to meet this dude, I need something under $150. And the next day there was one for with tax, like $149.11.
Our first date was about a week long. Our second date was about a month long. And and then the rest of the history from there.
Last year, Allie moved to North Carolina, and 11 months later,
that night we went to a photo shoot. I coach women in business, so I work with a lot of photographers. So we went out for a pretty standard shoot, and then he asked there. So it was amazing.
I mean, this has come out of COVID. What would you tell yourself back in 2019 or early 2020 before COVID hit?
I would say buckle up.
I would have told myself to just relax. Because I think dating can be so stressful. It was so delightful with Justin and so easy, and that's possible.
And as for the guys behind the account, well, they are single.
I just texted Rance yesterday and I was like, are you dating anyone? We love him so much.
That does it for us. Happy Valentine's Day. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
If you're confused about whether Russia is about to invade Ukraine and kick off a devastating and deadly war, well, welcome to Monday with the world on edge. You've got the U.S. moving its embassy out of Kyiv, and this flip quip from the Ukrainian president stressing people out to the point his office had to walk it back. So, is war imminent? Or is there really, as the White House keeps saying, an open door for diplomacy? We're going to break that down in a minute. Plus, some breaking news from Canada as we were walking into the studio. The Canadian Prime Minister just announcing he'll pull out these rare emergency powers to stop the trucker protests we've been telling you about. What that means for those demonstrators, even as a key bridge reopens today, and this whole thing feels far from over. And also, just into us, the accounting firm for the Trump Organization basically firing the Trump Organization, saying the paperwork it prepared for almost a decade shouldn't be relied on. Why that could be a big deal for the investigation into the former president's company. And Bonnie and Clyde, they are not. The couple, arrested for allegedly trying to launder $4 billion worth of Bitcoin, heads to court, and we've got the wild details about a crime made for prime time. Plus, Meta tossed out its facial recognition program, but could the company still have your data anyway? More on why Texas is now suing over that very question and just how many billions of dollars it could cost the platform. Hey, I'm Hallie. And listen, it's been a confusing couple of hours with the world on edge over what's going down between Ukraine and Russia. It is a cliche to say that tensions are soaring, but here's the thing, they are. Everybody is bracing for the possibility Vladimir Putin will invade and start a war in Europe. Okay, so maybe not the greatest time for the Ukrainian president to drop some apparent sarcasm in his speech to his country, but he did, and succeeded only in freaking out his people that maybe Moscow will invade, maybe this week, maybe on Wednesday specifically. President Zelensky's office had to walk it back, saying this whole Wednesday thing, February 16th, was not official. It's not some big warning. He's just repeating a date that was speculated about in some media reports. But that doesn't mean the tensions have evaporated. They are definitely still there, with the Pentagon's press secretary saying today the U.S. doesn't think Putin has made up his mind either way.
We still don't believe that some final decision has been made. I won't get into a specific date. I don't think that would be smart. I would just tell you that it is entirely possible that he could move with little to no warning.
Tomorrow, the defense secretary heads to Europe to visit some NATO allies, including to Poland, where U.S. troops are headed. But remember, the Pentagon has said no matter what, those troops are staying out of Ukraine, even if Russia invades. But because the Kremlin has moved more troops to the border, even in the last 24 to 48 hours, you've got the State Department moving embassy operations out of Kyiv, further west toward Poland, just in case. So let's bring in now Matt Bradley in eastern Ukraine. Matt, here's the thing. Viewers of this show will know that when you and I have talked in the past, we've talked about how President Zelensky of Ukraine was kind of downplaying the potential for this possible invasion. Then he comes out in a speech, sets a date, basically. That's the way it was seen by the rest of the world. Then his office has to walk it back. What is the deal?
I mean, did he walk it back? I mean, we walked it back. That was the problem, and that was the scramble that we were facing. You know, we read in the transcript, as it was interpreted, that this was February 16th, that he was saying that this was the date, which is something that we had heard in other media reports like a week ago. So we were kind of panicking. I'm not going to lie, Hallie. You know, we were wondering, what does he mean? Turns out, as you said, he was being sarcastic. Sarcasm, these jokes, they're kind of hard to translate, and we were fumbling with that. And we weren't the only network that was doing that. We weren't the only journalists that were doing that. But then you got to go kind of wonder about the president of Ukraine. Like, do you have to joke about a war? But that was a real trouble for us. And, you know, so I don't think they were really walking it back. I think we were the ones doing that.
Okay, fine, Matt. Fair point. The bottom line, though, is that Zelensky said something when he knows the world is watching on an international stage at a moment when it feels different, as you well know, having been there, right? Based on the warnings that we've heard from the United States National Security Advisor, from top U.S. officials, the intelligence that has been coming out. At a time when semantics matter, when every word matters, you know, we could not call it a walk back, but that's essentially what his office has to do, was issue an international clarification, which seems like, hey, maybe not the greatest time for that. I know that some experts that we spoke with today were shocked that Zelensky, in their view, wandered into this mess.
Remember, too, though, Hallie, this is a comedian. This guy was a comedian right up until the day he took office in this presidency. So for Ukrainians that we talked to, for our translators, for people who we know here on the ground, they said this was pretty clear. And again, this was a problem for us. We weren't in touch with how the Ukrainians were communicating. This was our problem. He maybe shouldn't have been joking. It might have been tone deaf on his part, considering everything that was at stake, and there was a lot at stake. But, and again, we weren't the only network that did that, and I'm sure that networks throughout the world and journalists throughout the world were wondering this. He did say other things. He said that he had heard this before, and he was doing something that he's been doing for the past couple of weeks, which is kind of taking this tone, a little bit of mockery, a little bit of derision when it comes to Western media and Western intelligence assessments. And I'm not going to lie here, a lot of Ukrainians feel that way. They kind of have this sort of bitter, acidic wit when it comes to what they're hearing from the West, when their prognostications about whether or not there's going to be an invasion. They're frustrated with it, and they betray their frustration all the time. And that's what we were hearing today from Zelensky. We've been hearing that from other officials. They don't like being, and if you'll allow me to use this phrase, Hallie, they don't like being mansplained about Ukraine by non-Ukrainians. And that's something that we've been hearing from a lot of people. We have intelligence resources. We've got our military on the borders. We're Ukrainians. We're the leadership of Ukraine. Zelensky has basically said this before. I'm the president of Ukraine. Don't tell me about what the risks are, about what my public faces. And he said that again, basically again today. And that's why this whole thing about this unity march, this date, February 16th, day after tomorrow, he's making that into a day of national unity when you're going to be parading around wearing the national flag. He's saying, turn this into something else. Make this into something that just says, that the West can't tell us that this is the date of an invasion, and Moscow can't tell us to be afraid. There's a little bit of like a subtle, it's subtly telling everybody to go away.
Yeah, it's like a little,
telling
Matt,
us
it's a little bit of a
wrong.
middle finger. I think we can say that, right? Like a little bit of one.
Yeah. I can say that. I didn't know. Can we say that? We can say it's a middle finger.
You can say a lot of things, Matt. So here's the thing, that the posture and the messaging from the U.S. is different. Sure, but listen, the actions from the U.S. reflect a very different posture, at least from where we are, with the State Department still going ahead with pulling embassy operations, as you know, out of Kyiv, moving them further west, precautionarily, just to be safe, apparently.
Yeah, and they're moving them to, I believe they're moving them to Lviv, which is way out west. It was a city that used to be in Austria, essentially. So this is a city that actually looks totally different from the rest of Ukraine. And, this is out of an abundance of caution. We already started to see some U.S. diplomats move. And again, there's more than a dozen countries who are doing this. I think the U.S. is maybe taking an even harder line, it sounds like almost emptying out their embassy entirely. But, this is out of an abundance of caution. We're seeing pushback from the Ukrainian government about this. They don't love seeing diplomats doing this. They understand it. They might do the same with their diplomats in similar circumstances. But again, all of this is coming down to optics. They don't like the optics. They don't like seeing airlines canceling flights to Ukraine. That's actually causing, they don't like seeing Fitch downgrading ratings for bonds that are coming out of Ukraine. These things are actually literally costing the population money. So they're paying the price for a war that hasn't yet been waged. And that's really, a big topic, a real source of anger here.
Matt Bradley, live for us there in Ukraine. Matt, thank you. So right as we were coming on the air, the Canadian Prime Minister dropped a government grenade, so to speak, on those trucker protests we've been telling you about, announcing he's going to use the Emergencies Act in Canada, something we almost never see, to give his administration the power to break up those trucker demonstrations, which are heading into their third straight week in Ottawa. Here's Justin Trudeau.
With each illegal blockade, local law enforcement agencies have been acting to keep the peace within their jurisdiction. Despite their best efforts, it is now clear that there are serious challenges to law enforcement's ability to effectively enforce the law.
That bit of breaking news is coming as Ontario announces that people inside in public there don't need proof of vaccination anymore starting March 1st. Which to some folks kind of sounded like a concession to the protesters, but leaders there say, no, that's not it. It's because the COVID numbers say it's safe now. And then in Windsor, that Ambassador Bridge you've been seeing is reopening today after this almost week-long border blockade started to really cripple the car industry. I want to bring in now Gabe Gutierrez. So, Gabe, let me start with what we just heard from Prime Minister Trudeau, not even in the last 20, 30 minutes or so, invoking this Emergencies Act because of these protests that are still happening in other Canadian cities. What kind of a difference is that going to make? What does that give the government the authority to do that they can't do now?
Hi there, Hallie. Well, yes, it is rarely used. It's a big deal because basically frustration has been mounting in Canada the last several days and weeks, which, as you mentioned, these protesters have been kind of shutting the northern border between the U.S. northern border and, the Ambassador Bridge, the huge amount of commerce that was prevented from coming over into the U.S. These emergency powers, Hallie, will give local police the ability to prohibit public assembly. More resources will be available to local law enforcement. And again, this is something that Prime Minister Trudeau says needs to be done in order to get these demonstrators under control. One thing you didn't mention, Hallie, and that also happened within the last 24 hours, is that in Western Canada, police have actually arrested 11 people and seized a lot of ammunition, body armor, weapons, suggesting that at least some of these demonstrators, again, not all, but at least some of these demonstrators may have been plotting some violence, Hallie.
You've also got, listen, you talked about the Ambassador Bridge, and Gabe, that's really important because as you say, this is a key lifeline for the Michigan economy, right? And the idea of trade across the border there. But there's still a police presence at the bridge. So it is open, but still being monitored? Like, how are we to think of this? Because this doesn't feel like it's totally over and done just yet.
Yeah, certainly not. And look, yes, the Ambassador Bridge may have reopened, but, my colleague Cal Perry was over in Canada over the last several days. He was also not just in Windsor, but in Ottawa, the capital city. Some of the demonstrators had just, basically sat there. And it doesn't take a lot in order to block these routes. All you need is several trucks, and you can really cause a lot of chaos by just preventing, these trucks from going over the bridge. So certainly not over yet. And by the way, Hallie, there was this talk that some of these convoys may have tried to disrupt the Super Bowl. That obviously did not happen. Right. But in some of these communities, online communities, I should say, according to my colleague Ben Collins, who's taking a very close look at this, he says that these demonstrations, that these demonstrators, these convoys, might be now looking towards March 5th. As their next day of potentially disrupting roads across the U.S. Still remains to be seen whether it'll actually happen.
Well, not just in the U.S., not just in Canada, Gabe. We've seen this in countries all around the world. Belgium, Israel, France. And there's different ways that police are responding. You've got in Paris, police shooting off tear gas into these crowds of protesters. Then in New Zealand, they're taking a different tactic. They're playing the Macarena and Baby Shark and other, what some people might think of as annoying songs at very loud volumes to try to get people to leave. What seems to be working and what's not working?
Hallie, there's nothing annoying about the Macarena. I love the Macarena. I really do. I haven't heard it in a really long time, though. But yes, I could see being subjected to it over and over again might be very difficult. Look, this is something that is happening across the world. And again, my colleague Ben Collins says that, at least some of the fuel being poured on this is tied to disinformation that is actually coming from overseas and content mills in countries like Bangladesh and Romania. So anti-vaccine groups, apparently, according to my colleague Ben Collins' reporting, have really seized on this so-called movement. And these anti-vaccine groups and conspiracy theorists are taking the opportunity here and seeing, a possibility that they can gain, they can fly under the radar, not referring to themselves as, they won't be booted off of Facebook if they say that they are simply anti-vaccine. So this is really, as you said, happening across the world. Yeah. Big question on how much really, though, how many legs the movement does have and whether it will translate to actual protests here in the United States in the coming weeks, Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez, great to see you on this story for us. Thank you for that reporting. Breaking right now, really in just the last couple minutes, we've got some news about the accounting firm for the Trump Organization, longtime accounting firm, now cutting ties with the organization and saying nearly 10 years worth of financial statements from the company can no longer be viewed as reliable. We're learning about this from a letter just made public by the New York Attorney General. She's been conducting this civil investigation into the former president's company. And literally, as I was talking to Gabe, as we've been on the air, we got a statement from the Trump Organization on this, basically saying, essentially, this doesn't really matter, saying in part, quote, their February 9th letter from Mazars, their now former accounting firm, confirms that after conducting a subsequent review of all prior statements of financial condition, Mazar's work was performed in accordance with all applicable accounting standards and principles. Here to translate that into English for us is NBC's Tom Winter, who's covering this. So, Tom, explain a couple things here. You've got Mazars, this accounting firm, essentially cutting ties with the Trump Organization. Normally, we're not bringing you this as breaking news. We're not CNBC. That's not our jam. Here's why this is so interesting, is because this is happening against the backdrop of that investigation from the New York Attorney General. So explain why this is significant.
Right, and so this is a letter that was filed today, although it was sent to the Trump Organization last week, Hallie. And essentially what it's saying is, hey, look, for 10 years, effectively, from June 2011 to 2020 in June, we provided you with a number of the statements of financial condition. So this would be, if I was your accountant, Hallie, and that's probably not a good thing, but if I was your accountant, I would say, all right, send me your bank statement, send me your 401k, send me any stocks you might have, any sort of funds you may have overseas, what properties you have, and I'll put together essentially a health check and say, look, this is how much Hallie owes to people, this is how much money Hallie has, and here's all the properties and assets, and this is why you may or may not feel comfortable lending to her and doing business with her. And what they've said is that the Trump Organization can no longer rely on those statements. In the statement from the Trump Organization, they're referring to the part of the letter where they say, look, while we have not concluded that the various financial statements as a whole contain material discrepancies based upon the totality of the circumstances, we believe our advice to you is to no longer to rely on these statements. They say they've done that in part from the Attorney General, who you referenced, their civil investigation, their filings, Mazar's own internal investigation, and information that they've received both from within and outside of the company. So, and on top of that, they've got a conflict, they say, which is prohibiting them from continuing to represent and provide accounting for the Trump Organization. So when you put it all together, effectively you're saying, look, you got to hire somebody new, and the information that we gave to you before, which is based on the information you gave us, we've now got some problems with it.
So the Trump Organization seems to be saying, Tom, and again, I'm reading this like from my phone because it's coming in as we're on the air, seems to be saying, hey, this is kind of vindication for us. Is that spin from the Trump Organization? Is that what they hope is happening here? Cut through some of that for us.
Yeah, that's what I would hope it would be if I were them. I think that when you look at this, it's probably the opposite. An accountant doesn't dream up the numbers. They rely on the numbers that are given to them. And based on this filing, it would seem that they can no longer stand up those numbers and provide their kind of seal of approval, Hallie. If they can't provide that seal of approval, that there's some sort of an issue with the underlying information that they received, I can understand how I would put out the statement that same way if I was the Trump Organization. I don't know if investigators are going to look at it that way or are looking at it that way as they continue to comb through these docs.
Tom Winter, jumping in front of a camera for us on that. Tom, thank you.
Sure thing.
Today, in opening statements of the federal hate crimes trial for the 3 men who killed Ahmaud Arbery, prosecutors laid out how texts, how social media posts, and how witness testimony will prove, they say, that racism and hate played a role in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. You remember back in February of 2020, Travis McMichael, his father Gregory McMichael, William Roddy Bryan, the 3 you see on your screen there, chased Arbery down a road. They told police they thought he was stealing in the neighborhood. Cell phone video showed some kind of a interaction, altercation, and then Travis McMichael shoots Arbery twice. This is the first time that McMichaels and Bryan, who, by the way, were already convicted of murder in state court in Georgia, they've already been sentenced to life in prison, but this time, in this trial, they're specifically accused of murdering him because of racial bias. Arbery's family has fought for this charge to be heard in court. 2 weeks ago, remember, the family made very clear their objections to a plea deal because they worried that the McMichaels would end up in a prison that wasn't what they wanted. Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta. So, Blaine, we know that the opening statements wrapped up about 90 minutes ago. No cameras allowed inside, but can you bring us some of the highlights here? Because prosecutors were very clear and very specific in some of the language, the racist language that these 3 men have used in the past, they say.
They were very specific with that language, and this is really kind of what we've been wanting to find out for a few weeks now. We knew that it was going to show some sort of racist language, racial bias, according to the prosecutors, but today they really hit it on the nose. I want to read actually one of the more shocking passages that the prosecutor laid out. She says this came from Travis McMichael when he was speaking to a friend about a new job that he took, and I'm going to read a direct quote. She gave the direct quote today in court, essentially saying, zero expletives work with me. They ruin everything. That's why I love what I do, not an expletive in sight. And of course, the expletive is a derogatory term for a black person. So she kind of lays out the case that in social media posts and text messages, there have been either racist language or rants about black people that was used by the three defendants. And she says that gives kind of a window into their thinking, a window into their mindset, and why she says they made assumptions about Ahmaud Arbery when they saw him running down the street. That's what caused them to chase him down and ultimately kill him. Now, for their part, the defense attorneys in three separate opening statements all essentially said, listen, this is not good language. That can't be argued against, but it does not mean that their clients chased him down because he's black. They say that essentially he had been seen on video entering a house that was under construction in a neighborhood where there were burglaries. That's the reason they chased him down, because he was the man in the video in the house, not because he was a black man, Hallie.
So a couple more points to make here that I think are important. The jury makeup in the state trial was pretty controversial because it was a mostly white jury, 11 white people, 1 black juror in a location in a county that is majority black, right? That came up. Now you have a more diverse jury, but the fact that this is even 2 trial in the first place is interesting because there was a plea deal. Blaine, you and I were talking a couple of weeks ago about the idea that there was maybe a plea deal in place. Ahmaud Arbery's family was adamant they did not want to see a plea deal. They wanted this federal hate crimes trial to happen.
Absolutely. So not only was there a plea deal, Travis McMichael actually went in front of a judge in open court and pleaded guilty to this and then withdrew that plea, that guilty plea, a few days later. Greg McMichael certainly signaled that he was getting ready to do so. So, you know, this is not something that can be used in court. It's not something that the jury can consider. And during this jury selection process, the judge asked a number of questions to essentially make sure that the jurors or the potential jurors didn't have any sort of knowledge of previous coverage or hadn't necessarily been watching the case, really tried to get those who had a clean slate, who didn't know about the conversations that you and I were having, about the coverage that we've been having, that the intentions were for them to plead guilty. So they tried their best to kind of get a clean slate with the jury. But let's talk about that racial breakdown, because you're absolutely right. More diverse. The breakdown is as follows. We've got 8 white jurors, 3 black jurors, and 1 Hispanic juror in a jury of 12. And then, of course, 4 alternates, one of whom is a Pacific Islander. So certainly more diverse. I think the other piece of it, too, is that they're not all from Brunswick. This is a much wider net. We're talking about the entire Southern District of Georgia. So we're talking about people from as far as 4 hours away in this very large state of Georgia. So some geographical diversity as well when it comes to this jury pool, Hallie.
Blaine Alexander reporting for us on this. Blaine, I'm sure we'll talk again over the next couple of weeks. Appreciate you being there. Right now, a judge in a D.C. court is currently deciding whether to keep New York couple Ilya Lichtenstein and Heather Morgan in prison behind bars in jail or not. And here's why. These are the 2 who allegedly conspired to launder something like $4 billion in stolen Bitcoin. Prosecutors say they found $40,000 in U.S. and foreign currency. They found more than 50 electronic devices and Bitcoin wallets. They found hollowed out books and a bag marked burner phone on it when they went to go search the house. Lichtenstein's a Russian tech founder and, quote, occasional magician. Morgan's a streetwear designer and a rapper who goes by Razzle Khan. And when the feds were getting ready to search their apartment and find all this stuff, the couple said they'd leave, but they said they wanted their cat. Apparently, they said the cat was under the bed, but as Morgan called for it, she grabbed her phone instead to hit the lock button. Agents had to get it from her. Prosecutors say that's going to make it harder to go through the phone. No further information on the cat, but if their story sounds like a show you'd watch, you're in luck. Netflix already has a series on them in the works. Jake Ward is joining me now. So, Jake, there is a lot to this one, right? Let me start with this hearing in D.C. where this couple, I believe, pledged millions of dollars, put up their parents' homes even to try to get released. Do we know what the deal is? Is that still going on?
We still don't know, Hallie, at this hour whether these two will be released. The government has argued that they should not be, and so their fate is still unknown. This is still just a bail hearing. We also don't know what plea they're going to enter. But wow, as you read the list of, as you rattled off the facts of the case in the beginning of it, I mean, it just reminds us just how much is going on here. It is a dazzling assortment of plot twists. This couple, a 34-year-old and 31-year-old, had been very much on the scene in the crypto world, out there as a rapper. His crypto company was, in theory, aimed at, quote, fraud and terrorism, fighting against fraud and terrorism. And then here they both are now charged by the DOJ with what wound up being the greatest seizure in the history of that department. $3.6 billion of an alleged over $4 billion caught up in this scheme. They, were part of this thing, the Bitfinex hack, which back in 2016 amounted to about $70 million worth of Bitcoin being stolen. At that time, it was such a huge amount of money, it actually dinged the value of Bitcoin by about 20%. But now, Assistant Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco saying that the amount of money has now risen to $4.5 billion. The idea that these two may have been sitting on several $billion worth of Bitcoin, pretty incredible. And all these facts that you've laid out here make this really a memorable case, in addition to being such an enormous one, Hallie.
Yeah, it's sort of dramatic, but it's also really significant in that it's being, that they're being held accountable for this, alleged crime again. But the idea that there was this national crypto enforcement team that was created last year, and now you're seeing some of the results of that. And what it says that law enforcement is being really serious about going after crypto crime.
It is interesting to see, how far we have come. Crypto has always had this reputation as being sort of the perfect vehicle for money laundering because it was, in theory, untraceable. But the thing that you forget is that actually people who know what they're doing with crypto understand the blockchain, which is basically a huge public transparent ledger, one big receipt where every transaction is recorded. Well, it turns out the government is getting better at reading those transactions. And in this vast investigation of this too, managed to find that they were in fact sitting on the unique password that led to this money, in spite of the fact that they'd been moving that money around. You also mentioned some of the physical things that were found in their apartment. In their digital files, they also found folders marked personas and logins for various services that allowed you to buy fake IDs and passports. So all kinds of incredible stuff being found there. And it really speaks to the sophistication of law enforcement when it comes to the crypto world, which, up until now had been pretty lacking, Hallie.
Yeah, and with so much attention on crypto, Jake, we saw those Super Bowl commercials last night about it. You have to think there will continue to be a spotlight on this. Jake Ward, great reporting. We'll look for more from you coming up on NBC Nightly News. Appreciate it. Coming up, she's at the center of this Olympic doping scandal, but she can still compete. Steve Patterson's about to join us live from China with how other Olympians are feeling, others in the figure skating community about this, when we come back. And here's a hint, they're not too thrilled.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, the U.S. Olympic Committee and some top athletes seem pretty mad after a Russian figure skater under investigation for testing positive for a banned substance was allowed to still compete in the Olympics. This is something that's been playing out since last week when the Russian Olympic Committee won gold in the team figure skating event. But there was no medal ceremony right after. Why not? Well, the revelation came out that the teen star, right, one of the best, if not the best figure skaters in the world, 15 years old, Kamila Valieva, she got a positive test for this banned heart drug back in December. So today, an international court made that decision to let her compete in the individual competition. So she's going to compete, but if she gets a medal, if she finishes in the top 3, there still will not be a medal ceremony until a final decision is made on whether she actually did commit a doping offense or not. Remember, Russia, we say Russian Olympic Committee, we don't say Russia, because Russia technically is not allowed to compete under its own flag because of a doping scandal going back years. Steve Patterson joins us now from China. Steve, this has been really interesting, right? Because you have to remember, she's a teenager. She's 15 years old. There's a lot of questions about the people in her orbit, first thing. Right, so let's set that aside. There's also a lot of questions from U.S. athletes who are scratching their heads over about this. People might remember Sha'Carri Richardson. She's the U.S. track star who was suspended after she tested positive for marijuana before Tokyo last year. She has tweeted about this, saying, can we get a solid answer on the difference of her situation and mine? She says, the only difference I see is I'm a black young lady. Talk to me, Steve, about the reactions that you're hearing from some of these athletes in Beijing on this.
Well, people are upset, and I think justifiably so. And I think when you're looking at Sha'Carri's point, you're speaking to even larger systemic, possibly civil rights issues that are outside of the sport. Whereas within the sport, there's still a level of anger that I think is widespread. I mean, you and I both have colleagues in Tara Lipinski and Johnny Weir. Both are saying irrevocable harm, a stain on the sport. These are broad statements about what this may do, not only now, but moving on as far as the face of the competition. Talking about something as large as this, a lot of people are upset about. And then you have Scott Hamilton, who spoke about it as well. Here's what he said. Listen to this.
Now you're getting into a situation where precedent is set, and who's going to be responsible, and how are they going to be able to do this in the future if you're allowing athletes that tested positive under their rules to continue on in the game. So it is an absolute mess.
A mess that is expected to continue for several months because, as you alluded to before, this ruling is about whether or not to uphold a prior suspension, not about whether or not she is responsible for violating doping violations. That is a whole other investigation that has nothing to do with what's happening right now, and will take some time here.
It feels a little confusing if you're watching because, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, she is so good. It's entirely possible she could win gold, but then there won't be a medal ceremony. Like, what are the next steps here? What is the timeline for something like this?
Well, the context of all of this is what you said initially that we put aside, and I think we should take it back out and talk about it, which is that this is a child. She's 15 years old. So part of this investigation has to either dance around that fact or directly address it in a way in which is almost like thinking about two separate courts, because when you talk about somebody that's less than 16, that person is seen as a protected person. So think about the criminal justice system, right? I mean, there's a whole juvenile court, a whole separate set of laws that pertain nothing to the actual criminal justice system. So when you're talking about this, you have to, look at the people in her orbit. How much agency does a 15-year-old in Russia at the highest level of figure skating really have? How much of that was her own ability versus somebody else in her orbit doing some of the things to get her to influence to take that medication? These are questions that we don't know. What we do know, again, is that she was suspended, that the testing took so long that it wasn't until the day she was scheduled to compete that something came out about this test. And so the timing there was off, the suspension was off, and then revoked, and then it was possibly set to be reinstated by the IOC. And now you have a situation in which if somebody wins alongside her, say an American, that person won't have a medal ceremony. There is a lot to sort through here, Hallie, and it's going to take quite a bit of time.
Steve Patterson, live for us there in Beijing. Steve, thank you so much for breaking that down for us. Appreciate it. When we get back, the controversial posts that some say are glamorizing a journey across the Mediterranean that thousands of migrants die on every year. The reality behind those images and the influence they're having on people back home, straight ahead.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a federal judge in New York City says he will dismiss Sarah Palin's defamation suit against the New York Times. Why? The judge disagreed with Palin's claim a Times editorial damaged her reputation. Reuters reports the judge will still let the jury finish its deliberations. Remember, Palin sued the paper after it published an editorial incorrectly linking her to a 2011 mass shooting in Arizona that nearly killed former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. Number 2, Senator Ben Ray Lujan says he will be back at work in, quote, a few short weeks after a stroke late last month. He says he's on the road to recovery and plans to be back at the Capitol in time for a vote on a Supreme Court nominee. Number 3, American Airlines says a flight from L.A. to D.C. here had to be diverted to Kansas City Sunday because of bad behavior by a passenger. A federal criminal complaint filed today says a man had to be subdued by some passengers and flight attendants when he apparently tried to open the exit door. He's in custody pending a detention hearing, which has not yet been scheduled. Number 4, the U.S. government is suspending all imports of avocados from Mexico after a plant safety inspector there got a threat over his cell phone. The suspension's in place until further notice. Luckily for exporters, this happened after Super Bowl orders were already placed. Number 5, a big player in the world of NFTs has stopped most transactions in the marketplace. Cent says that's because they're trying to figure out how to deal with people selling NFTs that don't belong to them. Last year, you might remember Cent famously sold an NFT of Jack Dorsey's first tweet for nearly $3 million. Also tonight, Two Tunisian women are facing some big backlash for the way that they're portraying this risky journey across the Mediterranean that leaves thousands of people dead every year. In the last few months, these women have posted videos of themselves alongside other migrants as they left on a boat from Tunisia to Europe. You can see them here. There's sunsets. They're singing along to a rap song. They're posing for pictures. They're waving. Some critics are saying they're normalizing or maybe even glamorizing this trip. And they have a pretty big audience. Between the two of them, they have nearly 2 million followers on TikTok and Instagram. Tunisia is one of the main points of departure for migrants setting off from North Africa to Europe, and it can be a dangerous trip. The Missing Migrants Project says more than 2,000 people went missing in the Mediterranean just last year alone, just in 2021. 23,000 have been missing since 2014. Claudio Lavagna joins me now to talk about this. Claudio, can you talk a little bit, first of all, about this kind of trip and the criticism that these women are getting from this social media sort of idealized look at what this journey is like in their view versus the reality?
Hey, Hallie. Well, yes, I mean, it is very different than the actual reality in the sense that until now, what we know about this trip is that they are definitely very dangerous. They are very often deadly trips where migrants lose their lives, they drown, or they are rescued at the last minute in the very dangerous waters of the Mediterranean Sea. What we've seen so far, thanks to things like the mobile phone from migrants taking these trips, is scenes of desperation, overcrowded dinghies with people in real trouble. And suddenly we see images, as you say and as you showed, of young migrants, you can call them that, of course, taking pictures of themselves as if they're taking a leisurely cruise. Why is that dangerous? Because that sends the wrong message to the hundreds of thousands of followers in Tunisia who may think that it's just, you know, a walk in the park or a little swim to Europe and Italy, and may just want to emulate them as they appear to want, they say, when they comment on their posts. And this is extremely dangerous because it is so far from the actual reality, Hallie. And the reality here is that many, and we're talking about thousands of migrants, lose their lives every single year trying that very dangerous crossing to Italy and therefore to Europe, Hallie.
So we've talked about the backlash. There are some people who are trying to support these women too, basically saying this shows like just how few options people have. Explain that piece.
Well, I tried to translate a few comments from the actual posts that these two women posted from Tunisian Arabic into English, and many of them, I must say, are very positive and even supportive of them. Some say, and I'm reading this, "I'm proud of you, you made it, congratulations. I hope I will follow your example." And that's exactly what I was talking about earlier on. While there are, of course, the institutions, the authorities who are warning, who are spending many years trying to warn migrants trying to leave from North Africa, and I'm talking about Tunisia, but also Libya, into warning them that this is a very dangerous trip. Well, this may ruin basically many years of a campaign of information that tries to dissuade them from doing that. So on one side you have the authorities trying to say, please don't do that because it's dangerous. And on the other side you have people following these women or girls and migrants and saying, well, you know, you've made it, then I can make it too.
Give me the context check here, Claudio. Explain the conditions that are driving people to leave Tunisia and try to seek better lives.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, Hallie, Tunisia is one of the ports and points of departure for obvious geographical reasons. Well, Tunisia as well as Libya and Egypt are, you know, the northern countries in Africa, and it is a fairly short stretch, a fairly short crossing of the Mediterranean to Lampedusa, which is the southern island in Italy, and therefore the southern point to reach Europe. But it is a very, very dangerous crossing, and many people, as I said earlier, lose their lives. But recently, Tunisia has not been the main port of departure. Libya was. Recently, in the last couple of years, Tunisia has gone back to becoming a point of departure because after several several years of economic stability, government stability. Now you have an 18% unemployment rate, which is pushing people trying to do that dangerous and often deadly crossing, Hallie.
Claudio Lavagna live for us from Italy on that. Claudio, thank you. Coming up, a plan to make the Postal Service faster could end up delayed for weeks, and you might be surprised by what the holdup is. Plus, Facebook's in a new fight over its facial recognition practices. Why Texas is looking for hundreds of billions of dollars over it when we come back.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our West Coast Bureau, police in Albuquerque, New Mexico, have arrested a man they suspect of stabbing 11 people Sunday. This suspect was reported to be riding a BMX-style bike and to have stabbed people with a big knife. Police say they think the attacks were random. All of the victims, fortunately, appear to be in stable condition. We're learning from our Southeast Bureau that one person has been found dead after a small plane crashed off the coast of North Carolina. Police say they're still working on finding the 7 other people who were on board the single-engine plane near Drum Inlet Sunday. There's no indication anybody on board survived. Also from our Southeast Bureau, it's the first day of early voting in Texas for the state's primaries in March. And a new poll from the University of Texas and the Texas Project has given us a snapshot of how voters feel ahead of those primaries. President Biden's approval rating in that state stands at 36%. Governor Greg Abbott, Attorney General Ken Paxton are polling well over their opponents. So, look, today was supposed to be a, decent day for bipartisanship on Capitol Hill. Not a sentence we say around here often. But that's because you had both parties really getting behind this big vote on a bill to get the post office some much-needed help. But now it's under threat because of a technical error. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is pushing to fix that little technical issue tonight so that the Senate can confirm a bill that would give a lifeline to the U.S. Postal Service. This thing's already passed the House by a big margin, 342 to 94. We don't see margins like that all the time. But Democrats say Republican Senator Rick Scott may still stall efforts to make that quick technical tweak. And if that happens, the bill could be pushed back weeks. Any delay could be expensive for the Postal Service and slow down what would be a bipartisan win for this Congress. Here's why the bill is so important.
We all depend on the Postal Service. We need it.
The pandemic illustrating that more than ever, with millions relying on the mail for everything from food to ballots. But with COVID came delays and growing frustration. And for the Postal Service, signs of trouble with calls from Republicans to privatize it, and the agency reporting a nearly $5 billion loss in 2021. That's partly because the USPS doesn't get any taxpayer money.
All the money that runs the post office comes from your purchase of stamps.
Now, rare bipartisan agreement that it's got to get fixed.
The bill is passed. This targeted bill addresses the immediate needs of the Postal Service to help it succeed into the 21st century.
So what's the ask? $57 billion to make a better postal service. Some benefits, a website to track your deliveries, 6 days a week of service guaranteed, help for rural areas, a boost to local news by expanding special rates for paper delivery, and money for new delivery trucks. Retired employees won't get money up front for health benefits anymore, and many will have to enroll in Medicare. But lawmakers think these changes can save the agency $50 billion over 10 years. The bill even uses part of a plan proposed by Postmaster General Louis DeJoy. Democrats have slammed the Republican donor for cutting overtime, cutting back on post office hours, and slashing delivery times for first-class mail. But on this, they agree, with DeJoy praising the bill last week, calling it vital to the U.S. Postal Service and the American people. But keep in mind, the clock is ticking here. The Senate goes on recess for President's Day, meaning it could be weeks before they can hold a vote if they can't get it done ASAP. Another headline tonight, Texas is throwing a big lawsuit at Meta, the parent company of Facebook, over their facial recognition program. Here's the deal. That program was actually stopped last November. But the claim from Texas is that Meta violated privacy laws by, quote, repeatedly collecting and commercializing users' biometric data without their explicit consent for years. And then Texas says Meta failed to destroy the data in a reasonable period of time. All of this, of course, before Meta stopped doing this whole thing. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton says the penalties against Meta could be billions and billions of dollars. No response, no comment yet from Meta on this lawsuit, but I want to bring in Ben Collins to talk to us about this. And Ben, talk to me about this piece of it. Meta ended the program, right? The program's over. There's no more facial recognition stuff. But Texas, correct me if I'm wrong, Texas is basically saying, we're worried about what you're doing with all that biometric data. Is that where the tension point comes in here?
Yeah, that's basically it. Look, this ended in November of 2021. They've actually held on to a lot of the data because they had to produce it for this specific thing with Texas. So that's kind of the interesting part here. What we're looking at specifically is you're on Facebook. You see a little, you used to, until 2021, you used to see a square over your face saying, hey, are you in this photo? Is that you? That's biometric data. There you go. You see it right there. That's biometric data. That basically says Facebook has recognized you based on your facial features and is trying to tag you in other stuff. The worry, privacy-wise, is that means they have basically a file on you and where you are and where you've been going. They've been doing this since 2010, so Texas really wants to put an end to it.
What's interesting here is that this lawsuit has some similar pieces to it from a class action suit from 2015 in Illinois, and Facebook ended up settling that for like $600+ million. What's the difference here? Why is this coming up now in 2022 again?
Well, in Texas, it has to come from the AG. It's a kind of a different story here, and it could be a lot more money. They're setting these criminal penalties, $25,000 per person, plus $10,000 for some other stuff per person. So when they say billions of dollars, they mean billions of dollars. That's the starting point here. Look, this is a very big populist thing. There's nobody who is out there defending Facebook and their use of facial recognition right now. They are sort of a pariah in the tech space. It's a pretty easy win for an AG that is under investigation right now by the FBI too. So like there's a lot of things going on here politically that make this a lot more complicated than just suing Facebook.
You mentioned some pieces of the political onion that you've started to peel back, but there's another piece of this, which is the absence of federal privacy protection laws, right? We hear a lot, I live in Washington, I cover what happens with, Congress and the White House, et cetera. A lot of talk about trying to do more on that front. So far, not a ton of action. It's up to the states now, like Texas, to sort of piecemeal pass some of these kinds of things. Texas has this privacy protection law. Dozens of other states have similar laws. But it feels like this is also an illustration and an example of the sort of federal versus state piece to this, too.
Yeah, it's like in Europe, they have this thing called GDPR, which is pretty comprehensive, maybe overwrought actually in terms of data collection, and it really limits what companies can, take from people from their cookies, basically on the internet. So it prevents people from being tracked. We don't have that federally here. We don't have anything even kind of like that. The internet is a wild west in terms of any sort of federal protection right now. So you get things from California, you get things from Texas, you get these piecemeal things that, they're hoping that if the state is big enough that they'll just have to institute it nationwide. That's what Meta's been fighting against all this time. That's why when they say that they want regulation, when Facebook says, hey, no, we want to come to the table and we want to figure out what the rules are here, they really do mean it. But they don't mean it in the sense that they want to, shell out billions of dollars to Texas.
Ben Collins, thank you for bringing us that. Appreciate it. Coming up, some people have been calling last night's Super Bowl halftime show the best one yet, but it's not just the music that has people talking. What we know about what the NFL knew before the performance about this moment you're looking at. Stay close.